qu'on ouvre les portes. Good morning. Before proceeding further, I want to acknowledge what happened yesterday. With the agreement of the party leaders and in consideration of the safety of members and staff, a decision was made to cancel Friday's sitting. Early yesterday, a police operation was initiated to address the demonstration that occupied Wellington Street and the downtown core for the last 3 weeks. Les progrès réalisés jusqu'à
The progress achieved so far by the police authorities in collaboration with the Parliamentary Protective Service have allowed us to begin our proceedings again. On behalf of the House, I would like to express our sincere gratitude for the devotion and the professionalism of police authorities, the Parliamentary Protective Service, as well as the staff from Institutional Security and House Administration. It's thanks to their support that these extraordinary sittings have been made possible. Thank you.
Orders of the day.
Reprise du débat sur une motion portant.
Pursuant to the order made Thursday,
Thursday, February 17, 2022, that the House be convened this day for the sole purpose of considering the motion for confirmation of the declaration of the emergency standing in the order paper in the name of the Minister of Public Safety. And you just read it, so we're good. So resuming debates. I know. I gotta find him. No. Que je l'oublie pas. L'honorable député de Rimouski.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neja, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to speak in this crucial debate. This debate is not to be taken lightly, for it stems from an event that will long be remembered in the annals of Canadian Federation, although it is not likely to go down in the chapter of brilliant feats. At the outset, I want to make it clear that I am opposed to the application of the Emergencies Act, as written in Order in Council, particularly in Quebec. To support my position, let me explain what the text of the law prescribes. As the name implies, the Emergencies Act is a tool of last resort that can be used only when a situation is so imminent, so insurmountable that it is strictly impossible for the government to control it under existing laws. The application of the law has the consequence of allowing the executive to impose, by decree, the measures by which it can ensure the security of citizens, the territorial integrity of the country, and the safeguarding of the constitutionally established order. This may include prohibiting travel or assembly, restricting the use of designated property, taking control of public services, imposing fines, or even imprisonment on summary conviction. Given the potentially liberticidal and anti-democratic nature of the measures that can be imposed, the legislator has taken care to specify an exhaustive list of situations that can justify the invocation of the law. Thus, the only grounds on which the government can invoke the Emergency Measures Act are the following. First, the occurrence of a disaster. It should be noted that, since the law was enacted, none of the devastating floods, winter ice storms, or devastating forest fires that Canadians and Quebecers have had to deal with have led a government to assume these extraordinary powers. In addition to national disasters, the definition of disaster also includes disease. It's particularly relevant to note that the global health crisis resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic did not require the invocation of the Emergency Measures Act. even though it has caused over 35,000 deaths in Canada and nearly 6 million deaths worldwide to date, and is about to mark its fateful second anniversary. The actions that have been taken to respond to the needs created by this unprecedented crisis, despite their exceptional nature, have been taken without recourse to these powers. Second, the outbreak of an international crisis, defined as a situation where coercion or the use of force between countries occurs, may constitute grounds for invoking the Emergency Measures Act. Similarly, Canada's entry into war may justify the use of the exceptional measures of the Emergency Measures Act. Finally, the fourth and last reason provided for justifying a government to arrogate to itself exceptional powers is that of a state of emergency. The term being rather vague, the legislator was kind enough to include its definition in Section 16 of the Act. A state of emergency is a crisis situation caused by threats to the security of Canada of such gravity as to constitute a national emergency. What is a national emergency, you may ask? Well, Section 3 specifies that it results from a combination of critical circumstances of an emergency nature and of a temporary nature, which cannot be adequately dealt with under the laws of Canada, and which seriously endanger the life, health, or safety of Canadians and are beyond the capacity or authority of the provinces to respond, or seriously threatens the ability of the Government of Canada to ensure the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada. This is no small thing, Mr. Speaker, and you will agree that the wording is very explicit as to the scale of the tragedies that may justify its use. Whether for one reason or another, it is an extremely serious gesture that should not be taken lightly by a government. It should be a tool of last resort, a tool to be used when you've tried to turn off the tap, you've emptied your toolbox, and you have to call the plumber because the tap is still leaking. This is the first time since its enactment in 1988 that a Prime Minister of Canada has found it necessary to use its exceptional powers. If we go back to the previous version, the War Measures Act, it was invoked only 3 times: during the First World War, during the Second World War, and during the October 1970 episode, the aftermath of which deeply affected the people of Quebec. For the sake of intellectual rigor, however, I will point out that the two versions of the law are not comparable, and that caution must be exercised in any such undertaking. In addition to having to demonstrate that it is facing a dangerous and urgent situation, the law requires the government to demonstrate that it is impossible to deal with it by following ordinary laws. The government has definitely not made this demonstration in the statement of reasons provided to parliamentarians. Worse yet, it did not even attempt to do so, remaining completely silent on the subject. Let me tell you why. It is simply because there is no sufficient reason to justify the use of this exceptional law. There is no legal vacuum preventing the government from resolving the Ottawa crisis. Indeed, the vast majority of protests and blockades we've seen in recent weeks have been controlled and dismantled without recourse to federal emergency measures. The Sarnia, Fort Erie, Coutts, and even Ambassador Bridge blockades were successfully removed. All these border crossings are back in operation, and trade with the United States is back on track. So it seems that demonstrations have been successfully defeated without the need to use emergency powers. What is it about the Ottawa protests that is so unstoppable that it cannot be contained within the current legislative framework? By the way, in fact, what laws, are currently insufficient to resolve the crisis? How are these laws not adequately addressing the situation? We don't know. The government has never said. On the other hand, the Prime Minister, before invoking the Emergency Measures Act, dragged his feet for 2 long weeks instead of trying to resolve the crisis? How can he claim, after trying nothing at all?
Honourable member for Windsor West, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize to interrupt my colleague, but wanted to correct, and I think it might even be a point of privilege. There has been erroneous discussion about the Ambassador Bridge in my riding being open for business. It is not in the normal.
I think we're getting in debate. I mean, I know the member could ask some questions.
Children cannot get to health appointments.
That is not debate. That's just debate. That's just debate. We'll get into if the member wants to ask a question. I'll make sure that he gets up quite early. The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to continue. Questions and comments come after. How are these laws, what laws are insufficient to solve the crisis? How are these laws not adequately addressing the situation? We don't know. The government has never said. Moreover, the Prime Minister, before invoking the Emergency Measures Act, dragged his feet for 2 long weeks instead of trying to resolve the crisis. How can he claim, after trying nothing at all, that it is now necessary to use a legislative nuclear bomb? What happened between February 11th, when he claimed that the Ontario Police had all the resources they needed to end the crisis, and February 14th, when he used a law that had not been used, that had never been used in over 35 years? Finally, Mr. Speaker, why did the Prime Minister extend the application of the law to the entire Canadian territory when 7 ministers from the 7 premiers from the provinces and Quebec have openly spoken out against its application on their territory? On February 15th, the National Assembly of Quebec unanimously expressed itself through a motion which stated, and I quote, that no emergency situation currently justifies the use of special legislative measures in Quebec, and which asked the Canadian government not to apply the emergency acts on Quebec territory. Mr. Speaker, it could hardly be clearer. How could the Prime Minister choose to go against such a consensus from Quebec and the provinces? I would like to conclude by adding that my heart goes out to the citizens of Ottawa and Gatineau who have been deprived from enjoying their neighbourhoods, their cities, and no longer have peace and quiet. That's been for more than 3 weeks. Having spent the last few weeks in the region, I was able to witness firsthand the extent of the inconvenience caused by the illegal demonstrations for the entire population. It is time to end the siege of Ottawa. Citizens must have their lives back. The Bloc Québécois understands the need for action, but does not believe it is justified to use such a legislative bomb. The Emergency Measures Act is designed to address
that the federal government, in working with the municipality and the province, can in fact enforce the rule of law is an important aspect of a democracy.
L'honorable député de Rimouski-Nejet.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet Témiscouata. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for the question. I was very clear in my speech. The government has not even demonstrated the rationale for implementing this act. The blockade was removed in Fort Erie, in Windsor, elsewhere, without the Emergency Measures Act. Why do we need it now? If the government could answer that question today, then it may convince me. But currently, instead of saying we need the Emergency Measures Act, well, the police currently has all the necessary means to do so, and even to solve the crisis, and even the Prime Minister said so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member from the Bloc because I think he laid out perfectly why this was an expansive overreach on the part of government. One of the things that is extremely concerning to me, and I think the Deputy Prime Minister actually confirmed this the other day, that they are intending, the government that is, on imposing some of the measures in the Emergency Act on a more permanent basis, including financial tracking of individuals. Now, this causes a problem not just here in Ottawa, but causes a problem right across the country, including Quebec. So that part of the measure, the fact that she's talking about a more permanent measure of tracking the bank accounts and the transactions of Canadians, is that disturbing? Because it should be.
L'honorable député de Rimouski-Nejet.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet to Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you to my colleague for his question. Listen, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister said that the recourse to Emergency Measures Act will allow the freezing of accounts, of bank accounts for illegal funding. Well, that's wrong. There's already a law that allows the government to do so, which is the Money Laundering Act and financing of terrorists. Mr. Speaker, there are currently laws to deal with this, and so it's wrong what the government saying it's not possible to use the Emergency Measures Act without giving the rationale for doing so.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize for the other interruption. I wanted to make sure the member had correct information and not spread misinformation. The Ambassador Bridge is open, but it is not open in its full context. And now the barriers are in my community along the side streets to keep that 14 kilometers secure. So I'd like to ask the honourable member, not only are businesses inconvenienced, emergency service vehicles inconvenienced, and regular life and jobs and employment, and traffic is slower, affecting many other people. Today, as well, every single day since the blockade was there, and it continues to this day with the subsequent repercussions with other barriers now preventing city streets. Children cannot get to doctor's appointments. So I'd like to ask the honourable member, what would you like to say to those families that are having the delayed appointments of medical appointments, which have already been delayed under the pandemic, delayed even further because of the new blockades that actually prevent them from getting to medical appointments? This is a fact, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like the honourable member to address the families right now and today that won't get family appointments, not only for themselves and regular citizens, but for children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Rimouski-Nejet.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague mentioned facts. I like facts. I also like in laws. There are already laws currently in force that allow us to remove these blockades. It's not Emergency Measures Acts that allow us to do it all of a sudden. The police already have the authority to do so. And we understand at the Bloc Québécois that a bill may be insufficient Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please allow me of invoking the Emergency Measures Act. This is an extremely important topic, and that the members are eager to hear my point of view. But before, let me hail the work of our police forces, whose professionalism and interventions have been irreproachable. I'd also like to thank the citizens of Abitibi-Témiscamingue for the resilience that they've shown and the courage of the health workers who've been working hard for months for all of us. There is also daycare and educational workers who've brave the virus every single day to help our children. I could name many, many other people who have worked so hard to keep our local economy running. I'm so proud of them. We will continue to speak on their behalf. I'm sensitive to the special situation that currently exists in all regions of Canada. This pandemic has done harm that we have tried to control through measures that have restrained our freedom. But we hope that this will all end without violence. Currently, we're debating here to tell the Prime Minister, the Liberal MPs, and the NDP that we do not want this act to be applied. the minister has invoked the bad reasons for its invocation. First of all, it's not necessary. He did not convince us that there's a danger and urgent situation throughout Canada. The danger is Ontario, it's in Ottawa, and that's why the provinces do not want the Act to apply to their territory. Second of all, it is impossible that to face this situation with the current laws, he claims. I hope that all members understand that the recourse to this Act comes with heavy consequences. This Act provides the federal government with special powers to deal with emergency and critical situations. A situation must be insurmountable because it provides more rights to the federal government, and the government will be able to use it if all other means have been exhausted. This is a bill that we should use with parsimony and privilege. We have the obligation to examine each and every requirement of this Act for the implementation of its emergency measures. Because the Prime Minister of Canada has not taken responsibility. He's clearly lacked leadership through his actions, through his words. He's poured oil on the fire. And it has been a serious mistake to put all the demonstrators, to treat them all the same way. Every analyst, every crisis management specialist says that it's premature and inappropriate to invoke this Act, but the government does not want to change its mind. It's embarrassing that the Liberal Prime Minister at this point has taken the wrong path.
Claire, je pense que le gouvernement du Québec a fait son devoir. Au Québec, on ne veut pas donner de pouvoir à un premier ministre qui s'est défilé de ses responsabilités. Le Bloc québécois va faire une lutte farouche à une loi qui apparaît comme une opération de camouflage d'un échec politique du premier ministre. On va clairement voter contre la loi sur les mesures d'urgence.
We don't want anything to do with the Emergencies Act in Quebec, period. The use of this bill must be justified before both members of Parliament and senators. The effectiveness of this bill is questionable. It is now very clear to everyone that the Prime Minister invoked the Emergencies Act not to end the protests that are blocking Ottawa's downtown and our borders, but to reinstate Canadians' trust with regard to him. So, once again, he's playing politics. Can the government do what it wants? No, because the Act imposes limits. Luckily, the government is also limited by this Parliament. The House of Commons and the Senate can end this Act. In addition, the Parliament examines these decisions every 2 days, and we must figure out what this Act is for. An Emergencies Act imposes extraordinary measures, and it gives the government the legitimacy to dictate how to act. So it has a beginning and end. If there are people who disturb things, or if we know that they're at the source of these protests, the government can impose harsh sentences, including imprisonment. But provinces have to sign on. What does this act allow for? Well, it limits movements towards a particular destination. It limits assemblies that could trouble peace and order. And it allows the government to take control of public services. Near the end of the 80s, the government thought about replacing the War Measures Act with this act, but we would never have thought the Prime Minister would have invoked it unless it was really needed after everything else had been considered. The members of this House had thought of so many conditions, including a debate in this House and in the Senate, to ensure that the government would not use this in a wise way. So it's terrible how this government has not respected the spirit of this law in its own interests. It's disappointing. It seems clear to me that the necessary threshold to invoke this act has not been achieved. The NDP is barking up the wrong tree, and the Liberals are deliberately turning a blind eye without checking the facts. That is extremely irresponsible. Mr. Speaker, we cannot abandon people who gave us the privilege to govern, the privilege of governing. These are people who have told us in the streets that their lives are not good anymore. They want to go back to the rights they had before the pandemic. Obviously, there were going to be protests here. Things would get out of hand, but there was a clear lack of action on the part of the authorities. So why was this Emergencies Act invoked, and when the government was actually shirking its responsibilities? We asked for a plan. The protesters and Canadians are sick. They're sick and tired of this. They want to get back to normal. And it's coming because the Quebec government has made announcements. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister simply doesn't listen to the provinces, and he should. He would realize a great many things, including the fact that this Emergencies Act is a terrible idea. If he had actually gotten involved at the beginning of this crisis, he would realize that Canadians and Quebecers are not on board. We receive masses of emails in our offices, and I want my constituents to know that we are listening to them. You have said so many things. You're excited, you're relieved, you're doubting, you're disappointed. And these powers that the government has given itself are not appropriate. The federal government should not have the right to freeze bank accounts before it has tabled a plan for a return to normal with much less binding measures, as the provinces are doing. Concretely, the pandemic has caused a number of victims, especially seniors, and so many people have seen their purchasing power plummet. Businesses in all sectors have had to make adjustments, and so we've tried to evade measures. The pandemic has hit everyone so hard. The key is information and communication. Without this, the Canadians and Quebecers don't understand what's going on. They look for information. They have doubts. And assembly and protesting are legitimate, but insurrection is not. The government had the responsibility to answer our questions and to give us clear, accurate information. And if it had done so at the right time, we wouldn't be in this situation. When measures are required, when they're relevant, and when people's freedoms are being changed, then it needs to be explained. For the past 3 years, the Prime Minister has not been around. He has not told us what resources are available. He knows that there were ministers who could have released resources to help Ontario and the Ottawa police forces. The Ottawa police forces demanded repeatedly to have additional resources, but all they did was send in the RCMP. Was this necessary? Wouldn't it have been better to deploy them elsewhere, knowing that the trucks were coming? Trucks that stop at stoplights, that's one thing, but not when they park in the middle of Wellington Street. So, Mr. Speaker, the federal government has dragged its feet when the city of Ottawa needed it. So, we knew that the truckers were not going to leave. The Prime Minister should have shown leadership, and he didn't. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Château.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-L'École. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my colleague on the other side that it is very sad to see all of this. We know that our government had to declare these emergency measures. But when we're talking about 1970, I was there. I remember it well. And there was an elected official who was assassinated, an elected official of the National Assembly. So that is why there is such high security at the National Assembly. So my question, Mr. Speaker, is that, the Premier Legault acted appropriately, but unfortunately here in Ontario that wasn't the same thing. How does the Honourable Member explain that 72% of Quebecers, according to a poll, support the imposition of the Emergencies Act? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I would just like to say, no, I wasn't born then. I wasn't there. But I know that there is still trauma that Quebecers have that are going through. And now we're in a situation that is up to the federal government to solve. It didn't do it. And now all it's doing is spreading propaganda. And they're not listening to people in the streets, and that is even more serious. So we're in a context, Mr. Speaker, where I saw yesterday who was, she was saying it is unacceptable to that, and the government needs to step up.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue for his speech. And I'd like to thank the member for Rimouski as well. But the context here is that the difference between the events here and the 1970 is that there was the bill was drafted by a progressive conservative government of Brian Mulroney under Perrin Beatty, and that had very strict parameters around the fact that that the bill could not be used for partisan measures, for partisan purposes, but unfortunately, the current government did. So here's my question to the colleague. For 17 days, we've seen Ottawa under siege, and for 17 days, the Prime Minister was missing in action. If he had said on February 11th that he said that the police forces had everything in hand, and then all of a sudden 3 days later he said, no, we have to invoke the Emergencies Act. How does the member explain this irresponsible behavior on the part of the Prime Minister? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. I don't understand. I don't know why this happened. I can't explain it. This is a democracy. At least it's supposed to be a democracy, but I'm not sure anymore. Right now, I should feel privileged to be in this house and to have a say. There are people outside who wanted to reach out, who wanted to establish dialogue, but they were never, ever allowed to. I'm double vaccinated. I wear masks. I obey all the health measures. Because I want to emerge from this pandemic. But the Prime Minister should have listened. The government did not listen to Canadians. The most vulnerable Canadians have not been heard. And that is why we're in this situation. That's why it's dangerous outside. And I'm very worried about the consequences. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his intervention as well, serving with him on industry committees for the last number of years. The Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, in my riding, is open much slower, but the barriers that were on Huron Church Road and that were also there from the trucks are now blocking side streets. Those are physical Jersey barriers for security. The OPP, the RCMP, the City of Windsor are all manning those right now. Life is not normal. As I mentioned earlier, children are missing doctor's appointments. And I'd like a direct answer from the member and to express to him, to those families, what they are supposed to do. Currently, right now, their life is in disarray. It's not just businesses. It's not just emergency vehicles. It's just not simple things like groceries and trying to get the life back to normal. It's people missing medical appointments, counseling, and therapy. What would you like to say to those families right now? Because those Jersey barriers that were blocking the bridge are now blocking them from the communities, and they are left to pay for this by themselves.
The Honourable Member, very brief, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Windsor West. He's one of the people I respect most in this House. I would just like to say simply that there are so many nameless victims with regard to mental health. The pandemic has caused more victims among people who have been ignored, who have been shut up in rooms, in their homes, people who have not been able to get to medical appointments that they needed for their mental health issues. And so I think we have very serious questions to put to ourselves.
Continuing debate, l'honorable député de Châteauguay.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with the Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, I'm rising today because I'd like to explain to my colleagues here in the House and to my constituents why I am supporting this motion. The purpose is to declare a public order emergency under the Emergencies Act. Now, Canada is under rule of law, and by declaring this measure, we are respecting the Canadian law by acting within the parameters set by the law, which was put in place in 1988 by the Mulroney government. And it clearly sets out the criteria under which a public emergency order can be declared. The government feels that it meets this criteria, and that's why we want to act. The Emergencies Act contains a number of criteria, such as parliamentary oversight, and that is why we were here until midnight on Thursday, and that's why we're here again early this morning at 7 a.m. Mr. Speaker, all the measures taken under this Act have respected the Charters of Rights and Freedoms. Now, these measures are time-limited, targeted, and geographically focused, and they are proportionate to the threats to which they must respond. It is used to support police forces at all levels and across the country. Like we saw yesterday on Wellington Street, when the police forces were finally able to undertake a cordon and clear operation. The following 6 measures were put in place to control the situation. Regulate and ban public assembly that go against peace, and that's what we have seen in Ottawa and on the Ambassador Bridge. Those are not legal protests. We're trying to secure places through barricades, including essential infrastructure such as bridges, compelling people to provide public services to mitigate the impact of these blockades. For example, tow trucks with compensation. Authorize and oblige financial institutions to provide essential services to mitigate the impact of the blockades, for example, by regulating and banning the use of financial resources to support these blockades, allowing the RCMP to respect municipal bylaws and provincial offences as needed, and imposing fines as needed. With these measures, this is to ensure Canadians' safety, protect their jobs, and reinstate trust in our institutions.
Mr. Speaker, as established in 1988 by the Mulroney government, the Emergencies Act also contains a number of limits, control mechanisms, and significant guarantees. As the Act requires, a number of times last week, the Prime Minister and members of Cabinet consulted with the provincial premiers and members of their respective governments. Having declared a public emergency, we tabled the declaration in Parliament. In the days to come, a parliamentary committee will be formed to oversee actions during the period of the declaration. The declaration lasts for 30 days unless it is renewed. That having been said, the government can also, and personally I hope that this will be the case, revoke that much earlier. Parliament also has the ability to revoke the Emergencies Act as indicated in the law. It can modify or revoke any decree put in place under the Act. Those must be tabled in Parliament for 2 days for examination by parliamentarians. Mr. Speaker, one might ask, how did we get to this point? Why is a declaration of a public emergency necessary? It's sad, but it was necessary. And Canada is a country that has always been a beacon for freedom and social peace around the world, as well as for democracy. I can't speak for what happened in Ottawa or the lack of interest from the government of Ontario when it was clear that that authorities in Ottawa weren't able to face the threat of the protesters here on Wellington Street. Despite the clear fact that the municipalities, which are creatures of the province, are the responsibility of the province, the Ford government delayed its interventions and only acted when there were protests in Windsor and elsewhere in Ontario. I think there will be elections here soon, and it will be up to the voters of Ontario to decide how they will judge their provincial elected representatives. As a federal elected representative, Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly concerned about what's happening here in the House. What can I, as a simple backbencher, do? Well, since the beginning of these so-called freedom demonstrations, I've seen that there are members in this House who have used these protests, which have become an occupation and an attempted insurrection, to... I wonder if there's somebody who is filming me right now. Mr. Speaker?
Asking whether someone's filming, so I know I'm looking at the honourable member for he's just typing. Okay, I'm guessing bad eyes, so therefore you have to keep it up close. Okay, perfect. Okay, well,
the honourable member for Châteauguay-L'École. Thank you. And they used these protests, which rapidly became an occupation and an attempted insurrection, for their own partisan gain. And it led, among other things, to the firing of the leader of a political party. And when these members had their photos taken with protesters or next to flags with racist messages, they claimed either that they didn't know or, even worse, that it wasn't a big deal. The denial and the minimization of these actions was deliberate and flagrant, while at the same time their tweets encouraging protesters gave credibility to the organizers who had their own sinister agendas. Mr. Speaker, I can continue with examples of this because it's this kind of thing which leads to division. And professionals in partisan tactics, and there are some here in this House, are very aware of that. It's their strategy to divide Canadians, Mr. Speaker, because they think that they can benefit from that division. These members should feel shame, Mr. Speaker. They're ready to put our safety, our economy, and our democracy in danger for their own partisan gain, for their political careers. And, maybe Fox News will ask them for an interview. Wow. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I agree with our government that there is a public emergency caused by these ongoing blockades put in place by people and vehicles across the country. And these blockades have a direct link to activities which promote violence against people and property, including essential infrastructure, with the goal of meeting a political or ideological objective in Canada. I agree that there has been a terrible impact on Canada's economy, and there have been threats to the safety of Canadians caused by the blockades of our essential infrastructure, particularly, the commercial area of Ottawa and the border crossings. And this has had a major impact on supply chains, and it has caused a problem with Canada's trading partners, particularly the United States. Given this state of emergency, and with the greatest prudence, our government declared a public emergency and has implemented the Emergencies Act, and now Canadians from across the country can trust that we will respect peace, order, and good government in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable member at one point said, how did we get to this point? She then proceeded to blame everybody else, including Ontario Premier Doug Ford, but failed to place any blame on her own Prime Minister for wedging, stigmatizing, dividing, calling people racist, misogynist, extremists, and do we get to tolerate these people? What we're seeing in this country and the manifestation of protests across the country is a logical conclusion to the identity politics that the Prime Minister has played. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask a question specific to the Emergencies Act. The order in council released by the government authorized the government to impose other temporary measures authorized under Section 19 of the Emergencies Act that are not yet known, which basically gives the Prime Minister and the executive branch of government unfettered power over their citizens. How can anyone, even on that side, logically support that?
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Speaker, I find it very unusual, a question of that nature coming on the Emergencies Act, coming from someone from the Conservative Party, because it was his own party that wrote that law. And I have huge respect for the work that was done by former Prime Minister Mulroney and I believe it was the Minister...
There's a point of order from the Honourable Member Barry Innisfil.
The honourable member should know that I'm not referring to the Act. I'm actually referring to the order in council.
Let's debate. We're getting back into debate. I'll let the member finish her answer, and then we'll keep moving to questions and answers. Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Indeed, but when it comes to how did we get to this point, there's this thing called jurisdiction, and there is this thing called due process. And so when you talk about policing, that has to happen at the municipal level. When it fails there, it must be the province. The municipality is the creature of the province, and the province didn't do its job.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Do you know, do as I say, but not as I do? Well, that's what the Liberals are doing right now. When the Liberals come up with the polls in favour of the Act, they say, oh, it's important. The member for Châteauguay-Lacolle seems to be saying that Quebecers support the Emergencies Act over 70%. But what she's forgetting is that that poll is just 347 people. The National Assembly of Quebec, 100% of members voted against the Emergencies Act. 7 out of 10 provinces in Canada have said that they're against the Emergencies Act. Does that not mean anything? And she talked earlier about the state of the rule of law. And so my question to my colleague is, what law was insufficient in the laws that are already in place, such as to justify the use of the Emergencies Act? The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Yes, Mr. Speaker, this is a usual tactic, playing with statistics like that. And we see that when it's in their favor, they're very able to do it. But when it's not in their favor, not so much. But listen, I think that Canadians are looking at what's happening right now. They can see it with their own eyes, what's happening outside of here. And all levels of government are taking their responsibilities seriously, and I would salute the Low government for what they've done so far. Thank you.
Question commentaire, the honourable member for Edmonton.
Strathcona. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for her intervention this early morning. My question is this. You know, we are looking at a situation that is completely out of control. Obviously, in my province of Alberta, we've had 13 armed insurgents that have actually blockaded our infrastructure. We are looking at outside of this House of Commons, outside of this place. It is very, very upsetting where we are at. And we never, ever should have been in this situation. But what I want to ask the government, my question for the member is this. How are we going to make sure that we've put things in place so this can't happen again? What is the government doing to ensure that this is not something that can happen in the future?
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. A brief answer, please.
There are different processes that are laid out in the law, including setting up a joint committee. And I think that is something of parliamentarians here in the House and at the Senate. And I think that is something that I certainly look forward to seeing that progress. And I hope to see the honourable member on that committee.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat.
The honourable member the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Good morning, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much. And good morning to all of my colleagues on this early Saturday morning. It's an extraordinary day for Parliament to be sitting here on a Saturday morning. This is an extraordinary situation. It's affecting the whole country, everything that's happening. Mr. Speaker, we are here to participate in a very important debate on the use of these measures, these emergency measures. And Mr. Speaker, very quickly, because I'm not a lawyer, I can't judge the finest details of this act, but for me, there are two things that are important here. The first is that the police service in Ottawa said yesterday that without having had access to the Emergency Measures Act and the measures contained therein, they would not have been able to end what is happening in the city of Ottawa and in the National Capital Region. And Mr. Speaker, the second thing is that here we are on a Saturday morning. What happened yesterday? Well, it wasn't safe enough for members to come into Parliament, nor for the senators to come into Parliament. We did something that is utterly extraordinary. We cancelled a sitting of the House, and now we're here on a Saturday morning to start this debate. All of the House leaders from the various parties, the Conservatives, the Bloc Québécois, the NDP, and the Liberals, agreed with the Speaker of the House of Commons that something is happening here. It's not safe. We can't come in. That's utterly exceptional. And Mr. Speaker, what I'd really like to speak about today are the other measures that are linked to funding of extremist groups.
Speaker, I was born in Montreal, one of a few black families in my area, in a predominantly Jewish neighborhood, in a francophone city, in a francophone province, in an English country, in an English, largely English continent. So I had I like to consider myself a minority within a minority, within a minority, within a minority. And, you know, it offers you an interesting view of things. Mr. Speaker, I could see the way the dominant view is carried out, because that's the dominant view. It's natural. It's in the air. But I also could step back a little bit and just see things a little eccentric, off-center. And that, I think, I've always felt that that's a strength. I always think that's an ability to see life a little bit more fuller. 3 dimensions instead of 2. More color than just in black and white. And Mr. Speaker, when I saw what was happening in the lead up to this convoy, there's things which I think I was able to see and that I don't think other people would see just as clearly. Perhaps I'm wrong, but give me a chance to explain it to you. Monsieur le Président, on a vu que les...
Mr. Speaker, we've seen that the organizers of this convoy were the same people who have organized other protests and events on all kinds of things. In 2016, there was Motion 103, the motion against Islamophobia. And they tried to rally the troops and create a sort of popular movement, if you will, against that motion. And, you know, I'm talking about Tamara Litch. I'm talking about Dick Nerd, James Bowder, Pat King. These people specifically attempted to get people all riled up, to get Canadians to promote, if you will, their white supremacist ideas. They failed in 2016. They tried to do that once again in, last year with United We Roll. And once again, they didn't find a lot of support, but they succeeded this time, and for good reason, because Canadians are tired. We are exhausted. Everybody, 100%, exhausted. We don't like the pandemic. We hate the restrictions, the confinement, everything. The virus doesn't care about what we think, but Canadians are exhausted. And these organizers took advantage of this general exhaustion. Mr. Speaker, the people who came here to show their disagreement with vaccine mandates, with confinement, and with all the other measures that we've put in place at the federal, municipal, and provincial levels, well, they have the right to do that. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about the organizers here who are using this exhaustion to recruit people, to identify people on social media, to get their message out, their hateful message. And we know that with the way algorithms work, on social media, we know that they're able to, get that out. We know that the most extreme comments will attract more people, and as time goes on, we can't avoid this. When you're constantly exposed to hate, at some point you start to get on that train of thought. In 2016, rather, when they started fighting M103. According to Anti-Hate Canada, and you can find this information on their website, I would encourage you all to have a look at it, they were able to get maybe 10,000 people on board on Facebook. And they got their message out. When, at a certain point, there were 200,000 people, and wow, it's something we've never seen before in this country. But they hit gold now, Mr. Speaker.
Now have what's estimated over 1 million Facebook people who they've identified. Now, this 1 million people don't know what's about to hit them. They're going to get messages over and over and over again. Hateful messages, intolerant messages, misinformation. And guess what? They're also going to be solicited for money. And take a look at the money that's coming. But Mr. Speaker, we all in this House face very strict financing rules. You can't give this transparency in financing rules, maximum of $1,650. That's a good thing. When you give to a charity, there's a whole bunch of transparency with going on, reporting that happens. But guess what happens with these folks when they give through crowdsourcing? Nothing. No transparency. Not at all. Mr. Speaker, they raised $16 million on one site and another $16 million on another. 40% to 50%, it's estimated, come from outside the country. Clearly, close to 40%, the names are ridiculous. Mickey Mouse gave, it says a name of a certain prime minister, of the current prime minister. He obviously didn't contribute. Mr. Speaker, that's not good. And these financial measures that we have, that's the reason why I think that, if for nothing else, it was worth having that measure put in for the orders. And I hope that legislation will follow that on a permanent basis so we can get this kind of wrong money out of the Canadian political system.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member leads Grenville, Rideau Lakes, and Thousand Islands.
Thanks very much, Speaker. We heard from the Justice Minister just 2 days ago when he talked about the financial measures that the member opposite referenced, that they're going to be used to target people who have political views, not hateful views, not intolerant views that he finds unacceptable, that they're going to be targeted by these financial measures that are included in this law. The concern that we should have in this place, and while the member for Winnipeg North knows not to interject, he talks about foreign interference. We're talking about Canadians having Canadian bank accounts frozen because they have political views that the Justice Minister doesn't like. That is not a liberal democracy. It is frankly illiberal, and I'd like to know how the member opposite can in good conscience support this kind of gross overreach and infringement on Canadians' charter rights.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Great ease, Mr. Speaker, because this money is not going to normal political speech. Let them give a donation to those who would want to support this. But what they're doing is that they're giving money that's anonymous, that is unverified, that can come from foreign sources to get to politics through the back door as opposed through the front. And Mr. Speaker, who are the people who are collecting this money and distributing it before it was shut down? Licht, Deichter, Bowder, King? These are the people who we want to have access to this funding that people in good faith gave because they wanted to talk about vaccine mandates, but it's used for purposes completely different? There needs to be some transparency on it. And if the honourable member had listened to me carefully, he would have heard me say that this is a great measure temporarily right now, and that we should pass a law to deal with this going forward.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you to my colleague for his speech. There are nuances, indeed. My question: there are still truckers in the street, not very many. Will the measures that will be applied, that is freezing bank accounts, seizing trucks, will these measures truly have an impact on the truckers? These are truckers from Canada. They're Canadian truckers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, thank you to my colleague for his question. I can once again say yes. Why? Because we've clearly seen yesterday on the news that truckers were blockading once again here in Ottawa. One trucker said, "I have to leave. I received a message from my bank. If I don't leave now, my goods will be seized, and I am leaving now." So it did work. The measure did work. That will prevent blockades elsewhere. We heard the Ottawa Police, the Windsor Police say, with these measures, we now have the capacity to act.
I know, I always get this one wrong. North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention today, and I hope that all of us are standing in this House taking on the serious responsibility of the decisions that we're making here. And I know that the member opposite and I have had conversations about both of us being parents to children from the BIPOC community, and how worrisome it is in this planet, in this world that we live, that when we send them out the door, just because of who they are, we don't know that they are always safe. So as we talk about implementing this act, I'm just wondering if the member could talk about how we will make sure that we are accountable for every step and be rigorous so that we protect all people in this country.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, and a short answer.
give a very short answer to the very good question from the member from North Powell, Island River. Mr. Speaker, I must have gotten it wrong. I did. I'm so sorry. But Mr. Speaker, very quickly, the thing that I really like about this piece of legislation, I'd like to congratulate Brian Mulroney and his government for having introduced it, is that the Charter of Rights apply to it in all times. It's time limited. It's fixed for a certain amount of time. And as Parliament, we have to come together to talk about it. And so, Mr. Speaker, I have every confidence that it's targeted, it's appropriate, and especially it's time limited.
Freeze debat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Thank you, Speaker. We find ourselves here this morning discussing another attempt by this Liberal government to make a mad grab at power, a gross overreach. And we've seen it before, and we know that the NDP Liberal Alliance have started their heckles because they want to silence me, just like they want to silence people that they don't agree with. We know that at the very beginning of this pandemic, that the first thing that the Liberal government attempted to do was to make a mad grab at power. They wanted the ability to spend unlimited amounts of money and to raise taxes, tax Canadians as they see fit, without parliamentary oversight for nearly 2 years. Her Majesty's loyal opposition was awake at that late hour, and we stepped up and we stopped that overreach. And here we are at an early hour on a Saturday morning in an extraordinary sitting of this place, while the government looks to use extraordinary processes to attack people that they disagree with. We heard from the Justice Minister. He said it on TV for all to hear, that if you have political views that he disagrees with, they're coming for your bank account.
Shame. Shame.
And what?
It's dangerous.
And if you agree with the Justice Minister, you have the same distaste for the same politicians, maybe this time you're not worried. But what about the precedent that it sets when a future government, who has a different political view than you, goes after the bank accounts of their enemies or people that they disagree with? We in this place have a responsibility to safeguard the rights of all Canadians. We've heard a lot of talk about the impact in downtown Ottawa, and so I want to start with that very quickly. The residents of downtown Ottawa have seen protests and celebrations in their neighborhoods for years. It's really a feature, normally, of living at the heart of Canada's democracy. It has for them been of late anything but. Many of them are now represented in a class action lawsuit against the protesters. So I'd like to, for the House, share what their lawyer, a fixture in the human rights legal community, has to say about the government's invocation of the Act. Quote, "This seriously infringes on the charter rights of Canadians." End quote. That's the lawyer representing the folks downtown in Ottawa here. He said, and I quote again, "I'm acutely aware of the trauma experienced by Ottawa residents. I fully agree that the Emergencies Act is a dangerous tool that is not required." End quote. So who better to pronounce on the urgency of the situation in downtown Ottawa than the lawyer who's representing, the human rights lawyer representing the downtown Ottawa residents? But let's talk about the other remedies that have been used to address people as part of this movement. We saw at the Ambassador Bridge, the Windsor border crossing, police of jurisdiction resolve the blockade of our international border. They did it over a 2-day period without the use of the Emergencies Act. We saw in Coutts, Alberta, the same result with the existing resources and the existing laws. And the police of local jurisdiction there, through police intelligence, identified that there were weapons and ammunition at a nearby site. They effectively interdicted it without a shot being fired, using the local laws and the local resources. Not an emergency. So we had the greatest public health crisis in more than a century that this government presided over, an economic downturn, the worst in a century that this government presided over. They deemed neither emergencies. We have an opioid crisis where people are dying on our streets every day. The government doesn't declare that an emergency. They're not taking extraordinary steps to deal with that. But it goes back to that power grab, and it goes back to a pattern that we've seen with this Prime Minister. And every time he finds someone that he disagrees with, and this is no exception, he dismisses them, he degrades them, and he dehumanizes them. Millions of Canadians, because they disagree with them. He said they hold unacceptable views, and they take up space. He said they're mostly misogynists and racists. The majority of Canadians, millions of these same Canadians, have said that any signs or expressions of hate or intolerance are unacceptable, and they condemn them, and I condemn them. Anyone who commits an illegal act is individually accountable for that. But we have laws to address that. And the laws, the charges that are being laid in Ottawa are for mischief, conspiracy to commit. We don't require an emergency act to deal with these things. We have a public order operation taking place on the streets of Ottawa. It is not a national emergency. But it sure was a great opportunity for this Prime Minister to do those things that he does best, to divide Canadians. That's not the job of a Prime Minister. And it's a shame that he finds common cause amongst the government benches and with the third party in this House. History will not be kind to those who approve of this illiberal power grab. That's not who we are as Canadians. Many of the folks who are protesting at different places across Canada, who are raising their voice, they're tired. We're all tired of COVID. They wanted a plan. They wanted to know how far until we get to that off-ramp. Because many of them, and I've met them, and I've spoken to them in front of this place, they're vaccinated. Some of them aren't. They just want to know when it's going to be over. We gave the government an opportunity to present a plan. We asked for it a year ago. We did it again in the last week. The government refused to provide a plan. Meanwhile, those that are following the science presented by people like Dr. Moore in Ontario, have signaled when COVID measures will end in the jurisdictions that they're responsible for. Before these folks arrived in Ottawa or at those other locations in Canada, Dr. Tam, representing the Public Health Agency of Canada, said they needed a new plan. But we haven't heard that from this government, because it's a great opportunity to pit neighbor against neighbor, family member against family member. An opportunity this Prime Minister never misses. Speaker, we're wide awake this morning. We've seen what this government has tried to do, and we're here to say that it's not acceptable. It's not our Canada. And folks who want to protest, they absolutely have the right to do that. Folks that want to use their right to freedom of expression, they absolutely have a right to do that. And there's a place for that on the lawn of Parliament Hill. And the folks that are moved through the public order measures out front or have moved on days ago after visiting the seat of our democracy, they need to come to the appropriate places to protest, the lawns of their city halls and provincial legislatures and on the lawn of Parliament Hill, and exercise their rights balanced with the responsibility of doing so in a lawful way. And that's what Canadians do. They don't try to effect extraordinary measures that subvert the regular rule of law and the charter rights that Canadians hold sacred. This Prime Minister knows better. His ministers know better. The backbenches know better. Let's find out when we vote on this if they're prepared to tell Canadians that this really is a country that respects the rule of law, a liberal democracy. Let's find out what Canada really stands for. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Opposite, with whom I served on the Ethics Committee, talking about a liberal democracy. Mr. Speaker, there are different tactics that can be used to discredit one's adversary. There's discrediting someone with a constant barrage of insults and slurs. There's distraction or deflection or whataboutism. And all of these are used to divide people. I'd like to ask the honourable member, which tactic is he using today?
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I talk about a liberal democracy because the government of this country is represented by the illiberal party of Canada, it would appear. And the tactic that I'm using today is reminding this government of the foundations of our democracy, and that's the rights of Canadians. And when citizens are afraid of their government, and that's the goal that the government seeks, they've got it backwards. The government should be afraid of its citizens because our citizens hold the power. That's the keys to freedom.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The
honourable member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Leeds, Grenville, Rideau Island, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes. I have a very simple question for him. Why did the Quebec government, the Legault government, succeed in 2 days without invoking any type of Emergencies Act? How did it succeed in fixing a similar situation? Thank you.
Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the question very much from the member opposite. And the Premier of Quebec was able to affect that result the same way that in Toronto they were able to affect the same result as they had in Montreal or in Quebec City. That's by using the existing laws of the local jurisdiction, using their existing resources, which is exactly what could be done here in Ottawa. It's what was done in Windsor. It's what was done in Coutts. It's what's being done elsewhere. What we're seeing is this government try and confuse Canadians, conflate a couple of issues so that they can make a unjust grab at power.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I really hope we're going to get out of this is a full inquiry to see the complete breakdown of law in Ottawa that allowed this thing to metastasize. The fact that dark money was used from American and from the Cayman Islands. These issues have to be fully investigated. But I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, because I know the interim leader of the opposition thought this was a real opportunity to let this thing drag on, and said day after day to go out and meet and talk with the leaders. Chris Barber, a vicious racist who likes truckers as long as they're white. Tamara Leash, a woman who wants to break up our country. I know some of the Conservatives don't have a problem with that. Pat King, a man who talks openly about shooting the Prime Minister of the country, and I've never, ever heard a single Conservative stand up and say that those views are fundamentally wrong. There's a problem in our nation when we decide that it's okay to burn down the house of democracy, to watch the Prime Minister jump out the window, to support people who talk about killing a Prime Minister. I want to hear him condemn that language.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
I condemn it. I also condemn the member opposite's party supporting this grab at power, propping up their coalition partners in the Liberal Party. I'm not sure what rationale was given behind closed doors, because we haven't heard the rationale. And we've laid out very clearly that the laws of local jurisdiction are effective enough. But instead, this government looks to settle scores with its political foes using an unprecedented power grab, and it's unacceptable.
Questions and comments, question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Sandwich Grove, Gulf Islands.
I feel the Honourable Member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes may, in rewatching his remarks there, regret any sense of equivalency between condemning people calling for the killing of our Prime Minister and the decision made by the NDP to vote in favour of the declaration. But my question was this. The Honourable Member said that the declaration would allow the freezing of bank accounts, I think I got this right, from people the government doesn't agree with. And I'm not sure I'm going to vote on this. I really want to see clarity around what are the thresholds for the government interfering in the bank accounts of anyone. I want to see that clarity. But I don't think it's right to mislead Canadians into thinking, Mr. Speaker, that this law will allow a threshold of people you don't like, people you disagree with, and then you go freeze their bank accounts. Perhaps the member would like to clarify.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, 30 seconds.
For the member opposite, a question from Evan Solomon, host of CTV's Power Play. Quote, a lot of folks said, I just don't like your vaccine mandates and I donated to this. Now it's illegal. Should I be worried that the bank can freeze my account? Minister of Justice and Attorney General, quote, if you're a member of a pro-Trump movement who is donating hundreds of thousands of dollars and millions of dollars to this kind of thing, you ought to be worried, end quote. So, if you support Donald Trump, the government's coming after you. That's unacceptable in a liberal democracy.
Here, here. All right, we were doing really well, so I know we're getting questions in, so everybody's having an opportunity to ask questions. I almost got to the party once again. We're almost getting to the second round, so this is doing really, really well. So let's keep it up. Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's discomforting to stand before you today. It's a sad and dark time for our country. Unfortunately, this does not overstate current events. I've watched with concern the lawlessness paralyzing Ottawa and key border crossings in Ontario and other provinces. Never before has the Emergency Act been invoked. It has sat on the shelf during some quite challenging moments in our country. Viewed as a last resort, this act gives the federal government enhanced powers in times of crisis. Its justification and intricacies of procedures are being worked through this House for the first time. There is no precedent. Instead, we are making precedent. The arguments we make and the evidence we evaluate and the tone we take will be judged by future generations. Everyone has the right to peacefully protest any government policies. This is a fundamental freedom in a democracy. It protects the rights of individuals to express their views, even when those views are not shared by everyone. While these protests are a fundamental part of democracy, so too is the rule of law. We cannot allow prolonged blockades or barriers that paralyze trade corridors, pipelines, railways, supply routes, ports, or urban cores at any time. We are not at liberty to decide which laws should apply in some situations, but not others. In a rule of law country, consistency matters. It's the foundation upon which legal precedent is built. People who join protests to encourage violence or the overthrow of government undermine democracy, but let's be very clear. Not everyone who has participated in these protests is looking to overthrow the government. Many are looking just to be heard, peacefully. To them, I say, we hear you. I hear you. Somewhere along the way, though, we entered a state of lawlessness. But the answer to lawlessness can't be more lawlessness. The government is asking us to suspend certain laws to deal with those breaking others. We're being asked to undermine democratic principles to address some who wish to see democracy itself undermined. The threshold for invoking the act is supposed to be high, and quite rightly so. A temporary law that will give the government awesome and extraordinary powers. Powers to freeze assets with no recourse, to compel citizens to act contrary to their own interests in favor of the states. In this House, just days ago, the Prime Minister presented a timeline. He held a cabinet meeting on Sunday, a caucus meeting on Monday, followed by a meeting with premiers, and finally a press conference Monday afternoon. Why did it take days later for the Prime Minister to address this House? And what evidence has he presented? It's difficult to determine whether the government is justified without adequate information. There were no briefings, no secret intelligence has been shared. Whether it's incompetence or malfeasance is truly regrettable. Why was the committee not struck immediately? Is there evidence pointing to significantly compromised public safety or impending danger? Should that not have been made immediately available to members, or at least a subset representing all parties? If we wanted to take the politics out of this, information would have been made immediately available. Otherwise, a conclusion might be that this is politics. Why do ministers of the Crown opt first to give details to media before this House? Ministers have held press conferences and conducted interviews implying terrorists are at the steps of Parliament, but have offered this House no evidence. Is it then surprising that Canadians are losing faith in our public institutions? Perhaps it's because the Prime Minister and this government have shown this House and institution little respect. After all, at the beginning of the pandemic, this government proposed giving itself unlimited spending powers for almost 2 years without the oversight of Parliament. The same government prorogued Parliament to frustrate a committee investigation. And to this day, we have still not seen the Winnipeg lab documents that members of this House have asked the government to provide. So you can forgive me for being skeptical that this move is justified without seeing the evidence. We must not understate the impact of the ability for individuals to have their bank accounts frozen. This will not just be a 30-day impact. It could affect their ability to receive financial services for 30 years or more. Individuals whose relationship with the state has already been strained, if not completely severed, will be further ostracized from broader society. This power must be used sparingly, if at all, and the government has provided very little detail on how it intends to use this power. For example, what's the process through which individuals will be identified? Will these powers be confined to protest organizers, or will it apply to anyone who has shown up to Parliament Hill or donated to the cause, no matter how large or small the amount? What recourse, if any, do individuals have against financial institutions if these powers have been mistakenly or unevenly applied? These powers are not merely incidental. They should not be dismissed, downplayed, or underestimated. I approach every decision with an open mind, but the consequences for individuals are too great, and the precedent this sets too monumental to wave away legitimate questions or concerns. We are setting a dangerous precedent. We should be very careful before we use the awesome power of the state. That this moment is the seminal moment upon which we would decide to invoke a never-before-used act seems disproportional, when there are other actions the government could have taken. Exactly. We should be very careful about normalizing the use of a blunt tool in circumstances like these. And if we must consider using the Emergencies Act every time there's a protest that lasts over a certain period of time, we have much bigger problems. In many ways, that the government has resorted to invoke this act is an indictment of its overall handling of the situation. I'm therefore left with no reason but to impress upon my colleagues that the threshold has not been met. And as a matter of law, if I am wrong, and that the threshold has been seen to be met by a court, that this government is not justified in the use of the act. While the Emergencies Act is the question before this House today, we should reflect on what has led us here and the lessons we may draw for the future. The hallmark of any democracy is the ability to have reasonable debates with each other about how society functions. But somewhere along the way, we've lost the ability to listen to each other or to consider the perspective of our neighbors. We are too quick to call something black or white, too quick to demand each other pick a side, pro or against, right or left. We leave little room for nuance or reflection or compromise anymore. It should be okay to disagree. I'm sympathetic to those who are frustrated with the pandemic and the government's response. Many of us are frustrated with overly punitive travel restrictions, redundant and confusing testing requirements, worried about losing livelihoods for making a medical decision. We have seen rules that seem more often grounded in politics than of science. This has left deep divisions in society that will take some time to heal. This has been a long 2 years, and there are no clean hands in this battle of rhetoric. It is therefore up to all of us to be part of the solution. I'm left to consider whether I could have been quicker to call out abhorrent behavior, or how could I have shown greater empathy to my neighbors. And what can I do now to be a positive actor in and outside of this House? But, Mr. Speaker, the tone must start from the top. The Prime Minister must be hopeful because Canadians need to see a hopeful way ahead. Continued hyper-politicization will only make the situation worse. It is not leadership when a Prime Minister discounts and dismisses the views of millions of Canadians with whom he disagrees. It stigmatizes, sows division, it escalates. We must show empathy over judgment, promote dialogue over silence, prefer persuasion over coercion. We must be looking for opportunities to de-escalate. We need to bring people closer instead of pushing them further away. Great leaders possess the capability of self-reflection. We must acknowledge the possibility that people descended on our nation's capital or crowded overpasses across the country in part because of their frustration with being demeaned and marginalized for political gain. It suggests that self-reflection is required. In 2013, the Prime Minister, as Leader of the Opposition, said, "The role of a Prime Minister is to build a stronger country, not make it easier to break apart." That this is a time for leadership. This is the Prime Minister I would like to see show up for work. Canadians are depending on him. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Speaker, and I want to congratulate my colleague on the tone of his comments today. And I would think it would be a much better reflection of all of us is if we all continued to seek out the things that we can agree on and try and solve some of these problems at the end of the day, not make them worse. Canadians are watching this debate, but I have to say, with all of what I heard my colleagues say, yesterday I watched it, as many of us did, and I heard Interim Chief Steve Bell and other former police chiefs and RCMP leaders say clearly they could not have done what they did yesterday, which is only part of resolving this issue, without this Emergency Measures Act. Did he not hear those same things that I heard yesterday? And does he not agree that this is an important piece of legislation for all of us to support and move forward?
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. I listened to the same press conference yesterday, and what I heard was the Chief of Police say that it was helpful to have the Emergency Measures Act. And I know that we like to debate semantics a lot in this House, and I'm sure we will for the rest of today and into tomorrow. But something being helpful to helping you accomplish something is different than something being absolutely necessary to use. And so I think that's a significant difference that we will get to the bottom of this. I'm sure there'll be an inquiry. I'm sure there'll be lots of time to play armchair quarterback. But that's what I heard in the Chief of Police response yesterday. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would sincerely like to thank my colleague from Simcoe North. I think that is the most constructive speech that we have heard and will hear in this debate. It's very calming. It gives me trust in the future. So sincerely, I would really like to commend him. And I'd like to hear what he has to say further on the fundamental matter of our democracy and the message that we're sending to Canadians. I'd like to hear what he has to say on what message needs to be heard by Canadians. Are we in a context where the government is using media for political purposes?
Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable member for the question. And I look forward to the day where I may stand in this House and respond in the language of French, and the member's first language. I hope to do that by the time I leave this place. It's very important for all Canadians to recognize that we've become very polarized in media, and my honourable colleague brought up the media. We can choose which views we'd like to insulate ourselves with, but I think what's important is for all of us to keep an open mind At the end of the day, the question is whether the government is justified to using and bringing down the awesome power of the state when perhaps it is possible to have used other means. We saw other resolutions of border crossings being blocked without the use of the Emergencies Act. And I think the question we must ask ourselves is it proportional? Is the punishment proportional? Thank you.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am good friends, as are many members of Parliament, of Bruce Stanton, who is an exceptional member of Parliament from Simcoe North. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say through you to the speech today that we heard from the member from Simcoe North was at the same level, the kind of high level of parliamentarianship that we've expected from Simcoe North, and I'm happy to say continues. He would acknowledge, I think, that the people of Ottawa have suffered enormously through this occupation. That we have seen thousands of jobs eliminated, small businesses closed, permanent injury to residents of downtown Ottawa. The pollution and the noise and the intimidation has been unbelievable. And so given that, there is an importance for parliamentarians to respond to that. As he said, we have to ensure that our neighbours are being taken care of. Now, in the Emergencies Act, there have been a couple of proclamations. And as another one of our colleagues mentioned, the police have said that the measures that were put into place through those two regulations sets have made a real difference in terms of not having additional people coming to the Hill. And so far, we've escaped serious injury. Would he agree with me that the fact that thousands of people were unable to join the call that the convoy leaders made to join them on Parliament Hill this weekend has potentially saved lives and certainly saved people from...
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North, the short answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the question and mentioning the great work of the former member from Simcoe North, Bruce Stanton, whom I hold in great respect. Again, I think it comes down to proportionality. We saw court injunctions used quite effectively. A young woman went to court, received an injunction to get the horns to stop, and that day the horns stopped for a significant period of time. So the question should be whether the act is necessary and was absolutely the last resort of things they could do. For that, I think I'll wait to see the answers. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Immigration and Refugees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to be splitting my time with the Honourable Member for Egmont.
It is with sadness that I rise in this House this morning because of the circumstances outside of our Parliament, but with the privilege to bring the voice of our community of Orléans, a community that has sent me once again to the House of Commons in 2021 with a clear understanding of the importance of the public health measures. We are here today to debate the motion regarding the invocation of the Emergencies Act. This law, the Emergencies Act, was iterated and passed in 1988, bringing in new parliamentary oversight and a requirement for the Charter of Rights and Freedom compliance. And we have invoked it on February 14. We need to put this in perspective as a society with the values we all share, particularly democracy and the rule of law. From a New Orleans perspective, Mr. Speaker, many people have called in the last 22 days. Avec une fatigue générale.
With generalized fatigue after 2 years of pandemic, an incredible vaccination rate, a huge level of stress on families and businesses has started to go down because there's hope. There's hope that we might return to some normality. And that hope, we were feeling it. It was right at our doors.
A convoy of trucks decided to overstay their welcome in our national capital. We are now Saturday and day 23. People, neighbors, family members, residents when I do my groceries at our local stores, have shared their thoughts with me, and they wanted us to do something. After working hard with our municipal partner and after the City of Ottawa declared a state of emergency on January 6th, the province of Ontario followed in declaring a state of emergency as well. This was on February 11th, Mr. Speaker. We need to understand that our downtown businesses and its residents have endured for the past 23 days. I was a former business owner in Orléans before politics. As excited as it is to own your business, to be an entrepreneur, it's hard work. We have payments to do, a payroll to look after, employees to manage, rent to pay. Business owners in Orléans and in Ottawa are our neighbors, our friends. They are people we got to know, people we have developed a friendship, a relationship with, and it has been hard for them since the beginning of the pandemic. My heart goes out to the people that live and reside in Ottawa downtown, to the businesses that they were expected to open on January 31st. They were looking ahead to happiest day. They were looking to do what they love to do. They were hoping to open their businesses. They were hoping to be there for their employees. And we, I have to say, we were hoping to support them. I have to say it again, Mr. Speaker, small businesses are at the heart of our economy. I do speak monthly with my local BIA, the Arts of Orleans BIA, and we know our businesses needed our government since the beginning of this pandemic, and we did. We brought several measures to support them. But, and I repeat, January 31st was a new beginning for our businesses. It was supposed to be a good day for them since the provincial progressive conservative government here in Ontario was loosening public health measures. Unfortunately, it was not for our downtown businesses. We've worked so hard for the past 2 years. We have joined forces among each other for the better good of our community, our provinces, of our country. We've listened to the experts. We did what had to be done to see our loved ones, to protect our seniors.
So that we could finally hope for a return to some normalcy. But it wasn't for everyone. It was a very different situation for the residents of the downtown area and for the downtown merchants. They did not have that opportunity.
Because they had to suffer from this illegal blockade. And this is not acceptable.
It's difficult for me to express how I feel about this illegal blockade. For 23 days now, we haven't been able to enjoy the beauty of our capital, to circulate freely in the streets, to meet up with our friends, to go into our workplaces. And what can we say about the impact of this illegal blockade on the quality of life of the residents, on the health of our students, and on people with disabilities, on our social peace, on our mental health, on our environment? That's why we are here now this morning. This is why the government has invoked the Emergency Measures Act. We need to end this nightmare.
Now at a point where the government felt the need to invoke the Emergencies Act to supplement provincial and municipal capacity to address this illegal blockades. And I want to reinforce that the emergency declaration is for a maximum period of 30 days. These measures are targeted, temporary, and proportionate. We are invoking them only after exhausting all options. It will allow the RCMP to enforce municipal, provincial, and federal laws, allow the federal governments to mobilize essential services such as tow trucks, give new authorities to law enforcement to regulate crowds, prohibit blockades, and keep essential infrastructure open and provide enhanced power to stop the flow of money supporting the blockade. And that's important for the people who are listening here in Orleans to understand. Let me be clear, je vais être très clair.
Let me be clear.
What these measures will not do, it will not invoke the military. It will not limit our freedom. It will not limit a peaceful assembly. and it will not suspend fundamental rights. Vous savez, Monsieur...
You know, Mr. Speaker, and to conclude my speech,
sometimes when we talk about Ottawa among friends and family, we make comparisons with other capital or city, and we sometimes describe Ottawa as a quiet, not too lively city. Well, I can absolutely assure you that today I stand in this house to say this. I am looking forward at enjoying once again my quiet city, my quiet downtown, where we can walk with our family, where we can enjoy time with your children visiting a museum, for example, where we can go to see our loved ones, or just to have a safe and simple walk in our neighborhood with our favorite pets. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened to my colleague's speech. I had a constituent that wanted me to ask a question about outside interference to our democracy. Klaus Schwab is the head of the World Economic Forum, and he bragged how his subversive WEF, World Economic Forum, has, quoted, infiltrated governments around the world. He said that his organization had penetrated more than half of Canada's cabinet. And I was wondering, in the interest of transparency, could the member please name which cabinet ministers are on board with the WEF's agenda? My concern is the deputy.
Order. I know he was. I know that the member was in a really good question there, but the audio is really bad, and the video is really bad as well. And I apologize. I don't know if the member. Okay, let's try again. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, that member is promoting open disinformation. That's not debate. We have to call out disinformation.
We'll get into debate again. The honourable member, questions and comments. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm just thank you to my honourable colleague for her speech. I'd like to ask her specifically, because you talked about how this piece of legislation does not take away freedom of speech or freedom of assembly, but we have gotten to a point here where people from all over the country felt they didn't have a voice. And we're at a point where we have pulled the biggest thing that the government can do to silence the voices of Canadians who are here to be heard. So I'd like to ask the honourable member, what are the first, second, and third things that this government did to avoid getting to the place where we're at now with this piece of legislation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration.
I thank the member opposite for her question. Actually, it's a very good question because it gives me the opportunity to share what the government has done since the very beginning. We've been in touch with our municipal partner, with our provincial partners. And when we talk about democracy, Mr. Speaker, I need to share a story to this House. Before entering federal politics, I was a provincial member of Parliament. At Queen's Park, every single Thursday, we had this Asian descent Canadian coming at Queen's Park, on the ground of Queen's Park, reciting all day long in a language that I didn't understand his thoughts about the world, the international world. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I was a proud Canadian to listen and to see that in other countries, people don't have a chance to do this. And what we've seen here is not a peaceful protest, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, inside the declaration there are two main elements and one in particular that deals with the economy. There have been cases. Yesterday, we know that there are some truckers whose bank accounts have been frozen and their loans on their trucks have been frozen. So now that that's done and the truckers are heading home, will these restrictions end, and when will they end? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And listen, as a parliamentarian, and I know as a government, we're not here to direct the operations, the police operations, and what the justice system is doing. So I will refer to those who are better qualified than I am in terms of the legal procedures that are in place and that have been happening for the last few days. And, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to note that the GoFundMe page was stopped. It's stopped funding the illegal blockades here in Ottawa because they saw that there were some who didn't have very good intentions.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
The ideologies associated with these extremists and the symbols we have seen waving through the blockade are dangerous. This has been well organized by leaders of the extremist groups. Arrests that started yesterday continue today. We still see the extremists rooted on Wellington Street. The leaders of the extremist group must be held accountable for their actions with the full extent of the law. Does the member for Orleans agree that these extremists have taken extraordinary measures to endanger our democracy and that we need to do our duty to ensure these ideologies do not spread further? The
Honourable Member for Orleans. I'd like to thank my colleague for that question, and it's a very sensible question. Since the very beginning, we have seen people who have been promoting hateful flags, who've led the discussion in a direction to say that the Prime Minister should be dead, should be killed. So I am indeed in favor of the fact that in Canada we need to address this circumstance. We need to deal with extremism.
Debate. Reprise du débat.
The Honourable Member for Egmont.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm with mixed emotion rising this morning to participate in the debate currently in the House. And Mr. Speaker, I say that because I've had many constituents of mine reach out to me about the troubling situation that was occurring here in their nation's capital. Mr. Speaker, they were concerned about what was happening to the people living here in Ottawa from a far distance of Prince Edward Island. But they were also concerned about the tone of the dialogue that was occurring around the situation. Mr. Speaker, those constituents asked me why government, plurally, was allowing this to occur, why government could not take action. And Mr. Speaker, in standing here today and listening to a lot of the debate, the discussion has been around protest. I have been in public life a long time. I have been the focus of many protests. There were protests. And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, you may have had a few as a provincial politician. But let's not gloss over what was happening here in the streets of Ottawa as a protest that all politicians and parliamentarians have faced over the years. People have the right to protest. They have the right to peaceful protest. And as I indicated, Mr. Speaker, I have been the focus of a number of them. And I fully respect the right of citizens to protest and to express their displeasure with the actions of government at any time. But we have to do it in a peaceful format. We have to do it with respect. But, Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. This, what we've witnessed here in Ottawa, was not a protest. Let's call it what it is. It's an unlawful occupation. It was meant to intimidate people, and it was meant to intimidate parliamentarians. Mr. Speaker, anybody that wants to take the time to educate themselves and familiarize themselves with the objectives of the leadership of this group should take pause for concern and reflection. And Mr. Speaker, that's what's been so disheartening about watching this over the last 3 weeks. What was disguised as a truckers' protest that was hijacked by individuals with ulterior motives, and they're available for anybody to see, Mr. Speaker, cannot be tolerated by any government or any parliamentarian. No individual, Mr. Speaker, or group of individuals have the right to so blatantly trample the rights of other individuals, as we have witnessed here in Ottawa over the past several weeks. Mr. Speaker, it's fundamental that government protect the rights of all individuals, and to participate in an unlawful occupation, chanting freedom, while at the same time having such a blatant disregard for the freedoms and the mental stability and well-being of your fellow citizen is just wrong. And when you look, Mr. Speaker, and see the interviews of people here in Ottawa, people with disabilities that have been traumatized, forced to stay in their own homes, that they can't get out, they're scared, then, Mr. Speaker, that is not peaceful protest that this country promotes and endorses. That, Mr. Speaker, is, as we've called it, an unlawful protest. And, Mr. Speaker, we cannot diminish the significance of the difference between the different protests that occurred across this country and those that were intent on overthrowing a government. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, and anybody that, again, wants to take the time to look at the objectives of what the organizers of this group were doing, who was supporting them, who was funding this group, then, Mr. Speaker, all parliamentarians should be concerned. But, Mr. Speaker, the government took the action required to bring this unlawful occupation under control. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge and commend the men and women serving in uniform that are ensuring the laws of this country are being upheld. And what we are witnessing is the removal of an unlawful occupation by a professional police force in a democratic country. Mr. Speaker, that's what's occurring in the streets of Ottawa today. A professional police force operating under the rule of law in a democratic country. That's why we elect parliament, that's why we elect government, to give the authorities the legal tools necessary to ensure no individual's rights are trampled on by a few championing that they're there to protect their freedoms. Mr. Speaker, this debate will go on for a number of days, and it's interesting to listen to the various perspectives. But I've been here as well for the last 3 weeks, and I've watched it. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I've witnessed some of the hate myself, because I was walking with my parliamentary assistant, who was told by a protester to go back to where you come from, because he's brown, to go back to where you come from, where you came from, in a very racist, very harassing tone. Mr. Speaker, my assistant has the same rights that I do, because he's Canadian. And we have to ensure that a parliament does not succumb to the hate that gets displayed by a few. And we cannot champion it, Mr. Speaker. Even by association, Mr. Speaker. We cannot allow it to be legitimized as being right, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, that's why I'm speaking today, because the people that I represent, the people of Egmont, is a community that embraces respect and supports one another. It's a population that is proud of Canada and supports the unity of this country. But, Mr. Speaker, something that did disturb me over the last several weeks is watching one party, and it was interesting, Mr. Speaker, where you had the combined failed leadership of the Conservative Party unite with the present interim leader of the Conservative Party, who united with the aspiring future leader of the Conservative Party, that by association was attempting to legitimize this unlawful protest, Mr. Speaker. That was disturbing. Again, the failed combined leadership of the Conservative Party with the present leadership and the aspiring future leadership, by association, was attempting to legitimize this unlawful process, this unlawful occupation. Mr. Speaker, I, as a parliamentarian, will always stand for the rule of law. I will always support legislation that protects the rights of individuals and does not allow any individual to claim their right to participate in an unlawful occupation while trampling over the rights of other individuals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Battleford, Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Speaker. You know, it's been interesting to follow this debate this morning so far and hear the justification that Liberal members have to support this unprecedented government overreach through the Emergencies Measures Act. And what's interesting is the assumption that the Liberal members in specific have of these protesters. It kind of falls in line with everything that the Prime Minister's accused them of, all being racist, misogynist, and it's really unfortunate. And we've also heard members recognize the fact that Canadians are tired from this pandemic. They're tired. They want to see a light to the end of the tunnel. So I guess my question that I have for the member opposite is, with the recognizing that Canadians are tired from this pandemic and mandates, why did he vote against our motion last week for the government to table a plan so that Canadians could see an end to the mandates and have hope?
The honourable member for Egmont.
Mr. Speaker, thanks for the question. I was very specific. I referenced the leadership of this unlawful protest, not the combined people that were on the street. And Mr. Speaker, why I voted against the motion by the Conservative Party is because I will not support motions that and maybe it's unparliamentary, that are hypocritical. Why I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker, is because the mandates that are put in place, the majority of them, are put in place for provincial governments. And Mr. Speaker, let me be clear on the record. I support the mandates and the measures taken by the government of Prince Edward Island under the leadership of Premier King. I did not have the benefit of the medical advice that he was given, but I assume he acted on that advice in the best interests of Islanders. And, Mr. Speaker, that's why it'll be in conjunction with provincial governments that these mandates will be eased.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech, which was more constructive than what we've heard some of his colleagues. We've been heard propaganda instead, but not from the honourable member from Elmer. My question is the same as that of my colleague. Do the people in government know the consequences that will occur for anyone whose bank account has been frozen? It seems as if the government does not know the consequences of the measures they are putting in place. Could you please tell me the consequences? And if you don't know, tell me before Monday evening. The Honourable Member for Egmont.
Thank the member for the question. As a parliamentarian, I will support all legislation that seeks out, terminates, and uncovers illicit funds that are coming in from foreign bank accounts to create turmoil in a democratic country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention. You know, since this has been brewing, I've heard nothing but divisive language used in this House, like poking the beast of extremists, leaders of this movement that have ties to white nationalist movement, as we witnessed with some of those that were arrested yesterday, who have hijacked movements for other purposes. But my question is, why did this government let this go on for so long? Why did this government allow it to get so out of control? So out of control that we see what's happening right now. And I'm wondering as well if my honourable colleague, with what we've witnessed with police hugging extremists in some cases, if he feels that it's necessary to do a public inquiry into policing in this country.
The Honourable Member for Egmont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The obvious answer is there's due process, and government must follow due process. You had the primary municipal police force was the municipality of the city of Ottawa with its municipal police force, then to the province of Ontario, then the government of Canada. Mr. Speaker, the government of Canada followed that process until the situation was addressed by the government of Ontario.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for Hamilton Centre. I'm always proud to stand in this House. I'm certainly not proud of where we are today as a nation, but I am proud to be here because when we are facing a crisis of this nature, it is incumbent of all of us to step up and address it so that people can live in safety and that the rule of law is maintained. I'd like to begin by saying, how did we get here? Canada, with its traditional solidarity, social solidarity, had among the lowest COVID deaths in the world. You know, just this past, when Omicron hit us, and it hit us like a baseball bat, I think it threw us all. It caused us a lot of, I think, psychic damage. And yet I saw in our region the people lining up for the boosters, the vaccines, the volunteers, the incredible social solidarity. How did that fall apart so quickly? At a time when the restaurants are reopening, at a time when children are back in school, at a time when my dear mother is planning with my daughter to go off to some warm climate, something I've never done. I'm not a warm climate guy, but they could go because our country is opening back up again. So we are coming through one of the hardest moments of this pandemic because of our social solidarity, and yet what we've seen is a total fracturing. I want to say that as a New Democrat, I am willing to agree to measures to make this city safe. But what I want from this, and what we want as New Democrats, is we want a full public inquiry. We want an inquiry into failure of the Ottawa Police, the police board, the actions of the mayor to keep people safe, because we should never have been put in this situation. We need an inquiry to understand how it was that the Ambassador Bridge, the vital link of our nation, could be shut because people are believing in vaccine conspiracy theories. Damage that was done to our economy that if you talk to anyone who's down in the auto sector, say this damage will be long term. There needs to be an inquiry. You know, and I want to say, and I bring this just prior to this, I met with 6 people from Attawapiskat First Nation who came to give a peace message to government, and security was on them in a second. And yet these guys out front were able to set up their bouncy castles, that they could block all the major intersections, and there was no effort to stop them. So we need an inquiry, and we need answers, and Canadians need answers. Because in January, Canada's Integrated Terrorism Assessment Centre said that there was quite, quote, likely extremists involved, and that there was, quote, a trigger point and opportunity for potential lone actor attacks to conduct a terrorist attack out of this convoy. That's not to say that the people standing on the bridges and that were part of that, but this was Canada's integrated terrorism response that they recognized there was a danger of lone actors. So then how was it that people who came in with the trucks were invited right up onto Parliament Hill and allowed to park? Where was that security failure, or was that collusion? Because I can tell you, there are trucks and there are vehicles out there who just showed up for a protest, who never thought that they would ever get down here, and yet they were put in a place outside the Prime Minister's office. That needs to be assessed. We know that Congress, the U.S. Congress, is demanding Facebook now explain the mass rise of fake overseas accounts that were promoting the convoy. Russian disinformation. You'll never hear that from the Conservatives. How is it that we can fail in our country on basic issues of security? Because we need to assess these things. And this is why we need an inquiry. Because people need to know. People need to know. Was this an overreach or not? We need to know how it was possible that so much money was being funneled through a right-wing account that was used in the January 6th attack, foreign money. I will say any day of the week as a Canadian, yeah, I will stand up and make sure that that dark money doesn't come into our country. And we need a law in place to make sure that accounts in the Cayman Islands are not directing political activities in the nation. That's not being partisan. That is our duty as politicians. Now, I know some of the Conservatives find that very upsetting, because to them, and this is, there's enough blame to go around. I blame this Prime Minister. I blame his failure to stand up and give a vision when we needed a vision. I blame Doug Ford, who was off snowmobiling and kept missing key security briefings. There is a lot of blame to go around, but I certainly blame the Conservatives, who seem to think that there's a political advantage in saying, let's promote extremists, like telling the Prime Minister of our country he should go out and meet with the leadership, a leadership that came to this capital with an MOU calling for the overthrow of a democratically elected government. How is it possible that we got to a point where it was considered okay to go out and meet with people who want to overthrow the government? Who were those people? The people that the interim leader said, we need to make this sustain and be a problem. Chris Barber, a vicious racist. Yeah, he likes truckers as long as they're white. Oh, that was one that, you know, the interim leader was saying we were stigmatizing. Pat King, who singled me out for having the temerity to speak as my right in the House. A man who talks about shooting the Prime Minister and shooting cops. Oh, there's another one that the interim leader thought our Prime Minister should go out and meet. Tamara Elish, a woman dedicated to breaking up our country. No, I will not negotiate with people like that. They belong in the Crowbar Hotel. We need the rule of law. I say, Mr. Speaker, that what I've seen over the last 3 weeks has been shameful. We should never have needed these tools. These tools should have been used by the City of Ottawa to do ticketing. They should have been used in a proper manner, as the City of Quebec did, as the City of Toronto did. But we're at a situation now where this has been allowed to metastasize. And if the occupiers took over Thunder Bay or Red Deer, absolutely, that is local and provincial jurisdiction. But this is the nation's capital. We cannot be made to look like a failed state to the world, that we cannot even manage to contain this. And when I look at the role that the police have played over the last few days, you know, I talked earlier about my frustration with the failure of Ottawa police, but what we saw yesterday was policing at its best in this country. I know police officers who've come down from the north. I know my friends on the Quebec side from the Sûreté de Québec who've been here. This is a terrible situation. This is a national embarrassment that we are here. But we have to have insurance that people can travel in this city. You know, that Buddy, because he's got a big truck, decides he's going to block a major intersection for 3 solid weeks, that man has more rights than someone at Metropolitan, the restaurant that's been shut down, or the young women that I know who've been harassed and insulted. Because, you know, they say it's all peaceful. Yeah, it's all peaceful if you're a white guy with an upside-down Canadian flag on your back. But if you're a resident of Centertown who was harassed in the grocery stores for wearing a mask and insulted and told to go back to where you came from, I've seen this. And, you know, again, I blame the Ottawa police for not doing their job when they were supposed to, and I blame the mayor. But it is our responsibility as legislators to say enough is enough is enough. I want that inquiry. I want to know why the committee hasn't been struck. I want answers. I want to know that these tools will never be used against legitimate protest. We have to have answers. I hold this government to account for that. I hold the provincial government. But as a legislator, I'm ready here to do my job, to say the rule of law and the right of people to be safe in their own city has to be a sacrosanct responsibility for all of us.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire au Premier ministre.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. First of all, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleague from Ontario for his excellent speech. I'd like to ask him a question, though. Is he ready, as I am, to have an inquiry that will go to the very bottom of this affair, to figure out what happened here? How did we miss out on knowing about this situation? How can we prevent it in the future?
Thank you. We need an inquiry, and it has to be an independent inquiry, because what we've seen in this Parliament is the inability for members to step up and put the nation first as opposed to local and their partisan interests. That independent inquiry has to have the power to compel witness testimony. And I would say we have never have any rules and connections at the civic level. But in Ottawa, yeah, I want to hear the failure at Ottawa City of what happened here. But I want to know about what the Americans are asking about foreign overseas accounts that were flooding Facebook in the lead up to this. We need to know where that came from. We need to know how the dark money was used. And we also need to be able to assess the claims that the government has made so that we are ensuring that there was not overreach, that the people who are charged were legitimately charged. There has to be oversight. I welcome the Civil Liberties Association saying they're taking this to court. We need oversight.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while I disagree with much of what the member has to say, he is absolutely right. It is a national embarrassment because we've seen newspapers across the world, journalists documenting what has gone on, and which is really a failure of local. It's a local policing issue that has gone out of control. But the debate on what we're here to debate on today, Mr. Speaker, is very simple. Does this House confirm that the declaration made by the government on the Emergencies Act, do we confirm in it? Now, I have concerns that the government has not justified it. In fact, this is supposed to be the nuclear option, Mr. Speaker, when a province is unable to carry out its duties, and policing is a provincial responsibility. Will this member be voting for the government, or will he be voting against it?
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, I think my honourable colleague, I think he mixed up his lead up to the question and then where he was going. The issue of oversight is fundamental. Has the government justified this? This committee is supposed to be struck. I want that committee to be struck. But we are in the middle now of a major police operation, which I think even the Conservatives, despite, I withdraw that comment because I know the Conservatives are pretending that this is Tiananmen Square. When what we've seen is that police are undertaking the rule of law with representation from all over our region.
Point of order from the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, the Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to, knowing that it's important that order is maintained in this place, that perhaps you invite the honourable member not to use inflammatory language and rhetoric that will create disorder, as he's attempting to do with a comparison between what's happening out here in Tiananmen Square.
Okay, thank you for that intervention. I think we should all try to work together on this to make sure that we do not inflame the situation more than we do have to. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Speaker, I know I'm deeply offending the member of the boo-hoo generation over there for talking about their own Twitter feed that is promoting this as Tiananmen Square, when what we are witnessing is a police action undertaken with the full sight of media, and the fact that we have the representation of police from across the regions.
Order. Maybe let's go on to the next question. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From what I understood from my colleague is that he supports the Emergencies Act because there's a national crisis. That's curious, because there are former members of the NDP who think the opposite. And I'm going to talk about an article in the National Post from February 18th. Two former members of the NDP, one of whom is Sven Robinson. He says that the NDP caucus in 1970 took a courageous position against the War Measures Act. Today's NDP, under the member from Burnaby South, is doing something shameful, and this is a dangerous precedent. And for Mr. Weir says that it is disappointing to see the federal NDP supporting the Emergencies Act, whereas there is not really a national emergency as should be provided for from this act. So my question for my colleague is, the NDP said that it might withdraw its support from the Emergencies Act. So what are the criteria that would make them do that? The honourable member for Timmins James Bay. Two things, Mr. Speaker. Number one, I would like to thank the National Assembly for their support to Ottawa residents, because the Sûreté du Québec was sent in, and I'm saying thank you to Mr. Legault.
All that long is he missed where the Brian Mulroney's government brought in the Emergencies Act, and New Democrats said, we are pleased that the ministers brought forward a proposal to replace the War Measures Act. We do not want to reopen old wounds. We want this bill, as amended, will complete the healing process. So yes, there is a complete difference between those acts.
Now, we did get a little off base on questions and answer here. We're going to try to keep up with our time. To make sure that all members have an opportunity to participate in the debate. Reprise du débat. Continuing debate. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I share the sober concerns of my colleagues in this House who understand the grave implications of this critical moment in Canadian history. A moment of crisis for Canadian democracy. I believe in democracy. I will defend rights and have spent my entire life doing so. But I want to ensure that our rights are defended by the rule of law, not by rhetoric or politics, and certainly not by decree of insurrectionist mob rule. Having been present at the opening proceedings of this debate, I listened intently to all parties. When I rose in the House for my member statement, I noted the need for us to begin this important work of restoring faith in our institutions and the need for a greater transparency and accountability given what's before us in this debate on the declaration of the Emergency Act. And perhaps, more importantly, what's yet to come. Because what has been made abundantly clear to all Canadians is just how fragile our democracy is, Mr. Speaker, and the work that will be required to fully restore it, regardless of this occupation's final outcome this week. I should state that I still hope that there will find continued nonviolence de-escalations of this situation, and I wish for no further escalations of violence. And while it may be too late, for those people who have taken these streets to pack up and leave so that we may return to the public health crisis at hand and continue to work in responding to the public health needs of Canadians suffering through COVID. And on top of that suffering, I want to acknowledge the disproportionate impact that this occupation has had on the local residents and workers, including our Parliament Hill staff and federal employees who have been subjected to complete lawlessness and 24/7 disruption in their lives. For 3 weeks, our nation and its capital have been seized under the threat of an ongoing and volatile occupation while the world looks on. I have heard directly from my residents in Hamilton Center a feeling of frustration and disappointment in all levels of government and a sense of deep failure by local police services to adequately maintain public safety and handle these illegal acts of insurrection that threaten our democracy and the rights of all Canadians across the country. Over the past 3 weeks, we have watched assaults, attempted arson, widespread harassment at homes, workplaces, and schools, promotion of hate, and other concerning behaviors, such as convoy members giving themselves false power to detain people. It concerns me that rather than denounce these actions and find ways to help Canadians who don't feel safe in their homes, some in this House have found it politically useful to encourage and embolden these actions that run counter to our democracy. On February 14th, 2022, the RCMP arrested 11 people who have been charged with conspiracy to commit murder after finding the following in 3 trailers: 14 firearms, sets of body armor, a machete, a large quantity of ammunitions, including high-capacity magazines. I should share my concern that I feel this government, in specifying the emergency, placed an overemphasis on the economic disruptions posed by the blockades, including the adverse effects on businesses and supply chains, without adequately referencing the threat of extremist white supremacy and the reported potential for violence. That despite reports from the intelligence assessments prepared by Canada's Integrated Terrorism Assessment Centre that warned in late January that it was likely that extremists were involved, and said that the scale of the protests could yet pose a trigger point, an opportunity for potential lone actor attacks to conduct a terrorist attack. That I had to read about the seriousness of national security via the Guardian News, while ITAC reported that supporters of the convoy have advocated civil war. They've called for violence against the Prime Minister and said that the protests should be used as Canada's January 6th in reference to the storming of the U.S. Capitol. Mr. Speaker, if this government knew, as reported, the intelligence agencies had been briefing the Canadian government as far back as late December on the possible threat posed by the convoy, why was this clear and present threat not better articulated in their proclamation? It is my assertion that the overemphasis on blockades and the economy and the threat to capital is a failure of this government's proclamation of the public order emergency and continues to undermine the public's ability to fully grasp what's at stake here. It also speaks to just how differently communities experience the impact of these threats. For those who do not feel an existential threat of white supremacy, their top priority is and remains the economy and the flow of capital, where those of us who do recognize and experience the real threat of violence posed by white supremacist extremists, it is the threat of their stated intentions of the occupiers to overthrow our elected government and replace it with an ethno-nationalist junta. Mr. Speaker, I'm from a city where when someone tells me that they want to drop a bullet in my head, I am compelled to take them seriously. So I appreciate the solemn reflections earlier today from the Honourable Member of Hall-Armor, and yet I want to reiterate that it will be critical over the course of this debate for the government to continue to clearly expand upon what I have outlined and what may go beyond what is publicly made available. For example, I call on the government to come clean with Canadians and clearly state the threats to security that many of us do see from Section 2 of the CSIS Act, which exempts protests and dissent, but with a special emphasis on subsection D, which outlines activities directed towards undermining by covert unlawful acts and directed towards and intended ultimately to lead to the destruction or overthrow of violence of the constitutionally established system of government in Canada. Unpacking these important distinctions will be crucial for the public's ability to determine the proportionality of using Part 2 of the Act and safeguarding against government overreach, as we've seen come time and time again against sovereign Indigenous land defenders, racial and climate justice activists, and workers, with the very legitimate concerns of the precedent set here, could lower the bar for future use against legitimate protest and dissent. I restate again that this is no time for talking point spin or partisan attacks. Canadians deserve honest answers and accurate information and clear reasoning. How is it that we've gotten to this point? That this declaration of public order emergency, and indeed the entire debate, ought to be properly centered on public safety and not merely a defense of critical capital. We have witnessed the juxtapositioning of brutal and excessive responses of legitimate protests as experienced for generations of Indigenous peoples of these lands and is ongoing in unceded, unsurrendered Wet'suwet'en territory. the use of Canadian military to surveil Black Lives Matter protests as recently as 2022, and the vicious response to climate justice activists at Fairy Creek, the violent crackdown on police services against houseless residents and encampment support activists at Trinity Bellwoods in Toronto, and J.C. Beamer right here in my riding at Hamilton Centre. Many whom in this very moment fear that extended powers of this state's monopoly on violence will only serve to further target their causes. So from the place of this deep concern, I wish to put on the record a question to the government side, if they will clearly state whether the rights afforded by the charter of the supreme law of this land remain whole, or if the government in their declaration are attempting to surreptitiously rescue any potential abuses of authority through Section 1 of the charter. I believe that this is an incredibly important point of law and necessary to understand the scale and scope of powers granted under the provisions of the proclamation, along with its future potential use. In my opening remarks, I spoke about the need to restore faith in our public institutions, perhaps none more compromised than the police, who have time and time again been recorded in compromised exchanges with the occupiers and witnessed in some instances actively collaborating, logistically aiding and abetting the occupation the entire time. Canadians cannot maintain faith in our nation's safety and security institutions when faced with this early and ongoing de facto dereliction of duty by the local police, whose weaponized incompetence and refusal to uphold the law in our nation's capital helped to ultimately bring us to this place. The reports of retired active duty national intelligence, military members, including Joint Task Force 2 members, RCMP, including former members of the Prime Minister's security detail, further demonstrate the need for a national commission on policing. The last Royal Commission on Policing was 1962. This is why on Thursday, I asked the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness if he would commit to establishing a national commission on policing that would review the role in this national crisis, as well as the duties generally assigned to the police and their corresponding budgets. And if the minister would commit to a secretariat or some other office to report on the radicalization and use of public resources and security forces for undemocratic ends. Today is an extraordinary moment in Canadian history, but there comes a time when democracy is truly tested. The question that remains, and the one that we will inevitably be forced to answer, is how as a nation we can pull through this crisis, hold those responsible accountable, and improve upon or abolish the failed systems and principles that forced us into this crisis in the first place. Thank you.
And when you're a trading nation, your most critical infrastructure are your border points. And we saw what happened at the Ambassador Bridge. We saw what happened in Manitoba. We saw what happened in Coutts, Alberta. However, what many people don't realize is there were 12 additional protests that directly impacted port of entry operations. And in 2 cases, the protesters breached the CBSA plaza, resulting in CBSA officers locking down the office to prevent additional protesters from gaining entry. Now,
Canadians cannot maintain faith in our nation's safety and security institutions when faced with this early and ongoing de facto dereliction of duty by the local police, whose weaponized incompetence and refusal to uphold the law in our nation's capital helped to ultimately bring us to this place. The reports of retired active duty national intelligence, military members, including Joint Task Force 2 members, RCMP, including former members of the Prime Minister's security detail, further demonstrate the need for a national commission on policing. The last Royal Commission on Policing was 1962. This is why on Thursday, I asked the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness if he would commit to establishing a national commission on policing that would review the role in this national crisis, as well as the duties generally assigned to the police and their corresponding budgets. And if the minister would commit to a secretariat or some other office to report on the radicalization and use of public resources and security forces for undemocratic ends. Today is an extraordinary moment in Canadian history, but there comes a time when democracy is truly tested. The question that remains, and the one that we will inevitably be forced to answer, is how as a nation we can pull through this crisis, hold those responsible accountable, and improve upon or abolish the failed systems and principles that forced us into this crisis in the first place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member. I should have looked at this already. The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
To my honourable member, when one wants to undermine the security of a country, of a nation, one targets its critical infrastructure. And when you're a trading nation, your most critical infrastructure are your border points. And we saw what happened at the Ambassador Bridge. We saw what happened in Manitoba. We saw what happened in Coutts, Alberta. However, what many people don't realize is there were 12 additional protests that directly impacted port of entry operations. And in 2 cases, the protesters breached the CBSA plaza, resulting in CBSA officers locking down the office to prevent additional protesters from gaining entry. Now, with those actions, at those 12 points of entry, at the Ambassador Bridge, etc., do they not constitute a threat to the sovereignty and economic security of Canada?
The honourable member of Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, they most certainly do, but I should reflect that as a sovereign nation, your first concern ought to be the safety and security of your citizens, and that the threat to overthrow the government with an ethno-nationalist junta has been undermined and has been underestimated in this country for decades. Intelligence experts continue to identify white supremacist and ethno-nationalist supremacy in this country as being the #1 threat to domestic terrorism. Now is the time that we take this seriously. Now is the time that we look at the ways in which this movement has been infiltrated by national security experts at the highest organizing levels. The general public deserves answers. We need to identify the true risks contained within this movement and speak openly and honestly about them.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think all members can agree that words matter and actions matter. And I'd like to get the honourable member's opinion on recently the Justice Minister's appearance on national television. And when he mentioned about the economic measures to be put in place, he mentioned if you are part of a pro-Trump organization, you should be worried about your assets being frozen. Because of those words, I had calls from constituents, particularly from seniors. They're vaccinated, but they made a $70 donation to this cause. Are their bank accounts going to be frozen? I'd just like to get the members' comments on that and the government's actions on this.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I welcome it. And as was identified in my remarks, I put on the record a question to the government side and demand that they clearly state whether the rights afforded by the Charter as a supreme law of this land remain whole, as is indicated in the preamble of the Declaration, or if this government in their declaration is attempting to rescue any potential abuses of authority through Section 1 of the Charter. That is the intention of what needs to happen with the investigation and commission as we respond to these issues as they unfold.
Commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. He said clearly it's now the time to fight against the far right because it's a threat to our democracy. However, my question is this. Does his party and himself, do they sincerely think that a student protest or a union protest, do they think that the government would have let this situation degenerate to that point? Doesn't he think that there were underlying reasons for leaving this situation to generate and then all of a sudden to go to the nuclear option? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
I appreciate the member's question as well, and I have to, also reflect in the fact that just a few short weeks ago, we recognized and mourned in this House the tragedies that occurred in Quebec City. For far too long, this nation has underestimated and understated the threats of white supremacist organizing within this country. And it's time. It is time for the same politicians who joined these communities in mourning to step up now and to denounce the white supremacist elements that clearly provide a violent and volatile element that go well beyond any student or climate justice or Indigenous land defender elements that we've seen.
Point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, for the purpose of Standing Order 28, the House shall be deemed to have sat on Friday, February the 18th, 2022.
No.
I have been advised by the recognized parties that they agree with this request.
Recognized parties that they are in agreement with this request. So therefore, all those opposed to the honourable member, a point of order from the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I'm sure it was an oversight, but as this is unanimous consent, every member of this House should have been consulted. I wasn't, but I wish to give consent.
All right. All those appreciate the intervention from the member for Saanich Gulf Island. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Therefore, the House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Motion is carried. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to rise and speak on behalf of the constituents that elected me to come to this House. It is important to lay out that within the Emergencies Act, there is a threshold that has been established to justify its use. That being, when a situation seriously threatens the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada, and when the situation cannot effectively be dealt with under any other order of law. I will state very briefly and quickly that I don't believe that the government has shown that this threshold has been met. As many of my colleagues from all sides of the House have pointed out, this legislation has never been used in its current format. And its predecessor, the War Measures Act, was only used 3 times. Firstly, in World War I, secondly, in World War II, and then third, during the FLQ crisis. It's an important piece to note that
the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
We aren't discussing the War Measures Act. That no longer exists. This is an act brought in 1987 by Brian Mulrooney. It's irrelevant.
We are debating the bill before us. I understand that. We are giving lots of members lots of leeway on what their speeches have included or not included. The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's pretty evident. Clearly, the members opposite and members from the NDP are a little bit uneasy when we talk about the fact that this was the predecessor to the War Measures Act, because it was the NDP under Tommy Douglas that took a stand, a courageous stand, against the use of the War Measures Act against the FLQ crisis. So it's a piece there. But the reason why I bring this up is that the weight of those events should be a caution to all parliamentarians about making a decision to invoke an act like this lightly. We've had numerous provincial politicians state that they do not support the use of the Emergency Measures Act. This includes provinces such as Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, PEI, Quebec, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and my home province of Alberta. Numerous times over the last few days, the Prime Minister has said that using the Emergency Act wasn't the first, second, or third option. However, members on this side have asked many, many times what the first 3 options were, and we have yet to be given any concrete answers. In the absence of an answer, I'm left to assume that step 1 was wait, Step 2, do nothing. Step 3, shift blame. This is not the leadership Canadians expect nor deserve. What we saw was a refusal of the Prime Minister to provide additional support to the Ottawa Police Service when they asked for it. In fact, on February 11th, the Prime Minister stated that they had enough resources. A short 3 days later, on February 14th, the Emergencies Act was invoked. What happened in those 3 days that dramatically changed everything? We haven't been told that as parliamentarians. In the last few days, my office has received hundreds and hundreds of phone calls and thousands of emails on the use of the Emergency Act. Many constituents shared with me their fears, their anxiety, the collective trauma, and the sense of PTSD they had. They shared how they saw government overreach as a very scary precedent. One constituent, Lindsay, wrote to me and said, I continue to try and wrap my head around the fact of how we are here, why we are here. How have things gotten to feel so out of control? I feel very fearful, anxious, and upset with how our Prime Minister has been treating the people of this country. Both his actions and language are not in alignment with true Canadian values, peace, freedom, or protection. He is continuously inflaming the situation, and I cannot believe that I'm living in fear in Canada. Many of the emails and calls that I had were from parents who were tearful because they felt afraid for their children. They felt like they'd been ignored and left behind by the Liberal government. Another constituent, Tyler, wrote, I wholeheartedly disagree with the Prime Minister's decision to invoke the Emergencies Act. I firmly believe that his decision is unjustified and an abuse of power, and it only serves to instill more fear and further divide the citizens of this wonderful country. Upon reflection from all the correspondence and phone calls I've received, it left me wondering if perhaps the Prime Minister may have forgotten or missed the point as to why so many Canadians are protesting right now. I'll help and lay it out simply for him. Many are frustrated with what they see as government overreach, and if the Prime Minister thinks that this is a solution to that overreach by adding more overreach, he is woefully short-sighted. It is worth noting that border protests in Windsor, Emerson, Coutts, and Surrey have all ended peacefully. They ended through negotiation with local law enforcement and precise local police action. They all ended before the Emergencies Act was invoked. I think this is an important point to highlight. And it's incredibly important, and I think those in the Liberal benches should take some time and reflect on this point. The laws of our country and the widespread respect of the rule of law were ultimately enough to get the protesters blocking the border to move. Police did their job, enforced the laws currently on the books, and the protesters went home. I am a passionate believer in the rule of law. Everyday Canadians' respect for the laws that serve the cause of peace, order, and good government is something that makes me incredibly proud of my country. Yes, there are some among the protesters who probably don't share that same feeling. But I think it would be worthwhile for the Prime Minister to reflect on how his dubious leadership has contributed to some of these events. Trust in the rule of law breaks down when people stop believing that the law is equal and equally applied to everyone. Politicians ignoring their own guidelines with regards to COVID restrictions. A Prime Minister who treats ethics violations as a minor inconvenience. Conflict of interest violations, election law infractions, a woman fired from cabinet because she refused to break the law. We are considering enacting a law that has previously been reserved for world wars and deadly terrorism because the protesters won't respect the law. And here they are on the other side heckling me because... You know what, Mr. Speaker, this is so inappropriate.
Let's all take a breath, and we've been doing really so well, and we get into questions and answers, so I've really appreciated Point of order from the member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, I certainly would want to apologize for being inappropriate, but the member keeps talking about legislation that doesn't exist. I don't want her to look bad.
We're getting into debate, and I know I'm listening to the member as well, and I know she's trying to put a full thought together, and sometimes I have to give them leeway in order to do that. The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry. Sometimes when you are passionate about something, you misspeak even when you are reading something. So I apologize for saying uninformed instead of informed. I'm like really I'm sorry. The fact that members fail to give respect to members as they are given the speech is something that is a problem in this House. But I believe right now what we need is honest, open communications and servant leadership. We need de-escalation and compromise. We need to make sure that we are trying to get to a resolution peacefully. My mother was a very wise woman, and she used to always say that when you treat people like people, they will act like people. And I think we could all benefit from this advice right now. What we need as a nation is to have people come together. After 2 long years apart, we need to spend time finding similarities rather than differences. We need to remember that at the end of the day, we are all people. I would urge all members in this House and all Canadians listening to remember that we are people. We need to treat each other with dignity and respect. We need to spend more time listening and find a way for peaceful resolution. I would urge all members to join in voting against the declaration of emergency.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I listened intently to the member opposite's speech, and what I find concerning, what I've heard from the Conservative bench over the last couple of weeks is this. They're equating the idea that although there are some individuals who have been involved in this occupation as being peaceful, that is somehow lawful. You can both have people that are peaceful, and I would argue that the House has really highlighted points where there's individuals who have much more sinister goals. So we don't have to go down that route. It's still unlawful what was taking place. The interim chief of the Ottawa Police remarked yesterday that the measures that the government introduced were extremely helpful for being able to remove the blockade, the occupation that exists in Ottawa. Of course, we know that some individuals are touting the idea that they'll reestablish blockades elsewhere in the country. Does that testimony from the chief of police in Ottawa not give this member some idea that these measures were helpful to removing a blockade in a G7 country, capital city?
For Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't believe that the member was accurately portraying what I heard from that news conference. And I think it is very important to highlight the fact that the blockades at our borders were resolved before the invocation of the Emergencies Act, and therefore showing that there are laws that were currently in place in this nation, in our provinces, in our communities, that could have resolved these problems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Fort McMurray Cold Lake for her speech. And I'd like to hear her speak a bit more about the War Measures Act and the link with the Emergencies Act, because we've heard on a number of occasions that, as is obvious, it's not the same act, and I know and I agree with that, but there are links between the two, and I think that it's important that we shouldn't pretend that certain things don't exist in the House of Commons. And, for example, I'll give an example that I like, which is that of the 1982 Constitution Act, and Quebec has suffered impacts for not having signed the 1982 Constitution Act. But I'd like to ask my colleague to speak a bit more about the pertinence of talking about the War Measures Act and to make a link with the act that we are discussing today.
For Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I think that she's raised some important points. It's important to talk about history so that we don't repeat it. And that's why it's important to recognize why the Emergencies Act was created. And I think that it's also important that we recognize why it was used in the past, and that's why I highlighted that in my speech, and I will continue to repeat the facts. Thank you.
Question commentaire, l'honorable the député.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her intervention, but I do admit to having a great sense of despair in my own heart right now. You know, I think of when the first children were found in Kamloops buried outside of that institution. And when I was 4, I was adopted into an Indigenous family. And I remember when we found those children, my sister calling me and saying, I have to tell Daisy, my niece, about residential school. I have to tell her about Granny. I wanted to wait a little bit longer. I'm just wondering, when we look at the reality that white privilege, white extremism, and white supremacy is still so strong in this country, and that many of the prominent organizers of this organization and this occupation are from that community, how carefully we must walk. My granny, who went to residential school until she was 16, used to say, you better stand straight where you are and know who you're standing next to. Can this member talk about how her party has stood next to these folks that have diminished the realities of people in this country?
Honourable member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was born and raised in northeastern Alberta, and I've lived there just about my entire life. There are, unfortunately, in my community and in the region that I represent, there are a number of residential schools, and so the trauma, the piece is very real, and I think that it is. I want to thank the member for sharing a story, and I think that it is something that is just a space in our history that we need to acknowledge, and in truth, we will find reconciliation.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oromadante.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am rising here today not to talk about the technicalities of the Emergencies Act, but to discuss how we got here. How did we possibly get to the point where after 34 years of government not invoking the Emergencies Act, this Liberal government feels it necessary to enact now? Madam Speaker, unfortunately our country has experienced many dire situations in the past, and yet those situations all came to resolution without the unprecedented and dangerous steps of invoking the Emergencies Act. The 1990 Oka crisis is one such example. During this crisis, we saw protesters and the Quebec police engage a 78-day standoff. We witnessed gunfire exchanges. We mourned the tragic death of Mohawk Elder Joe Armstrong and the tragic death of Quebec Provincial Police Officer Corporal Marcel Lemay. Surely, violent deaths and gunfire could have warranted the Emergencies Act, yet Prime Minister Mulroney did not invoke the Emergencies Act. Instead, cooler heads prevailed and an end to the protest was negotiated. On September 11, 2001, our closest ally, the United States, suffered a series of airline hijackings and suicide attacks, resulting in extensive death and destruction. Over 2,900 people were killed, including at least 24 Canadian citizens. Surely the Emergencies Act could have been invoked under the war or international sections of the Act, yet Prime Minister Chrétien did not invoke the Act. Instead, we supported our American neighbours in any way we could and stood by a friend when they needed us most. In the summer of 2013, Alberta experienced catastrophic floods which tragically claimed the lives of 5 Canadians and resulted in billions of dollars of damage. That summer, local states of emergency were declared. Did Prime Minister Harper invoke a public welfare emergency then? No. Instead, Canadians banded together to help southern Albertans. On October 22, 2014, a gunman, who I will not name, shot and tragically killed Corporal Nathan Cirillo at the Canadian National War Memorial. The gunman also injured 3 others and then stormed Parliament, the very heart of our democracy. Yet again, Prime Minister Harper did not invoke the Emergencies Act. On May 1, 2016, our country witnessed the costliest disaster in Canadian history when Fort McMurray, Alberta was devastated by wildfire. Over 88,000 people were forced from their homes, and the economic damage of the wildfire was estimated to be upwards of $9 billion. Premier Notley declared a provincial state of emergency, and yet still Prime Minister Trudeau did not invoke the Emergencies Act. From January to March of 2020, critical infrastructure, such as pipelines and railways, were blocked across Canada by protesters and environmental activists in response to the construction of the Coastal GasLink pipeline. This caused the construction of the pipeline to be halted, passenger rail to be suspended, and commercial rail to be stopped. Yet what did this Prime Minister do? Did he invoke the Emergency Act then? No. Instead, the government negotiated with Indigenous leaders and blockades came to an end. Most recently, in November 2021, British Columbia experienced massive flooding. This natural disaster tragically claimed the lives of 5 people and resulted in short and long-term disruption of Canada's largest port, Fraser Valley. The flooding severed critical infrastructure that connects British Columbia with the rest of Canada. Again, surely this disaster could have warranted the Emergencies Act as well. Finally, let us not forget that throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, the Prime Minister could have invoked a public welfare emergency, yet he did not. Why? Because the provinces did not see it necessary. Madam Speaker, why is this Prime Minister choosing to take the unprecedented step of invoking the Emergencies Act now? What makes this situation so much worse, so dire, that the Prime Minister is compelled to invoke the Emergencies Act? Let me be clear. The situation we are currently facing does not warrant the Liberal government invoking the Emergencies Act. We are witnessing a clear-cut case of government overreach. This act is supposed to be used for emergency situations that cannot be addressed through existing laws. Our country that has gone 34 years without invoking this act in this time, we have addressed real emergencies, natural disasters, terrorist attacks, domestic terrorism, and even illegal blockades. And yet, no other sitting Prime Minister, including Mr. Trudeau himself, has utilized the powers of the Emergency Act to address any of these situations.
Point of order.
It was an oversight by the person who wrote the speech for the honourable member, but it's common practice of this House to refer to members by their constituency or by the title they hold and not by their family names.
Yes, thank you very much. I didn't quite catch that while the honourable member was speaking, but I do want to remind all members that they are to address MPs or ministers in this House either by their title or the name of their ridings. The honourable member can continue.
Mr. Speaker, this is a classic case of egregious government overreach. Every day, my constituency office receives hundreds of calls and emails from constituents who are concerned. They are concerned about the future of our country. They are concerned that the government is overstepping by giving itself the power to freeze the bank accounts and assets of Canadians without a judge's involvement or due process. Let me remind my colleagues that this is the Prime Minister who claimed in 2015 that he was going to reform Parliament by empowering backbenchers, diminish partisanship, restore civility, and make the government accountable. Remember his phrase, quote, "Sunny ways, my friends, sunny ways." What have Canadians gotten instead? A government run by the PMO, a government that runs roughshod over Parliament and its procedures and the accountability it requires. Nothing but cloudy ways, my friends, cloudy ways. Prime Minister Trudeau's government has increased partisanship and diminished civility. He has attacked the very Canadians he was elected to serve, labeling them as, quote, extremists who are also, quote, very often misogynist and racist. And now this Prime Minister is insisting on bringing in this legislation that dramatically expands the ability of the state to interfere in Canadians' private lives. Madam Speaker, invoking the Emergencies Act creates a dangerous precedent that cannot be undone. Furthermore, there is no consensus among premiers in support of this drastic measure. The premiers of Alberta, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, PEI, and Quebec have all said they don't support the act being invoked. Madam Speaker, Canada's foundational principles are that of peace, order, and good government. While the Liberals do not seem to understand good government, they have finally understood that order is necessary. Sadly, they have overreacted in doing so. As opposed to taking a reasoned, measured approach, the government has overreached and implemented punitive measures. They have frozen individuals' bank accounts without a judge's involvement or due process. They impose vaccine mandates on truckers with no scientific evidence warranting such claim. Madam Speaker, as a Canadian and as a Conservative, I will always support the right to peaceful, law-abiding protest. I believe this is a fundamental cornerstone of our democracy. I also believe in the rule of law. The fundamental freedom of peaceful assembly does not include the right to blockade streets, highways, international border crossings, rail lines, or disrupt supply chains. My position on illegal blockades has always been clear. Any blockades and barricades need to end. They only hurt Canadian families, businesses, and jobs. But we can resolve this situation without invoking the successor to the War Measures Act. I understand the frustration that the people who are protesting are experiencing. This pandemic has been hard on all Canadians. Many people have lost their livelihoods, their loved ones, so much more throughout this pandemic. But truck drivers and their families are not terrorists. At the beginning of this pandemic, when many Canadians were isolating in their homes, I recall that truckers were out there ensuring we had the necessities of life we needed to survive. As Prime Minister Trudeau said in April of 2020, and I did quote, "While many of us are working from our home, there aren't others who aren't able to do that, like the truck drivers who are working day and night to make sure our shelves are stocked. So when you can, please thank a trucker for everything they're doing and help them however you can." End quote. Madam Speaker, truckers are Canadian citizens who are worried about their futures and about the futures their children and grandchildren will inherit. Conservatives have heard the concerns of these protesters. We ask the Prime Minister and his government to commit publicly to a specific plan and timeline to end federal mandates and restrictions, the least that Canadians deserve. Instead, the Liberals and NDP refuse to support our motion. Asking for a plan is reasonable, and their refusal to provide one is shameful. Now I ask that all parliamentarians, as representatives of the Canadian people, listen to our fellow citizens. We must be willing to talk regardless of how difficult the situation is. We must not degrade, dismiss, or name call. We must work to rebuild trust in our public institutions. We must help those who have been left behind by this pandemic, and we must end these mandates. Madam Speaker, I will conclude by asking all members of this House to try and restore the confidence that has been lost between the people and ourselves. I also ask all members to seriously consider whether we are truly experiencing terrorist threats or if the Liberal government is overreaching and setting a dangerous precedent for our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Humble River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I have to say to my colleague, much of his speech could be written by any of us on this side. We all know that law and order is the fundamental background of our country. And that's what we all want. But you can't say to me or to the Speaker and to the rest of our colleagues that what is happening outside could simply be handled by some police officers shoving them away. This is a blockage that has an illegal blockage that's been there now for going into 4 weeks. The people of Ottawa have been terrorized. They have been denied their freedom. So for someone who equally respects law and order, how can he stand by and just let another weekend go by and not recognize that this was a measure that we absolutely had to take?
The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that question. I've always been a law and order. I grew up in a household. My father was a police officer. I don't know how we got where we are today. Some people this morning have asked for an inquiry. I think that is necessary to find out how we got here. I believe these trucks were parked on the road, and once they got there, they were very tough to move. I believe this should have been moved weeks ago. They shouldn't have affected people in Ottawa so much. So I agree, but we got to this stage. I think what we really need to get down to is find out what the root cause. Where is this anger and divisiveness coming in our country? Amongst all sides. I was very, very pleased to hear at the beginning when you said part of my speech could be written on either side, because quite frankly, when I first wrote this speech and with the help of my staff, there were some things in there that we took out because I didn't want to make this extremely partisan and extremely angry, because we have enough of that right now. So I appreciate the acknowledgement that I tried not to. We need to enter some olive branches to each side, including, I think, the people outside. So thank you for that question.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his speech and for the reflection that he brings Parliament to. It's not because we're sending in the army and the police to demonstrations that people will calm down. At some point, we'll have to think of how we can get out of this crisis. We'll have to think of compromising as parliamentarians. We'll have to have an olive branch for the other side. Can the Prime Minister think of options for getting out of this crisis?
Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Well, and thank you to my colleague for his great question, and also, too, I wish I could answer in his first language, but I'm unable to. Maybe someday. Yeah, I think we've gotten incredibly divided in this country, and I like the way he words the olive branch. I hope that's what came through in translation. We have to come together. The last 2 years, I think, have been very hard on everybody. It has frayed everybody's ability to get along, to be patient. We're all frayed. All of us as parliamentarians are getting inundated with phone calls, emails. And I know the members across the Ioway will be also. We need to get through this somehow. We need to get back to being able to have reasonable discussions with each other. We don't have to always agree, but at least we need to be able to listen to each other and part ways and still get along. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments? Yeah, a brief question. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
And appreciate his tone as well. This is very important. These are important days. These are important discussions, and the tone that he brings, I believe, is appropriate. Now, he mentioned the service of his father, and we thank his family for their service as a police officer. And what the police have said is that the sets of regulations that have been issued thus far have actually been instrumental in avoiding serious injury so far, particularly the designation of designated places that has meant that what the convoy leaders called for, thousands of reinforcements coming to Ottawa this weekend, they were not able to achieve because of the emergency regulation that allowed police officers to stop that. So my question is very simple. Is it not important to ensure that there's no serious injuries?
Honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you for your kind words, and yes, and thank you for acknowledging my father's service. And obviously, everybody's safety is the most important thing after this. But we've talked a couple times now about inquiry, and I really think this could be important to get down to really the root cause. Over the past week or two, I've had a chance to speak to two very high-ranking retired OPP commissioners, and both have told me that the Emergencies Act was not needed. It could have been done without it. So there's been something's happened from the beginning. There's been some other quotes that have been said to me that they really, I don't want to use today because it'd be inflammatory, but let's just say I have done my own research. I have talked to some people and been informed that they really weren't necessary to move these people on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Avignon Métis Matin Matapédia. I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we speak on the ratification of the February 14th emergency proclamation, on the other side of these walls, police forces are lifting the siege of Ottawa. We all want this to be done as peacefully as possible. And as my colleagues have done before me, and others will undoubtedly do as well, I invite those taking part in this siege to leave the site without further delay. I want to acknowledge the excellent work of the men and women who've been working since yesterday to bring order to the streets of the capital. This effective work demonstrates what we've been saying since the beginning of this siege. We don't need the Emergency Measures Act. We need a concerted action of all police forces. We need a crisis cell, a coordination center, and as we've been repeating for 3 weeks, we need a plan. What has been lacking since the beginning of the siege is not the use of the Emergency Measures Act. What has been lacking is leadership from the top, starting with the federal government. We ask the government to not use this law, following in the footsteps of every other government since 1988. Every government in the last 52 years has refrained from doing so, if you add the War Measures Act, which is the forerunner of this legislation. More than a half a century, then, without recourse to this law. There must be a reason why. Let's see. Where is the safety and security of the individual, the protection of the values of the body politic, and the preservation of the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of the state are fundamental obligations of government? And where is the fulfillment of those obligations in Canada may be seriously threatened by a natural emergency? And in order to ensure safety and security during such an emergency, the Governing Council should be authorized, subject to the supervision of Parliament, to take special temporary measures that may not be appropriate in normal times. The Emergency Measures Act opens with this preamble. It's a warning. Handle with care. Attention, hazardous material. To take special temporary measures that may not be appropriate in normal times. I repeat this sentence because it carries an immense burden in democracy. Special temporary measures that may not be appropriate in normal times. The authors of this law, the legislators who passed it, warn us, enter at your own risk. Such warnings should be seen as a caution to us. At the same time, the Emergency Measures Act exists, and if it exists, it must have some purpose, some reason for existence. We don't make laws not to use them. That's true without a doubt, that this law is useful, but in extraordinary situations, in case of disasters, states of emergency, international crises, states of war. It's a disaster law. In the last few weeks, we've had a siege. It's true. Canadian citizens dissatisfied with the health measures, who are angry, clearly and unmistakably taking part in an illegal activity, deserving of fines, seizure of vehicles, perhaps even imprisonment for some of them. Is this a catastrophe, a national crisis, an extraordinary situation? We've had a siege before us in the last few weeks with misguided, uninformed, angry people knowingly taking part in an activity prohibited by law, with, in many cases, their children. And I would like to reiterate, while the police are currently dealing with a situation, how irresponsible I find it to drag children into such a situation. To anyone who has children here with them, I say, leave. You are putting them in danger. Since the first day, we asked these people to leave. On Monday, we asked the government to let us know its plan. On the 6th day, we asked for the creation of a crisis cell with all police forces. The government did nothing. People outside are not allowed to be there. Ever since the end of day one, it was no longer a demonstration, but an occupation. And after the first week, it was no longer an occupation, but a siege. What was supposed to be an anecdote in our lives has become an episode in Canadian history. This government is making history with these people. We had a siege before us, a siege that deserved police intervention, not the use of a law that is used in times of war, in times of international crisis, in times of earthquakes. During the ice storm, we did not need this law, nor was it used during the Oka crisis. Was it needed, rather, during the Oka crisis, nor during the BC forest fires. Never in the last half-century, in fact. When we faced a global pandemic in 2020, the government did not need to use the Emergency Measures Act, and you would think that this uncontrolled event would warrant its use today. This is a dangerous precedent. The first cigarette smoked after having quit years ago. Madam Speaker, some of us have more conservative values, others more liberal. Some prioritize clean energy, others the fight against global warming. We can debate, call each other's names here in the House, get carried away. We can wish that Quebec was a country, we can wish for a more centralizing federal government, and on many issues we will not agree. We know that. But I sincerely believe that all of us in this House are Democrats, deeply committed to democracy. The Emergency Measures Act involves taking special temporary measures that may not be appropriate in normal times. We don't need it. Not for these people outside. If the government has chosen this path, we don't have to follow it. This House does not have to endorse that proclamation. Let's be bigger than that. Tuesday's regulations include: a person must not travel to or within an area where an assembly referred to in subsection 2.1 is taking place. Travel to the area? Taking part in a public assembly that could seriously disturb the peace is prohibited. That I understand. But even if someone is not in the area, it's forbidden to travel to it. I'm trying to understand this. It's forbidden to intend to do something that is prohibited? Is someone who is about to do something without having done it liable to a fine? When the government decides to relativize the freedom of association, when it decides to question the freedom of movement, it must have good reasons. But I don't see any. I see people committing mischief, illegal acts, trucks obstructing public roads in a dangerous way. I see people who should have dispersed long ago, vehicles that should have been towed long ago. Since the beginning, we have been asking for police intervention, peaceful but firm intervention. But for that, recourse to the Emergency Measures Act? If we do this for them, if we open Pandora's box, if we smoke that first cigarette, where will it lead? The ratification of the Measures Act, and I understand once again its usefulness, the ratification will say more about us than it does about the people in the street. We saw outlawed bikers, white supremacists, racists, homophobes in this strayed crowd. So be it. There are people among them who believe in a great reset, who think that the vaccine contains sterilizing agents, and they believe other conspiracy theories. These are people who have broken with our institutions, who no longer believe in the government or the media. And I'd like to salute the courage of the men and women who find themselves in the middle of all of this, simply to report on it. I'm thinking of Raymond Filion, who was subjected to violence while reporting. Being informed, however, is being free. There's more freedom on the side of the media, frankly, than on the side of the besiegers. Siege is not friendly, and neither are its occupants. It must be stopped by police intervention. That's what's happening. The government has not convinced us of the need to use this law. Let it refrain from using it. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Hands.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A question. First of all, the rights under the Charter will not be impacted by the measures. Second, this Act is very different from the War Measures Act. We're not talking about the army here. And third of all, according to surveys, 72% of Quebecers support emergency measures. My question for my colleague: from the very first day, we worked with the municipalities, the provinces, and we have introduced concrete measures based on federal laws. Why is she changing her position on the measures necessary to fight illicit activities, particularly if a majority of the Quebec population supports this act and these measures? The member for Métis-Matane-Latapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague. The Bloc did not change its position. From the very beginning of this siege, we've asked this government to act, to take responsibility, to be responsible, to set up a crisis cell, to coordinate with police authorities, the Mayor of Ottawa, the Ontario Premier, that everybody speak to each other and that there be leadership. We've seen this siege become the inspiration for other demonstrations throughout the country, demonstrations that were well kept in hand by police elsewhere. We have a siege here in Ottawa, and it's targeted. This is not a nationwide crisis. It does not justify the implementation of the War Measures Act. If the government had acted with leadership, we would have seen it already.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her thoughtful speech and her concern, because the government has enacted powers that Canadians are certainly upset about. I'm talking about the financial powers that the Deputy Prime Minister said will likely become permanent. Could she please comment on seizing people's bank accounts, freezing people's bank accounts based on suspicion? I've been hearing from elderly constituents who are extremely worried about paying their bills. Could she comment on that, please?
The honourable member for l'honorable député d'Avignon, la Métis-Matane-Latapédia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I talked about using the Emergencies Act. That hasn't been used since 1988. And so many governments have not used it. So this creates a very dangerous precedent. It allows the government to use special measures, and we even heard the Prime Minister said, oh, well, even if we don't need them, they're there. But that's the problem. It's a precedent. And obviously, we see the protesters continue to be funded by all kinds of crowdfunding platforms. So I'm not sure that these bank accounts being frozen is a solution.
The honourable member for Nunavut. Brief question.
Is this a national issue? Yes. We have heard the Conservatives and Bloc attempt to downplay and what have led to today. The people outside are not just truckers. They are not just parking. This is extremism. This is a national emergency. We have seen violent extremist ideologies from the United States infiltrate Canadians. This morning, we heard conservatives mention the Donald Trump talking about fundraising in Canada. I have 3 questions. Does the member agree that dealing with extremist ideologies from other countries amplify the need, that this is a national issue, that this is indeed a national emergency, and that we need to prevent more Canadians from being infiltrated by foreign countries and other extremist ideologies?
Brief answer from l'honorable député d'Avignon.
Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamétis-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure if her question is coming from the NDP party or the Liberals. Yes, it is a crisis, but it wouldn't have taken on this scope if the government had taken its responsibilities from day one. This is not a national crisis. It's not all of Canada that is being targeted, that is under siege. It's a small security perimeter in front of Parliament, and we could have gone many other ways before using the Emergencies Act. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I have no sympathy for what's been going on in the streets of Ottawa for the past 3 weeks. Luckily, after 22 days of siege, it seems like the crisis might be over soon. Right now, the police forces are dispersing the occupants, and on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I'd like to thank all police officers for their courage, their patience, and their professionalism. We're crossing our fingers. We have avoided the worst, and we did fear it, and it could still remain possible. Since the beginning of the siege, the Bloc Québécois has recognized the right to protest, but not to occupy, intimidate, or use hateful speech. I have said I have no sympathy for what's been happening in these past 3 weeks in Ottawa, and that's true. But that doesn't mean that I lost my judgment in terms of resorting to the Emergencies Act. Madam Speaker, that is what the national crisis is. Invoking this act. What is happening outside is very serious, but the police forces are looking after it. No thanks to the federal government. The Prime Minister has invoked the Emergencies Act for the first time in Canadian history. It has never been used since it was created in 1988, 34 years ago. This act restricts fundamental freedoms such as freedom of assembly and freedom to circulate. It allows the federal government to intervene in Quebec, but also in Quebec for infrastructure such as hospitals, dams, and vaccination centres. This act flies in the face of the National Assembly's will, which unanimously opposed its enforcement in Quebec. And I would say that it allows the government to take special temporary measures that may not be appropriate in normal times. That is what the Prime Minister did. He took it upon himself to take unjustifiable measures. And it is up to us as parliamentarians to determine if that was the right thing to do. The Prime Minister made a historic error by invoking this act for the first time in history. And that's why the Prime Minister's decision will have 2 major effects. It will trivialize this act, and it will set a precedent. It will trivialize it because he is using this act, whereas he did not show that it was absolutely needed. The Emergencies Act should only be invoked if it is clear that the state is confronted with a national crisis that threatens the preservation of the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada. That is very serious, Madam Speaker. That is practically a state of war. And we know that this act is an update of the former War Measures Act. But the crisis in Ottawa is not a national crisis. It is limited to Ottawa downtown and to the surrounding cities like Gatineau. Yes, there were protests in Alberta, Manitoba, Ontario, and even in Quebec City. But the forces in place were able to solve those crises with the resources they had at hand. Every time the governments and police forces worked hand in hand, they won. So we're crossing our fingers to see the same thing here in Ottawa. Because the forces have everything they need to act, each in their respective jurisdictions. But it's impossible to work together when the federal government sees a bunch of protesters come to the federal capital. when they see in front of the federal parliament to call out the federal prime minister, and when the federal government spends 3 weeks saying that it's the problem of the city of Ottawa. Secondly, the territorial integrity of Canada is not threatened. What is happening is very bad indeed, but it is not an invasion. Third, there is no threat to the sovereignty of Canada. Once again, we're crossing our fingers, but it looks like the police forces have things under control. What we didn't see over the past 3 weeks was the federal government in control in terms of managing this crisis. It's actually pretty embarrassing to see the government claim that it had no choice but to resort to the Emergencies Act. For 3 weeks now, we've seen these occupants in Ottawa, the capital of a G7 country, take hot baths, take hot tubs, saunas, play on bouncy castles, and play hockey. Everyone here saw that in person. Who in this House can truly claim that at that time everything was being done to fix this crisis? Is there really someone who believes that? And that's why the Prime Minister is trivializing the resort to the Emergencies Act. It will be written in history, and it is written in history, that the criteria for this invoking this act are discretionary. It is written that using it without consensus in this House is a very bad thing. And the Prime Minister is saying that it is acceptable to use it against the will of Quebec and most provinces. The Prime Minister is saying that the federal government can use it to say that he finally did something after 3 weeks of inaction. So the Prime Minister resorted to the Emergencies Act in an arbitrary, divisive fashion to play political games. And that is what is going to serve as a precedent for all prime ministers who come after him. The Prime Minister is setting a precedent for all future governments. All political players in future, in the face of a crisis, will look to 2022 to see how the current Prime Minister of Canada used the Emergencies Act. They will all look to his decision and see that to invoke this act, well, the bar was less high than the wording of the act actually suggests. And trying to score political points and pressure in times of crisis will lower that bar more and more. This will serve as case law for all future governments, for example, to assess funding for environmental movements, the civic fight against climate change, student protests, and work conflicts. And what about protests for civic rights, self-determination of peoples, or racism? Any debates that incite great emotions, like a nation that wants its independence, that will set a precedent. And that is why we have to be very careful. That is why we have to behave like statesmen, stateswomen. We have to rise above the fray. We have to consider the impacts of our choices outside of any situation that we are currently faced with. We have to think in the long term. We have to always be a step ahead. We have to set up a wall between our opinions and legislative decisions, between the immediate political situation and legislative decisions. It is only in this way that as politicians, we are respecting the contract that we have signed between Canadians and the state. We cannot control the future, Madam Speaker. The Canadian government, well, I don't know who's going to form it in 10 years. I'm optimistic. I hope that all future prime ministers will be prudent, humane, moderate, and aware of the impact of every single one of their decisions. But I have no guarantee of that. And I am extremely uncomfortable that we have diluted the political definition of what a last resort is because the Prime Minister has gone to the nuclear option. I have said I have no sympathy for the people who have been protesting for the past 3 weeks, but that doesn't matter. I am opposed to resorting to the Emergencies Act despite everything I've seen when I came to work every day, because in this House, I am the member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Every day I wake up, Madam Speaker, I wake up and I remember I work for the people of Lac-Saint-Jean, and I will not support an irresponsible decision that could one day have an impact on the rights of the people of Lac-Saint-Jean and of Quebec as a whole. I cannot downplay the resorting to the Emergencies Act. I cannot agree with setting a precedent that may be used by future governments, and I think that the Prime Minister's decision may have been influenced by his scorn for the protesters. And I think that he just wanted an immediate political solution. So he went for something that was easy, but this will have impacts in the future. And I don't think that he clearly assessed the impacts of the legacy that he's going to leave. And I don't think, and I'm not sure that the NDP support, well, I think it is also unsympathetic to what's happening here, and that's why it's supporting this bill. I think perhaps it was distracted by the importance of the long term, the importance of protecting our rights and freedoms in the future. But the NDP is thinking about the legacy it's going to leave. Well, that's good news. Madam Speaker, we have to remember that these protests in Ottawa was the crisis that led to better collaboration between the governments and the police forces. And this is the crisis that trivialized and set a precedent in terms of invoking the Emergencies Act. We need to make the right decision for the future of a healthy democracy and the future of our social contract and for the future of the citizens that we have the honor of representing. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. I appreciate his frankness. He expressed his doubts, and he leaves room for other people's opinions. And neither am I certain that this is 100% the right thing to do. But one thing that I do recognize, and I say this sincerely, Madam Speaker, and I hope my colleague will understand. I don't want to downplay the decisions that we're making today, but does my honourable colleague agree that we're downplaying the situation we're in when we use the expression extremists in our politics in Canada? And perhaps now is the time to set parameters so that we don't see this type of thing happen again. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Never will I downplay or trivialize hate speech. I want to make sure that my honourable colleague understands that very clearly. Never, never will I do that, ever. But my colleague has said that he wasn't 100% sure of that the right decision was made by the government. So when it's time to make such an important decision to resort to the Emergencies Act, Madam Speaker, they need to be 100% sure. Questions and comments?
Lance.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's speech. Through you, Madam Chair, my question to him would be, all across the country in the build-up to the convoy arriving in Ottawa, we saw multiple stops along the way. If the government would have been listening to people, if they would have been willing to look beyond it and listen to what the rest of the country was saying, what people were seeing, there was enough forewarning that this was coming, but they chose to not act and to not listen. Does he agree that maybe if the government be willing to actually look to other parts of the country, just because they don't have representation there, doesn't mean that they shouldn't be listening to the concerns of other regions of the country?
No. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. As Prime Minister, one has to listen to all opinions across Canada. That comes with a job. But the Prime Minister should have acted at the outset when the protests were starting. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his question from the Conservative Party. But if certain members of the Conservative caucus had not fanned the flames of this crisis, perhaps we wouldn't be at this stage, because there were Conservatives who took pictures with these protesters and they practically encouraged them to stay put. So is that a lack of leadership on the Liberal government? Or is it because the Conservatives encouraged them? Because now we're debating a bill that should not be put into place for this situation.
Centre, a brief question.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his intervention. And, I am concerned, certainly, that it's gotten to this point, that this government has left it so long that it has gotten to this point. I want to be clear, though, when he refers to land defenders, environmentalists, as somebody who's been very engaged in movements, including Idle No More, we were peaceful. We never had guns. We never chose to insurrect the government. We never threatened to kill police. And that constant a measuring post in the House is deeply troubling and concerning, and fuels and feeds notions of white supremacy, which is also fueling ideas in this illegal occupation. Would my member not agree that minimizing what is going on out there is not a further encouragement for the kind of extremist white nationalist, led by white nationalist occupation we're seeing outside?
A brief response, the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm repeating myself, but once again, I need to repeat, I will never, ever condone hate speech. That's not me. That's the first thing. However, though, I'm worried about the future. What's going to happen in 10 years? What if the Reform Party's in power? Well, like the Sphinx, are they the Phoenix? Is the Reform Party going to rise from its ashes? And yeah, the Sphinx. No, I meant the Phoenix. So, will it form the government of Canada in 10 years? It could happen, and might say, well, look what the Liberal government did in 2022 with the Emergencies Act. So today there's an environmental movement that's a threat. So we're going to use the Emergencies Act, and I don't want that. And that is why we should be using the Emergencies Act today. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to note that I will be sharing my time with the member for Lac St. Louis. Madam Speaker, I'd like to start by my remarks today by thanking you and the House Administration staff for ensuring Parliament is able to function. I'd also like to take a moment to thank all the women and men in uniform for their service, working tirelessly to keep us safe and restore law and order. The last 2 years have been tough for everyone. Canadians stepped up to keep their loved ones safe by following public health guidelines. I'd like to take a moment to thank everyone who has been there to protect the safety of our communities. Thank you for doing your part in fighting this pandemic. I'd like to thank essential workers from across the country who have worked hard to keep our communities safe. I also want to speak a little bit about our hardworking truck drivers. The transportation industry has played a vital role over the past 2 years. When Canadians were advised by provincial mandates to stay home, truck drivers continued to work. They continue to work to provide medicine, food, and supplies to keep our shelves stocked and keep our economy functioning. Brampton is home to hundreds of trucking companies. The transportation sector is one of the largest employers in Brampton and contributes significantly to the Canadian supply chain. To all the truck drivers who have continued to work heroically throughout the pandemic, thank you for your service to our country. The workers represented by Unifor, Teamsters, and Canadian Trucking Lines are doing their part in getting vaccinated and keeping the supply chain moving. They have clearly supported the need for truckers to get vaccinated and keep goods moving. Over the last couple of weeks, I've also received many phone calls from truck drivers in my riding about the blockades. They were very clear. The individuals who have occupied Ottawa do not represent them, their opinions, and the industry at large. The individuals and convoys who unlawfully block border crossings across our country are not representatives of the hardworking truckers we know. Madam Speaker, I'd like to point out that there are individuals outside the chambers who have brought trucks that do not belong to them. I had a constituent who reached out to me the other day who is the owner of a trucking company, called to tell me that they have a couple of trucks in Ottawa that drivers took on their own will for this occupation. They do not support what is happening outside and want to know how to get their truck back. This should not be happening. It is considered theft. Not only do I urge these truck drivers to return the trucks to their respective owners, I encourage those left outside to return home as well. Madam Speaker, I support peaceful protest. It is part of our democratic right, and everyone has a right to exercise their freedom of speech. After all, we are the party of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Freedom of speech and democracy is what we are known for as Canadians, but when international trade into our country is being impacted at our borders, residents don't feel safe in their own communities, and our businesses have to unwillingly shut down, it is no longer considered a peaceful protest. The occupation on the streets of Ottawa is illegal. The occupations and blockades that popped up are a threat to our economy, supply chains, and public safety. Residents of Centretown do not feel safe leaving their homes because they fear being harassed. Businesses are shut down because they fear for the safety of their employees. The individuals illegally blocking the streets in Ottawa talk about freedom for all, yet because of them, local residents are locked up in their homes. Small businesses who have already suffered enough over the course of the pandemic are closed. We must protect our critical infrastructure like our border crossings across the country. This has a consequential impact on truck drivers trying to do their jobs by crossing the borders who are unable to come home. That, Madam Speaker, is not freedom. I've heard stories firsthand from concerned families of truck drivers who had to wait up to 6 hours one way to cross the border while transporting goods from the United States. Because of the blockades, they have had to sacrifice their time with their families, has impacted their mental health, and put over 8,000 auto workers out of work, impacting thousands of families across the country during the border blockades. I've heard from residents in Centertown who feel unsafe leaving their homes and are being harassed for wearing their masks. Their mental health has been impacted with the absurd amount of honking and noise they've had to endure. As a father, I can't imagine what families with young children and new parents are having to deal with. Businesses like the mall and many local restaurants have had to temporarily close because of illegal occupations. The illegal blockades have been disrupting the lives of Canadians and have been a threat to our economy and relationship with trading partners. The financial impact caused at the Ambassador Bridge was $390 million a day, $48 million a day in Coutts, and $73 million a day in Emerson, Manitoba. Madam Speaker, let me emphasize, that is the impact per day. Canadians have been asking our government to take a stand against the illegal blockades and occupations and put an end to what is happening outside our institutions. We invoke the Emergencies Act to protect our communities, jobs, and restore confidence in our institutions. It is also alarming that there's a significant amount of foreign donations, and we need to be very cognizant of that. It is our responsibility to take a stand to protect our communities. And as the Prime Minister said on Monday, when the Emergencies Act invoked, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedom continues to protect their individual rights. As our government has said multiple times, the Emergencies Act measures are not being used to call in the military, will not curtail freedom of expression or the freedom of peaceful assembly. The Emergencies Act is being invoked because the blockades and occupation are a threat to our supply chains, economy, and to our public safety. The Emergencies Act provides law enforcement with additional tools, prohibit blockades, and keep essential corridors open. The RCMP and the local police service have been provided with additional resources they need to continue keeping our communities safe, and we have full faith in the important work they are doing since we have invoked the Emergencies Act. Most of our borders are now opened back up for critical trade. Now we must continue to work towards progress and ending the illegal blockades and occupations happening outside of the chamber. Madam Speaker, we have been asking the convoy members to return to their homes for almost 3 weeks now. The police have been clear in their warnings to the protesters. They're being given options to return home safely, yet they choose not to. We have confidence in the RCMP, OPP, Ottawa, and other local police services to restore law and order. These are not measures that are not being taken lightly, and no one's democratic rights will be infringed. We are doing what is necessary to keep Canadians safe, and the measures put in place by our government are working. These mobile convoys are a threat to our communities. They can show up anywhere and take over a city. We've witnessed this at our nation's capital and ports of entry across the country, and it's simply unacceptable. No one wants their livelihoods taken away from them, and as parliamentarians, we need to stand up for Canadians to stop these illegal occupations. Madam Speaker, while some of the Conservative members opposite shake hands, give thumbs up, high fives, and pose for pictures with the leadership of the occupiers in Ottawa, let me remind members opposite the convoy leadership who they meet with smiles associate themselves with far-right extremism who have been seen spreading hate, raising racist symbols, and Confederate flags. We will not tolerate that as a party or as a nation. We stand up against all forms of racism and hate, and we will always take a stand. These are not Canadian values and do not represent our country. Unlike some members in the Conservative Party, we are not promoting the leadership figures in the convoy and the activities occurring outside the chamber. We have taken action to put an end to these illegal blockades. For once, I hope the members opposite stop and put the best interest of our countries first and work with the government to protect and support our economy and public safety. We recognize the illegal blockades are a threat to our national security, and we will continue to do everything we can to keep Canadians safe. Madam Speaker, we understand the pandemic has not been easy for anyone and the impact it has had on the lives of Canadians, but illegal blockades at the border around the country and in Ottawa are not the answer. Businesses are suffering, employees are suffering, Canadians are suffering. It is important that we continue following the signs and working in the best interest of all Canadians. The convoy members have made up their point. It is now time for them to return home. Madam Speaker, I encourage the members opposite to step up and do the right thing by joining us in helping end this illegal occupation. For those listening, I want to reassure you that within this act, charter rights are protected and are charter compliant. I fully agree with the right to peacefully protest like my colleagues in this House, but we all know this is no longer peaceful. In a democracy, we must stand against those that prevent others with threats and assaults to live freely in our country. There are sinister elements at work here, targeting our critical infrastructure at our borders, hurting our economy, hurting Canadians. These sinister elements are financed by foreign money, and there has to be consequences for those that engage in criminal behavior. The increase measured in this act is allowing for greater financial scrutiny to allow our law enforcement agency to effectively do their work and bring those responsible to account. Yes, we have made gains and progress. We have seen our border crossings reopen, but as parliamentarians, we need to continue working to secure our progress and provide law enforcement the tools they require to end these illegal occupations and blockades. Madam Speaker, one of the highest elected offices in Canada is that of a member of Parliament, and with this privilege comes great responsibility. And I'd like to read a statement from the House Administration website before I conclude today. Before a duly elected member may take his or her seat and vote in the House of Commons, the member must take an oath or make a solemn affirmation of allegiance or loyalty to the sovereign and sign the test roll. When a member swears or solemnly affirms allegiance to the Queen as Sovereign of Canada, he or she is also swearing or solemnly affirming allegiance to the institution the Queen represents, including the concept of democracy. Thus, a member is making a pledge to conduct him or herself in the best interest of the country. The oath or solemn affirmation reminds a member of the serious obligations and responsibilities he or she is assuming. Now, before another member opposite gets a bright idea to go out there and shake hands, give high five, take pictures with those that affiliate with far-right extremists, racist ideologies, violent rhetoric, and conspiracy theories, I remind members about the oath we all took to protect our democratic institution and serve in the best interest of our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, the honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm finding it a little hard listening to this member as well as the Liberal Party talk about safety, about the population. I just looked at the Twitter account of the Prime Minister. Nothing about Houston, BC. Nothing about eco-terrorists attacking with axes and destroying millions of dollars of damage. And hearing nothing about that. Just hearing about this. You know, when I left here after speaking on Thursday night, the police opened the gate when I went to the convoy, and you know what he said? Be careful. And I thought, oh, okay, there's some danger here. And you know what he said next? It's slippery. That's what I'm hearing. Now, I'm not saying they shouldn't be here, but I'd like to see, you know, why he's not comparing what is happening in the real world. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, I'd like to thank the member opposite for that question. And since the member did mention the police and what they are asking us to do to remain safe, I also want to quote the Ottawa Chief Bell. He mentioned yesterday, without the authorities that have been provided to us through this piece of legislation, we wouldn't be able to be doing the work we are today, end quote. These emergency measures have helped law enforcement authorities take away commercial licenses of truck drivers, freeze bank accounts, and cancel insurance, while compelling tow truck companies to help police remove vehicles. And since we're talking about the wonderful work the police are doing, it's important to note that they are here to restore law and order on our streets across the country. It doesn't matter if that happens in Ottawa or somewhere in BC. I know we can always count on law enforcement authorities, but we need to continue giving them the tools to do their jobs.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question for my colleague. It's a question that I asked earlier and I didn't get a response. One of the main measures in this declaration is to freeze the bank accounts of truckers from Quebec and Canada. And we've been told that they'd be frozen for a week. Could the Honourable Member give me more information on this? I imagine he has thought through this declaration. So is it for a week, yes or no? The Honourable
Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, I'd like to thank the member opposite for that question. Madam Speaker, in terms of the financial tools that we've given to police officers, in terms of tracking down the funds from foreign interference, I think it's important to note that these tools were necessary, so we're able to make sure we protect our democratic institutions, and it will help protect our citizens and Canada. We in this chamber represent a democracy. And when you see sinister elements at work, we must do everything we can to ensure that we are able to protect our democratic institutions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think what we've seen here is a complete manifest failure of leadership at every level that put us in this situation. The fact that something that should have been contained through ticketing and normal police activity was allowed to metastasize to such a level that it became an international embarrassment, what happened at the Ambassador Bridge. I'm asking my colleague if the Liberals will agree to our call for a full, complete, independent inquiry into every level of this crisis that has been allowed to happen, and then to follow up as well, if we are to ensure that these tools that we are needing to use now will not be misused in future, where is the oversight committee so that we can make sure that these are limited tools to be used to get people safe again in the streets of Ottawa without any government further abuse?
The Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, I'd like to thank the honourable member for that very important question. I do believe in transparency and oversight, and as our Justice Minister said, these measures are temporary, to restore confidence in our institutions and restore law and order. And we know that the Emergency Act will help restore law and order, and it's working. You see what's happening outside our chambers. The law enforcement are moving in full effect, and I like to note that they operate separate from our capacity as parliamentarians. We do not direct them, but we need to make sure we continue giving them the tools to effectively do their jobs. I want to say when I looked outside yesterday, and you see Peel Police in Ottawa helping to restore that confidence, that is because of the tools that we gave in our Emergency Measures Act that the Police Chief Bell has referred to. And so it's very important that we understand why this Emergency Act was used and that it's extremely temporary, and that has come right from the Minister of Justice. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
Speaker, and like my colleague who spoke before me, I would like to thank the members of the Parliamentary Protective Service and the peace officers who have come to Ottawa to deal with this unprecedented situation. Madam Speaker, I believe that there has been a great deal of misinformation, misconception, and misunderstanding around the pandemic and the public health measures that have been necessary, as well as about how these measures stack up to the guarantees in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I have received a great deal of mail, even prior to what we're experiencing today in downtown Ottawa, about mandates and how they violate charter rights. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to tell our constituents, and this is what I've been doing, that these mandates, these public health restrictions, which are now being loosened and being eliminated, did not violate charter rights. If they had violated charter rights, court cases would have been brought, judges would have made decisions, and mandates would have been struck down. That's just the fact of our democracy. And as a matter of fact, in Newfoundland, at one point during the pandemic, at the very beginning, there was a very serious public health restriction that barred anyone from entering Newfoundland unless they had some kind of medical document. And that case was brought to the courts, and the court found that public health measure was not a violation of charter rights. So I think it's very important. It's incumbent on us as elected members of Parliament to reassure Canadians that their charter rights have not been violated. Yes, there have been these measures have imposed constraints, but constraints are not necessarily a violation of charter rights, Madam Speaker. Now, some will say in response, "Oh well, the courts. Don't talk to me about the courts. They're part of the. They're just part of the government, or they're stacked with liberal-minded judges." Well, Madam Speaker, once we get to that point, when there's no agreement on the structure of our democracy and how it operates and functions, then it's impossible to have constructive conversations. Every law that is tabled in this House is accompanied by a charter statement, and while orders in council do not require a formal charter statement, they are vetted for charter consistency. Now, Madam Speaker, I think it's also important to remind Canadians that what we have been seeing outside here in front of Parliament and at border crossings, many border crossings across the country, is not peaceful, lawful protest. I think we have to remind Canadians that these have been unlawful protests that have surpassed what can reasonably be considered a legitimate protest based on constitutionally protected rights and freedoms. The so-called Freedom Convoy, Madam Speaker, has not been without consequence, has not been without negative consequence, especially for the people of Ottawa, and also for workers whose businesses have been closed in downtown Ottawa, who have not been able to go to work for 3 weeks, who need to feed their families, whose income has been stopped, and also for Canadians who suffered income interruption because of the blockage of supply chains at the border. These people have felt the very real consequences of these illegal blockades. But back to the people of Ottawa, and I'm quoting from an article that appeared recently in the Globe and Mail about the mental health impacts of the blockade here in Ottawa on the people, the citizens of this city. And I'll quote from the article: "Experts worry that the stress could have long-lasting effects on the health of residents who have also been navigating life during a pandemic." And then the article goes on to quote Ivy Bourgault, professor in the School of Sociological and Anthropological Studies at the University of Ottawa, quote, "I don't think as a resident that one can look at one's environment in the same way again, that when there are other protests, this will be a trigger." And she goes on to say, "Uncertainty and no control just causes enormous amounts of stress, and that is in addition to the chronic stressors that people have been dealing with in relation to the pandemic." And I could go on and on. But I would also like to speak about the economic impacts. I mentioned it before in a question to one of the honourable members who was speaking. And the point I was trying to make was that if you want to undermine the security of a nation, especially a trading nation, that exports most of its product, that imports most of its product from a neighboring nation like the United States. If you want to harm that nation, what you do is you block the points of entry. You block the Ambassador Bridge. You block crossings in Manitoba and in Alberta, and you block 12 additional points of entry. And of course, you breach the confines of the CBSA Plaza in Fort Erie, resulting in lockdown of the office to prevent additional protesters from gaining entry. So that's what you do if you want to undermine the security of this country. Now, I've watched the reaction from the official opposition, and I don't want to be partisan because this is not a partisan issue. But I've watched the reasoning and the messaging coming from the official opposition for a couple of weeks now. The first notion that the official opposition tried to float was that if the Prime Minister would sit down and have a cup of coffee with anti-democratic organizers, everyone would go home happy. Now, I don't believe that a so-called law and order party really believes in that notion. Then the official opposition has been giving credence to the notion that the police are directed by the federal government. So if the protest is still there, it's the fault of the federal government because, of course, they control the forces of law and order. Many people believe that. Many people have written to me saying, why can't you people do anything about this? And I remind them that in a constitutional democracy, governments, whether it be municipal, provincial, or federal, do not direct the police. Second point. Third point, and then when the government finally does something, by invoking the Emergencies Act, the official opposition recoils in shocked surprise. You know, shocked surprise, how could you possibly think of doing that after telling the government that they weren't doing anything? So, Madam Speaker, I think there is plenty of contradiction in the messaging that's coming out of the other side. But I'd like to leave that aside for a moment. Another point that has been raised is that this could have been handled just normally using normal laws. But we saw for 3 weeks that the Ottawa police were overwhelmed. They could not do anything. We saw that. I mean, that's historical record. For 3 weeks, the Ottawa police could not get this situation under control. That's not the federal police. That's not the provincial police. That's the Ottawa police. Now, what did the Emergencies Act allow? It allowed the Ottawa police to be supported by police forces from, I think, 7 other municipalities. Now, what did the Emergencies Act allow? It meant that these police officers could join and help the Ottawa police in clearing out this blockade that is in front of the Parliament buildings, and they didn't have to deputize each individual officer in some kind of bureaucratic process. Right?
The honourable members know full well that they will have an opportunity to ask questions and comment, and I would ask them to hold their thoughts until then, and they may want to jot them down as opposed to yelling them out. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member from Lac-Saint-Jean. Lac-Saint-Louis, you have a minute and a half.
Province. Lac-Saint-Jean is a wonderful, wonderful area, and I've visited it, and it's a terrific part of the province. Now, I think it's also incumbent upon us to tell our citizens what the Emergencies Act does and what it doesn't do. Well, first of all, it is not the War Measures Act. I know that some members have tried to kind of make a subtle link to that. Some have been less subtle, perhaps, but it is not the War Measures Act. The Emergencies Act does not suspend charter rights. Here we go back to charter rights. It's important that we tell citizens that the Act is not suspending charter rights. Thirdly, it does not give the federal government control of local police. And fourthly, it does not take away the right of lawful protest. What does it do? Well, it gives FINTRAC the ability to stop the flow of financial support, much of it coming from other countries, south of the border, more specifically. And that's an important power. But FINTRAC still has to respect the Charter of Rights, because the Emergencies Act does not suspend the Charter of Rights. How much time do I have, Madam Speaker?
20 seconds.
20 seconds? Well, I'll stop there and I'll take questions and add some points through the answers that I will give.
Central Okanagan to Milkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the member for his work on the Environment Committee as chair. But on this matter, Madam Chair, he has said repetitively that the Emergency Act is necessary so that there would not be a bureaucratic process for example, other law enforcement to come to the aid of to the Ottawa Police Service. Madam Speaker, I'm from British Columbia, and policing actually is a provincial responsibility, and peace officers, and who can get called from that, are often called to support other areas when there's a policing issue. For example, BC LNG in November had 800 people protesting, and that was all resolved utilizing existing provincial measures. Madam Speaker, this member has also talked about the Charter of Rights and how important it is in regards to the COVID, but he's not talked about at all in his mention the civil liberties of every Canadian, because there are restrictions that have been placed on people who want to assemble and who want to be able to donate to whoever they like right across this country. Now, he may not like what they're talking about, Madam Speaker, but would this member at least call upon the government to show that there is a proper review that has been done on this emergency order so that charter rights are not being infringed upon unjustly?
L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Say that I enjoy sitting on the Environment Committee with my honourable colleague who is always well prepared for the meetings and does hold the government to account. But the Act also allows the police in Ottawa, and this has been attributed, it's been attributed as one of the reasons why this operation has been successful, to create a no-go zone, to prevent people from across the country to converge on Ottawa on weekends and cause more disruption, Madam Speaker. But I must say, you know, the charter still applies, and Section 58 of the Emergencies Act required the government to give an explanation for why it is invoking the Act, and I would suggest that the member read that explanation.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My colleague says that we needed the Emergency Measures Act to have the police forces work with us. That's completely false. We can see that with regular laws, we are able to do this. Same thing for crowdfunding. The current laws allow us to deal with these problems. There's only one measure that isn't already in our current laws. Why bring out this nuclear option when everything in the decree can already be found in other laws? It makes no sense. I believe, Madam Speaker, that it's highly possible that when we look over current laws, we'll see that with regard to the government's capacity to follow the tracks left by new technologies, that is, the ability to send money, dark money to support illegal activities, that, well, once we've taken a look at the situation and the act is no longer in effect, it's obvious that the Ottawa police were unable to resolve the situation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my colleague, the Bloc and the Conservatives keep saying things are fine at the Ambassador Bridge, but I can walk 2 kilometers that way right now and can tell you the Jersey barricades that were on Huron Church Road now are separating city streets and residents from themselves. And on top of that, a convoy was just turned back again the other day, and more convoys are estimated they might come back again. Anybody can drive down here with 3 or 4 vehicles, get out of their cars and park it, and delay basically $400 million worth of goods and services per day. I'd like to ask the honourable member, does the City of Windsor residents and the people here deserve the proper supports from the federal governments, because we're protecting 14 kilometers of road to the highway, and at any point in time that's vulnerable. And my residents are cut in half right now, including one of the poorest neighborhoods in Canada. Does he believe that we could just get support from the municipality? Because right now, local residents are paying for this. It's not fair, and the threat and the danger is not gone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A brief answer from l'honorable député de Lac-Saint.
From the honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Yeah, definitely, the situation at the Ambassador Bridge was a motivating factor in the government's decision. The Act allows police forces to create larger no-go zones, which will hopefully, if there is a threat to a border crossing like the Ambassador Bridge, help keep the bridge open.
Resuming debate, and I apologize again. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I would like to commend the work of the various police forces. Under the circumstances, and until now, the dismantling has been done in a calm and orderly way, and let's hope it continues that way. I'd also like to thank the House employees, its security service, who, through their exceptional work, have made it possible for us to sit here today under exceptional circumstances. Madam Speaker, this debate is of the utmost gravity. The Emergency Measures Act is the nuclear option of legislative tools. It is the last resort. Governance by decree is not normal. The decision whether to authorize this law rests on the shoulders of all of us, members of this Parliament. What we decide will go down in history. We have the power to stop this or give the government a blank check. It's up to us. I invite all parliamentarians from all parties to rise to the seriousness of this situation. The Emergency Measures Act is an emergency law. This exceptional law is invoked when it's absolutely unavoidable. When we've come to the conclusion that ordinary laws are not able to deal with an urgent and dangerous situation, and I insist, invoking the legislative nuclear option is not to be taken lightly. Many have argued that the act was necessary to send a message to the occupiers in Ottawa. You don't launch a nuclear bomb to send a message, Madam Speaker. The motion before us is not simply the proclamation of emergency measures. It asks us to accept 3 decrees that contain a series of measures. Our duty as parliamentarians is to look at each of these measures and ask ourselves if they are absolutely necessary. If we could not have solved the problem otherwise, And if we conclude that any of them is not absolutely essential, we must reject the motion. The government can come back to us with another, more suitable decree if it considers it necessary, and then we'll see. Madam Speaker, I'm a Quebecer. I'm an independentist. You can easily understand that declaring emergency measures is something that affects me viscerally. Many have argued that the current Emergency Measures Act is completely different from the diabolical War Measures Acts used to intimidate Quebecers and bully independence fighters in 1970. That's right, and for good reason. To understand the purpose of the Act, let's go back almost 34 years to the time of its adoption. The Act was passed in 1988, and it had been introduced in 1987. What was happening in 1987? It was a different time, but it helps us understand the legislators' intent at the time. Brian Mulroney was in power. He was leading the Progressive Conservative Party, which no longer exists. He was elected on a platform of reconciliation with Quebec, a subject that Canada is no longer talking about. In 1987, as part of his reconciliation agenda, he concluded the Meech Lake Accord. He wanted to make up for the 1982 affront when English Canada changed the Constitution and reduced the National Assembly's powers without us and in spite of us. We know what happened next. On the constitutional front, Meech failed, Charlottetown failed, and reconciliation still hasn't happened. That same year, the Mulroney government introduced the legislation being discussed today. It repealed the War Measures Act that had traumatized Quebec 17 years earlier. In the same year that he was trying to repair the 1982 affront, he was trying to repair the 1970 affront. That's why the Emergency Measures Act is different from the War Measures Act. This time, there will be no police officers or military arriving in the middle of the night to arrest, without a warrant, people who have done nothing wrong, whose only crime is a crime of opinion. That won't happen this time. Basic rights are not abolished, and there are controls that were not in place under the cursed War Measures Act. Before, the government could invoke it at will. It could maintain it at will. Today, we have emergency brakes, and we are one of those brakes. But these brakes are only useful if we agree to use them. I'm calling on us today to pull that emergency brake. The first emergency brake, was consulting provinces. The Act requires the government to consult with provinces and report to Parliament on the outcome of these consultations. In the context of reconciliation with Quebec, when the law was adopted, it was thought that the law would never be imposed on us unless we agreed to it. The duty to consult was just that. The government has provided us with a report on its consultations. The Act requires the government to do so, rather. It informed us that out of 10 provinces, 7 were opposed to the proclamation of emergency measures. And of the 3 who said the government should go ahead because of problems in the city of Ottawa, 2 said they didn't need it at home. What did the government do? It chose to impose the law on the entire territory, from coast to coast to coast. It imposed the Act on Quebec, which said no. The Quebec government said no. The National Assembly, which speaks for my people, was unanimous in saying no, both on the left and the right side of the political spectrum. But the National Assembly's unanimous will is not reflected in the 3 decrees that the government is asking us to approve. For the government, a consultation just means keep talking. We understood that this law would never be imposed on us without our consent, and yet this is exactly what's happening. Reconciliation with Quebec, which was one of the pillars when the Emergency Measures Act was passed, is taking a back seat today. The first break on governments by decree did not work. The government overrode it. We still have the second and final emergency break, us, parliamentarians. If the government is required by law to inform us that provinces do not want it, that Quebec does not want it, it's so that we can take this into account. The decrees imposed on us do not take this into account. The law applies everywhere across the land, whether there are problems or not, whether Quebec wants it or not. This is contrary to the spirit of reconciliation with Quebec that led to the adoption of the law in the first place. Reconciliation with Quebec respect for Quebec, these are concepts that seem very distant today. Let's get back to the Act itself. Basically, for the government to have the right to invoke it and for Parliament to be justified in approving it, it takes two conditions. First, there must be a dangerous and urgent situation. And secondly, it must be impossible to deal with this situation with existing laws, which would make it necessary to move to a system of government by decree. The Emergency Act requires the government to justify its decision to invoke the Act and to table in Parliament an explanatory statement of the reasons for that declaration. On Wednesday evening, the government sent us a document titled Explanation Pursuant to subsection 58.1 of the Emergency Measures Act. In this explanatory act, the government cites 5 reasons for its decision to invoke the Emergency Measures Act. 1, the occupiers threaten to use violence for political and ideological purposes. 2, blockades, particularly those affecting critical infrastructure, threaten Canada's economic security. 3, blockades, particularly at the border, are detrimental to Canada-U.S. relations. 4, the blockades threaten the supply of essential goods to the population. 5, there is a risk that the level of violence will increase. It is conceivable that all 5 of the reasons given by the government are true. It is a matter of debate. But because the Emergency Measures Act is the legislative nuclear weapon, it sets the bar higher than that. Even if these 5 grounds were correct, they are not sufficient. One is missing for the government to proceed. Section 3 of the Act specifies that it is not sufficient that there be a crisis. In addition, it must be beyond the capacity or authority of the provinces to respond, and it cannot be dealt with adequately under the laws of Canada. In other words, in order to be entitled to invoke the Emergency Measures Act, the government must demonstrate why it is impossible to deal with a crisis under ordinary law and why it is absolutely necessary to...
The government did not demonstrate this.
Pire, il n'a même pas essayé de la faire alors que la loi l'exige. Il demeure totalement silencieux sur le sujet. Au fait, je pose encore la question, quelles lois sont insuffisantes actuellement? Le décret précise qu'il est interdit d'amener un enfant à une manifestation interdite. Or, les lois provinciales sur la protection de la jeunesse interdisent déjà d'exposer un enfant à une situation dangereuse, tant au Québec qu'en Ontario. C'est déjà le cas. La Société d'aide à l'enfance, équivalent ontarien de la DPJ, était déjà sur le dossier parce que la police d'Ottawa lui avait déjà référé des cas. En quoi les lois normales ne permettent pas de faire face adéquatement à la situation?
Une seconde, il y a quelqu'un, there's some... The virtual that has their microphone on, I'm going to ask them to make sure that their microphone is off. Oh, there's no translation. It's a point of order. Okay, excuse, je vais juste vérifier ici.
I'm just going to check and make sure that the interpretation is working.
Trying to make the point of order, that didn't come up, so... C'est bon?
Is everything working now with the interpretation? The Honourable Member for Joliette, please continue. As I said, for youth protection, it's already the case. So why don't usual laws allow the government to cope with the current situation? Why is the Emergencies Act necessary in the government's opinion? We don't know because the government won't tell us. It provides for financial institutions to be able to freeze accounts of participants in illegal protests, but the Criminal Code already provides for this. That's already the case. The Act on Laundering Proceeds of Crime also provides for financial institutions to be able to freeze the accounts of criminal proceeds. That's already the case. So we can already use the Criminal Code for that. There is no legal vacuum. How is it that the government thinks that these laws are not sufficient to cope with the situation? Why does it think that the Emergencies Act is necessary? We don't know, because the government won't tell us. Not only has the government never told us why this Emergencies Act was indispensable, it never even told us how it could be useful. Last week, the government offered us a technical briefing on the application of the law, And what it told us about freezing accounts was extremely concerning. A assistant deputy minister of the Department of Finance told us how it worked. What the government told us is that it would be up to the financial institutions to freeze the accounts of those who are participating in the occupation in Ottawa. They would have to guess among their members or their clients who are protesting in the protests. They would have to guess when they left so that they could unfreeze the accounts. The government doesn't feel that it has any responsibility for this and says that it's all up to the banks. That is simply not serious. Banks are not police agencies. They don't know who is blockading the city of Ottawa, but the government doesn't care. The Emergencies Act calls for the government to explain to us why ordinary laws do not allow them to cope with the end of the siege in Ottawa. Not only did it not do so, but it didn't say how the Emergencies Act could be used. Another example, the decree extends to crowdfunding platforms against laundering proceeds of crime. It's an excellent idea, but it's such a good idea that we already have this under current laws. Crowdfunding platforms are already supervised by provinces, and those laws work. The proof is that on February 10th, the Ontario Superior Court granted an injunction to freeze funds that were collected by the Freedom Convoy 2022 and Adopt a Trucker campaigns on the crowdfunding platform Give, Send, Go. And all that happened with our laws already in place, without the Emergencies Act and without a governmental decree. So tell me again, why do current laws not allow the government to cope with the situation? Why does the government say that the Emergencies Act is necessary? We don't know. We're not told. We don't understand. Also, the decree authorizes insurers to suspend protesters' insurance. How will truckers be able to leave if they have no insurance? By suspending liability insurance of truckers, if there was an accident, it would be their victims who would not be able to be compensated. So why is it a good thing to deprive these victims of recourse? The government had the legal obligation to show that every one of these special powers is absolutely necessary to calm this crisis. And it didn't even tell us how this could be done, why it was so important. The decree provides for a series of reasons that prove that the protest is illegal. The paralysis of essential infrastructures, traffic blockades, and all of those are already covered by the laws that are currently in place. The criminal code, the road code, and municipal bylaws. The police forces had everything they needed to deal with this. We saw it in Windsor and in Coots. There's no legal vacuum that needs to be filled by the Emergencies Act. The government admitted it itself. It's not the lack of laws that caused this paralysis in Ottawa. The government didn't even argue that there was a legal vacuum that needed to be filled by this special act. Come on. The Emergencies Act is designed to cover situations where current laws are inexistent. It's not there to compensate for a lack of leadership on the part of the government. This government might have needed these special powers, for example, to call in tow trucks, to move the trucks. That I could have understood, even if the government didn't argue it. But a decree with a single article just to provide for this exact thing would have been a good idea. That might have been acceptable. But the decrees are not limited to that. Basically, these decrees are a blank check. There's no justification for all the activities that they are covering. And this applies across Canada, including in Quebec, where there is no emergency situation. It is these overly broad decrees that the Chamber is being called upon to approve. I cannot, in good conscience, vote for this, and neither can the Bloc Québécois. And the National Assembly of Quebec has urged the House of Commons to vote this down. The conditions to invoke this law do not exist. The government knows that current legislation covers all of this, otherwise it would have told us so. The Emergencies Act is not needed. It's not necessary. It's just being used by the Prime Minister so he can save face, because he let the situation degenerate from day one instead of doing something. But I'd like to say again, you don't use the nuclear option to send a message. Quebec doesn't want these emergency measures to be applied on its territory. The federal government was supposed to take this into account. So will parliamentarians here, will they play their role by voting this down? Will they stand up against the government, or will they toe the party line? We know that the Liberals, of course, will listen to the government directives because they're all just toadies. But how about the NDP? In 1970, Tommy Douglas had said that proclaiming the War Measures Act was like using a sledgehammer to crack a peanut. The law changed in 1988, but the situation is the same. Invoking the Emergencies Act and imposing it in Quebec where there is no emergency, that is the same thing, once again, as using a sledgehammer to crack a peanut. Yes, the Emergencies Act is different from the terrible War Measures Act. Yes, it contains parameters, it contains checks on the government's authoritarianism, but the main check is us, here, parliamentarians. We have a heavy responsibility. Toadies will always be toadies. So when it is time to vote, we'll see if the NDP should be called the New Liberal Party instead of the New Democratic Party. It is up to it to see whether this vote will stand or fall, but I will be standing up to say no to these 3 excessive decrees out of respect for my people and out of love for all Quebecers. Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The Emergencies Act has already demonstrated that it can be effective. Law enforcement officers are, in fact, using it, and it is being effective. Madam Speaker, we are very much concerned about the blockades, whether the blockades shutting down the downtown Ottawa, or the blockades that have prevented hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars between international trade, our trade corridors, and the impact that that's having today and into the future, Madam Speaker. These are very serious. We're talking jobs, we're talking health conditions. There's so many reasons as to why. The most important, and I challenge the member, does he believe that law enforcement officers are wrong today by using the tool that we are providing them today? Are law enforcement officers offside with Parliament?
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Madam Speaker, since the very beginning of these events, we have been calling on the government to act, to stand up and not let the situation degenerate. But the government did. And now, all of a sudden at the end, instead of going gradually and using all possible options, all possible legislation, they went straight to the nuclear option, the Emergencies Act, which is not necessary. Did the member hear my speech? Not one single measure was necessary. The police forces had everything they had altogether. Sure, he just gave me the thumbs down, but we don't need this Emergency Act. The government is just doing anything it wants. The Prime Minister is trying to save face after his inaction of 3 weeks.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for, it's been a little while since I've, Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Liberals seem almost giddy today talking about the effectiveness of what's going on out there. The question is, there was never any question it was going to be effective. The question is it justified? Is it justified? That's the question. And I listened to the Honourable Member's speech. I appreciated his tone and what he had to say. If we're using the Emergencies Act today for this, what other situations now does this precedent set where the Emergencies Act will also be justified if it's justified for this?
The Honourable Member for Joliette. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I completely agree with him. Everyone has said we need to act. There's a bad situation out there, but nothing justifies the resort to the nuclear auction. The government had the burden of proof. It had to show us that it had no choice but to use the Emergencies Act. They haven't even tried to show that. They're not even using existing legislation. We went through all the legislation. We saw that everything was there. For example, maybe calling in tow trucks. That might have been one thing. It would have been a very specific example. But the Liberal government is conflating this situation with an atomic bomb that it is throwing down legislatively.
Member for Nunavut.
We know how quickly extremist behavior and ideologies can spread. With the sheer volume of this demonstration, I am genuinely concerned that racism will grow, entrench, and allow widespread violence to ensue. That this extremism is dangerous and must be dealt with urgently. I am not sure if the member heard the news last night, but the interim Ottawa Police Chief, Steve Bell, last night said, without the authorities provided to us through these pieces of legislation, we couldn't be able to be doing the work we are today. Does the member agree that extremism ideologies from other countries must be stopped and that Canadians must return to their Canadian roots of kindness to their neighbors?
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question and comment. And I want to be very clear here. What we are denouncing are the conflations between political positions that can be decried, these protests that shouldn't be happening, and resorting to the Emergencies Act, which is not justified in this situation. So I completely agree with her when she says we have to speak out against hate speech. We have to continue that fight, absolutely. But let us not conflate that with, well, you know, because the siege needs to stop, then we have to use the Emergencies Act. I might remind her, Tommy Douglas in the 1970s, his party was the only party that opposed the War Measures Act. So I might urge the NDP to think back to that and to rely on that decision.
Member Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my dear honourable colleague from Joliette. I have a question for him, and I hope my French is good enough. It is about the definition of the threats towards Canada's security. It's not in the Emergencies Act. It refers to another act, which is the CSIS Act. And the definition there, which I find applies here, is the question of activities that are influenced from abroad. And I am extremely troubled because I think that there are two sources of misinformation about COVID-19 and the vaccines, about ideas, the ideas that are so curious, so odd, some of these people who are organizing this protest. And the source of these ideas are the Republicans in the United States, but the major source is Russia. And Mr. Putin he put out messages on russiatoday.com, and I'm astonished because this is complete disinformation with the stated goal of destroying democratic societies worldwide. And so we have to act against these sources of misinformation and disinformation, and I would like to hear his ideas on that. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my very honourable colleague for her intervention. Yes, it is extremely troubling. We cannot let foreign powers influence domestic politics. That is very definite. That is why in my speech I laid out the 5 reasons that were invoked by the government to resort to the Emergencies Act. And I want to know, and I think that those reasons should be debated, but what the government didn't do and should have done is to invoke the Emergencies Act. It had to prove that current legislation, existing legislation, regulations that are already in place was not sufficient. But for example, with regard to the crowdfunding platforms, the laws are there, and the government did not even to invoke those laws, and it did not try to prove that there was a legal vacuum, and that is our position. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's quite ironic to hear a member of the NDP who's a backbencher on the Liberal side. But that being said, Madam Speaker, is that I'm hearing from the government that, there's a Maru poll that says 72% of Quebecers are for the use of the Emergencies Act, but in the very same poll, it says only 17% of people across Canada think that the Prime Minister is acting proportionately, and therefore they have a very poor opinion of the Prime Minister. So let's listen to the figures. The National Assembly of Quebec voted unanimously against the Emergency Act. 7 provinces out of 10 think that this is a bad decision. So here's my question for my colleague. What does he think about the opinion of the Prime Minister? How should he act responsibly? The Honourable Member for Joliette, less than 1 minute to respond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, clearly. People have seen this situation go downhill, so it needs to be fixed. So it's not every single Canadian who goes through the Emergencies Act with a fine-tooth comb to understand it. We have studied it, and we have said that the government has to prove that there's a legal vacuum that needs to be filled, but the government has not even tried to do so to date. So it's completely absurd. So we agree with the public, but using the nuclear option in this situation is not appropriate. We all agree on that. Our political party and the elected officials of Quebec, and I'm talking about the Liberals as well, when the National Assembly unanimously, and I'm talking about all the parties, the CAQ, the Parti Québécois, the Québec Solidaire, and Liberal parties, and the Liberal Party as well, when they all vote together with one voice and say that they are against the Emergencies Act, then that is very telling. I might remind the member that he must not say who is in the House and who is not in the House. Thank you.
Alors, reprise le débat.
Resuming debate.
Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the last few weeks, I have received phone calls from constituents asking me why it came to this. How is it that Canada, the true north, strong and free, has come to declare a national emergency to handle trucks parked in downtown Ottawa? Let me be clear. It is time that the rule of law was restored in Ottawa, but what happened is a direct result of the fear and division of this Prime Minister. I also want to tell the people who are a part of the convoy that my colleagues and I have heard your valid concerns on this side of the House. We will continue to push for an end to pandemic measures as the science indicates they should. People have reached out to my office in the last 3 weeks and they're exhausted. They are frustrated. They are tired of this Liberal government not listening or even trying to understand their point of view. After 3 weeks, law enforcement acted to resolve the situation. However, there was no attempt by the government to speak to the organizers. Instead, the Prime Minister continued to throw around divisive rhetoric and still hasn't provided a plan forward to end the COVID-19 measures. This past Monday, the Liberals had an opportunity to finally show some leadership and support the thoughtful and measured motion that we Conservatives brought forward. But, as usual, they partnered with the NDP and crushed the hopes of countless Canadians desperate for a pathway out of the pandemic. Crushed the hopes of many of my constituents who are in industries like tourism and transportation, who were just looking for a path forward. Instead of working with members in this House and provincial governments, the Prime Minister dug in with his name-calling. The people outside West Block who are asking to be heard are just as Canadian as any member here. They should not be put down by someone who is supposed to be leading our country. Madam Speaker, we have now reached a point where we need to ask ourselves seriously if the use of the Emergencies Act was really necessary. The City of Ottawa had a state of emergency in effect, and the Ontario provincial government also declared an emergency. Under current powers that existed in those declarations and existing federal and provincial laws, the police had the tools they needed to handle the situation in Ottawa. The Emergencies Act clearly states that a declaration can only be made when it meets 3 conditions, including that no other federal law or provincial powers can deal with the alleged emergency. On top of that, Ontario has a plan to share law enforcement resources between municipalities without using the Emergencies Act. If the police already had the powers they needed, and the Emergencies Act wasn't necessary to get manpower, Why invoke the Act for the first time in Canada's history? The Act was not used for the Oka crisis, not for either the Vancouver riots in 1994 or 2011. It wasn't used in 2010 when protesters at the G20 in Toronto started a riot. This act hasn't even been used to address recent terrorist threats to Canada or the 2020 pipeline blockades. This government is setting an extremely dangerous precedent by invoking this act. The powers to deal with the situation here in Ottawa already existed. Despite what various ministers have said, the governor in council can direct the RCMP. It's all laid out in the RCMP Act under Section 5. This government should know because they used it in 2017. They also claimed that they needed the Emergencies Act to direct tow trucks in clearing rigs from downtown. Well, we know that is false too, because Section 129B of the Criminal Code gives police the option to require anyone without reasonable excuse to assist a public officer or peace officer in the execution of his duty in arresting a person or in preserving the peace. What's clear now is that invoking this act is just another power grab and overreach by this Liberal government. And that's scary. What happens in the future when a government doesn't agree with the political position of protesters in Canada? My constituents look at the emergency declaration and ask why. How can this Prime Minister equate truckers parked in the middle of the road in downtown Ottawa to World War I, World War II, and the October crisis simply because he disagrees with truckers' beliefs? He could have listened. He could have provided a plan forward out of the COVID measures. He could have handled the situation here in Ottawa without jeopardizing democracy. The RCMP and local law enforcement did it in BC, at Coots, Emerson, and the Ambassador Bridge. The Emergencies Act is not something we can throw around lightly. It is the absolute last choice when all else has failed, and the future of our country is at stake. The Liberal government and Prime Minister still can't explain what the steps before invoking this act were. When a national emergency is so urgent and dangerous, the government needs extraordinary powers. So where is that emergency? No matter what political stripe, supporting these sweeping powers is one of the most serious decisions a member of this House can make. It is serious because the use of the Emergencies Act impacts the rights and freedoms of Canadians, regardless of what this government says. Madam Speaker, this Prime Minister loves to throw lines around like responsible leadership. What leadership looks like is standing up for the rights and freedoms of this country. Real leadership is protecting the fundamental principles of Canada and uniting Canadians. Despite someone having different views than the Prime Minister, the government should not have the power to limit people's rights. Limiting rights should never happen without due process or an urgent national emergency. So if we don't have a critical national emergency, then the only way to limit a Canadian's rights should be through due process. Yet this government is now using the act to shut down people's bank accounts. The Deputy Director of Intelligence for FinTrack, Barry McKillop, said that there is no evidence that this funding in Ottawa is tied to ideologically motivated extremism. So why are people's judicial rights being shut down? Is the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty just something this government would ignore? Bank accounts are tied to people's lives and livelihoods. A person's support of a political protest should never be a reason to interfere with Canadians' rights. Howard Engel, former Deputy Chief of Staff to Prime Minister Stephen Harper, wrote, quote, "The bottom line is that civil liberties in Canada are more vulnerable today than they were yesterday, and they will remain so as long as the declaration of emergency remains in place," end quote. The Canadian Civil Liberties Association has even taken legal action against the government, saying the Prime Minister's action invoking the act is extraordinary and unconstitutional. They go on to say that, quote, "legal requirements put in place to safeguard democratic processes have not been met," end quote. The Canadian Constitution Foundation has also said, quote, "emergency legislation should not be normalized. The threshold for using the Emergencies Act is extremely high and has not been met," end quote. The World Sikh Organization of Canada is also opposed to this act. So has the BC Civil Liberties Association. The provincial governments of Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, PEI, Quebec, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta have also opposed the Prime Minister's overreach. The situation here in Ottawa never met the level of crisis that is needed to use the Emergencies Act. Invoking this act sets a dangerous precedent. It sends a message to all Canadians now and in the future that you cannot have dissenting opinions or views. In this time of fear and division, the people are crying out not to trample on the traditions and beliefs that make Canada great. This Prime Minister has had many opportunities to de-escalate the situation and take a measured approach. Conservatives have been calling on this government to lay out a clear plan following science. And again, the Liberal government has completely shut out Canadians, even though 2/3 of Canadians want to see these mandates gone. This is all about mandates, Madam Speaker. It's a time for leadership in this country to unite Canadians no matter what their views are. As members in this place, our first duty is to our constituents. Listen to them and protect their rights and freedoms. When the people in power overstep and overreact, we risk the rights, freedoms, and democracy that this place represents. This is why I cannot, in good conscience, support the use of the Emergencies Act. Now is the time for us in this House to stand up and find a way to return to a government who isn't divisive and find a way to unite Canadians. We need to work together to have a Canada united, strong, and free. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for South Shore, South Shore, St. Margaret's, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to compliment the member on his excellent speech in this difficult time. I'd like to ask him a question about the actual order in council that this government passed that led to the invocation of the act that we're debating today. One of the clauses in the act gives the government the power, and I quote, to impose other temporary measures authorized under Section 19 of the Emergency Act as that are not yet known. It's a pretty open-ended power that the government is asking for, and we know that the Prime Minister has limited respect for this House. He disregarded the request for production of documents with regard to the Winnipeg lab. He has tried to interfere in the legal system with the SNC-Lavalin scandal. So my question is this: why should we trust him? He has not called a meeting
Remind the honourable member that we do not use members' names, titles, or constituencies.
Sure. I'll try not to do it again. So I'll get to the Prime Minister's, again to the article, Goldstein. The Prime Minister can't unite us because his strategy is to divide us. This cut off financial services provided to anyone who has attended or has provided assistance to those participating in a prohibited assembly without judicial oversight. In the light of all these violations of civil liberties, that we will be taking the government to court, finished the Civil Liberties Organization. And I guess, you know, this becomes a great concern for that mother or grandmother that donated $20 for the cause of freedom for the truckers' convoy. What started off as a simple protest for truckers' mandates has developed into something much larger, into a defense of freedom in Canada. So that the grandmother that's donated $20, is she on some Liberal list now that can't travel after this? We don't know. We don't know how far and why this act will take what the Prime Minister is trying to do. But I figure, you know, it's important that we often refer to the freedoms, but let me read them out. Section 2 of our fundamental freedoms. Everyone has the following fundamental freedoms: the freedom of conscience and religion, freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression, including freedom of the press and other media of communication, freedom of peaceful assembly, and the freedom of association. Further, Section 6. Every citizen of Canada has the right to enter, remain, and leave Canada. Section 7. Everyone has the right to life, liberty, and the security of the person, and the right not to be deprived thereof, except in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice. And two more sections, Madam Speaker. Everyone has the right to be secure against unreasonable search or seizure. And number 9, everyone has the right to not be arbitrarily detained or imprisoned. And, you know, we see the Emergencies Act really allows the Prime Minister to kind of push those aside and do whatever he wants. But, you know, some ask me, you know, how do we get here? And that's the question I would ask all Canadians: how do we get here? This is the Prime Minister that has been leading up to this. This will be his crescendo, Madam Speaker. Does everybody remember the Justin Trudeau the Prime Minister's values test that was given to summer student jobs a number of years ago in 2017? December, the government introduced an attestation that if you didn't adhere to his beliefs or his values, the funding wasn't going to come to you. I remember many times fighting this in my MP office, fighting that all members of our community would have access to those summer student jobs. Over 1,500 applications were denied because they didn't meet this values test. Even March 19th of 2018, we tabled a motion. The MP, which I can name him in this room, former Liberal MP Scott Sims, voted against it, and he was put on the backbench because of that. This is this Prime Minister. This is 4 years ago. We've seen this developing for many years now. And I guess, Madam Speaker, I think what Canadians are becoming sadly aware of is this is really who the Prime Minister is. I wrote a column a couple weeks ago, and this is the quote from the actual Prime Minister's mouth. This is a man that's supposed to unite the country, not divide it. They are extremists who don't believe in science. They're often misogynist, also racist. It's a small group that muscles in, and we have to make a choice in terms of leaders, in terms of the country. Do we tolerate these people? Now, this isn't from some far left-wing or far right-wing individual. This is from the Prime Minister's own mouth. This is the person that's invoking the same act that we're debating today, and it's shameful. We talk about, and some would ask why, you know, it would seem to make more sense to unite the country than divide it. Well, here's an article from Goldstein. Trudeau can't unite us because his strategy is to divide it, Madam Speaker. This is what it's all about.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, and I imagine it is about the use of names.
That's right.
Yes.
It's not like it's the first time. It's the second time the member's made reference to it, and he does know better, I'm sure, not to be citing specific names inside the House.
I remind the honourable member that we do not use members' names, titles, or constituencies.
Sure. I'll try not to do it again. So I'll get to the Prime Minister's, again to the article, Goldstein. The Prime Minister can't unite us because his strategy is to divide us. This is from the article. This because the Liberals, they divided Canadians up into little slices of political support and opposition across the country in order to extract the maximum number of seats from the minimum amount of votes cast. So this is all the design. The Prime Minister, he ran on sunny ways. Certainly, we were hopeful that at least we had lost that election. We had hoped that at least he would be a positive Prime Minister. But what we've seen, Speaker, over the last 4 years is a Prime Minister bent on dividing the country, shamefully bent on dividing the country. From riding into office in the promise of sunny ways, the Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's embrace of identity politics has led to an incredible failure of governance, resulting in him becoming the fourth Prime Minister to invoke the Emergencies Act or its predecessor, and notably the first to do so outside actual war or insurrection. It is a shocking fall with the witch's brew of wedge politics, incompetence, and identity politics to blame. Madam Speaker, I'll go on. Then, imperceptibly at first, the great scourge of our political age began to make appearances within the Trudeau Liberals, identity politics, with a
member names, please.
I'm just reading quote, Madam Speaker. My apologies once more. With astonishing speed, opponents of the government action could quickly be labeled as racist, misogynist, homophobic, or any other litany of insults intended to personally scar opponents and discredit them as the worst society has to offer without addressing the substance of their argument. Madam Speaker, I think we're debating the Emergencies Act today, and it's come to this culmination by design by this Prime Minister. This is what he wants to happen. This is from the sunny ways Prime Minister that all that voted for him were hopeful that he would be the unifier, great unifier of our country. Are a bunch of truckers or peaceful, freedom-loving Canadians, are they the problem today, Madam Speaker? They are not. The Prime Minister and his Emergencies Act is, and the Act needs to be defeated. I call, especially on the NDP, we know the Bloc have shown opposition to it. We're in opposition to it. My hope is that Liberal members from across the way will oppose it as well. There needs to be 20 more members of the NDP that vote against this for it to fail. For the sake of our democracy in this country, it needs to. And I call on them today to do that. Canadians across the country, we hear you. Again, we appreciate your prayers and your emails and your communications of concern. We take our responsibilities in this place very seriously. And that's why we're here this weekend to debate this very act that, again, threatens that our very institution. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Bring it again. Questions and comments. The honourable member for, I am really sorry, Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you to the honourable member across the way for your intervention. And I'd like to thank you for actually quoting the Prime Minister this morning and quoting that when he made those comments about the types of people he was talking about. He was referring to a small group. And I would like to ask the member why it is that since the beginning of this debate, you have consistently, on the other side of the House,
Member to direct the questions through the chair, please. I haven't said anything.
Please explain why, if in fact the quote address that he has given says that the Prime Minister was referring to a small group within the organization, why the party opposite continually says that the Prime Minister was referring to all the people on the protester and the truckers that we all support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
I'm shocked by what that member actually asked me. She's basically saying is justifying the Prime Minister's comments. So whether and the reference was to people that had vaccine hesitancy, we call it, right? So what she's saying across the way is it's okay to call them, they are extremists who don't believe in science. They're often misogynist, also racist, with a small group that muscles in. And we have to make a choice in terms of leaders, in terms of the country. Do we tolerate these people? My goodness, Madam Speaker, the fact that she would actually defend that statement in this House, maybe she should get a copy of the Constitution and the fundamental freedoms and study them to understand what our freedoms are. That's supposed to be for every Canadian in our country. Not just the ones who choose to do what the Prime Minister chooses to do.
Full member for Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, on a point of order.
Yes, the member opposite is addressing me directly, Madam Speaker, and he's also calling to question whether I have any knowledge of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
Please direct the questions through the chair. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Silence.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. To my honourable friend from Prince George, I'd like to begin by agreeing with him. It's always nice to find common ground. I was one of only 3 members of Parliament on the opposition benches who voted with his party condemning the use of the specific phrase he mentioned in the summer grants program. I remember clearly that vote. I felt that was a misuse of grant programs by appropriating into language that was elevated to charter language, something that could be seen on either side as within the scope of the charter. I am still undecided as to how to vote on this motion, but I do wish that we could have, and I'm looking to my friend because he is my friend, for ideas for how we could lower the temperature in this place so that we don't descend into hurling insults across the way. Canadians don't want to see that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Absolutely, and I appreciate the member's comments. And then there's an old phrase from the Bible, and it says, "A calm answer turns away wrath." And I think in this place we do need to bring the calmness into the place so that we don't encourage things to get worse. I absolutely take that, and I feel it's all our responsibility to be that way. And that's where I think this act only seems, and not seems, but is fanning the flames. And we need to do our very best to bring peace to our country again, unify our country again like it really wants to be, and really God keep our land glorious and free, and that's what we're all striving to do. Thank you.
The honourable member for, I'm really sorry, Edmonton, and I'm going to, Wetaskiwin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm pro-vaccination, but I have friends, constituents who are not. They make a different decision, and you know we've had conversations about that, and can't convince them. Many of them have reached out, and some who have worked in the public service aren't anymore. They've lost their job. I talked to more than one person who had to give up their house because of it, and they're coming to us saying, "What do we do? What do we do?" And then on top of that devastation, they have a prime minister who referenced them. Many of them are misogynist and racist. That's been mentioned. My question to the member is, because I'm sure that he's heard from people in that same devastating situation, is, what impact would it have if the Prime Minister would simply come back and say, you know what, I spoke too strongly, I got it wrong, and then heard their concerns? What impact would that make to the de-escalation of what we've seen over the past?
Member, a chance to answer in 10 seconds. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Great question. And this place, it's often a place of contention, but it needs to be a place of forgiveness too. And if the Prime Minister was to come, and we've given him that opportunity, I even called in a column to that he just apologized. I think a lot of people are like that. They just would accept a simple apology. But we haven't heard that yet. We're calling on him.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am against the implementation of the Emergency Measures Act. I commend all of the police forces who have shown remarkable calm and professionalism. I hope that everything will end without violence. Many demonstrators have made the reasonable choice to leave. However, a group of diehards still in place, possibly extremists, are those who came to occupy, not to demonstrate. It is foreseeable that they will be difficult to move, but none of this justifies the enforcement of the Emergencies Act. To invoke and enforce this act, a two-step demonstration must be made. One, that there is a dangerous and urgent situation, and two, it is impossible to deal with it with ordinary legislation. I don't think that this is the case. I believe that the invocation of the Emergencies Act is a direct consequence of a huge lack of vision and leadership. We knew the truckers were coming. We knew it would be difficult to dislodge them once settled in. Oh, thank you very much for your subtle reminder. So I don't think we should create a precedent. I believe that invoking this act is a consequence of the extraordinary lack of vision and leadership on the part of the Prime Minister. So we have to ask the question, how did we get here? Everyone knew the truckers were coming. Everyone knew they would be difficult to dislodge. Everyone? No. The Prime Minister didn't know this. Everyone should be able to express themselves freely. I agree. But then the demonstration turned into an occupation. During the first week, the Prime Minister lectured us and said that he was not in charge of the police, that the police had to make their own demands, and that it was up to the police to control the situation. So the Ottawa police chief asked for reinforcements. But then we saw that the occupation became a permanent occupation. Was it a lack of vision? Was it a lack of leadership? Carelessness? Let's look at how history repeats itself. This will help us to understand. Because I think that there have been former decisions taken that were just as unfortunate. The current Liberal government was elected in fall 2015 with promises of a better future, a future of transparency, and a future where Canada was back. A breath of fresh air was blowing, and we looked forward to better days. The Prime Minister was meeting with world leaders. He was on the cover of celebrity magazines, and the whole world admired his youthful looks and his colourful socks. Hope appealed to the Canadian people. Hope is an interesting concept, but not everything was fine and dandy. At one point, the Ethics Commissioner began an investigation into a holiday taken by the Trudeau family on the Aga Khan's private island. And it was reprimanded by the Ethics Commissioner. Yes, Madam Speaker, but this was the title of the report, rather. This was the first time a Prime Minister had been censured by the Ethics Commissioner, a shameful first for a Prime Minister. In response to this rebuke, the Prime Minister tried to justify the unjustifiable and said that he was sorry. I'm sorry? On a point of order?
About the Emergency Measures Act. We are not talking about an ethics report from some time ago.
Give a certain measure of leeway to allow the member to make his point. Est-ce que je peux finir de parler, s'il vous plaît?
May I finish speaking, please? So, to the honourable member. The honourable member may put things in context, but please, back to the Emergencies Act. Of course, Madam Speaker. Well, I want to draw a line. That's all. But I will let that go. A little later, the Prime Minister was in the news again with the SNC Lavalin matter. Again, the Ethics Commissioner reprimanded the Prime Minister. Things continued. This whole line of conduct continued. In 2020, the Federal Cabinet selected We Charity to administer the Canada Student Volunteers Awards. The decision raised questions about the charity's ties to the Trudeau family. The Prime Minister was not censured for this, but I'm bringing this up to say this. The Prime Minister seems to have a problem with concepts of just and justice. The Prime Minister, in the examples I cited, showed a flagrant lack of judgment, and that's not what we expect from a leader. Even recently, in terms of national reconciliation, the Prime Minister wanted to pay tribute to First Nations. But here again, he lacked in judgment. He lacked judgment again in bringing in the Emergencies Act. There is a kind of red line that runs through all this, all these repeated occurrences. it's a red line of contempt. And contempt is something that sees us judging someone or something as not worthy of esteem. Perhaps it's the Prime Minister, the institution. But let's look at the Prime Minister's job. The Prime Minister has to understand that he has to act a certain way in Parliament. He shouldn't act through vanity, and he showed contempt for the people when he chose to invoke this act. Contempt towards provinces, and my colleagues have showed this, because he already had the powers, existing powers, which he could have used. This is a significant action, but which shows weakness. And here, as I follow my philosophical turn, it seems sometimes people who are intoxicated by power end up making dangerous decisions that may be fatal decisions. The Prime Minister lacks substance, makes mistakes that are lapses in ethics, acts on whims without real reasons. He couldn't deal with the Coutts situation or the Windsor situation. And in my opinion, this is not acceptable. How did we get here? Well, Madam Speaker, I think when we look at all these lapses in leadership and these lapses in judgment, when I look at the situation, the Prime Minister seems to have confounded public interest and political jousting. This act is a poor response to a situation, and the enforcement of this act is an avowal of weakness. I think perhaps he should have acted earlier. Why couldn't the Prime Minister have put the invocation of this act to a free vote and really known the opinion of this House? More poor judgment, but I would ask if the Prime Minister still wants to continue this course. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Kings Heads.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Trois-Rivières. Just quickly, though, no charter rights are being infringed upon here. It's very clear in the public order that that's the case. This is not the War Measures Act. It's a much more specific application of federal laws that are being made available to provincial and municipal authorities to be able to address the issue. And indeed, 72% of Quebecers actually support the government's measures on this. The Bloc on Monday, the spokesperson for the Bloc, called for federal government leadership. So then the Government of Canada actually provides tools to the provinces and to the municipalities to help deal with the situation. Now the Bloc, of course, are against it. And what I think they're missing is this. It's not just about Ottawa. It's about what comes next, because some of the key organizers of this protest have said that they intend to set up shop elsewhere. Does the Bloc not agree that having discretion to its police force, like the SQ, to support Laval, Quebec, other key junctures in their province is not a good thing, because the Bloc normally love discretion to the provinces, except now.
Député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member, I thank my Honourable colleague for his question. Well, discretionary power is a very important thing. You have to act within certain parameters, but the present powers of the municipal and provincial governments provided for what happened. I think the problem was we didn't act soon enough. The government didn't act soon enough.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Barrie and
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his speech. I worked on the Ethics Committee with him, and he is a very honourable man. I am very concerned about the fact that the invocation of the Emergencies Act imposes temporary measures authorized under Section 19 on the Emergencies Act. The Prime Minister is asking that this House give him limited authority, but this is a very broad concept. Is it concerning for the member as well? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague. Yes, indeed, the fact that we aren't even informed of certain parts of this Act is very concerning. I would prefer that we be able to be informed of the entire text.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the Bloc and the Conservatives keep saying things are fine at the Ambassador Bridge in the Windsor area when they're not. If I could pick up my computer screen and walk 2 kilometers that way, I could show you the barriers that are now in the community. I'd like to ask my friend from the Bloc why he is abandoning the Francophonie population in my region, because west of Montreal, this is the oldest Francophonie settlement. And we have a number of different individuals that are now impacted from not only just their business, but also going to medical appointments, going to their jobs, a whole series of things that are still there. Why do they insist there's no problem? And why has the Bloc abandoned from the 1700 settlement in this area, the Francophonie population for the Windsor and Essex County area?
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I want to thank my honourable colleague. I can't believe what I'm hearing, first of all. We abandon no one, and unlike what he is insinuating, we're not saying Anglophones, Francophones, racialized, non-racialized. We're talking about everybody here. The situation is something that has to be fixed for everybody to ensure perfect equality. I don't agree.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Surrey-Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Trois-Rivières for his speech, and also to commend him and his colleagues for their speeches, which have clearly indicated that this government hasn't shown any justification for why this should be coming forward and imposing this upon Canadians. I'm sure they've heard from their constituents, just as I have, about the non-confidence that is out there on this Prime Minister and his overstepping bounds that he's doing with this movement, and he's picking and choosing what's going on. And as a concern, as been mentioned in the Act, is the fact that it's opening up doors for financial implications. And the reality is that when we see the Prime Minister choosing his choices, I guess the question when we look to see is, are there concerns in Quebec that this could be extrapolated to other groups and other organizations within Quebec, just like it happened with the Coastal Gas Link in...
I must give the honourable member for Trois-Rivières 15 seconds to respond. I fully agree that we need to be very careful with these kinds of laws which can serve public good, but they must be more specific, and this one does not meet the fundamental criteria. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Bloc Québécois strongly condemns the occupation, the siege, and the blockades. It's clear. I hope there is no question about that. And I also want to refuse to play the Liberal game, as the members for the NDP are doing. I think this is unfortunate. Don't ask us to candidly accept the application of this excessive decree with its potential for curtailing freedoms which the Liberals have deployed as a smokescreen for their incompetence and their terrible and muddy mismanagement of the crisis. This government, and especially its Prime Minister, slept with the gas on for 3 weeks, and then, in the words of my own leader, they suddenly dropped the atomic bomb. In other words, the Emergency Measures Act, as parliamentarians and Bloc Québécois, is to defend our world against the bad decisions of the federal government, to take action with coercion is a very poor decision. This government had police forces at its availability that were prepared to act and had the tools to do so. Unfortunately, this was done too late. As my boss said, it's quite obvious that a truck parked in the middle of a public road that can take a minute and a half at a red light, but after a minute and a half, it breaks a couple of laws. Let's talk about existing legislation. Section 430 of the Criminal Code states, whoever willfully commits a misdemeanor prevents, interrupts, or interferes with the lawful use, enjoyment, or operation of any property. Oh, okay. Prevents, interrupts, or interferes with any person in the lawful use, enjoyment, or operation of property. Okay. An asset here can refer to a road, bridge, tunnel, port, and so on. The right to demonstrate is recognized. However, a demonstration can be declared illegal in some cases. For example, Section 23 of the Criminal Code states that an unlawful assembly is a gathering of 3 or more persons who, with intent to achieve a common purpose, assemble or when assembled conduct themselves in such a manner as to cause reasonable apprehension to persons in the vicinity of that assembly. Okay. Either they disturb the peace tumultuously, that by such assembly they do not unnecessarily and without reasonable cause provoke others to disturb the peace. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble reading today. In a tumultuous manner, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, rather. Both of these offenses are offensive, and have been committed continuously by protesters for 23 days. At some point, your freedom ends where others' freedom begins. We were there a few weeks ago, not just yesterday. This is the basis of a social contract for a free and democratic society. The Prime Minister should have woken up earlier. He knew that the Ottawa Police did not have the manpower required to handle the crisis, and he did nothing to help them. On February 10th, Ottawa asked for 1,800 additional police officers. 275 were sent, not so bad, but they were assigned around the Prime Minister and the Parliament. In fact, there are 20 additional police officers that were added to the streets around the demonstrators. It's shameful. So, on day 16th of the occupation, the Prime Minister suddenly wakes up and drops his atomic bomb, the Emergencies Act. In invoking this act, the government must justify its use. So let's talk about the justifications, or rather the lack of justifications. Since Monday, the government uses its decree to punish financially, to literally ruin the protesters and associated entities. Did you see the demonstrators leave with their tails between their legs? No. And we all saw a case that occurred a couple of days ago on the TV. The demonstrators stood there more determined than ever, now convinced they were living in the dictatorship that they had decried all along. The government provoked them, and it continues to provoke them. The Economist said that this law would make the situation worse. It seems that this is exactly what has happened. The second thing covered by this decree is logistical support for towing. And the tow truck drivers in the region didn't want to use their system to tow away the trucks. If the government had looked outside the national capital to bring in tow trucks, it would have found some, and it wouldn't have needed this order in council, you know. If there's a big storm coming to Sherbrooke and there's lots of damage expected, what happens? Well, people in the Saguenay will come down quickly to help us out. That's how it works in Quebec anyway. So a call for help, you sound far away, you just need to ask for help. And the Bloc Québécois, in fact, offered to form a multi-party crisis group in the early days of the occupation. We wanted to tackle the problem in a concerted and effective manner. The Prime Minister took his time in finally saying yes, and he found himself in a tight spot, and he then said yes, the Bloc Québécois wants and still wants to help get out of this quagmire. The reality on the ground is that the police are now doing their job, and they didn't need the decree to do so. The police rather needed more manpower. Yes, more manpower. The Bloc Québécois is opposed to this law because it was and is sufficient to allocate as many police officers and resources as necessary, like we saw at the Ambassador Bridge and elsewhere. proportionally speaking. I'd like to talk for a moment, or I was talking about solidarity. And I'd like to express my gratitude to the contingent from the Sûreté du Québec, came to lend a hand to our Ontario neighbors. I would also like to express my deepest admiration for the 7 police forces who have been present in downtown Ottawa since Friday and who are doing an absolutely extraordinary job in dislodging the occupiers. Professional, methodical, efficient. I have only bouquets of roses to send their way. But, by the way, I'd like to say this to the NDP. There are not many here. Perhaps they're changing their minds, and we hope that they do, because only fools do not change their minds. Point of order, the Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member on the opposite side knows full well that he doesn't have the right to mention the absence or presence of members in the chamber. Thank you. No. I would ask the honourable member to wait for his microphone to turn on before he apologizes. Yes, Madam Speaker, I wasn't talking about the absence of NDP members. I would remind the honourable member that he is reinforcing the idea of what he has just said. Please withdraw those comments without any other comments. I apologize for that slippage. Point of order, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We all know that you can't do inadvertently what you do overtly, and members of the NDP are here, just like other members are online, as myself, and so that's just irresponsible, Madam Speaker, and it's a cheap parlor trick.
Effectivement.
True, and that is in fact what I told the honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. You may resume. I withdraw my remarks. I don't know if the microphone is on, Madam Speaker. Yes, I withdraw my remarks. So the Civil Liberties Association has announced that it will challenge the Emergencies Act in court. The group claimed that the government already had the necessary tools to deal with the situation and that this decree was unnecessary, unjustifiable, as well as unconstitutional. We fully agree with that. Amnesty International, Madam Speaker, has stated that it is concerned about certain aspects of the decree that remain vague, vagueness that could lead to abuses of the law, particularly with regard to the geographical limitation. Isn't that what we've been hammering home since Thursday? This law is excessive and ill-considered. It should not include Quebec or the other 6 provinces that disagree with this decree. I fully agree with my Liberal colleagues that the siege should be dismembered as soon as possible, and it should have been done in stages. In short, this law of last resort does little to resolve the current situation, but it does a lot to discredit Quebec and Canada internationally. It does much to threaten a freedom that should still be fully ours. This legislation does not have the support at all of the Bloc Québécois. It is unfortunate that we have to spend 3 days dealing with this legislation. Very sad. And furthermore, at present, our assistants outside because of the demonstrations. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable colleague, I have to say that I want to acknowledge the province of Quebec and thank them for intervening and helping us with this illegal blockade we have outside. But also, this is a national problem. This is not the only issue that we're dealing with, is what's happening in Ottawa. And we're dealing with issues from one part of the country to another. And that is why we need this Emergency Measures Act. And I'd like to know if my honourable colleague is supportive of having the SQ continue to help us, as they are helping us very importantly outside right now.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Absolutely, Madam Speaker. The SQ can help Ontario or BC. That's something extraordinary. We are standing in solidarity. We're excellent neighbors, and we will continue to do that. That's clear. Now, if we read the same newspapers, not much is happening outside Ottawa. Really not much. Everything, in principle, has been resolved in terms of blockades and demonstrations.
The Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just yesterday, the Minister of Justice revealed that the financial provisions under the Emergencies Act seek to punish those rather than to fight against crime.
Living in a country like Canada, where a law or an act is designed to beat down political dissent on the part of the opposition parties, and that could include the Bloc Québécois, for example. I'm interested in the member's comments on that.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Well, you're opening the door to me this morning. I asked the question, and I didn't get an answer. We're talking about finances, and the order seeks, to some extent, to, how would I put it, intervene with personal finances of the truckers, except it doesn't lead to the expected results. And to me, this is excessive. Shouldn't be done. The question I asked this morning was to say, okay, you are freezing bank accounts for a week, a month? How much time? And will this affect these people's credit? Because we're going to ruin people. Questions and comments.
Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention. And I also appreciate working with him on the Veterans Committee and appreciate and respect his opinion, and also appreciate that I sat through the speech and, of course, was in his shot the majority of the time. I'm just wondering if the member could answer through you, Madam Speaker, a very important question. I do agree in some parts of his intervention, really around the fact that this government took too long to respond, that we didn't see action, and they should have had action. All levels of government failed, and here we are today having a debate on something that I wish we did not have to have a debate on because they didn't do their job. But we also know that the Canadian Civil Liberties Association is suing the government, which I do support. I think it's absolutely important that we have those systems in place to make sure that everything that is done well and accountable. I'm wondering if the member agrees that this is a good step and that the committee to oversee this needs to be set immediately. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. I didn't quite get the question, but I would take this opportunity simply to ask the NDP members to really think carefully. The people in the NDP party have very strong humanist values, unlike many here. They are really social democrats. The legislation that we're going to pass or not will undermine workers. Workers are the key group for the NDP members. So I want to thank her for her comment.
Du débat. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honour to represent the constituents of Kelowna Lake Country. Friday the 13th of March 2020 will be forever in my memory as the day we closed Parliament due to the coronavirus pandemic declaration and we all made our way home. In response to the pandemic, the Liberals brought forth legislation where, at the 11th hour, they added in clauses which would have given the Finance Minister unchecked power to tax, spend, and incur debt with no budget, no debate, no parliamentary oversight for 21 months. After weeks of not sitting, the Liberals finally introduced a dramatically reduced Parliament for the next several months, where MPs could ask questions, but other parliamentary abilities such as opposition day motions and emergency debates and many other daily functions did not occur. This was a crossroad in history for our democratic institution and was going to operate during this world crisis at that time. Conservatives strongly pushed back on giving the government ultimate financial power, and in May 2020, I flew back to Ottawa and was standing in this House of Commons debating these issues. My speech garnered national media attention as a rookie MP who was passionately standing up for democracy. I feel like we are in a similar situation with these Liberals going directly to the most extreme power. It is not stated enough that Canada is a great country. Democratic government, equality, rule of law, some of the strongest human rights and environmental laws, a safe and civil society, job opportunities, social networks, civil liberties, and freedoms. It's important that we protect these, and they are the reason why so many people want to visit and move to Canada. People have fought for the freedoms and country we call home. And we need to ensure that we have laws to protect all these and the governing structures that uphold our laws. Prime Minister Mulroney saw the armed standoff in Oka. Gunfire was exchanged, individuals tragically lost their lives. Prime Minister Chrétien saw the skies of the world close with 9/11 and the threat of terrorist violence at higher levels than any other time in our history. Prime Minister Harper saw the financial markets of the world collapse, and we saw the terror attack on Parliament Hill with a life lost. In January 2020, protesters blockaded our rail lines and highways, bringing trade and rail passenger service in Canada from coast to coast to a standstill for a month, as well as shutting down ferries off the coast of British Columbia. In 2020 and 21, the coronavirus pandemic brought our healthcare system and economy to its knees. In 2021, my province of British Columbia was devastated by floods, mudslides, and wildfires affecting tens of thousands of people. None of these crises brought any federal government of the day to invoke the Federal Emergencies Act. To be clear, Conservatives have no issue with dialogue with Canadians seeking to protest peacefully. But that right to protest cannot include blockading infrastructure such as rail lines or border crossings. Free-flowing critical infrastructure is the law of this country, and we must uphold it. The government has falsely insinuated that Conservatives have been inconsistent on this. The party that has been truly inconsistent has been the Liberals. During the extensive rail blockades of 2020, due to protests, the government sent delegations to talk to those involved, and law enforcement from many jurisdictions used the various tools and laws available to them to end the rail blockades. Just a few days ago, on February 17th, reports of substantial damage surfaced on the Coastal GasLink pipeline in BC, an area that's seen protesters. There were attempts to set a vehicle on fire with workers in it. Attackers wielding axes, flare guns, fired at workers. Equipment, hydraulic and fuel lines cut, causing dangerous leaks. Extensive damage to equipment and property, and people throwing smoke bombs at police. Where are the Liberals on this situation? The Prime Minister appointed a law-breaking professional protester as Environment Minister. Their hypocrisy could not be clearer. When the Prime Minister agrees with the message of a protest, he opens up dialogue, and maybe even perhaps attends. When he doesn't, he name-calls, scolds, and demands his government be allowed the same powers as if we were at war. The words of the Liberal member for Louis-Hébert continue to ring true, that when it comes to the Prime Minister's government, wedging, dividing, and stigmatizing is the way they choose to act. The Prime Minister's recent false accusation that members in this House stood with a swastika is the most recent example of callousness. His refusal to apologize shows how he continues to be committed to that path of division. It's so disappointing to see this from the Prime Minister. There are many people who came here to Ottawa from across the country who are law-abiding and peacefully protesting, wanting to be heard, including from Kelowna Lake Country. Canadians know that when it comes to hateful imagery, language, intimidation, injury, or damage, those individuals need to be held accountable. Every member of this House denounces these, and there are laws to address these. The good news for Canadians is that our laws work and are seen to be working, and protests have been peaceful. The border crossing at Coots has been cleared, the Ambassador Bridge has been reopened, among others. Provincial governments and local police forces have been able to act with the laws that this Parliament and provincial and municipal governments across the country have. And 7 out of 10 provinces have come out against using the Emergencies Act. The order in council released by the government authorizes itself to impose, quote, other temporary measures authorized under Section 19 of the Emergencies Act that are not yet known. Well, what does that mean? Just trust the Prime Minister and give him ultimate authority with no oversight?
That's what he wants.
It also stated the emergency exists throughout Canada. That is not true. It also requires financial institutions to cease dealing with designated persons, defined as anyone associated with a protest. What does that mean? It's extremely vague. What if you shared a tweet? It's being recorded that financial institutions are unclear what this entails. There appears to be broad discretion for the government. Invoking the Emergencies Act as a national emergency does not meet the threshold for its justification. The choice of this government to seek to use the powers of the Emergency Act is not for lack of options. It's the result of lack of leadership from this Prime Minister. His government has been left embarrassed and now seeks to break glass on the most severe law. Canadians are frustrated and they're seeking hope, and Conservatives tried to offer this government just a week ago the olive branch to do that. We put forth a motion calling on the government to light the way for the end of COVID-19 restrictions and mandates. We wanted the government to tell Canadians, 90% of who are already vaccinated and millions more boosted, the plan when this will be over. Provinces are doing it, other countries are doing it. We asked for a plan, and the Liberals and NDP refused to give one. They voted it down. My constituency office has never received so many emails and phone calls as over the last 2 weeks. These are not form letters. Thousands of people from Kelowna Lake Country, many who have never reached out to their member parliament before, are supporting the Conservative motion to have a mandate-ending plan, and they're not supporting the Emergencies Act invocation. Here's just a brief sample of their comments. Quote, I used to be so proud to be Canadian, now I'm not. Quote, I'm an RCMP member 13 years and it saddens me to see what's happening in this country. Quote, I notice the Liberals are wanting to follow the money with the truckers' blockage. I'm wondering if they're now willing to open up the We Contravene and follow the money in it.
Great question.
Quote, 3 weeks of peaceful protest and zero willingness from the Liberal government to listen to those upset and sick and tired of mandates. Quote, under the Emergencies Act, Canada's financial institutions would be granted the power to freeze anyone's account without a court order. This is the most assuredly a brazen attack on our freedom of expression and cannot be tolerated. Enough is enough. Quote, if it's only a fringe minority, then why invoke the Emergencies Act? Quote, I'm a veteran of 20 years, and right now I'm very disgusted to what is going on. Quote, this is not the Canada I know, and the Liberals across the way are chirping at me and they're laughing at the comments from my constituents in Kelowna Lake Country.
Exactly.
For people to consider for the next election, here's a quote from Prime Minister Harper, as retweeted by our current Prime Minister. Almost a decade ago, quote, when a government starts trying to cancel dissent or avoid dissent is when it's, it's rapidly losing its moral authority to govern.
Exactly right.
Madam Speaker, I've looked at this motion, done my research, listened to people, and heard my Kelowna Lake Country constituents. I absolutely cannot support confirming the Emergencies Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
I take great exception to the terminology that this member uses when she says phrases like these Liberals, those Liberals. Well, I can assure her these Conservatives are nothing like those Conservatives like my predecessor, Flora MacDonald, who actually introduced this bill into this House. The member wanted to reference quotes. She brought up a lot of quotes. I got a quote for her from Police Chief Steve Bell, who said, without the authorities that we have been provided through this legislation, these pieces of legislation, we won't be able to work together today. Can the member explain to us, Madam Speaker, why it is that she, coming from the party of law and order, somehow encourages the activity out there and won't take the words from the police chief running this?
Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The reason why we are here today is because of the failures of the leadership of the Prime Minister and the government. We continually asked, what were the steps that you took to bring us to this point? And continually we had no answers. What was the first step you took? What was the second step? What was the third step? What was the fourth step? This is an extraneous situation. And we have been given no information what all the steps were taken by the federal government to bring us to this point. The first step could be to maybe talk to people and listen to people. And there has been nothing done to bring us to this point today.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. First, I would be remiss if I didn't take a few seconds to commend the courage of various law enforcement and security agents who are on the ground right now. It takes a lot of good judgment, and I'm sorry to interrupt. Just a moment.
Have order so we can actually hear the questions. Order!
Madam Speaker, point of order.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you. The Honourable Member from Kingston and the Islands just used an unparliamentary term referring to another member as an idiot. I would like him to apologize, please.
I didn't hear, but the Honourable Member from Kingston and the Isles.
I'm happy to apologize for that comment, Madam Speaker. It is true. I did say that. I do apologize for it. But I will recognize the fact that the member from Barrie said the same thing.
The Honourable...
In good faith.
We are not going to enter debate on this. L'honorable député peut poursuivre sa question.
The Honourable Member may continue with her question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, as I was saying, I commend the 7 teams on the ground right now and for their work. And I'd like to say once again, Madam Speaker, that I don't think anyone in this Parliament deserves to be called an idiot. Here's my question for the colleague. The Prime Minister himself said many times that this act would not be invoked if not necessary. 7 provinces, including Quebec, do not need the Emergencies Act and do not want it applied on their territory. So then why do you think the Prime Minister insists on applying the Emergencies Act everywhere?
Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. And just in reference to what occurred a few minutes ago, it's obvious that it's not only the Prime Minister who likes to use names when he's calling people, so it's a Liberal tactic. To answer the member's question, absolutely, it's part of this act is that provinces have to be spoken to and have to be consulted, and they were, and clearly, overwhelmingly, they are not in support of this Emergencies Act. 7 out of 10 provinces. So that says something in itself. These are governments that have said we do not believe that this is needed at this time. And so what the Prime Minister has done is completely ignored that, gone his own way, and still moved forward with this.
Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I would like to thank the member for Kelowna Lake Country for her intervention. The conservative messaging has been fueling misinformation and minimized clear, overt violence. The fact that they use the terrible examples of history, such as victims from the Holocaust, as a sword is deplorable. Misinformation of this magnitude leads to growing hatred and violence to our communities, and it is wreaking havoc without consequence. Can the member answer why they continue to minimize the violence invoked by these extremists whom they've posed with?
Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her question and her intervention. On this side of the House, I'm not familiar with anyone that has taken pictures with people waving swastikas and other things like that. So that's just that simply hasn't happened. And part of this. I mean, we have to realize that, as I mentioned in my speech, that there are people that have views and that have said and done things that are absolutely deplorable, and we denounce those. That is not everyone that is involved. I've walked the streets here talking to people that are teachers that have had enough with having children that have such mental health problems they just can't handle it anymore. People that have lost their jobs, everyday people that.
We have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It's certainly a privilege today to speak on behalf of the people of Miramichi-Grand Lake. Madam Speaker, this speech, in 14 years of my life in politics, this speech kept me up at night. It caused me to consider so many different angles of what is truly happening. But it took me back to some traveling I did as a young adult. I traveled extensively in Italy, France. I lived in South Korea, and for a time I stayed in Rome for 1 month. While in Rome, I studied ancient history. We learned about the Emperor Nero. We learned about how when Rome was burning in the year 64, he let the city go up in a blaze, and historians often pondered whether or not he played the fiddle while it was burning because he wanted to create a new palace amidst the ashes, and he blamed it on a small fringe minority of people called Christians. I learned that in ancient history. In the afternoon on that study trip, we studied modern Italy, and I learned about how the Italians were so thankful for Canadians for being liberated during World War II. I attended a ceremony in Tyville in Normandy in 2011, and I spoke on behalf of the province of New Brunswick, and I witnessed the tears in real time of the people that lived on Juneau, of the first houses liberated, and the respect they have for Canadians to this very day. When I lived in South Korea, Madam Speaker, I was walking down the street one night late. It was a 12-hour difference, I believe. I called home, and there was an old man. He was drunken, and he cursed me out because he didn't like the sound of my voice, because I was speaking English, and what I realized later, he thought that I was an American. Some friends of mine who were Korean walked up to the man, told him to be kind to me and that I was Canadian. I didn't understand the language they were speaking. The old fella could barely walk. He was intoxicated. He walked up to me and kissed me on the cheek. He called me a Wegu, which is a Canadian to a South Korean, and he thanked me in his own language for what our ancestors and veterans did in the Korean conflict.
Awesome.
So it's not lost on me the respect our country has around the world and how we achieved it. But the question here today, Madam Speaker, and it's an important one, we all believe in freedom. We all know how we achieved it. But we have to ascertain what it means to each and every one of us. If you're listening in Miramichi-Grand Lake, and if you're watching here today, I want to tell you that there's a difference between an emergency and an invocation of the Emergencies Act. The act used to be called the War Measures Act. It was brought in World War I, World War II, and by then Prime Minister Trudeau in 1970, and what then leader of the NDP, Tommy Douglas, called basically a gargantuan oversight by an ineptitude government. So for the fourth time in our history, and now under a new name, the Emergencies Act, I need you to realize that this act was not brought in under 9/11, under Prime Minister Chrétien. It was not brought in when Alan Legier, serial killer, terrorized and horrified Miramichiers on a murdering rampage that no one will ever forget in my community. It was not brought in the natural gas, shale gas demonstrations on Route 11, which saw millions of dollars of seismic equipment destroyed, and it saw 8 police cruisers bombed with Molotov cocktails while the people that managed the protest stood there with machine guns. When the RCMP was called to make it end, it ended, and it ended abruptly. And it did not end with what we used to call the War Measures Act. It did not end with what we now call the Emergencies Act. And I will ask you something else. I'll state a fact. I'm vaccinated. My wife is vaccinated. My kids, many people I know are vaccinated. Many people I know are not vaccinated. I believe it's a personal choice to be vaccinated. And I don't believe the leader of the nation should vilify those who've made the personal choice not to. I don't believe in that. I could never believe in that. And I want to ask you something else. For those of you that are following at home, Today's speech is not about vaccinations, though, and it isn't even about mandates anymore, Madam Speaker. It's about whether or not we bring the Emergencies Act in to move protesters, dissenters of the Canadian public. And I wonder about my own security, Madam Speaker. I walked through that every night for 14 days, in the dark, alone, 20 or 30 below zero, without anyone escorting me. So if this was a national crisis, who was protecting me, I must ask? The only way to find a cab was through those unlawful people, as mainstream media would have you believe. They asked me if I wanted a cheeseburger. One of them asked me if I wanted to dance. I can't make this up, Madam Speaker. You don't have to agree with the protest. You don't have to agree with why they're doing it. But you do need to see that when the bridges and rail routes and trade routes were blocked, they were moved almost instantly. How did that happen? How did all these other issues that happen on our jurisdiction get solved? They got solved by decency, Madam Speaker. They got solved by prime ministers that didn't go run and hide in their own house while their own country was in turmoil from a crisis started by the prime minister himself. My constituents, if you're wondering, I didn't run home and hide. I was one of the first members of parliament in the country to walk up to a transport and talk to some truck drivers. They were from Alberta. It was Saturday, January 29th, before the convoy even hit Parliament Hill. Most of them were vaccinated. They were protesting freedom. They believe their freedoms are being taken away. How did sitting on the back of a flatbed with a few truck drivers make me a racist, misogynist member of Parliament? How did the member from Thornhill, whose family experienced the Holocaust, get called a racist and a sympathizer? The government of Canada, Madam Speaker, has been labeling Canadians for many, many months. He's traumatized Canadians using divisive language, using constant wedge issues, resulting in the outright stigmatization of the Canadian identity. And the Prime Minister won't apologize for the labeling that he's done. He's hurled insults at everybody who disagrees with him. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister has used the following language and expressions to further traumatize Canadian citizens. These people, unacceptable people, people who hold unacceptable views, racists, bigots, terrorists, misogynists, and people that take up space.
Unbelievable.
People that take up space, Madam Speaker? I'd like to think that all of us are allowed to take up a little bit of space in this country that we call Canada. Trudeau, the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, must wear the blame. Madam Speaker, I want to leave you with something. We must value and uphold freedom of speech and the diversity of opinions. We all have a relative in our past who fought for the freedom we share today. They sacrificed for the right to have differing opinions from government and to live free in that perspective. Dissenting voices are part of our democracy, and I leave you with the following. I'm against the Emergencies Act because it's an overreach, freezing bank accounts. It's something they do in communist states, Madam Speaker. And I leave you with a verse from the Bible. Philippians 2, verse 3-4. Do nothing from rivalry or conceit, but in humility count others more significant than yourselves. Let each of you look not only to his own interest, but also to the interest of others. This is the Canadian way. Canada has always witnessed to the world as a nation of peace and justice. It's time we witness that again while we're here at home, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I see that the member is following the lead of the interim leader. The lead of saying that this is all about encouraging the protests, the illegal blockades. It's about putting it on the shoulders of the Prime Minister. Character assassination, Madam Speaker. That's what we've been hearing today coming from the opposition benches. When Canadians are concerned concerned about the economic costs, the costs to our communities, the shutdown in Ottawa, what's happening at our blockades. The Conservatives continue to want to have character assassination inside the chamber, to pass blame on an individual. My question to the member is, will he not recognize that the sense of urgency is there? Even the interim chief of Ottawa is using the legislation that we're debating today. There's an emergency declared by the City of Ottawa and the Province of Ottawa. Get on the right page, Madam Speaker. I say to the opposition.
The honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member opposite for his question. And I want to remind the member opposite that when this issue started, the Prime Minister, rather than being a reasonable, measurable, responsible Prime Minister in our country, think of Chrétien, Harper, Mulroney, think of people from our past. They would have reached out to those dissenting voices. They might have broken bread, they may have shared a coffee, and they may have had a disagreement, but they would have put in an effort to reach common ground, and I believe this would have been over at least 2.5 weeks ago.
Josie, commentaire. Questions or comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention in the House today. You know, he spoke about when he was in South Korea. He told a personal story about how he had met someone who was happy he was Canadian, not American. And I can't help but reflect on the fact that we are seeing misinformation and disinformation happening all around the world. Much of it is by Russian bots. You know, you can't be online for 2 minutes without being attacked by Russian bots right now. But what we have also seen is that there is misinformation being spread on places like Fox News that has been amplified by Republicans like Ted Cruz. And would he not agree that when Conservatives spread that misinformation, when Conservatives stand and get their photos taken with extremists, that they are in fact raising that misinformation and that disinformation in our country and making us more like that divisive politics that we see in America?
Honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question from the honourable member opposite. Full disclosure, the Americans are my friends too. That was part of my story. But what I will tell you here today is I never met with extremists. And the government is trying to make this a liberal versus a far right-wing agenda issue. It's not. This is about whether or not Canada wants to be similar to a communist state. Yeah. This isn't about liberalism anymore. I went to a liberal arts university. These are communist, socialist agendas. And I met with a transport truck driver who provides for his family. And she may have trouble with Fox News. She's voting for the censorship bill of trying to censor what Canadians can see online and what they can write online.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Shore St. Martin.
The member in his excellent speech on this debate on this act talked about the need to actually reach out to people and hear what people have to say. One of the documents that's tabled with the proclamation that the government tabled is called a Report to the Houses of Parliament, Emergencies Act Consultation. So it's actually a list of all the meetings that the government had required under the Act prior to this, to try and establish whether or not they did steps 1 and 2 before the last resort, as the Prime Minister said, the Emergency Act. When I look to it, I can't see any steps 1 and 2 other than meeting with themselves in cabinet meetings. They never met in this list, not once, with a Canadian outside of the government. So I'd like to have the honourable member's position with regard to consultation and hearing people before you resort to such a draconian act.
Honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. I think what we're seeing here, Madam Speaker, is, and it's what I was trying to say earlier, and it goes to the very question that I'm being asked right now. Mm-hmm. A Prime Minister who was, he or she, who was reasonable, would actually reach out to the organizers and attempt to have a conversation where potentially common ground could be found. Other jurisdictions were already loosening mandates. We wouldn't have been different from many of those in the free world. But the difference was the Prime Minister, like the WE scandal, hid in the cottage. Like the SNC-Lavalin scandal, hid in the cottage. like the blackface scandal.
Main debate. The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. Est-ce qu'il est là?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to advise you, first of all, that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Willowdale. Madam Speaker, I am addressing you today in support of our government's invocation this past week of the Emergencies Act of 1988. I would normally tell you, Madam Speaker, that I'm pleased to address this House, but today I am not pleased. Today I'm not pleased with the siege against Ottawa's residents who have borne the brunt of the illegal occupation of their neighborhoods. They have been living in fear that their apartment buildings may be torched by arson, fear on their walk to work or to the grocery store of being harassed, taunted, or ridiculed. I'm not pleased for workers in Ottawa's downtown core, including the Rideau Centre, who have not been able to earn an income for 3 weeks now. I am not pleased for the business owners who had hoped to reopen after Ontario lifted its restrictions at the start of the occupation, only to have to shutter their businesses once again because of threats, intimidation, and abuse by occupiers. I'm not pleased for my staff, prevented out of fear and intimidation from going to work. The parliamentary precinct should be a safe place. Now it is not. These are everyday Canadians who are impacted by this illegal occupation. I'm not happy for them. I'm not pleased that these illegal occupiers prevent our day-to-day interactions, and I am not pleased that these innocent bystanders are experiencing hardships because of this illegal activity. I'm sad for those who have had to undertake abuse, harassment, and ridicule for following public health measures put in place to help protect our citizens and our healthcare system. Our doctors, nurses, and healthcare workers are exhausted. I thank them. And I'm sad for the hits on our economy, first hit hard by the pandemic itself, and then again by the illegal whack-a-mole blockade spurred on by this siege in Ottawa. But it's not only Ottawa that's hurt, it's Ontario hurt, for example, by the blockade to the Ambassador Bridge, forcing auto plant shutdowns and others. It's blows to the economy in Alberta, where I was born and raised, in Manitoba, and in my now home province of British Columbia, due to illegal blockades. Madam Speaker, I know that people are tired of public health restrictions. So am I, and so is pretty much everyone I know. I know that this pandemic is exhausting. It is challenging for all Canadians. It has been and will continue to be difficult for everyone. That frustration extends to the 90% of British Columbians who have rolled up their sleeves to receive the vaccine. Yet such measures continue to be essential to reduce risks for our seniors and those who are immunocompromised, and to bring this pandemic eventually to heal. I support BC's measures approach in removing restrictions when and where possible, based on the state of the pandemic in the region. These actions are founded on good public health advice by highly qualified and experienced medical and public health practitioners. We must continue to listen to our public health officials so that we can continue to protect Canadians against this insidious disease. And that means protecting our healthcare systems and following public health guidelines. Nobody likes so-called vaccine passports, for instance. Most certainly not me. But rather than seeing them as a divisive instrument, as many have chosen to do, they are really an opportunity that allows our businesses and our economy, and indeed travel as well, to open up and carry on in a limited way. Instead of having to completely shut down from time to time, as we had to do before we had such an abundance of tested, effective, and safe vaccines. But they are nonetheless artifacts of the pandemic. And they, as for the other pandemic-related measures, will abate in due course when the pandemic itself abates, not by merely wishing them away or demanding that the pandemic be ignored. These are trying and emotional times. And it is in these most trying and emotional times that lawful, legitimate protest and sincere concern have been overtaken and overwhelmed. It is in these most trying and emotional times, with frustrations and tempers running high, that we have seen this unfortunate siege of Ottawa unfold, as well as many sympathetic whack-a-mole protests and blockades across the land. And it is in these most trying and dangerous times, because of the inability of services such as the Ottawa Police Services and the Ontario Provincial Police and others elsewhere in the nation, to take the kinds of actions that up to now, that are even now underway, to bring the siege to a peaceful conclusion. With resources made available and confusing authorities clarified because of the Emergencies Act. Our government took this bold step this week to ensure that law enforcement is adequately resourced to end the illegal occupation peacefully and safely, so that yesterday we finally started to see happen what for the last several weeks most Canadians wanted to see happen: removing those involved in these illegal occupations and restoring peace and a safe city in which to live and work. But it is paramount, Madam Speaker, that Canadians understand what this act does and does not do. It is critical to understand the measures deriving from the Emergencies Act are specific, focused, and proportional, and crucially, time-limited, and with adequate democratic checks and balances. A key to this is a built-in 30-day sunset clause, and that the measures are subject to ongoing oversight by a parliamentary committee, with Parliament maintaining its right to revoke the declaration of emergency as it sees fit. Furthermore, a public inquiry to determine the circumstances leading to and measures taken during this unprecedented emergency must afterwards ensue. Most significantly, the Emergencies Act does not involve the military, nor does it in any way suspend the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and this is explicit in the Act. These rights particularly include peaceful assembly, freedom of expression, and the right to life, liberty, and security. The preamble of the Emergencies Act is crystal clear on this. Let me quote it. And whereas the Governor and Council, in taking such special temporary measures, would be subject to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Canadian Bill of Rights, and must have regard to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, particularly with respect to those fundamental rights that are not to be limited or abridged, even in a national emergency. Madam Speaker, as a long active member of the Tri-Cities chapter of Amnesty International, I fully respect and celebrate the Canadian reality that all Canadians have a right to protest, to speak their minds, and hold their elected representatives accountable. Yet even so, when we talk about rights, it must be clear that we do not have a right to block critical infrastructure like highways and hospitals. We do not have the right to intimidate, threaten, or bully our fellow citizens, nor to deprive them of safe enjoyment of their homes, nor to disrupt their work or their businesses. And let me just mention that attempting to intimidate us with a manifesto demanding the removal of Canada's elected government is patently absurd, has no basis in any law anywhere, and is not democratic. This is foolish anarchy, if not bluntly seditious, but it is a far cry from anything resembling the freedom that the siege purports to proclaim. I know that most of those who support the protests themselves, whether or not that includes the blockades, are not anarchists or extremists. Most are sincere, everyday Canadians who are frustrated with restrictions. I get that, and I sympathize. But unfortunately, harassment and threats continue. And it's also clear that these linked events right across the country have been infiltrated by groups of white supremacists, Nazi sympathizers, Islamophobes, anti-Semites, and other garden variety racists or bigots or extremists, and they leave an ugly and indelible taint wherever they're involved. An excellent example here is the seizure in Coutts in recent days of a significant cache of weapons held by individuals tied to extremist organizations. And dangerous behaviors like the man who drove a lifted pickup truck through a police barricade at Peace Arch Crossing, and there are more. But, Madam Speaker, these and other threats underscore the embedded presence of small, systematized, and perilous groups willing to intimidate and commit violence to achieve their own objectives. which typically don't reflect respect for our people, our rights, our institutions, and do require our heightened vigilance. Yet even with the Emergency Act in effect, I must emphasize that people can, of course, still protest and can certainly still disagree with the government, but they cannot join bloc.
And the honourable member will have to complete his thoughts on the questions and comments. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, though I am extremely disappointed. I look at a tweet by a former NDP MP, Sven Robinson, who stated, the NDP caucus in 1970 under Tommy Douglas took a courageous and principled, the NDPs under their leader betrays that legacy and supports Liberals on the Emergencies Act. Shame, a very dangerous precedent is set. Madam Speaker, could the member please state unequivocally if he agrees that the new powers given the government to seize bank accounts and freeze bank accounts should be made permanent for people who have different political views than the government?
The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. I mean, certainly what we are facing today is a threat to our democracy, to our economy, and to peace, order, and good government in Canada, and this is unacceptable. The measures that are brought in place today or in recent days are time limited and are subject to ratification certainly by this Parliament, but also will be brought before the courts in due course. I think that we cannot make a blanket statement of the kind that he's proposing.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. He talked as justification about the use of the Emergencies Act, that a number of people, particularly as employees, are being intimidated, the fact that other people are being intimidated. No later than last December, we voted on C3, which sought to criminalize the intimidation or harassment of caregivers, healthcare workers. What justifies now the use of the Emergencies Act, which was not justified at the time we voted on C3?
The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Madam Speaker, the Emergencies Act is brought into force at this time to deal with a very specific, focused, and narrow problem, one that has come to the fore in the last several weeks, and that law enforcement officials have been unable, due to conflicting jurisdictions and lack of resources, they have been unable to deal with appropriately. We've seen already during the course of the last day and continuing today, the ability of these law enforcement officials who are now enabled with the appropriate resources and cooperation amongst member forces across the country to be able to bring to the situation the necessary assets to put this situation back in the box and get us once again in a
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And 2 kilometers from here is the Ambassador Bridge. And the Conservatives and Bloc like to say that things are fine. It's not. It is open, but now the Jersey barricades and the blockade is now on city streets and other areas. And the flow of traffic per day is hundreds of millions of dollars, and it's around 40,000 vehicles per day. Now, what's happened is trucks are lined up from the bridge now and slowed down all the way through the quarter, including to the member of Essex riding. They don't seem to care or appreciate the fragility with regards to how the just-in-time delivery system works, how many jobs are lost. And I'd like to ask the member, will his government at least support municipal supports that are going to get paid back by the federal and provincial government to pay for these policing costs and to assist the logistics of the organizations, companies, and groups that are going to have a series of delays and problems, not just for now, but for weeks to come to make up for the lost time? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would suggest to the member that fortunately they don't let me write the checks. But I certainly would support the assistance, the ongoing assistance of all levels of government that need help during this time, as we have been in place, have we been able to do during the course of the pandemic itself, to deal with emergent situations, to deal with emergencies as they arise, and so that we can all get through this in good order, safely as Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to take part in today's significant debate. After what we all witnessed on the streets of our capital yesterday, I feel compelled to say we each have a solemn obligation and responsibility to steer clear of excessive partisanship and rhetoric today. What we saw in our national capital should serve as a sober reminder of our solemn obligation to prove resolute in exercising our responsibilities and vigilant in safeguarding the interests of all Canadians. I firmly believe we must each endeavour to steer clear of division and resort to the principles that guide us in our decision with respect to the specific motion at hand. After all, at times such as this, Canadians are entitled to nothing less from their elected officials. The facts before us are not in dispute. Today marks the 23rd day of the blockade and occupation of Ottawa. Apart from entrenched encampments in Ottawa, we have witnessed weeks of protests at the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor and at the border crossing at Coutts in Alberta. Each of these developments has represented a deliberate and concerted effort to stifle our commercial lifelines or to impede the flow of civic life. Our democratic right to protest or freely express our views is one thing. A blockade, entrenched occupation, or permanent gridlock is quite another. Madam Speaker, let me say firmly and unequivocally that it does not matter what an occupation is about. That is not what the motion before us is about. A protest is generally understood to be time-limited and should never be allowed to devolve into an indeterminate occupation that completely ignores the rights of others. Our government has and should always listen to the concerns of all Canadians. Now, Madam Speaker, allow me to talk about the significance of the rule of law. We are blessed as a country and have served as a beacon to people around the world because of our unconditional adherence to the rule of law. I can tell you because that's exactly why I arrived here as a teenager with my family, because we were fleeing hateful ideology and extremism of a revolutionary government that had no regards for individual rights or the rule of law. The rule of law is at the core and the very foundation of who we are. The rule of law stands for the proposition that every person is subject to the law and must be held accountable for their actions. That's why none of us should turn a blind eye to what has been unfolding across our country or in our nation's capital in the last several weeks. Surely, members know that residents of Ottawa have been subjected to sonic assaults for weeks, nor can we overlook that many felt compelled to form citizen brigades against what was occurring here. We cannot remain indifferent to what we're hearing from the residents of Ottawa. The members of this House are also surely familiar that hundreds of small businesses, many of which were frequented by the members of this House, have felt compelled to remain closed for the past 3 weeks. Surely, we are better than that. We know that some of the protesters were actually jamming 911 lines in the last several days. Canadians rightly expect our government to demonstrate resolve in the face of what we have experienced across our country. The only responsible course of action was to invoke the Emergency Act. We have been in contact with all levels of government here, and we have consistently heard, whether it be the Chief of Police of Ottawa, the Mayor of Ottawa or the Premier of Ontario that the City of Ottawa is under siege, entirely overwhelmed, and lacking the resources and tools to deal with the situation at hand. Let me remind every member in the House that a state of emergency was declared by the City of Ottawa on February 6th, by the Province of Ontario on February 11th, and the federal government on February 14th. The Emergencies Act spells out a clear process. Despite much of what we have heard today, the Act is time-limited and targeted and must at all times be applied in a reasonable and proportionate fashion. The Act does not limit anyone's freedom of expression. Neither does it limit the freedom of peaceful assembly. The Act is replete with specific checks and balances. The legislation, as adopted in 1988, is circumscribed with layers of built-in protection to ensure that our charter rights are fully safeguarded at all times. The Progressive Conservative government that introduced the Emergencies Act in 1988 ensured that the invocation of the Act be done in a charter-compliant fashion. Now, we've heard a lot from members opposite that the facts do not justify invocation of the Emergencies Act. If the backdrop of developments in Windsor, Coutts, and Ottawa has not persuaded the honourable members, nor what we have heard from residents, the police chief, the Mayor of Ottawa, and the Premier of Ontario, they should consider the following. Let me assure you that the Act does not only require a sober assessment of what has happened, but a consideration of possible threats on the horizon. When Perrin Beattie, a minister of the Conservative government, was asked in committee what justification was required to invoke the Emergencies Act back in 1988, this is what Mr. Beattie, a Conservative minister, had to say. It depends not only on an assessment of the current facts of the situation, but even more on judgments about the direction events are in danger of moving, about how quickly the situation could deteriorate. Mr. Beattie further added, judgments have to be made not just about what has happened or is happening, but also what might happen. When the measures were invoked by our government, it was clearly stated that the situation across our country is concerning, volatile, and unpredictable. I dare say not a single person in this chamber could possibly take issue with that assessment. So I would ask the members of this House not only to refuse to turn a blind eye to what we have seen, but also not prove deaf to the assessment of the Ottawa Chief of Police, the Mayor of Ottawa, and the Premier of Ontario. As passionate as we can each be, we do not have license to allow our judgments to substitute for what we have overwhelmingly heard from public safety officials and national security experts over the course of the last several days. It's imperative that we actually consider this thing and that we look beyond this chamber to determine whether this has been justified or not. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Yellowhead? No. Sorry. Yes, Pitt Meadows.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Interesting comments. I'd like to compare and contrast for a second. New Zealand just announced on today's Ottawa Citizen that they ruled out forcefully clearing vehicles blocking roads outside of Parliament in a protest against coronavirus mandates, saying it would cause wider harms. They said that negotiation and de-escalation were the only safe ways to resolve the protests, and he would continue to talk to protesters. As compared to the Liberal government, report to the House of Parliament, emergencies, the consultations they had, 58 consultations. 58 consultations. They mentioned a few. Not one of them with the protesters. My question is this: did they purposely allow this to continue so they could clamp down on Canadians that they don't agree with? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. But I really think it's imperative that rather than look at developments in New Zealand, that we look at developments in our own country and that we listen to what experts are saying. We listen to what all three levels of government in this city and in this province are saying. It is imperative that we continue to communicate and that we assess the situation and do everything that is necessary.
The member for Lac Saint Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My mask was caught up in my glasses. It's a very passionate debate today. I understand that, but I would prefer to look at this rationally. And rationally means that what is happening today is that the Emergencies Act is being used across the country, in Quebec as well. And I thank my honourable colleague for his speech, had said that we had to listen to some politicians in Ontario. And I would say to listen some politicians in Quebec, all the politicians in Quebec, because the National Assembly, in fact, is asking for Quebec to be excluded from the Act. This is not the case today, Madam Speaker. Rationally speaking, then, I would ask my friend this. If in 10 years, I apologize, there's some noise, I don't know what's happening. May I continue? It's just, in 10 years, if a government is in power and there is a movement, a left-wing movement, for example, that wants to demonstrate and block pipelines being built, it could use the decision that this government has taken today in 2022 and say, well, it's already happened back in 2022 under a Liberal government. So today, I must give the honourable member for Willowdale the opportunity to respond.
Member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and allow me to thank my colleague for his considered question. On this particular note, allow me to say this. I think it is imperative that as Canadians, we thank the detachment that arrived in the city of Ottawa yesterday. They did a splendid job, 7 different detachments. So we're grateful for what the province of Quebec has done. But insofar as your question is concerned,
questions.
Yes, my apologies. But allow me to assure the member that I truly do believe that we're not supposed to look at the substance of what is going on when there is an occupation or there is a lengthy protest. It is imperative that we continue to stand up for all Canadians.
Honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his intervention. He mentioned turning a blind eye, and I would agree. I think as a result of this government turning a blind eye, certainly the Mayor of Ottawa, the police service, now we find ourselves in a crisis. And we saw this coming. We had all sorts of signs. I feel quite hesitant and to have to support this, and I absolutely support the Canadian Civil Liberties Association for wanting oversight. I think the fact that we're using this emergency measure absolutely requires oversight. But I think there's a reason why we arrived here, and I'm wondering through you, Madam Speaker, if the member agrees with me that we need a public inquiry in terms of governance issues that led us down this security pole.
Oh, okay, well, yes, please do not rise if it's not on a point of order because we interrupted the question. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
So I'm just wondering if through you, the honourable member agrees that we need a public inquiry into policing and governance issues that led us to where we are right now.
Dale, in 15 seconds.
Absolutely. Again, allow me to thank the member for her question. I agree wholeheartedly. But the member can take comfort in the fact that the legislation, as it is currently drafted and as it was envisioned in 1988, requires that we do that review. In addition, the City of Ottawa has decided to do a review.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Bravo. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is always a privilege to rise in this place and speak. But today I'm speaking and I'm going to lay out my case as to why I'm voting against continuing the Emergencies Act. In the past 34 years since the inception of the Emergencies Act, there have been 4 times where a national crisis was faced by a Prime Minister.
and they each refused to implement the act. Brian Mulroney didn't use it during the 2-month Oka standoff outside Montreal in 1990. Jean Cartrand didn't need to invoke it after the terrorist attack of 9/11. Stephen Harper didn't during the 2008 banking crisis. And the Prime Minister didn't use it during the first 2 years of the COVID-19 pandemic, which saw 35,000 deaths and the worst economic contraction since the Great Depression. For the first time in Canadian history, Speaker, a Prime Minister will use the Emergencies Act when authorities already have every legal tool at their disposal to deal with the situation before us today. For me, there are many concerning parts of the Act now being used, including instructing financial institutions to seize assets and freeze bank accounts without due process. And as of this moment, the Public Safety Minister has said 76 bank accounts worth a combined $3.2 million have been frozen. There are serious consequences of evoking this act, and ones that all parliamentarians need to reconcile with themselves before the vote on Monday. After 21 days of refusing to deal with the protest through a more civil and peaceful process, the government chose an act, the most heavy-handed, using the Emergencies Act. Make no mistake, Speaker, I do not support hate, nor do I find any legitimate rationale for the existence of groups that perpetuate discrimination, violence, or hatred. I once again call on these blockades to end peacefully and quickly. My constituency staff, Speaker, who with unparalleled dedication and commitment have acted professionally and admirably during these trying times, have fielded hundreds of calls and emails from concerned and sometimes angry citizens. For example, Kenneth and Lois from Bob Cajun write, "There is no reason for this act to be used except fear from the Prime Minister. This could have all been avoided if the PM would have been willing to listen." Another Kawartha Lakes constituent writes, "I implore you not to support the Prime Minister in his attempt to enact the Emergencies Act. Not only is this a complete overreaction to the situation, one which, in my opinion, was brought about by the Prime Minister's refusal to listen to the convoy and also serves no one's best interests." That was from Vanessa. "We believe the government has overstepped their authority and are taking away our rights and freedoms," writes Peter and Lois. Now, of course, this is just a small sample and cross-section of hundreds of similar messages that I'm sure we all in this House are receiving. These are the words of ordinary Canadians who fear the government has overreacted because of the failed leadership of this Prime Minister. The Act is clear when it should be implemented, and only should it be invoked when a situation seriously threatens the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada, and when the situation cannot be effectively dealt with under any other law in Canada. Speaker, the first question before us is whether the blockades seriously threatened Canada's sovereignty or territorial integrity, and whether there were no laws to deal with the protesters. The onus, Speaker, is on the federal government to demonstrate that the Act was the only situation, the only option left on the table. National security experts have been expressing their concerns. For example, Leah West, a professor and national security expert at Carleton University, told the CBC that Canada was not facing the kind of public emergency that the Act was designed to respond to, stating, "I'm kind of shocked, to be honest, that the Government of Canada still actually believes that this meets the definition to even invoke the Act," adding, "I have real concerns about fudging the legal thresholds to invoke the most powerful federal law that we have." Surely, Speaker, if there was a serious threat to our nation, provinces would be clamoring to the government for help. Yet provinces have told the Prime Minister they don't need the Act. They already have dealt with their protesters through listening and talking. It's here, Speaker, that I believe the entire debate hinges. Does the perceived threat that the government felt needed to be addressed, now that the provinces have their own capacity resolved, still exist, and therefore justify the invoking of this Act? Furthermore, the second condition, that the situation cannot be effectively dealt with under any other law in Canada, has been disproven by the leadership displayed by many of Canada's premiers right across this country. The provinces and their police services didn't need the extraordinary powers granted by the Emergencies Act because they had already the authority to deal with them. It's unfortunate that the Prime Minister refused to follow good governance practiced by those premiers. And it's no wonder, Speaker, that Canadians who have been writing and calling, not just me, but every member in this House, view this implementation of this Act not under the auspices of protecting Canada, but rather of protecting the Prime Minister's political failure. We have heard that part of the justification for invoking the Act was deliberate foreign extremist interference in our democracy. Yet, I haven't seen any evidence from the government to indicate foreign power organizations behind the protests here in Canada. In fact, in committee last week, the Deputy Director of Financial Transactions and Reports Analysis Centre of Canada, FINTRAC, the National Financial Intelligence Agency, says there is no spike in suspicious transactions and no sign of extremist groups issuing transactions to the protesters. Part of the government's intention with the use of this Act is also to track and reveal information regarding private individual financial transactions. This information is going to go to the RCMP, CSIS, and FINTRAC and will suspend accounts without judicial process. And I led off my speech talking about that. It's actually quite concerning that the government will not tell Parliament if they consulted with the Privacy Commissioner regarding the use of this information. Kim Manchester, a Managing Director of Financial Intelligence Training at company Manchester CF, in an interview with CTV, warns that flagging accounts could financially ruin those targeted and make it difficult for them to get any financial services in the future. She says, it's very tough on people when the activities of the Canadian government can lead to the financial meltdown of individuals associated with these protests who are guilty by association, by directive, and not by judicial process. In the same interview, Vanessa Iafola, a crime consultant, said that the use of the measure was a serious deviation from the normal democratic process that we generally expect to see in Canadian society. This legislation was created to deal with terrorist organizations and transnational organized crime syndicates, not Canadian truckers. The Canadian Civil Liberties Associations, Noah, Mandels and Aviv, is concerned that the Act allows the government to create new laws, bypassing democracy under what they have called a national emergency, and they haven't presented any evidence that satisfies us, in fact, that a national emergency is now required. The CCLA is suing the government for seriously infringing on the Charter of Rights and Freedoms of Canadians. Paul Wells and Maclean's on February 14th surmised this. I think the real explanation for today's announcement came from the finance minister, who said it's basically about the blocked Ambassador Bridge at Windsor, and inconveniently, it's not blocked. He goes on, we fought tooth and nail to protect Canada's privileged relationship with the United States during the NAFTA negotiations. And we stood up to the 232 tariffs, this is now the Deputy Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, that were illegal and unjustified. We won't let those hard-won victories be tarnished. The world is watching us. Our jobs, prosperity, and livelihoods are at stake, and that's why the government is acting. The Emergency Act, Speaker, is there to address extreme threats to Canada, not to protect the economy. In 1978, approximately 30 countries were in some form of state of emergency. It had risen to 70 by 1986, and by 1996, 147 countries had mechanisms to declare states of emergency, a disturbing global trend that Canada now has the dubious honor of joining. It is probably no coincidence that this historic announcement came only an hour after the government narrowly defeated the Conservative motion by proposing that the government present a plan by the end of the month to lift federal mandates. The Prime Minister could see the writing on the wall as his own caucus had started to revolt against him. Rather than taking the diplomatic route, talking with the protesters, using the same media methods he used to call them names, lowering the temperature, letting those with concerns know they've been heard, laying out a plan to end the mandates, end the restrictions, like many provinces across the country, like many countries around the world. He dug in his heels and then brought out the sledgehammer. He's imposing the powers of this Emergencies Act, and it sets a dangerous precedent. Most concerning of all, young Canadians who have no direct connection to the historic struggles against fascism, socialism, and communism are losing faith and interest in freedom and democracy. And those noble ideals have been tarnished, and it's contributing to what we're seeing today. So I'll leave you with a few quotes. There will be a time later to reflect on all lessons that can be learned from this situation. This is from the Prime Minister. He told reporters last Monday afternoon. And I would argue these lessons already exist, Speaker. We don't have to go that far in history to look back and find them.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend, the member for Halliburton. The member says that the Emergencies Act isn't necessary, that there are other legal options that we could have used. And I like to say, like what? How without the Emergencies Act are you going to get tow trucks to help the police pull away trucks? How without the Emergencies Act are you going to legally prevent people going downtown and joining the mob?
A slight reminder to the honourable member that I wasn't going to do anything even with the Emergencies Act, so please redirect the question.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. Through you, Madam Speaker, I asked the member opposite, how without invoking the Emergencies Act are they going to deal with these things, as powerful as the rhetoric coming from the opposition is? I would submit it's not powerful enough to pull a truck. Thank you.
Honourable member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And I actually am saddened by the tone of that question. Actually, I quite get along with that member. We serve on the same committee and have for now the second Parliament in a row. And actually thought I laid out a pretty logical argument as to why I'm personally voting against him. Actually, sorry that he felt that. But I would also send it back to the member. What powers the police have at this exact moment that they couldn't have used before? This could have been dealt with weeks ago. This didn't have to get to this point. And as I laid out in my speech, there could have been a whole bunch of other avenues we could have taken here, including the Prime Minister being a bit more sympathetic, just saying, we've heard you, we're listening, we have a plan. But instead he just...
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention today. Madam Speaker, I want to read a quote. Freedom of expression and the right to peacefully protest do not give any Canadian the license to break the law. I call on the Prime Minister to enforce the law and to direct the RCMP to shut down these illegal blockades. Now, you may think that this was a quote having to do with the illegal blockade in Ottawa. This is actually from a member of the Conservative Party, the member for Edmonton St. Albert, who has called for the stoppage of the blockades. So I wonder why the member feels like when it's blockades of one type, they're very, very much against it. When it's blockades of another type, they're very, very much for it and happy to stand in front of it and take credit and selfies.
The honourable member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Again, thank you, Speaker. Again, I'm very disappointed that the tone of these questions, I thought I again laid out a pretty solid argument here. As I've said in my speech and repeated at the question just prior to that member from Edmonton, the police already had tools at their disposal that they could have used to end this situation a lot sooner. And again, it could have been, I think, diluted a lot had the Prime Minister not decided to go in the form of creating stronger division. There are lots of people, just normal people, who just feel that they're excluded from society based on what's been going on, whether it's true or not. But just a little acknowledgement, a little sympathy, a little compassion could have probably diluted this situation to the point that we don't need to invoke the Emergencies Act.
Member for Saanich Gull Files.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my honourable friend from Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock. In the course of this debate, I've heard a few people mention, and I'm using, if you'll forgive me, to my honourable colleague, the opportunity of speaking to him about this. I want to put on the record, because I've heard some honourable members say that the measure we're debating today is one that we would use in the case of wartime. Now, and I just wanted to put on the record for Canadians who might be watching that the Emergencies Act, which I think is a remarkably well-crafted piece of legislation, not sure I'm going to vote for this declaration, but it impresses me that in the 1980s, a group of MPs could think about different emergencies. Public welfare emergency, like a public health emergency, like a pandemic. Public order emergency, like the one we are asked about now. International emergency, and lastly, a war. So this is not what we would use in case of a war.
The honourable member for Kawartha Lakes, Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't believe in my speech I talked about. No, okay, thank you, the member from Sandusky Gulf Islands. I should know that off by the top of my head. Sorry. As I mentioned in the justification, I think there were a number of tools already at disposal of local and provincial police. I think those tools should have been used first. The fact that we've gotten to this point is disappointing and a failure in leadership. And this could have, I think, been avoided, a lot of it. But instead, the Prime Minister chose to divide rather than unite.
Coming debate, the honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to address my fellow Canadians about the current state of events unfolding in our country. And I want to express my concerns about the lack of leadership by this government. In a shocking display of defeat, the Prime Minister and his government has taken the unprecedented steps to enact the Emergency Act, which is the successor of the War Measures Act. Since the Emergencies Act's inception in 1988, it has never been invoked. Let me repeat. In 34 years, there has never been a single crisis in which a federal administration felt it essential to use such measures. Not 9/11, not the Oka crisis in 1990, not even the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic itself was a sufficient national threat to warrant the authority currently being debated. The last time any federal government gave itself such sweeping, unchecked power was during the October crisis in 1970, after 200 bombs had been detonated in civilian areas. Furthermore, several nationwide protests have blocked critical infrastructure since the Emergencies Act inception. However, none have met the threshold for enacting these sweeping powers despite similar tangible threats to our country's security. I trust we can all agree that violence, threats, and blockades are never appropriate and should never be permitted, especially when they infringe upon our civil freedoms. All levels of governments have choices for which dealing with the current crisis that does not necessitate one of the country's most sweeping increases in government authority. The blockades at the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor posed an immediate threat to thousands of jobs and billions of dollars international trade. It was clear in one day, though, a court order, injunction, and a strong police presence. Notably, the situation was resolved without enacting exceptional measures, legislative discussions, or government powers that had never been used before. The same was true for other blockades in Alberta and Manitoba. As my honourable colleagues remind us in the House recently, the Prime Minister assured Canadians that using this act was the last measure responsive, and the quote, "It is not the first thing you turn to, nor the second, nor the third." When asked what exactly the first and second actions taken by the government were, the Minister of Emergency Preparedness responded by saying his government, quote, "worked with municipalities and provincial partners in order to ensure that they had resources and support they needed." As if that wasn't already everyday expectation of the federal government. It is clear that the Liberals cannot explain why they believe going beyond traditional legal options is necessary. Rather than considering the same laws that have already cleared blockades across the country, this government believes we should use military-style measures. Perhaps they have finally realized that their incompetency, inaction, and drive to divide has left Canadians frustrated, and the Liberals now making a big show will reflect positively. Let me tell you, Madam Speaker, history will not look back fondly on this moment. The charter liberties that we all cherish are being threatened by actions the government cannot justify. What kind of precedence does it set for a government to so lazily use the heavy-handed legislation against its citizens?
That's right.
What will this mean for future demonstrations? Should Canadians not fear donating movements and organizations given that the current government believes it can declare such things illegal retroactively? And if, heaven forbid, we find ourselves in another global conflict in the future, would a government consider enacting the same measures put in place over a few weeks of disruptive protest? The international media is in shock over this action of our Prime Minister, and it is no wonder he doesn't even have the slightest bit of regret in accusing Jewish members of standing with swastika. Everyone can see that he is someone who prefers to slander and divide rather than unite and lead. But had it been only for the Prime Minister and his government, this act might have never seen the light of day. Fortunately, these Liberals, they can consistently count on having the New Democrats as dance partners to help shed them from accountability. The NDP used to be a party that stood with civil liberties. The last time such dramatic measures were used, Canadian citizens in the October crisis, the NDP leader, Tommy Douglas, opposed the act of the War Measures Act for being, quote, overkill. Now the modern NDP is doing their best to intimidate the Liberals, disdain for the dissent and opposition by preferring to point fingers rather than take responsibility for instigating. The Liberal NDP coalition is strong, and unfortunately for Canadians, it's strong enough to give the Prime Minister and his cabinet all the power they want. It's a tragedy that we have arrived at this point. Canadians want the blockades to end, and at the very least, the Conservatives want to return to normal. There are several critical issues for which Canadians deserve a thoughtful federal response. Inflation is surging to record highs. House prices have doubled since 2015, and people's mental health across the country requires serious attention. Yet, despite these genuine concerns, this Prime Minister and his government are too preoccupied with covering up their failures, avoiding responsibility, and blaming everyone else. Conservatives want to see an end to the confining mandates and return to everyday life. And we want a national leader who will act in the best interest of Canadian people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Never in my wildest dreams, Mr. Speaker, would I have ever imagined a place where the NDP is the party standing up for law and order, and the Conservatives capitulate to the protesters outside who are
Point of order from the Honourable Member from Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I will take all kinds of slings and arrows, but I really don't want to hear the member for Kingston ever pointing at us and saying anything nice about us. Please, can he...
That sounds like debate. Maybe if the member wants to back up 10 seconds and get the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
As I was saying, I am just finding it wildly bizarre to be in the House of Commons where the NDP is standing up for law and order while the Conservatives capitulate to what's going on outside, refusing. Even Jason Kenney, the Premier of Alberta, is saying that you should never negotiate with people like this. Can this member explain why she does not suddenly believe that law and order must be upheld?
The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
I thank my colleague for that question. I believe in law and order, but I also believe in Canada.
Yes.
And I was raised that Canada and Canadian people sit down, negotiate, talk to each other, listen to our constituents, and try and resolve it peacefully, not the Emergency Act.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I would like to thank the Member of Parliament for King Von. The Conservatives have been spreading their rhetoric that this is a protest of unity, peace, and freedom over fear, incited by foreign extremists. They did so while standing with people who bore Confederate flags, swastikas, and terrorized women and Indigenous people. This is not unity. This is not peace. This is not freedom. What this is violence, violence that threatens the safety and democracy of Canada. The ignorance they have shown to the security threats that continue to be defended at the Hill as we speak is unacceptable. What are the Conservatives gaining from spreading this hate?
The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
I thank my honourable member for that comment, and I want to assure her, I'm not sure where she's getting this information because that is absolutely false. The Conservatives stand for law and order. We respect our constituents, but one thing that we do is we listen, and we try and understand whether we agree or disagree, we listen to them, and we try and work out and resolve the issue.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her very passionate speech, but I have a question for my colleague. I was asked a question by a Liberal colleague earlier. Now, I think it seems to me that there are more fors than against with respect to this question. But to enforce an act of this magnitude, we have to be 100% sure that this is the right solution.
My honourable colleague, I believe that the only way to resolve issues is to sit down, listen, discuss, and come to a peaceful and respectful resolution. This Emergency Act is not needed. It is creating a divide with all our Canadians. Canada was built on peace, not disruption.
Question et commentaire, the honourable member for Chester, I want to say Chester St. Margaret's, but Salt Shore St. Margaret's.
Old habits die hard, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. And I know she's a former banker prior to being elected in 2021, so I want to ask her a question about the Emergency Act regulations, which tell financial institutions that they have to cease dealing with designated persons. Now, I know in my riding on Friday, I had 2 branches of 2 banks run out of money as Canadians who were afraid that the government was going to take their assets under this legislation come into the banks and take their money out. So I'd like you to comment, as a former branch manager and banker, how you deal with that.
I wasn't in banking, Mr. Chair, to the member. Make sure you ask your questions through, of course, this chair. I'm sure all members understand that. The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you to my honourable colleague for asking that question. All I can tell you is, from my experience of over 3 decades in the bank, is this type of act will create havoc. Branches will run out of money. Criminals will be there waiting for people to come out of the branches with their funds. It creates discretion. This cannot happen because you're putting the fear of God into every Canadian citizen in this country.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will be sharing my time with the honourable colleague from Etobicoke Centre. So, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that I stand with great sadness to talk today about this Emergency Measures Act, because it's not something that any of us in this House, especially our Prime Minister, wanted to bring forward, and would not have brought forward if it wasn't absolutely necessary to do that. If you look at what was going on last weekend at the Ambassador Bridge, in Coutts, Alberta, in Emerson, the blockages that were happening and what was happening to trade. And as Chair of International Trade, these things are very important to all of us. And the blockages that were happening there were preventing goods and services and people being able to cross those borders. And we know that it was $400 million a day at the Ambassador Bridge. Aside from all the personal issues for people that my colleague from Windsor was mentioning earlier, preventing people from doctor's appointments, preventing nurses from crossing the border to continue to help us with the pandemic. That's a huge economic hit on all four fronts. That's aside from what we're currently dealing with here in Ottawa. And I would ask my colleagues, if that was your community that was besieged like this for almost 4 weeks, would you have sat back and said, well, we'll go through another process of deputizing a whole lot of other emergency police officers, which would take another 5 to 6 days? Would that have been happy? You wouldn't have been happy to do that. And it wasn't able to leave that to go any further. The economic impact of this has been enormous. And so it was critical that we move forward to ensure that we have law and order. Concern with what's going on, it's not just here, it's around the world where we have blockages. It's, I guess, the new thing you do to try to disrupt governments. Subject to some abuse from some of these protesters.
Several critical issues for which Canadians deserve a thoughtful federal response. Inflation is surging to record highs. House prices have doubled since 2015, and people's mental health across the country requires serious attention. Yet, despite these genuine concerns, this Prime Minister and his government are too preoccupied with covering up their failures, avoiding responsibility, and blaming everyone else. Conservatives want to see an end to the confining mandates and return to everyday life. And we want a national leader who will act in the best interest of Canadian people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Never in my wildest dreams, Mr. Speaker, would I have ever imagined a place where the NDP is the party standing up for law and order and the Conservatives capitulate to the protesters outside who are breaking.
Point of order from the honourable member from Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I will take all kinds of slings and arrows, but I really don't want to hear the member for Kingston ever pointing at us and saying anything nice about us. Please, can he
That sounds like debate. Maybe if the member wants to back up 10 seconds and get the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
As I was saying, I am just finding it wildly bizarre to be in the House of Commons where the NDP is standing up for law and order while the Conservatives capitulate to what's going on outside, refusing. Even Jason Kenney, the Premier of Alberta, is saying that you should never negotiate with people like this. Can this member explain why she does not suddenly believe that law and order must be upheld?
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
I thank my colleague for that question. I believe in law and order, but I also believe in Canada.
Yes.
And I was raised that Canada and Canadian people sit down, negotiate, talk to each other, listen to our constituents, and try and resolve it peacefully, not the Emergency Act.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nunavut.
I would like to thank the Member of Parliament for King Vaughan. The Conservatives have been spreading their rhetoric that this is a protest of unity, peace, and freedom over fear, incited by foreign extremists. They did so while standing with people who bore Confederate flags, swastikas, and terrorized women and Indigenous people. This is not unity. This is not peace. This is not freedom. What this is violence, violence that threatens the safety and democracy of Canada. The ignorance they have shown to the security threats that continue to be defended at the Hill as we speak is unacceptable. What are the Conservatives gaining from spreading this hate?
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
I thank my honourable member for that comment, and I want to assure her, I'm not sure where she's getting this information because that is absolutely false. The Conservatives stand for law and order. We respect our constituents, but one thing that we do is we listen, and we try and understand whether we agree or disagree, we listen to them, and we try and work out and resolve the issue.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her very passionate speech, but I have a question for my colleague. I was asked a question by a Liberal colleague earlier. Now, I think it seems to me that there are more fors than against with respect to this question. But to enforce an act of this magnitude, we have to be 100% sure that this is the right solution.
My honourable colleague, I believe that the only way to resolve issues is to sit down, listen, discuss, and come to a peaceful and respectful resolution. This Emergency Act is not needed. It is creating a divide with all our Canadians. Canada was built on peace, not disruption.
Question et commentaire, the honourable member for Chester, I want to say Chester St. Margaret's, but Salt Shore St. Margaret's.
Old habits die hard, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. And I know she's a former banker prior to being elected in 2021, so I want to ask her a question about the Emergency Act regulations, which tell financial institutions that they have to cease dealing with designated persons. Now, I know in my riding on Friday, I had 2 branches of 2 banks run out of money as Canadians who were afraid that the government was going to take their assets under this legislation come into the banks and take their money out. So I'd like you to comment, as a former branch manager and banker, how you deal with that.
I wasn't in banking, Mr. Chair. To the member, make sure you ask your questions through, of course, this chair. I'm sure all members understand that. The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you to my honourable colleague for asking that question. All I can tell you is, from my experience of over 3 decades in the bank, is this type of act will create havoc. Branches will run out of money. Criminals will be there waiting for people to come out of the branches with their funds. It creates discretion. This cannot happen because you're putting the fear of God into every Canadian citizen in this country.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will be sharing my time with the honourable colleague from Etobicoke Centre. So, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that I stand with great sadness to talk today about this Emergency Measures Act, because it's not something that any of us in this House, especially our Prime Minister, wanted to bring forward, and would not have brought forward if it wasn't absolutely necessary to do that. If you look at what was going on last weekend at the Ambassador Bridge, in Coutts, Alberta, in Emerson, the blockages that were happening and what was happening to trade. And as Chair of International Trade, these things are very important to all of us. And the blockages that were happening there were preventing goods and services and people being able to cross those borders. And we know that it was $400 million a day at the Ambassador Bridge. Aside from all the personal issues for people that my colleague from Windsor was mentioning earlier, preventing people from doctor's appointments, preventing nurses from crossing the border to continue to help us with the pandemic, that's a huge economic hit on all 4 fronts. That's aside from what we're currently dealing with here in Ottawa. And I would ask my colleagues, if that was your community that was besieged like this for almost 4 weeks, would you have sat back and said, well, we'll go through another process of deputizing a whole lot of other emergency police officers, which would take another 5 to 6 days? Would that have been happy? You wouldn't have been happy to do that. And it wasn't able to leave that to go any further. The economic impact of this has been enormous. And so it was critical that we move forward to ensure that we have law and order. Concern with what's going on is not just here, it's around the world where we have blockages. It's, I guess, the new thing you do to try to disrupt governments is to bring in transport tractors and trailers and all of that with some of these extreme right people who then convince a whole lot of other people this is about mandate. This has nothing to do with the mandate for the vaccines. This is all about trying to bring down a government and disrupt democracy. And when you don't have democracy, when you don't have law and order, what are you left with? And so what's happening today outside here in particular is law and order is being put into effect. People have been asked to please go home. The illegal blockade, it wasn't a regular protest that we hear about. It was much more serious than that. The interim chief, Steve Bell, 3 other former chiefs of police of Ottawa, the chief of police, former chief of police from London, all said that this particular measure of the Emergency Measure Act, unfortunate as it is, absolutely had to be brought in before there was going to be more violence than what we have so far seen. Without that act, it would be much more difficult. So I know what last week one was like and the other ones. I could just imagine what it would have been this weekend when you've got hundreds of people coming in every weekend to just create more mayhem and disrupt more things as we go forward. And then let's talk about the children that were out there. At the foot of the steps of the gate into West Block, they have a bouncy castle, children on a skipping rope to try to show that this is just this pleasant little uprising of a protest. This was an illegal blockade, and they were using children as shields. And I would ask anybody that happens to be out there and participating, this is not democracy when you're talking about children.
I'm sorry to interrupt the member for a moment, and I want to be able to hear, and I know the member's right here with me, so I want to be able to hear her full comments. I just want to make sure everybody respects everybody's right to have the opportunity to speak in the House of Commons. We have lots of time to ask questions and make comments during that part of the period, but I do want to make sure that when somebody's presenting, I want to be able to hear them as well. So please, let's try to keep it down to the Honourable Member Timmins James Bay.
With all due respect, I just think you've done an excellent job keeping everyone calm, keeping us focused, and I think you deserve a lot of congratulations for your work today.
Well, I appreciate that comment. I want to make sure that we just keep things good. So thank you for the point of order. I want to thank you for the point of order. It's not a point of order, but again, thank you so much. The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
So, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about getting through this pandemic and the difficulties many of our businesses had. And so to stand back and allow things to continue this way, Michael Kemp, who's a law professor and a criminologist here in Ottawa, a few minutes ago said that when he was asked, well, is this Emergency Measure Act, is it really necessary? And he said, absolutely, because without this Emergency Measures Act being brought into play, it would have taken them a minimum of 5 or 6 more days to get other police services here and get them deputized. So we would have continued to see this kind of illegal activity that's going on outside of Parliament Hill, the disruption to the neighborhoods. That would have continued for another 5 or 6 days, which is just, I ask you about the economy and think about what the impact it was having on the economy. When we look at Spark Street, Nate's Delicatessen at Sparks and O'Connor, a little delicatessen that many of us go to for lunch hour. And they had said to me that they were just hanging on at the so-called end of the pandemic, or at least when they were going to get through the lockdown. I look at that delicatessen now that's been locked down for 4 weeks. Will they be able to open? Will they be able to survive that? Another company close to the riding, Good Food Incorporated, owned by a young family, Dan Simile, phoned me last week to tell me that he couldn't get a truck to deliver the biscuits across the border. And he was having to lay off all of his staff. So those kinds of things are big disruptions to our economy, but they're also disruptions to the people who are living here in the Ottawa area in particular. Many of the employees were unable to get to their place of employment and even to work on Parliament Hill without having to be called names and abuses. My own staff was subject to some abuse from some of these protesters out there. That's not the way, and we have a responsibility to move forward. Businesses like grocery stores down in the downtown one had to close up because protesters without masks would have no respect for anybody else and would walk into the stores and upset everybody else. So ultimately, they had to close. So, Mr. Speaker, this has gone on far too long. And yes, I know this is not an easy thing. I have lots of calls in my own constituency of people who don't quite fully understand this. But they're not here. They're not seeing it every day, and they're not realizing the full impact of what's going on out there. So it's imperative that we do the right thing. We have to protect our country. We have to protect its citizens. And very importantly, we have to protect the economy. And to continue to have a banker in the U.S. refer to Canada as a banana republic is very unacceptable to all of us. It's a real insult. I'm proud of my country and I'm proud of what we do. But then we are taking the necessary steps to move it forward. So as we try not to get into political rhetoric, and I'm not, if the folks on the other side choose to join us and in a united front, support this, it's only going to be there for a very short period of time. We'll have a parliamentary committee that will be reviewing it, and after there will be a full investigation. This got off the rails right from the beginning, and once these protesters got entrenched, it was very difficult to move them out. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask that we stay as united a front as we possibly can and not confuse people and talk about the War Measures Act, because that frightens the very people that we represent. Let's try and be more united and provide accurate information regardless of what side anyone is on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and answers. Well, a great opportunity to ask the questions now, finally. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesville. Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for her comments. She talked about this going off the rails right from the very beginning, and if you talk to many of the folks who have been expressing their concern about vaccine mandates, the very beginning where this went off the rails for them was when the Prime Minister said that many of them were misogynists and racists. And there has never been a retraction of that, never been an apology. And so I'm going to give my honourable friend the opportunity maybe to extend an olive branch to them and weigh in on whether she believes that many of them are misogynists and racists.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you, and thank my honourable colleague. I think there's a ton of nice people outside that are protesting, that this illegal protest brought out 2 years of frustrations. I could have been out there on that protest just as well as they could have. I mean, we're all fed up with this. We've all been through a difficult time. But we have to do what we have to do, and that is to respect each other. There are some extremists out there that are here to cause nothing but trouble. And when you look at the signs about down with our Prime Minister, the kinds of threats that our Prime Minister has been receiving from many of folks across the country, that is, I believe, very unfair, and I wouldn't want any Prime Minister of any party to have to experience clearly what he and his family are having to go through.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague spoke of the gravity of the situation with respect to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Now, I won't go into whether or not a business being able to deliver cookies is serious. Now, one of the criteria is that the situation be a serious one and that there be no other solution that might work.
Member from Humber River, Black Creek.
If you had to wait another 5 or 6 days before you could start to remove this illegal protest that's outside, this illegal blockage that is there, what kind of damage was that continuing to do to Canada's reputation and so on? Our small businesses, many of them deliver biscuits, many of them deliver other things, but they have valuable businesses and they have 5, 6, a dozen employees. And they were feeling the strain, and I don't want to see those businesses go out of business.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Colleague for her intervention today. You know, like many people in this House, I am deeply concerned about enacting the Emergency Act. It's why we're here. It's the debate that we're participating in. And I, like many others in this room, wonder how we got to this place and the failures at all levels of government that got us to this place. And I'd like a guarantee from the government, from this member, for a fully transparent, public and independent inquiry into what went wrong over the past 3 weeks. Will she guarantee that that will be a step the government will take as soon as possible?
The Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
I thank my colleague for her support and for her important question. This matters to all of us. Doesn't matter what party. This is an important piece of legislation that we are standing and supporting. And we all want to make sure that the due process happens, which means that there will be a full investigation of what did happen, what went wrong. I think clearly we could see that right from the very beginning, allowing these folks to get entrenched the way they did, just built it up and built it up. They could have been there for another 6 months, for heaven's sakes, and we couldn't allow that to happen. So she has certainly, I can guarantee her my support and my government's support that we will follow the due process that's required under this legislation.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain, and a very short questions for an answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from Humber River Black Creek for her speech, and I know she's been a big champion of many things throughout Parliament in her career, and in particular the basically Canada-Taiwan organization. I applaud her for that. And here she's championing the issue of the Emergency Act, and the reality is, as she indicated, this is throughout all of Canada, and it's being put in place on everything. So I'm wondering if the member would be the person that would champion the seizure and freezing of bank accounts and vehicles of foreign-funded eco-terrorists responsible for the violence and destruction of millions of dollars of damage on the Coastal Gas Link. And I would hope that she would champion that cause as well with her government with the Emergencies Act.
The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek, and a short answer.
One of the things that I continue to be concerned about is the amount of violence that's happening throughout our country on different fronts for different reasons. I think maybe some of it is a result of the pandemic and the stress on people. That's what I would like to think it is. And that once we can get a little bit further along with this pandemic, people will feel better, they'll be calmer, and they'll find a more rational way of dealing with problems.
Before we move on, I just want to make sure everybody remembers that when they do take their headpieces off, to make sure they put them aside so that it doesn't feed back in the microphones. It's given a little bit of grief to our interpreters that are doing such a wonderful job today. Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to start by sharing a story. One of the earliest photos that I remember of myself and my grandparents is from the mid to late 80s. For background, my grandparents immigrated to Canada after World War II from Ukraine, and my grandmother survived the Holodomor, the famine genocide in 1932-33, when Joseph Stalin closed Ukraine's borders and confiscated all food to destroy millions of Ukrainians for opposing his rule. My grandfather risked his life on many occasions because he was peacefully advocating for a free and democratic Ukraine. So in that photo that I was mentioning, I'm about 9 or 10 years old, and I'm standing in front of the Ontario legislature, known as Queen's Park, along with my grandparents. And we were at the time, we were asking that Canada, that the international community stand up for the people who of Ukraine, of other Soviet republics, other countries who had been conquered by the Soviet Union, because their freedoms were being violated. They could be arrested for not speaking Russian, for holding a different political view, for suggesting that Ukraine should be a democracy or free. So that day, with my grandparents in front of Queen's Park, we were protesting for the freedom of millions of people. And we actually did so on many occasions after that. And I've done so many times in my life. But despite the horrors that my grandmother lived through, despite the horrors that my grandfather's family were still living back home back then, despite the hurt and the trauma and the anger, on that day and many other days afterwards, my grandparents protested for freedom, but always did so while respecting the freedoms of others, while respecting the freedoms of Canadians. Look, I'm sick of COVID restrictions too, and so are many of my constituents. They voiced that in many ways. They've sent me letters, they've sent emails, they've called me, I've spoken with them, they've protested, some of them. I've always taken the time to listen and to try to understand their perspective. And often constituents help me understand the issues better. They offer solutions, they point out better ways for government to proceed. And I welcome that. That's what makes me a better representative, and that's how we make our countries better. But those constituents I'm talking about, just like my grandparents, have voiced their concerns while respecting the freedom of others. Peaceful protest is the right of every Canadian. They have the right to be heard, to communicate your views, to say anything you want, as long as you abide by the law, because the law protects the freedoms of others. These blockades are not respecting the rights and freedoms of others. They are violating the law, and they are doing harm to so many Canadians in many ways. They've threatened the safety of Canadians and the welfare of our communities. We've heard stories throughout this debate about what this has done to the people of Ottawa. They've done great harm to our economy and the livelihood of so many Canadians, especially with the blockades of the border crossings. They risk impacting our economy in the years to come by undermining the confidence of our trading partners, who are trying to convince that Canada is a good place to invest, Canada is a great place to trade with. And yet our borders are being blockaded and trade prevented from happening. They've undermined the rule of law, and they risk undermining the confidence in our laws and institutions, which are designed to protect our rights and freedoms. So these blockades, these occupations are having tremendous consequences for our economy and for our democracy. And that is why these blockades have to end. Now, I believe that the Emergency Act powers are needed to stop the blockades. And I want to share with you why. It is abundantly clear that you don't have to be a law enforcement expert to know that local law enforcement has been unable to enforce the law and clear the blockades, especially here in Ottawa. It's very clear. Let's talk about what the Emergency Act does and then why I believe it's necessary. What does the Emergency Act actually do? This is not the War Measures Act. This is not calling in the military. To suggest those things is to not be truthful with Canadians. What the Emergency Act actually does is allows the RCMP to enforce local and municipal laws, which they previously could not. It allows the federal government to mobilize essential services like tow trucks, for example. That was what my colleagues have spoken about. Provides new authorities to law enforcement to prohibit blockades and keep essential infrastructure open, like border crossings, for example. Provides powers to stop the flow of money that's supporting illegal activity, like the blockades. So under these powers, the government's doing a few things, providing direction that accounts related to the blockades that are supporting the blockades be frozen and that vehicle insurance will be revoked. It's broadening Canada's anti-money laundering and terrorist financing rules so they can cover crowdfunding platforms like cryptocurrencies. Like originally the blockades were being funded in conventional means and then they went to cryptocurrencies. Why? Because that's harder to track. We just want to make sure, the government wants to make sure that we can track that and stop that. Authorizing banks to cease providing financial services when when a person's using their account to fund illegal activity. These are the kinds of things that the Emergency Act is doing. Now, experts have said that it's critical to clearing the blockades. It's critical that we have the RCMP able to enforce local law because it's clear it provides the ability for multiple law enforcement agencies to come together really quickly, as you are seeing right now, in Ottawa on the street. The ability to compel tow truck drivers to tow vehicles. We need to be able to do that to clear these blockades, and we weren't before. Ensure that certain infrastructure can remain open, like border crossings. Ensure that people who are blockading know that they will face penalties. If they know that their truck, that their accounts will be frozen, they know they will face a penalty. There's a consequence to their illegal behavior. That's important. That's an important measure to enforce the law. Ensure that we stop, ensure that money supporting blockade ceases to flow. These are all things that are under the Emergency Act. This is what the Emergency Act is doing. These are the specific steps. And there's no doubt that these measures I just mentioned have helped to clear the blockades at the borders and in Ottawa. And you don't have to take my word for it. Chief Bell in Ottawa and multiple police chiefs and security experts have repeatedly said today and in past days that we would not be able to clear the blockades if it weren't for the measures in the Emergency Act. So the Emergency Act powers are clearly needed to enforce the law, to stop the blockades, and to protect Canadians' freedoms. Now, some have said, oh, this is overreach. This is the War Measures Act. This is this. No, let's be clear. This does not involve the military. In fact, the military can't be called in under this act. It's a completely separate act called the National Defense Act, which is required if you want to call in the military. That's the first thing. Number two, the declaration is for a limited time, for 30 days. And I know the government would really like to be able to remove its invocation even sooner than that if they can. The scope of these measures is geographically targeted. It's specific infrastructure. It's specific locations that we're trying to protect, and it's always subject to the Charter of Rights. You cannot argue that this is a violation of people's rights or freedoms if the Charter of Rights is supreme to the Act. Everything that happens under the Act must be subservient to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which is where our freedoms and rights are enshrined and protected. So it conforms with that. It protects our rights. And we're having this debate in Parliament. Why? Because it's required in the Act. So there's that accountability mechanism. There'll be a parliamentary committee which will be struck to provide oversight. And when the measures expire, the Act requires a public inquiry to examine its invocation. So there's a lot of transparency, a lot of accountability, so the Canadians and MPs, everyone can assess the implementation of the Act and make sure it was done for the right reasons and in the right way. I started my remarks by talking about my grandparents, how they taught me to advocate for freedom, but always respect the freedom of others, to respect the freedoms of Canadians while doing that. These blockades haven't done that. They've threatened the safety of Canadians, the welfare of communities. They've done massive harm to our economy, hundreds of millions of dollars every day, and the livelihoods of Canadians. People have lost their jobs. They've lost their businesses. They risk impacting our economy in the years to come by undermining confidence of our trading partners, especially the U.S. They've undermined the rule of law. They risk undermining confidence in our laws and institutions, which are here to protect our freedoms and our rights. These blockades, these occupations are not respecting the freedoms of Canadians. So I support the invocation of the Emergencies Act in this case. We cannot allow these illegal and dangerous blockades to continue. I believe it's necessary to keep Canadians safe, to protect our economy in the short and long term, and restore public order. It's limited in time and scope, it's proportionate, it's subject to oversight and accountability by MPs of all parties. And just like my grandfather or grandmother would have said if they were here, it is what is necessary to protect our economy, our democracy, and our freedom.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to ask the Honourable Member, I want to thank him for his speech. The point here, though, is that it comes down to one fundamental issue, which is that the test or the threshold for invoking the Emergencies Act is that situations like this cannot be effectively dealt with under any other law in Canada. And I heard the member comment a little bit about that the Ottawa Police couldn't deal with the situation, but from all accounts and reports, that really came down to a matter of resourcing and not the actual law. Experts have said that the Criminal Code of Canada specifically provides the powers that the police need to deal with the situation. So I'm wondering, in light of that, why the member thinks that the threshold to invoke the Emergencies Act has been met.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thanks very much, and I thank the member opposite for the question. I think the Emergencies Act has been critical in supporting what's happening in Ottawa today, and frankly, in clearing the blockades at the border crossings over the last number of days. And I say that because there's a number of measures in the Emergency Act that the police, powers that this gives the police that they didn't have before, like cutting off funding for the blockades, like ensuring that people who are blockading any border crossing or blockading in Ottawa know that they can have their accounts frozen, that making sure that the RCMP can enforce the local laws. If we couldn't have done that, we couldn't have provided those resources that the member is talking about in the time needed and in the amounts needed to clear these blockades. So I think it's helped in Ottawa. It's helping in Ottawa, the Emergencies Act is, and I think it's helped with the border crossings.
And comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Avignon-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. It was a very nice speech. He spoke personally. I appreciated it. However, when I see the police operation taking place under our very eyes on Wellington Street, we have been seeing images on the TV since yesterday morning, and it reminds me of what I saw at the Ambassador Bridge last weekend. The police could control the situation without the use of the Emergencies Act. And there is a problem here. We don't want it to create a dangerous precedent, and the government could have taken a number of tools out of its toolbox before it started to use this last resort measure. So I'd like to know, does my colleague not fear that this will create a dangerous precedent?
For Etobicoke Centre.
Merci beaucoup pour la.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. First of all, I would say that I am not concerned with regard to this precedent. I see the way that the Act is written. It ensures that there are protections in the Act to ensure that it's not used in cases where it is not necessary. That's the first point. The second point is that I think that when we see even what is happening along the borders outside of Windsor, for example, we see that this legislation supports the police to get rid of the occupations, cutting off funding, and ensuring other measures.
In comments, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I just want to thank everybody working in the House today that is allowing us to do our jobs as members of Parliament. And I also want to thank my honourable colleague for his intervention. I know it's really difficult to share, especially those kinds of traumatic histories about your family, so I want to honour that. And just to talk about extremism, when I was listening to him speak, we know that people were struggling before the pandemic. We know that since the pandemic, people are struggling even more, feeling despair and alienation. And we know when people are not looked after, it is fuel for the fire of the rise of extremist and anti-democratic movements. And I'm wondering if the honourable member agrees with me that more support needs to be provided to people in Canada to avoid these extremist movements from rising.
Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
I thank the member for her question and for her words. I think we have we've done a tremendous amount of work, but we have a lot more work to do. And there are members who are on duty here today who've led a lot of that work to make sure that we
There you go, foiled by the internet. I'm sure you had a really good answer there. There you go. We didn't get the last 5 seconds of your comment there. If you wanted to retake them, member for Etobicoke Centre.
My apologies. I was just saying that I think there are many members who've worked very hard to address extremism in this country, and I look forward to working with them and others on all sides of this House to make sure that we do so.
There, thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think I've ever felt just quite so compelled to add my voice to a debate in this chamber as I do on the debate on invocation of the Emergencies Act. I'm going to start by making a number of things very clear to people that might be listening, including my constituents, who might want to know where I stand on a number of issues that can't be separated from this debate. I'm proud to belong to a party that has always stood for both law and order. At no point have I condoned, encouraged, or made excuses or made apologies for unlawful conduct. I was appalled by the border blockades that immediately harmed the economy and brought into question Canada's core competence as a sovereign country able to control and secure its own borders. I was horrified by the violent attack on workers at the Coastal Gas Pipeline 2 days ago that resulted in injured police, terrorized workers, millions in property damage, and barely a peep out of this government or the press gallery for that matter. I was elected on a platform that would make it an offense to block critical infrastructure like highways, railways, ports, pipelines, and border facilities, and I stand by that. I believe in prudent and reasonable public health measures, especially during a pandemic, but not inflexible mandates. And Mr. Speaker, I stand today in the House of Commons opposed to invocation of the Emergencies Act and the order that this government has made pursuant to the Act. I oppose the invocation because it fails the test set out in the law, it sets a terrible precedent for future governments, and because this government in particular cannot be trusted with the powers that it would grant itself. The first reason is simple. The present situation clearly does not meet the test set out in the Act. The government has declared a public order emergency. Mr. Speaker, the Act itself defines a public order emergency as follows: an emergency that arises from threats to the security of Canada and that is so serious as to be a national emergency. This definition is always understood to mean war, widespread deadly violence, insurrection, or threats to Canada's sovereignty. So, Mr. Speaker, what is the situation, or what was it when this order was invoked late last Monday? It's certainly true that there had been blockades at border crossings, as well as partially blocked streets in and around the parliamentary precinct here in Ottawa. But, Mr. Speaker, by the time the order was made, conventional policing was prevailing at the border crossings. Arrests and serious charges had been laid in Coots, and others left peacefully of their own accord. The Ambassador Bridge was also cleared peacefully. And Mr. Speaker, let me pause and commend the police who successfully ended these blockades with no injuries, no damage to property, no violence, with existing powers and solid police professionalism. So given that the border blockades were resolved without additional powers granted under this Act, and the downtown Ottawa situation was all that remained, did the situation in Ottawa really meet the test of a national emergency? Well, Mr. Speaker, make no mistakes, laws were broken, and people that live and work in the Ottawa core were harmed by traffic disruptions, noise, and reported incidents of harassment. But was this a national emergency? A threat to the security of Canada? A threat to the security of Canada and a national emergency that couldn't be solved using existing laws and conventional police methods? Mr. Speaker, I arrived in Ottawa the day after the convoy arrived. I've been here for all but one day since. I've walked through and among the trucks and the demonstrators every day to and from my apartment, this chamber, and my office across the street. Former Member of Parliament Aaron Weir perhaps summed it up best, or at least quite nicely, when he said, quote, "The only element of this protest that might have been a national emergency was the blockade in Windsor, but police reopened that bridge without the Federal Emergencies Act on Sunday night," unquote. The second reason I oppose the invocation of the Emergencies Act is for the terrible precedent that it would set. This law, or it has set, really, this law has been on the books since 1988 and has never been invoked until now. There have been many threats to public safety and security during that time, yet no government has ever reached for the powers under this Act. Not during the Oka crisis, not after September 11, 2001, not during the dangerous and paralyzing highway and railway blockades 2 years ago, and not during the COVID crisis. Yet this invocation is going to be the bar set for future governments. And we now know, or we certainly know, that how this Prime Minister feels about those who disagree with his federal policy of mandatory vaccinations. We know how he lumped all those with whom he disagreed, lumped them all together, called them racists, misogynists, anti-science, a fringe element, talked about how they shouldn't be tolerated, complained about how they take up space. He did this during an election where he cynically did everything he could to divide Canadians and weaponize the pandemic and vaccines. But now, he's invoked the Emergencies Act in response to a protest. Hardly the first protest that has taken place since this law came in 1988, or even since 2015 when this government came to power, or even since 2020. But this protest is being conducted by those whose views are abhorrent to this Prime Minister. These protesters are people that the Prime Minister has systematically demonized, vilified, stigmatized, and scapegoated since he made the cynical, self-serving decision to do so during the last election. And now this is going to be the bar set for future use of this act. Every future Prime Minister will have this precedent for use of this act as a tool to be used against citizens that hold opposing views. Which brings me to the third reason why I will oppose this motion. The tools contained in this order are so ill-defined and draconian as to be and utterly out of proportion to the situation at hand that they simply cannot be supported. This order, among other things, immediately orders banks to seize the accounts of anyone affiliated with the blockade and to do so without a court order. Mr. Speaker, thousands of Canadians who disagree with the government have given financial support to this protest. Many likely did so before any laws were broken. These Canadians are now left to wonder exactly what constitutes the phrase, quote, being used to further the illegal blockades. Is this really to be the new way that governments in Canada deal with protesters? Are we to become a country where governments say, the legal system is really inconvenient and time-consuming, let's just keep it simple? Mr. Speaker, that's not Canada. No government, present or future, should deal with a breakdown of law enforcement at a local level with suspension of legal process. And certainly not over something as politically charged as dealing with a group of people who have been deliberately alienated, not just from their government, but by their government itself. And before we take any comfort from this government's assurance that, well, of course they won't misuse the powers that they're granting themselves, let's remember what kind of government we are dealing with. We're dealing with a government whose members have been repeatedly sanctioned by the Ethics Commissioner for conflicts of interest. A Prime Minister that tried to interfere in a criminal prosecution by creating a new law to get a corrupt company off the hook, and then fired his Attorney General who refused to be complicit. This is a government that tried to give itself unlimited taxing and spending power at the beginning of the pandemic. A government that has tried to control, through regulation, what Canadians post online. A government that has defied 4 orders of this chamber. We're talking about a government that wanted to receive private banking information and is now seeking a partner from which to track mobility data. And so, Mr. Speaker, I do not give this government, I would not want to give this government the extraordinary power that it seeks. Its appetite for power and control and failure to comply with the law is simply too well established. So I see I'm out of time, Mr. Speaker. I will just conclude to say there is no justification for this act. The emergency is local and does not require additional powers.
Yeah.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I heard the member reference some quotes of parliamentarians, so I'll reference a quote, too, from a couple parliamentarians. He might remember Peter MacKay. He was a Conservative minister, and Vernon White, the senator, who said, "But what we have seen here is an occupation of Ottawa and blockages at border crossings, and it is not the right of the protests enshrined in our Constitution, but illegal activity that represents national security and economic threat to Canada." Vernon White later went on to say on CBC, "I support the Emergency Measures Act. I felt we were at a point of no return." Why does he disagree with these Conservatives? Is it because what we have across the way is really the Reform Party?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, I was watching the debate earlier in the day, and I must say the level and quality of debate that we had in the chamber was much better before the minister or the member for Kingston and the Islands came.
Point of order from the member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, this member would know, notwithstanding the fact that I take exception to his his comment, and I think it's it's not appropriate to say in this House, but the member would know he should not have been referencing my presence in the House at any time, whether I was here or not here.
Thank you for that. Whether we're here or not, I guess that doesn't matter according to the rules. So the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
To the point of order, so as not to withdraw from my time.
Let's stop that time for a second while we talk to the. There we go. Okay, the member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Correct, and I certainly wouldn't refer to the presence or absence of a member in the House, but from the time that this member began to rise and engage in debate, the civility and the quality of the debate certainly took a turn for the worse. So carrying on.
Okay, no, good. Thank you. That should finish that point of order for a moment. But I think we're still on the answer to the original question. The member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
And I will answer his question by saying that I agree with the premise but not conclusion of some of the remarks that he quoted. I would agree that there is a very serious situation of unlawful acts that required a response. I disagree that it required this response.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I fully agree with the comments made by my colleague, the member for Calgary Rocky Ridge. I understand his reasons for invoking this act. But if this act is not necessary, then what was missing? Leadership, vision, or another law or act?
Well, we've had an absence of leadership and in Canada under this Prime Minister all the way around. I recall the remarks from the member for Louis Bear, who pointed out the extent to which this government made a deliberate choice to pit Canadians against each other long before this current crisis, and so one really must connect these two events, and there's tremendous responsibility with the Prime Minister for the lack of or just the discord throughout our country.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for my colleague's intervention. I represent the Ambassador Bridge area, 40% of Canada's daily trade with the United States, and I can tell him and assure him that their talking points of the Conservative Party are not correct. The Ambassador Bridge is open to a degree of normalcy, but at the same time, the barriers, like they are in Ottawa, are now through the community, blocking us out from business, children from getting to appointments for medical appointments, and a series of different problems. Now, right now, the City of Windsor residents are on the hook for over $10 million, and we will continue to pay for that because the OPP and the RCMP and the City of Windsor are still protecting the 14 kilometers to the 401 system. So what is the Conservative Party's position? Will they support and will they provincially and federally to pay this bill and continue to pay this bill? And what are they going to do with regards to the continuation of convoys? They've already intercepted a couple of more convoys coming to this area, and the threat that continues to exist.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to try and make it quick. Hopefully we can squeeze in another question. But the response is I certainly agree that there, and I said right at the very beginning of my speech that I was appalled by what happened in his riding. But I did note that it was de-escalating, and the crossing, as he pointed out, had reopened using conventional police methods and without resort to extraordinary powers. And I would agree with him that it's a terrible problem and it's a terrible imposition on his community, but I do not connect that, or I don't believe that anything in this motion will change it, and it is not a justification for the extraordinary power this government is granting itself.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mission, Masquet, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For my constituents in Mission, Masquet, Fraser Canyon, today we are debating the Emergencies Act and the motion for confirmation of a declaration of an emergency pursuant to Section 58 of the law. There's a lot to be said, and I can't cover everything in 10 minutes, but here we go. Under Section 58, the government is required to provide a motion for confirmation of the declaration of an emergency and an explanation of the reasons for issuing the declaration, and to report on any consultation with the provinces and territories it has undertaken. Indeed, thousands of you have reached out to me in the last week regarding the temporary measures under the public order emergency, including the points on public assembly, fines and imprisonment, compelling to work on behalf of the Government of Canada, and other measures such as freezing of one's financial assets. The powers of Parliament in this unique situation are here to protect against government overreach, bad decisions, and the necessity of ensuring effective checks and balances are in place when a declaration of public order emergency has been made under Section 17 of the Act. Upon review of the explanation, excuse me there, Mr. Clerk, it's a little hard. Upon review of the explanation pursuant to the Emergencies Act, I cannot support the reasons provided by the Governing Council for the continued use of this Act. My reasons relate to the following. Under point 2 of the Reasons for Public Emergency, Adverse Effects on the Canadian Economy, numerous citations were made regarding protests at points of entry across Canada. It is my understanding that as of February 14th, no major blockade was inhibiting the flow of goods between Canada and the United States to warrant this unprecedented action. The ability of our law enforcement to deal with the protests were demonstrated last weekend when the protesters at points of entry were removed before the invocation of the Emergencies Act. It goes on to explain, threats were made to block railways, which could result in significant economic disruptions. The report outlines that railways in Canada have operating revenues of more than $16 billion a year. A threat, Mr. Speaker, can be dealt with under existing laws, and Parliament requires more information than the flimsy explanation provided regarding the economic significance of railways in Canada. The Railway Act is a strong piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure it could be used if there was a legitimate threat. I would say the same for point 4, Mr. Speaker, the breakdowns in distribution chain and availability of essential goods. Again, Mr. Speaker, the reasons provided by the government are without any evidence. Parliamentarians require more than general trade statistics to confirm the application of the most severe measure our government can possibly take. I just can't support this. Again, the same can be said for point 5, the potential for an increase in the level of unrest. Mr. Speaker, the government has not provided this House with adequate justification that the situation in which we find ourselves today could not be effectively dealt with under any other law of Canada. Rhetoric nor emotion justify such actions. The report to the Houses of Parliament on the consultations regarding the Emergency Act lacks sufficient justification as well. Words like spoke, met, regular engagement, discussed are numerous throughout the document. Real and concrete steps, however, taken by the government in the context of consultations are void. For such a time as this, a government simply indicating that they spoke with the provinces and territories is not sufficient. What Parliament needs to know is what was discussed, what did the government say to the provinces and territories, and the actions they had taken to prevent national disruptions, and I would say vice versa in the context of the provinces and territories as well. Let me quote the Prime Minister. Invoking the Emergencies Act is not something that we do lightly. It is not the first option or even the second or third. It is a last resort. Mr. Speaker, nothing the Prime Minister has provided this House demonstrates what the first, second, or third actions actually were. During the debate on Thursday, the member from Ottawa Centre asked, while pointing to members of the official opposition, if this kind of occupation was happening in their neighbourhoods, in their ridings for 4 weeks in a row, how would members be acting? Arguably, many of the justifications provided relate more to the disasters, floods, wildfires, and landslides British Columbians experienced last year. Lytton burned to the ground last summer. This fall, every major roadway in the province of BC was flooded or washed away. The CP and CN rail lines were not operational. The port of Metro Vancouver was cut off from Canada. In my riding, there was danger to life, lives lost, real property damage for thousands, complete social disruption through the destruction of critical infrastructure, a loss of essential goods and services. People are still without permanent shelter, and critical roadways are not fully operational, including the Trans-Canada Highway and Highway Number 8. Under Section 58 of the bill, there is nothing in these documents that show they are meeting the threshold of this legislation. I can argue more concretely that the disasters that BC faced last year are a much better example of when this bill could have been used under Part 1, Public Welfare Emergency. Friday morning, I was also devastated, as has been mentioned in this House, to read of the horrific acts of violence that occurred in the northern community of Houston, again in British Columbia. Will this fall under the radar of our Prime Minister and his Emergencies Act? There was real violence there. I'm also reminded of other historical instances in Canada, such as the G20 summit, where the former Toronto Chief of Police and current Minister of Emergency Preparedness had hundreds of protesters arrested as police cars were burned in the streets, and the Emergencies Act was not applied. The eyes of the world were on Canada at that time too. Our reputation was also at stake in that moment. In the annex of the motion tabled in Parliament, the Prime Minister included his letter to the premiers. He mentioned that he is concerned about the undermining of the confidence in our institutions. I believe Canadians are concerned the Prime Minister allowed the situation to escalate to where it is today. That's on him, that's on the Cabinet, and I believe his actions are actually the ones undermining the confidence in our institutions. In preparation for today's debate, I look back at the debates of 1988 when the Emergencies Act was before Parliament as a bill. I learned that parliamentarians of all political stripes were concerned about the future application of the bill and its relationship to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. NDP MP Derek Blackburn on April 25th, 1988 referred to the horrific experiences of Canadians of Japanese descent who suffered internment under the War Measures Act, the preceding legislation. Although in support of the bill, he was concerned that the Emergencies Act could still infringe on Canadian rights and freedoms beyond what is reasonable and proportionate to the circumstances. I share his concern. Mr. Blackburn suggested that the Supreme Court review the bill to be more confident that we would strike the right balance and Canadians would be protected. No review ever took place, and look at where we find ourselves today. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind all members of this House of the thoughtful reflections from July 11th, 1988, from the Honourable Bob Kaplan, former MP for York Centre and Liberal member of the House of Commons, who at the time was in official opposition. And I quote, "The legislation we are passing today, that is the Emergencies Act, still gives the government very broad powers. And there will always be a role for the lawmakers to play, that of watching to ensure that the 4 categories of emergencies provided for under this legislation are not used by the government as an excuse to seize power to rule by regulation. We always have to be vigilant in this place, in the media and across the country, with whatever emergency legislation the government has, to be certain that it is not abused. If there is anything that has been learned in the course of this debate and in the committee hearings, it is that government, given any power, needs to be watched. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister needs to be watched. The government needs to be watched. The government needs to be accountable. I stand here on behalf of my constituents who expect me to hold this government to account. I am asking all members of this House to carefully consider how they will vote on this unprecedented and unnecessary measure. Confidence in our institutions depend on it. The trust Canadians have in us collectively as parliamentarians depend on it. Our nation depends on it. I encourage all members to vote in opposition to this motion out of respect for a concern of government overreach. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
I'd like to say I'm not sure I agree with taking events from the past and comparing them directly, because everyone is different. Each context is different. And I wouldn't compare a natural disaster to a conscious, coordinated movement, which is what we've seen. We've seen there's been coordination between what happened in Coutts and what has happened here. But my question to the member is, and I enjoyed his speech, it was very rigorous and analytical, but abstracting from the so-called reasons for the Freedom Convoy, which is trucker mandates, which is not really the reason, is he not concerned that there's a movement, in parts of the country a more longer-term movement. For example, the same organizers were involved in the United We Roll, and also I read somewhere that the Facebook page for Canada Unity was registered in 2019.
The honourable member for Mission Mascouy, Fraser Canyon.
Well, I'd like to thank the honourable member opposite. He raises a valid point about extremism and confidence in our institutions and what Canadians are seeing and reading online and how that applies to, our jobs as parliamentarians. But I think he missed the points raised by the Government of Canada, which largely focused on infrastructure, on the economy, on protecting our supply chains. There is not justification for using the Emergencies Act under the points raised by the government in the official documents tabled in this Parliament. We simply do not meet that threshold, Mr. Speaker.
Commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We're not often in agreement with the Conservatives, but this time, with respect to the Emergencies Act, I think we share the same opinion. Does my colleague agree with me that this act, at this particular time, is a way of sort of rehabilitating themselves, for the Liberals to rehabilitate themselves because of their laxity in the beginning? And it's a kind of, it's a kind of lifesaver for them. But it's the people who are on the ground right now who have to enforce all this. What does he think?
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. There are many reasons why the government decided to invoke this act. I agree with the honourable member that the government has its reasons because the government wanted to change the direction of public opinion with respect to its actions and its poor decisions over the past weeks.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member for his intervention today. I know him as somebody who's worked very hard for his constituents, and I just want to tell him that I have been thinking very much about the deep pain his constituency is going through as they recover from the floods. He quoted many members or previous members of Parliament, and I wanted to quote one back to him if I could, from the former Conservative MP Peter MacKay and Senator Vern White. What we have seen in the occupation of Ottawa and the blockages of border crossings is not the right of protest enshrined in our Constitution, but a legal activity that represents a national security and economic threat to Canada. Mr. Speaker, if a national security and economic threat to Canada is not an opportunity to use the Emergency Act, I would ask the member, what on earth could be?
The honourable member for Mission Mascouy, Fraser Canyon.
Well, I'd like to thank the honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona for her question. I think she missed a part of the quote, though, that goes on where Peter MacKay says that the Emergencies Act might be a push too far. The comments that I made from previous members of Parliament related to the actual debate taking place in here. There was all-party consensus in this chamber when people decided to pass the Emergencies Act. And members of Parliament from all political parties were concerned about government overreach. They were concerned, and they enshrined in the legislation that they made it clear that no other law could apply. Only in those situations did they believe that this was possible. We have numerous precedents across our history as a great nation, which indicate that this law was not required at this moment in time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I start, I will say that I'm sharing my time with the Honourable Member from Scarborough-Guildwood. Mr. Speaker, Canada has a beautiful democracy. But let me be clear, beauty isn't always perfect or without flaws. But it is beautiful nonetheless. And our democracy is under attack by those who seek to destabilize it and to harm it. Foundation for what's happening, from the illegal border blockades to the occupation of Ottawa, has been building for some time and is grounded in misinformation and hate. I remember back in May at the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, we heard from Timothy Howeg at CSIS that ideologically motivated violent extremism groups were working together, united by the pandemic, to push their dangerous agendas and their hate. He said that, and I quote, "With COVID-19, we have seen various groups that previously weren't aligned, or individuals who perhaps were not sharing the same ideology or the same motivation, come together under a common cause, whether that was anti-government activity or anti-vaccination activities." And Mr. Speaker, the rise in the misinformation from these hateful groups continues to incite hate and fear. And it appears to be at least partly fueling blockades at the border and at the occupation of Ottawa. We know that certain ringleaders of this occupation are firmly grounded in white nationalism. Swastikas, Confederate, and far-right style flags, along with signs stating misinformation about everything from the safety of wearing a mask to taking a vaccine, have been seen all over the occupied area of Ottawa. And I know that not everyone, Mr. Speaker, who has taken part in this occupation holds this in their hearts. But this is the company that they are keeping. And seeing members from across the aisle go out and help fuel and support this occupation has been eye-opening for many Canadians. To be clear, the leaders of this illegal occupation posted their MOU online, specifically calling for the destruction of our democracy. It's never been hidden, Mr. Speaker. In Canada, we have an important charter right to freedom of peaceful assembly. When I was first elected as a member of Parliament, one of the first things I noticed was how many people from across Canada would come to Parliament to protest and to advocate for the causes that they deeply believe in. Whether they were a small group walking right up on the lawn of Centre Block or thousands of people, they would peacefully state their causes while respecting the rights and freedoms of the residents of Ottawa to live freely in their city. You do not see this level of accessibility in many other countries, Mr. Speaker, and it is so special and so worth protecting. Peaceful protests can make you uncomfortable, and in Canada, that's okay. I won't state the cause, but each year there's a rally that brings thousands and thousands of people to Ottawa's Parliament Hill. And believe me, it makes me uncomfortable. I don't support the cause, but I respect the right to freedom of peaceful assembly. They come, they hold their rally. There's usually a robust counter-protest as well, and they leave. But to be very clear, what's going on in Ottawa has not been a peaceful protest. What we've seen in Ottawa and at the borders is a threat to Canada's sovereignty and democracy under the guise of freedom. These occupiers have stolen the freedom of the people of Ottawa. They've kept them held hostage in their homes while terrorizing them with high decibel noise, hate, and harassment. People haven't been able to leave their homes or wear masks without fear of being ridiculed, harassed, and made to feel unsafe in their own city. And this occupation has stolen the economic livelihood for so many. Due to harassment and other terrible acts, the mall and businesses in the area have not been able to stay open safely. Many people, especially those on minimum wage, are going without, while the occupiers remained for 3 weeks. 3 weeks, Mr. Speaker. And despite the city of Ottawa declaring a state of emergency, and then the province declaring a state of emergency, blockades and the occupation of Ottawa continued. When other orders of government call upon us, the government of Canada, we answer that call. And we've been there to provide support for Ottawa and for the situations at our border every step of the way. We continue to work within the confines of existing measures and existing laws to provide resources. And we know that the damage caused by the illegal border blockades has harmed Canada's economy profoundly. Ambassador Bridge alone supports 30% of all trade by road between Canada and our most important trading partner, the United States. And Mr. Speaker, that's around $390 million per day. My heart goes out to the hardworking truckers who were harmed by these illegal blockades. They were stuck at the border, stuck on highways for hours and hours, while they were simply doing their job to keep Canada's supply chains moving. Same goes for what happened in Coutts. We know that around 48 million in daily trade was affected by the illegal blockades. Mr. Speaker, a peaceful demonstration should never harm others. A peaceful demonstration should never breach the rights of others. The impacts of these illegal border blockades will be long-lasting. And we know that they've threatened businesses here in Canada and the livelihood of workers. In fact, I think it's shameful. I can tell you that I've heard from so many folks from across Dartmouth Cole Harbour who've been watching the struggles and hearing from loved ones in Ottawa about what's going on. And they've been demanding stronger action from the start. Everyone from veterans to teachers, seniors to young people have been speaking out in my riding, self-identifying as supporters from various political parties, some saying they've never felt so moved to reach out to their MP before until now. They're frightened by the hate and by the lawlessness that they were seeing at the borders and in Ottawa. And they wanted to make sure that all orders of government were working together and doing everything possible to take control of the situation, to preserve democracy and restore order. And it's been crystal clear that there were many challenges to local law enforcement's ability to enforce the law in Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, we've invoked the Emergencies Act to provide more support for the provincial and territorial authorities to address both the blockades and the occupation to keep Canadians safe, to restore confidence in our institutions, and to protect people's jobs. There is simply no other law in Canada that would provide this level of coordination and support. Mr. Speaker, my fellow colleagues, many of whom are lawyers, have already clearly and concisely provided the legal case for invoking this act. It is met. And there's no question that this Emergencies Act is far from being the antiquated War Measures Act of the past. This act won't send in the military. And the Emergencies Act preserves the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, ensuring that the individual rights of Canadians are protected, as they must be. Mr. Speaker, all parliamentarians must work together for Canadians. That means working together to restore order in Canada, and it means working together to protect Canada's democracy by standing up against hate, even when it is difficult to do so. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all members of this House to join us in standing up for families, for workers, and for democracy. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for, I had it here a second ago, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops Thompson Caribou. And my honourable colleague, the honourable parliamentary secretary, spoke about many lawyers in this House who have scrutinized this bill and have felt that the threshold is met. Well, I can tell him through you that this lawyer does not feel that that threshold has been met after scrutinizing the bill. Now, he spoke about the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and I thought that was interesting because when we consider the rule of law, part of the rule of law is that the law must be predictable and it must be transparent. And in this case, when it comes to freezing assets, we don't have any predictability or any transparency about how that's going on, especially if it's delegated to a third party like banks. How can this honourable member say that the Charter is being respected when the rule of law cannot be upheld through a third party like this?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to take a moment to thank the member from the opposition party for doing everything in his power to take care of the people in his constituency. And I know that we are all in this for the right reasons, even though most often we disagree in basic ideologies in this House. But I want to thank him for that work. Mr. Speaker, this law, this act, protects the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. As I had said in my comments, there's no peaceful protest that can get in the way of the rights and freedoms of other Canadians. This was an occupation, an illegal protest.
Et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Maintenant, étant d'accord sur la finalité, je lui pose une question. Est-ce que c'est le meilleur moyen qu'on a pu trouver pour...
apparemment, n'a pas...
Unfortunately, there appears to be no interpretation. I want to make sure that everybody does now have interpretation. Yes, we're good? Okay. We will start over. The member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was saying that I agree with my colleague from Dartmouth, Cole Harbour. Restoring order. We share this. We agree with that. But harassment, the tragedy, people whose lives were upset, economic loss is unacceptable. Now, my question is this. If we want to restore order, is this the best means, or on the contrary, is it the means that happened after inaction?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. I'm glad, so glad he agrees with us on the side of the House that this is an unacceptable situation. To hear the interim police chief from Ottawa almost breathe a sigh of relief that finally the resources that they felt that they needed in order to step in and solve this issue have been provided to them. It was wonderful to hear the interim chief speak to how the resources that come from the Emergencies Act have allowed them to move forward. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Nunavut.
I would like to thank the Member of Parliament for Dartmouth Cole Harbour. As an Inuk and Indigenous person, I have inherent mistrust in law enforcement. I have seen all too often how law enforcement treats my community, Indigenous and people of color. All too often, we have been at the wrong end of the law. Law enforcement arbitrarily targets my communities. And indeed my NDP colleagues have weighed very heavily the measures allowed in the Emergencies Act. We are deeply aware of the risk to Canada's democracy, and without the drastic measures, we are aware of the security threats to our national security posed by foreign extremists. I have received threats from as far as New Brunswick because of the debate on Emergencies Act. Can the member explain to Canadians why this is a national issue requiring urgent action?
Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I've spent the day listening to this debate, and I want to thank that member for her very wise interventions all day. She's been on the mic several times, and I want to thank her for that. Mr. Speaker, our national security and the threat to our economy has made this act unfortunate yet necessary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Time for one quick question and answer. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My friend from Dartmouth Cole Harbour. I couldn't agree with him more about the interventions of our friend, the member from Nunavut. I'm very drawn, Mr. Speaker, still deciding how I'm going to vote, but I want to ask the honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour how much, in addition to the economic threat, this is motivated by this use of the Emergencies Act, motivated by recognizing that this is not a single threat, but a vast network that seeks to undermine democracies. The member's last word in his speech was "and democracy," and informed by Vladimir Putin and forces of the right in the U.S., we are suffering from a foreign-influenced effort to undermine our democracy.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour, 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, it's hard to have a conversation about this in 30 seconds, but the member's absolutely right. I sat on national defense and I sat on public security, and we heard from experts all over the world that there is a planned misinformation campaign that is aimed directly at countries by our adversaries and our enemies. And I will tell you that the member is absolutely right that this is affecting and impacting democracy in Canada.
Reprise du débat, a continuing debate. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I usually start by saying I thank you for the opportunity to speak here. It's the first time in 24 years I've needed a police escort in order to be able to enter this chamber, and the likelihood is that all of us will need police escorts in order to exit this chamber. That is the state of emergency affairs here in Ottawa as we speak. Sedition, by definition, Mr. Speaker, is conduct or speech inciting people to rebel against the authority of the state. Emergency, by definition, is a serious, unexpected, and often dangerous situation requiring immediate attention. And there's further definition in the Emergencies Act, which largely supports the notion that it threatens the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve security and sovereignty. Over the last 3 weeks, we've seen a ragtag convention of convoy of truckers apparently to protest mandates morph into an anarchistic challenge to legitimate authority, seriously impairing the life, economic well-being, and safety of Canadians from coast to coast. From Ottawa to the Ambassador Bridge, and the Ambassador Bridge times 2, and the Ambassador Bridge times 3, to Toronto protests, to Quebec protests, to the Blue Water Bridge, the Emerson, Manitoba closures, to the Coutts, Alberta closure, and to closures in British Columbia. Billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker, of economic disruption, broken supply chains, citizens rendered helpless and fearful, citizens threatening each other, citizens threatening to take the law into their own hands in the face of police impotence or refusal to act. I don't know what else you could possibly want to declare a state of national emergency, with the possible exception of violence in the street. Some seem to think that should be part of the debate, and that's a necessary precondition. It's also equally clear that some insurrectionists would be pleased if that happened, and then anarchy and lawlessness prevail. Legitimate authority be undermined, and all the while these quote-unquote brave anarchists hiding behind children in bouncy castles and waving Canadian flags, sometimes right side up and sometimes not. The protest has migrated from misguided complaints about mandates to sedition. Most of the mandates are from provincial authorities and are being cautiously lifted with the guidance of public health authorities. So the blockade, if it was ever about mandates in the first place, should be in provincial capitals. The sole mandate within the federal jurisdiction is at the border and can only be lifted in conjunction with the American government. So take your protests to Washington, assuming you can get across the border. So what is this seditious blockade really about, Mr. Speaker? I'm sure that you've heard of campaigns of misinformation and disinformation. And as my honourable friend mentioned previously in his speech, at the Public Safety Committee and the Defence Committee, we have heard numerous elements of testimony about misinformation and disinformation campaigns by state and non-state actors. I don't have any personal or direct evidence of the attempted destabilization of a G7 NATO country in opposition to Russia on the verge of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but I have to think that works to the advantage of President Putin. Any destabilization effort that erodes national consensus works to the advantage of our two major adversaries, China and Russia. Russia TV has been promoting alternative theories of the utility of vaccines, paranoid theories about implanting chips. It also questions the effectiveness of mandates, sowing doubts in the minds of those looking to express their frustration and anger, and at this point directed at Parliament, at the government, and the Prime Minister. The evidence of the non-state actors is a bit more clear. Funding from the U.S. is blatantly obvious, and from sources in the U.S. associated with the most odious elements of American society. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have been saying for weeks that all we need to do is talk to these people. So I've started to return telephone calls, responded to emails. I can't help but observe, Mr. Speaker, that I've become quite popular in Alberta and British Columbia and Quebec. All of these non-constituents there to help me vote for my constituents. We have just today received 1,300 emails, 600 the day before. To these non-constituents, I offer them an insincere apology for ignoring them. My constituents, on the other hand, I don't ignore, and haven't for 9 elections in 24 years. There is more of a mix in those who want me to vote against the legislation, and they are more vociferous this week, but last week, the others who wanted me to end it. These conversations with those who want me to vote against the bill exhibit a belligerence coupled with a substantial amount of misinformation and disinformation so as to make one despair. When the conversation starts with, "I've never voted for you and I never will," you know that you're off to a bad start. For 9 elections and 24 years, this must have been a great frustration for this individual caller. or when the conversation is peppered with the Prime Minister's last name in conjunction with what you would rule to be unparliamentary language, Mr. Speaker, all seemingly starting with the same letter, you also know that that conversation is not going to go well. Or trying to carry on a conversation with a blowhorn of an 18-wheeler in the background is indeed an impediment to civilized discourse. So, Mr. Speaker, what's so discouraging when you get through all this is the dissonance of fact. Minimal understanding of civics and science must be the basis for civilized discourse. But the quote-unquote alternative facts narrative perpetrated by that notorious Trump acolyte has taken hold here. And that, Mr. Speaker, is ultimately what is so discouraging. By one means or another, this insurrection will end. But the damage to political discourse will linger. It's difficult to have conversations with horns blaring, engines revving, diesel fumes in the air, a commitment to alternative facts, and certain politicians giving aid and comfort to sedition. I therefore support wholeheartedly this initiative as a measured, scaled, charter-consistent response to the blatant disregard for the rule of law. If revocation of licenses, revocations of insurance, and freezing of bank accounts won't do it, then I do support the police cordoning off areas and arresting those who refuse to leave, as they are doing as we speak. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I have been very impressed by the measured and careful response of the police in the last couple of days. I condemn the lawless thugs hiding behind children. I condemn violence. This legislation should serve as a warning to lawless brigands, especially the organizers, both foreign and domestic. We are a nation where the rule of law prevails in all matters. This misinformation and disinformation campaign, whether foreign or domestic, from foreign or domestic sources, is deeply settled in the minds of these insurrectionists who see conspiracies everywhere and seem to be incapable of adjusting deeply held preconceptions of certain basic facts. Mr. Speaker, it takes us as a nation into a very dark place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. And there's a couple things that he said in there where we're talking about peaceful protests, and I also want to commend the law enforcement that we've had over the number of weeks here in Ottawa, keeping the peace and doing a wonderful job of ending the blockades down here this week, which Conservatives have been calling on for a while. But to the honourable member, Ottawa knew for days that this protest, that the Freedom Convoy was coming into Ottawa. The mayor knew, the police chief knew, the security here in Ottawa knew, and they knew for days before they even arrived. And we've seen hundreds of thousands of people here for weeks on end without so much as a broken window. And so I just want to ask the honourable member, what is the first, second, and third things that the government could have done before dropping the sledgehammer with this legislation and enacting this? Because we still are waiting to hear the answer, so I'd like to hear your answer on that.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
The first thing is the provision of intelligence, and that we had open source intelligence that this convoy was coming, that this was their intention. The second was the application of resources. Resources were made freely available to the police service in Ottawa. The third thing was the immense resources of the Government of Canada, all of which were made available to this municipality, and for whatever reason, that did not seem to be sufficient to deal with this seditious enterprise by these lawless brigands.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate greatly the speech given by my colleague, and I appreciate generally my colleague in life because he's sincere and honest and passionate. Now, I think that we have a different position, him and I, on the issue we are dealing with today. The only question I'd like to ask him is this. In his opinion, does he believe that all the legislative tools available to the different levels of government were used before the Act today, the Emergencies Act, was invoked? If so, could he name them?
Well, I too am quite fond of my honourable friend, even when he's wrong. That in fact the Criminal Code of Canada should have been sufficient for the purpose. But it's clear that over the course of the 2 or 3 weeks of insurrection across the country, that for whatever reason it wasn't. And so, as I said earlier, if it's insurance and revocation of licenses and freezing of bank accounts or cordoning off areas or requisitioning tow trucks will do it, then that's what has to happen. I also want to applaud the work of the Sûreté de Québec, who fortunately have ignored the government of Quebec and have provided aid and assistance to the policing effort here in Ottawa.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his, his intervention today. I always find them witty as well as informative. One of the questions, like when we think about what's happening here, when we look at what's happening on the streets of Ottawa, across the country, in Alberta, what I'm thinking about is how we come out of this, how we go forward. And so I have called for an independent, transparent, public investigation and inquiry. But I'm just wondering if his government will also be prepared to do a review of policing across this country, to bring forward legislation on online hate and the need for increased online hate legislation, and to look at ways that we can better protect our media in this country.
For Scarborough-Guildwood.
Usually when my children talk about my wittiness, they usually put a prefix in front of that word, but we'll ignore my children for the time being. The legislation, by definition, has to have an inquiry, so there will be that inquiry. And as to your suggestion as to whether there should be a general inquiry into policing, the Public Safety Committee did conduct one last year. Now, it had to do with a narrow focus on, if you will, racism in policing. But I think it's a commendable suggestion and possibly should be taken up by the Public Safety Committee if the government doesn't.
The Honourable Member for Mont Royal has been trying over and over again to get in here, so I'm going to allow him a quick question for a quick answer. Mont Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for his, as always, eloquent speech. And I also want to commend him for not insulting any other party or any other member of this House. Today, we've been talking a lot about division in Canada, and yet people complaining about division are making speeches that are equally divisive. I've been very concerned that in Canada, we're starting to live in two different realities, and I would like the member to sort of talk about, if he can, is he concerned about that?
Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
It must be my good day. It must be a good day for me, Mr. Speaker, because equally one of my more favorite members of the House. And you too as well, Mr. Speaker. You're all my favorite. As to my honourable colleague, he has spotted the irony of our debate. And that is, those who call for calm and civilized discourse are, in many instances, the ones who are divisive and are aiding and abetting seditious and lawlessness.
Just want to say compliments will get you everywhere. Reprise du débat, returning to debate, the Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member of Don Valley West. Mr. Speaker, it's an absolute honour for me to stand in the House of Commons today on behalf of the residents of my riding of Davenport to speak to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Before I continue, I would like to acknowledge that I'm speaking on the traditional territory of the Algonquin Nation. Mr. Speaker, earlier this week on February 14, our federal government declared a public order emergency and invoked the Emergencies Act. This was the first time this act was used since it was created in 1988. There are clear conditions set out in the Emergency Act in order for the public order emergency to be declared. The Act was invoked only after exhausting other options. It is time-limited to 30 days. It is geographically targeted. It proposes measures that are reasonable and proportional to the threats they are meant to address, and they do not displace or replace provincial and territorial authorities. This was done after discussions with Cabinet and Caucus, after consultations with the premiers from all provinces and territories, and after speaking with opposition leaders. I support this decision. For almost 3 weeks now, blockades have been illegally disrupting the lives of Canadians, harming our economy and endangering public safety. The Freedom Convoy 2022 has created a critical, urgent, temporary situation that is national in scope and cannot effectively be dealt with under any other law of Canada. The blockades of the ports of entry have disrupted the transportation of crucial medicine, goods, fuel, and food to Canadians, and are causing significant adverse effects on Canada's economy, relationship with trading partners, and supply chains. These trade disruptions, the increase in criminal activity, the occupation of downtown Ottawa, the lawlessness, and the threats of violence, as well as the presence of firearms, constitute a public order emergency, an emergency that arises from threats to the security of Canada that is so serious as to be a national emergency. What may have started as a protest by truck drivers against border mandates had quickly morphed into a rallying point for anti-vaccination, anti-government, anti-authority, and white supremacist groups, with demands ranging from an end to all public health restrictions to the overthrow of an elected government. At occupations and blockades across the country, we have seen harmful, racist, violent behavior and attempts to minimize or discount the harm done to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, it was also clear that there were serious challenges and gaps to local law enforcement's ability to effectively enforce the law. It is clear that extraordinary measures had to be taken to keep Canadians safe, protect people's jobs, and restore confidence in our institutions. Canada, at the very core of our existence, is a country that fundamentally believes in and is governed by the rule of law. In our blood and in our soul, we believe in peace, order, and good government. Mr. Speaker, over the last 3 years, we did not see peace and order in specific parts of our nation, and especially here in Ottawa. There was a complete shutdown of key parts of Centretown due to the occupation, stopping people from going to work, stopping businesses from reopening, making people unable to carry on with their normal lives. The first week of the occupation had an unprecedented amount of noise, which caused great distress to all those living in or near the occupation. It seriously impacted the mental health of nearby Ottawa residents, a mental health that had already been fragile for many due to the unprecedented pandemic that we have all had to live through over the last couple of years. At the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, Ontario, trucker convoys blocked the bridge crossing, stopping trade from moving between the United States and Canada, a border point that sees over $400 million of trade per day. Many Canadians were temporarily laid off, and the economies of both countries impacted. But worse, our reputation as a place to do business with ease across our two borders was greatly impacted. Our Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance said that the disruptions have shaken Canada's reputation as a place in which to invest and do business. She further said the world is watching us, and that our jobs, our prosperity, and our livelihoods are endangered, and we will not allow Canada's privileged trading relationship with the United States to be compromised. This was not the only border crossing that was impacted. We saw trucker blockades in Coutts, Alberta, and in Emerson, Manitoba. The impact economically is $48 million and $73 million in trade each day, respectively, and the threat exists for other border crossings across our country. And then, Mr. Speaker, and then there were the guns. In Coutts, Alberta, protesters have been charged with conspiracy to commit murder, the murder of police officers, and a large cache of guns and ammunition were seized by the RCMP. All of these actions and threats demanded that our federal government take extraordinary actions. But it's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that this act does not suspend the Charter of Rights and Freedom. In fact, the Act was created to flow from and uphold the Charter. The Act's preamble explicitly states that any measures taken under the Act must be compliant with Charter rights. The invocation of the Act does not limit freedom of speech, does not limit peaceful assembly, and does not prevent people from exercising their right to protest legally. We are reinforcing the principles, values, and institutions that keep all Canadians free. Mr. Speaker, the Emergency Act also provides additional powers to stop the flow of money that has been funding these trucker blockades and occupation. Leaked data has shown that the majority of the donors, over 50%, has been coming from outside of the country, primarily the United States. When police notified GoFundMe that the funds that they were collecting were being used for unlawful purposes, the campaign was shut down. Protesters then turned to a Christian crowdfunding site called Give, Send, Go, which raised almost $11 million. In order to stop the flow of funds for these illegal blockades and occupation, the Emergency Act included 4 key financial measures. From a press release and announcement that our Deputy Prime Minister made earlier this week, we learned a lot about the details. The first of those measures is that the Act extends the scope of Canada's anti-money laundering and anti-terrorism financing rules to cover crowdfunding platforms and the payment processors they use. This change covers all forms of transactions, including digital assets, such as cryptocurrencies. Secondly, the order directs Canadian banks, insurance companies, and other financial service providers to temporarily cease providing financial services where the institution suspects that an account, either personal or corporate, is being used to further the blockades. The Act also enables and directs Canadian financial institutions to review the relationship with anyone involved in the illegal blockades and report the assets and related transactions of those involved to the RCMP or to CSIS. The fourth measure is it provides the federal, provincial, and territorial government institutions with new authority to share relevant information with banks and other financial service providers if the information will help put a stop to the funding of illegal blockades and illegal activities. All Canadian financial service providers will be able to immediately freeze or suspend an account of an individual or business affiliated with the blockades without a court order. All these new requirements and authorities will help mitigate the risks that Canadian financial institutions and crowdfunding platforms transact illicit funds, increasing the quality and quantity of the intelligence received by FINTRAC and allowing us to stop the flow of funding to these illegal blockades. Mr. Speaker, as I'm nearing the end of my time, it's important to highlight the safeguards and the parliamentary oversight and accountability measures contained within the Act. As was required, the government tabled the declaration of emergency so that this House could debate and decide upon the declaration. The government also tabled the orders as required before this House. The oversight this legislation gives us as parliamentarians is an important role to ensure it is acting within the law, and I take that responsibility incredibly seriously. We have seen support from a number of provinces for this action, including British Columbia, Newfoundland and Labrador, and Ontario. Our federal government is conscious of the need for transparency and parliamentary oversight as we undertake this action. And in the coming days, a parliamentary committee will be struck to provide oversight while the emergency measure is in effect. As well, an inquiry into the measures used during the emergency must be initiated once the state of emergency is over. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by thanking the residents of my riding of Davenport who have called and written to me all this week. I appreciated hearing their thoughts and having them reach out. It is an extraordinary moment in the history of our nation, and this is an extraordinary piece of legislation. It is absolutely the responsibility of our government, of myself as a parliamentarian, to make sure that I'm explaining why it is needed, why we need to invoke this public order emergency, and why this emergency act needed to be introduced. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. And she talked a lot about how FINTRAC was going to be able to try and categorize this money coming from foreign countries, yet this is the same government that can't figure out how $12 million of CERB payments were given to Canadians outside this country. But I digress. My question to the member is, she mentioned after other options. What other options? What other options were used before this was implemented? Was alternate dispute resolution? Was mediation? Was consultation? Please, can you give us at least one or two steps about what was implemented?
So I remind all members to bring it through the chair. The honourable member for Davenport.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his questions. It's an important one and important for me to respond to. Our government, on numerous occasions, had offered additional resources every step of the way, not once, not twice, not three times. we also helped to assemble a table of all three levels, or helped to enable sort of a table of all three levels of policing as well. And we found as we moved on that there were a number of gaps in the ability of police to be able to act. And so that's why we introduced the Emergencies Act. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you. I listened to the speech by the member for Davenport, who I appreciate very much, by the way. If she agrees with invoking the Emergencies Act, then that means that she agrees with how it's being applied and with the particulars of that. But this act is supposed to be used in exceptional circumstances. It should only be used in an emergency when there is absolutely nothing else that we can do. Does she feel that we are establishing a precedent here if we are not really looking into the criteria?
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. There's two parts to the question. One is, am I satisfied with how it's being used? I think that the truth is I probably don't know all the ways it's actually being used right now, but I do have a lot of confidence that there's going to be an inquiry into the measures used during the emergency, and that inquiry has to be initiated once the state of emergency is over. In terms of it being setting a precedent, I think for me what's important, I really appreciate the thoughtfulness of how we declared this Emergency Act. I really appreciated that it was very limited. It was limited in terms of, it was time limited, it was geographically limited, and it was proportional and reasonable to...
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Speaker, I've noticed many members say that we already had the legislative tools, yet I noticed that the province of Ontario enacted some emergency legislation. Would the member not agree that the reason that particular exceptional legislation was not sufficient is because it did not engage FINTRAC and could not deputize police forces from outside Ontario?
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for his excellent question. I would agree with him. I think that, I mentioned this in my speech, I think that we realized, and I think the police forces across the country made us realize that there were some gaps in the ability for them to be able to act. And I think tracking the money, stopping the money was one of the key elements that was missing. I think also sort of designating spaces to be able to enforce protection. I think being able to sort of enable sort of tow trucks to sort of take action, as well as the use. We've never seen being able to address the use of trucks as instruments of blockades was also a gap in our ability to be able to use existing laws. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've been reflecting all day on the very momentous occasion that this is, and the kind of debate which is lengthy, engaged, and important. And I've been listening all day and actually have found the contributions of all the members that I've agreed with or not agreed with to be actually quite helpful for me in engaging with this conversation. We don't do that often in this House. We don't have dozens of hours of debate on an issue, and we're doing that because of the singular importance of invoking this act. Even as we engage in our debate today, Ottawa police officers, supported by local police, by Sûreté Québec, by the Ontario Provincial Police and the RCMP, are continuing to calmly, peacefully, and effectively work to free our capital city, even as it remains under siege in an illegal occupation. And to them, I say thank you. With the invocation of the Emergencies Act, police forces and other authorities are able to engage cooperatively to restore peace, order, and good governance in this city. And in fact, the act itself can trace its roots right back to that part of the Constitution Act of 1867. It's important that we do that to have police forces cooperating with the tools they need to act in an emergency situation. But what may be less apparent, and has been mentioned today, but is equally important, this act allows us to put the squeeze on foreign and non-transparent domestic funding of extremist groups at work behind this occupation to bring it to an end. And as I speak, I'm hopeful that the end is now in sight, and the end comes without incident, without injury, and certainly without loss of life. Let me be perfectly clear. All Canadians value freedom of expression and the right to demonstrate. That's a fundamental part of what it means to be Canadian. And I, as a United Church minister, have been part of many demonstrations aimed at drawing attention to important issues of social justice. And I'm sure I'll do that again in the future. But what has transpired in Ottawa and at border crossings and at a bridge over the last few weeks has not been that. Over these past 3 weeks, I've walked through the crowds gathered near Parliament. I've seen their signs. I've heard their comments. I've also been learning from them. I've learned that there are many people on the streets here who are angry. They feel left out. They feel unheard for a variety of reasons. For some, this pandemic has exacerbated other problems, economic problems, social problems, health problems. And our job is fundamentally, yes, to listen to them, to find ways to help them, to respect them. And I am committed to doing that. But their anger, their frustration have been both manipulated and exploited by extremists who are fueled by nothing more than malevolence and a complete disrespect for the values and institutions that Canadians have built and depend on. What is?
Can I interrupt the member for just a moment? I really apologize. Can the member take his phone and maybe move it away from the microphone? Because it's impeding on the microphones. I know, I realize. I'll give you the 2 minutes, I'll give you the one. Okay, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
All right. The anger and frustration of the people on the streets, I believe, have been manipulated and exploited by extremists who are fueled by nothing more than malevolence and a complete disrespect for the values and institutions that Canadians have built and depend on. What has transpired in Ottawa over the past 3 weeks is a massive disruption that is meant to do more than disrupt traffic and make a point about vaccines or pandemic mandates. It's a manifestation led by a small group of people, fueled by anger, even hatred, aimed at subverting democracy and the rule of law. Democracy and the rule of law go hand in hand with freedom. They protect our freedom. And it's time for this illegal occupation to end. The vast majority of Canadians, I believe, understand this and agree with our government's approach. And while I respect and value the opinions of all, this is a time when I believe we need to hold up democracy, democratic institutions, the rule of law, so that freedom, indeed freedom, can be maintained. Mr. Speaker, speaking through you directly to the residents of Don Valley West, I want to thank them for taking time to write to me, to call me, including expressing concerns for my personal safety over these last few weeks. While I note the minority of people who disagree with me, I've reached the opinion the federal government is taking the right, measured, careful action in invoking this law. They've exhausted all other options and have had to act and are doing so intelligently and judiciously invoking this act. We're all tired of COVID-19. We want this pandemic to end, and we all wish that there was a final, firm timeline to set that end. But, Mr. Speaker, this is a virus. It's persistent, it's evolving. No one is able to give an exact timetable for the return to normal life. I hear the Conservatives call for the government to set a deadline for a return to normal, a so-called plan. Frankly, what is required is that we have many plans for all the contingencies that could happen with this unpredictable virus. And we do, both at the federal level and at the level of provinces and territories, have such plans. Plans to open public spaces, plans to travel more easily, plans to combat new and yet undiscovered variants, plans to ensure every person in the world, not just Canadians, are fully vaccinated. These plans are developed constantly by public servants who are following the science and advising the governments across this country. But right now, what we really need is patience, persistence, cooperation, care for our neighbors, support for frontline workers, especially in healthcare, and a following of the rule of law in this country. And the virus will be beaten, the pandemic will end, but it will end through vaccinations and public health advances and protocols, not by occupying our nation's capital, not by blockading bridges, by stopping commerce, and by stopping the freedom of other Canadians going about their daily business. Madam Speaker, more than 5.8 million people have died from COVID-19 around the world. It's pandemic. It's the enemy. The enemies are not the scientists. The enemies are not politicians. The enemies are not medical professionals. They're not public health officials. The enemy is an unpredictable, mutating, persistent virus that needs to be beaten. The virus, however, is not the only enemy that needs to be countered. The disinformation and misinformation in this pandemic has become endemic. And it saddens me that otherwise intelligent people are falling prey to that misinformation and do not see the far-right agenda which is at work in this situation. They are an opportunistic infection, if there ever was one. Fueled by paranoia, conspiracy theories, and ignorance, is culminated in the demonstration that we are seeing in our city streets and we've been listening to and walking through. We are hearing the hurt, we're hearing the disaffection, we're hearing the anger, but we also want them to know they are heard and should not be manipulated by extremists who have no other goal but to disrupt our freedom and democracy and the rule of law in this country. So we have the Emergencies Act to end the blockades at this time. Our Prime Minister, I believe, waited as long as he could, working hard to defuse the situation. Over the past weeks, illegal road, border, and bridge closures, significant negative impact on the economy of them, convinced him to invoke the Emergencies Act. There will be discussion about that. There will be a parliamentary committee overseeing it. There will be hearings after it is over. There will be public discourse to ensure it is done. But right now in this House, we should be united to ensure that we remain a country of democracy, of the rule of law, and of ensuring that our fundamental freedoms are enshrined. We have the Charter of Rights. That was a Liberal bill. We have the Bill of Rights, a Conservative bill. Both of them are protected in the Emergencies Act. As the interim Ottawa Police Chief, Steve Bell, noted, right now this act is helpful, it's necessary, it's effective, and we see it working as our streets are slowly cleared. This morning I walked into this place somewhat afraid of the day ahead. I believe tonight I will go back home just a little bit more sure that Canada will remain a place where all of us are safe, all of us will have our rights and freedoms protected, and all of us will be able to engage. We'll continue to do this, Madam Speaker. We will work together, and I encourage all members of this House, all parties, to engage in this as is important to your constituents, as is important to ending this pandemic, as important to making sure Canada remains Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for a very good speech. I did notice one term in there when he talked about far right, far left. These are divisive terms, and I think we have to look at people that are people in here and make sure that we're actually listening to Canadian voices wherever in the spectrum they may be, and make sure that everybody gets heard in this country. Stigmatizing some of those voices I don't think is the right approach to this, but I know he's usually not undertaking that kind of behavior. But I will ask him the question around Canada's financial system. If I pose to him that Canada already has adequate laws under FinTrack to address foreign funding coming into Canada and looking at it, would he reconsider the notion of actually stigmatizing the bank accounts of people who've donated a small amount to people they supported in these protests as they came to Ottawa when they were protests, and now they have the notion of having their bank accounts frozen as a result? Would he reconsider that at this point in time?
The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to be very clear. The government has absolutely no intention of stigmatizing anybody in this process. However, we're going to follow the money. And now we have the tools to follow the money and find out exactly where influence is being spread. You know, for two years, I was chair of the Public Safety Committee, and I listened to Conservatives often saying Liberals are naive. They're not following the threats. They're not following the information from intelligence agencies. Madam Speaker, we have listened. We are not naive on this side of the House. We're not playing politics. We are engaging in the most important systems that we need to engage in to ensure that this country is protected. And I believe the Conservatives know that and should get on board with it.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. When you want to have recourse to an extraordinary piece of legislation like this one, you have to make sure, 100% sure, that it's the right decision. Someone said earlier that he wasn't sure it was 100% necessary. What do we see here is that all other legislative tools have to have been exhausted. So my question for my honourable colleague, does he believe this is the case? Have all tools been exhausted?
Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And nothing in life is 100% certain. I could not live if I were waiting for everything to be 100% certain. But the burden of proof, I believe, has been met, that we have exhausted, we have listened to police forces, we're giving them the tools, we are working with them to ensure our rights and freedoms are protected, but also that the authorities have the tools that they need to act. And we'll engage. We will have a public inquiry after this event. We have a parliamentary committee which will oversee it. Everything will be transparent. Everything will be acted upon. But this is a courageous act. The legislation is there. The Prime Minister and the Cabinet are using it. And frankly, I am proud of them.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I want to thank the member for Don Valley West. I also want to thank the parliamentary staff who've been doing an extraordinary job. I have described the leaders of the so-called Freedom Convoy as extremists. I am being asked by my constituents in Nunavut what extremists I'm talking about. Could the member describe those who have led the illegal blockades and exactly what danger they pose to the rest of Canada?
The Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, and I want to thank the member for Nunavut today for her leadership on this issue. I've been profoundly moved by her questions, both about inclusion and about rights, and now this one. Arrests have been made. A significant number of arrests have been made yesterday and today. These folks are now before the court, so I'm not going to comment on them directly. The court processes will take place, and we will understand what happens later. It is my instinct, however, and having followed the news on this and having followed intelligence over the last number of years about who is moving and where our biggest threats are to Canada, I believe those threats are from extremist far-right groups, and I think that right now is a time where it has come to a head, and we will have a clearer and better picture once our courts have acted.
Thank you. I have a point of order. L'Honorable Présidente.
The Honourable President of Treasury Board. Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the point of order, Madam Speaker, have the honour to deliver a message from Her Excellency, the Governor-General, and bearing her signature. I have the honour to table in both official languages the supplementary estimates of 2021-22. So I have the honour of informing the House.
Point of order. Member for Calgary Central.
Without interruption for government business until the third. Okay.
It is in order.
I have the honour to inform the House that a communication has been received. Her Excellency, the Governor-General, has approved supplementary estimates for expenditures ending March 2021, and according to Part 53 of the Constitution Act, recommends this to the House of Commons.
Communication has been received as follows. Her Excellency, the Governor-General transmits to the House of Commons the supplementary estimate C of sums required to defray expenses of the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending on March 31st, 2022, and in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends those estimates to the House of Commons. L'honorable présidente a
The Honourable President of Treasury Board has tabled them. Thank you.
For Charleswood, Assiniboine, St. James, Assiniboine, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Regarding the invocation of the Emergencies Act, I must ask, how can someone so irresponsible be entrusted with such great responsibility? Our country is more divided than ever before. Over the past 2 years, we've seen this government divide Canadians for political gain over and over again by pitting one region against the other, by pitting East against the West, by pitting Canadians against each other, by eroding trust in our institutions, and by flouting the rule of law. The primary responsibility, Madam Speaker, of the Prime Minister is to maintain peace, order, and good government. What grade should the Prime Minister get? Well, he gets an F in my books, Madam Speaker. We don't have peace, we don't have order, and I think all Canadians know the answer to the third question. That's right, an F. Now, the Prime Minister has decided to invoke the Emergencies Act for the first time since its inception 34 years ago. This legislation gives the government unprecedented power and control over the lives of Canadians and should only be used in the most exceptional of circumstances. It should not be used where existing laws are sufficient. Madam Speaker, the threshold to invoke the Emergencies Act has simply not been met, not even close. This is a clear case of government overreach. So far, the Prime Minister and his ministers cannot even articulate a coherent reason. The Emergencies Act can only be invoked when a situation seriously endangers the life, health, or safety of Canadians and is of such proportions or nature as to exceed the capacity or authority of a province to deal with it, seriously threatens the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada, and when the situation cannot be effectively dealt with under any other law in Canada. The Emergencies Act is there to address certain types of extreme threats to Canada only, and I emphasize only when all other existing options just won't work. The Act is not there to allow the Prime Minister to arbitrarily and without reason curtail the rights of all citizens. But the Prime Minister says that the issues that have risen over the past 3 weeks can't be dealt with under existing legislation. Experts disagree, saying that existing criminal code provisions are sufficient and extraordinary powers are an overreach. Here's an example. The Justice Minister is justifying the Emergencies Act as needed to compel tow truck drivers to remove illegally parked vehicles. But there's a problem with that. Section 129 sub B of the Criminal Code already gives police this power to require anyone, it says, and I quote from the code, to assist the police in the execution of his duty in preserving the peace. Also, the Criminal Code already contains other sections which address unlawful assembly, harassment, intimidation, and mischief. Madam Speaker, our country has experienced many crises in the last 30 years which were resolved without the need for Emergency Act overrides. It wasn't invoked during the 2008 financial crisis. It wasn't invoked during the Oka crisis in 1990. It wasn't invoked in the aftermath of the Ottawa shootings that ended the life, tragically, of Corporal Nathan Cirillo in 2014. It wasn't invoked during 9/11. It wasn't invoked in 2020 when rail crossings were being blocked across the country for weeks on end, disrupting supply chains, the delivery of goods, and livelihoods. It hasn't been invoked to deal with the opioid crisis. Most recently, it wasn't used during the greatest crisis this country has faced since the Second World War, the COVID pandemic. And in fact, it wasn't even used last week to clear the Ambassador Bridge. the Emerson border crossing, or any other crossing for that matter. The crossings were clearly cleared peacefully, without violence, and under existing laws. So why invoke the Emergencies Act? Why suspend the rights of all Canadians? Well, sadly, Madam Speaker, we don't know why. The Prime Minister won't tell us his reason for this historic and unfettered power grab. Madam Speaker, it's clear that the Prime Minister has lost control of this situation and is desperate to save his political skin. Yes, Madam Speaker, the sunny ways of 2015 have given way to the dark, cloudy haze of 2022. He's lost control, and we should not be surprised in the slightest. Here's why. When a government reduces sentences for serious offenses, as this government has, when a Prime Minister tries to cut his friends at SNC-Lavalin a special deal to avoid criminal prosecution, when a government abandons the fundamental adherence to the rule of law, when certain politicians call to defund the police, and the Prime Minister doesn't even immediately strongly repudiate that terrible idea, you know what happens, Madam Speaker? Lawlessness. That's what happens. And that's what's happened here. That's right, lawlessness. Parliament has been surrounded by trucks that have blockaded the streets of Ottawa, cut off the free flow of traffic, made downtown residents' lives miserable, subjected them to honking noises 24/7, shut down businesses and cost people their livelihoods, all because of the weak policies of this Prime Minister. As we've seen in Coutts, Windsor, Surrey, and even in my home province of Manitoba, law enforcement has been able to peacefully clear border protests through negotiations without resorting to any Emergency Act provisions. In fact, Manitoba and many other provinces are telling the Prime Minister this step simply isn't necessary and may even inflame the situation. But the government is insisting on triggering this draconian legislation that dramatically expands the ability of the state to interfere in the private lives of Canadians. A law that includes requiring banks to freeze an individual's bank account without due process. Madam Speaker, the fact of the matter is that governments in the different provinces already have the powers they need to deal with blockades and street protests. This was confirmed last week when the Minister for Emergency Preparedness actually said that police already had all the tools and resources they needed. Why then, a few days later, invoke the Emergencies Act? Madam Speaker, this is a Prime Minister who thought it was a good idea to take an all-expense-paid trip to the Aga Khans Island, a Prime Minister who embarrassed Canada by dancing through India with a known terrorist, a Prime Minister who paid $10 million to Omar Khadr, who gave his friends at We Charity a $500 million contract in exchange for $500,000 in speaking fees for his family, who has been cited not once but twice by the Ethics Commissioner for ethics violations, who tried to pressure the first Indigenous Attorney General
understand why Canadians are unclear about the laws around protest. This government has made it intentionally unclear in order to ensure those supporting its post-nation-state agenda are able to thrive with public money and foreign funding. Now, this brings me to the most egregious portion of the orders associated with the Emergencies Act, to require any financial service provider to build blockades. So the notion that extraordinary powers were required to deal with the situation is a ruse, and the Attorney General of Canada's justification that these powers were required to compel tow truck drivers to assist them has been clearly debunked by references to Canada's criminal code, where those powers already reside. There is no doubt we are living in extraordinary times, and this is testing all our democratic institutions. Canada is quickly becoming viewed in the eyes of the world as no longer a nation of laws. We rank much worse on Transparency International's corruption index. We've moved from the 7th most important economy in the world to the 10th. Our international security partners are largely ignoring us and making decisions without our input. We are on the wrong path. Now, how did we get here, Madam Speaker? Our Prime Minister invoked the Emergencies Act for the 4th time in our nation's history. 2 world wars and the FLQ crisis are the only other instances. But close examination shows that this invocation is a gross overreach and is unnecessary. I've spoken of the blockades. Individuals will face charges for actions that occurred during these illegal blockades. I recall the beginning of the convoy that formed to bring a message of hope to Canadians and gained so much support as those trucks crossed our country, to arrive in Ottawa to protest against the government's sudden vaccine mandate imposed on transborder truckers. This was unnecessary, unwarranted, and has no scientific basis. A gross overstep against a group of hardworking Canadians who had kept this country supplied through 2 years of a pandemic. How the Prime Minister relegated these Canadian heroes to zeros overnight is a turnaround of the most divisive nature. There is no data linking our trucking industry to the spread of the coronavirus. There is only a divisive government looking to exploit differences amongst Canadians. These truckers standing for their rights, and yes, those rights are covered in our Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and should not be trampled upon because this government says that the situation warrants it. Took to their trucks, drove to Ottawa, and protested to uphold their rights. That is also their right. Along the way, they gathered support from so many Canadians that are tired of the government overreach that has occurred during the pandemic. Canadians are tired of expensive government programs which show no sense and are only designed to frustrate Canadians at great cost. I'm referring to the requirement for multiple tests and potential quarantines when Canadians return home from elsewhere. Governments making life more complex and expensive with no tangible outcome to their protocols. At the same time, Canadians have seen the other side of the outcomes, the ones the government isn't measuring, and you can't manage what you don't measure. Suicides, drug overdoses, mental health breakdown, business failures, children falling behind in their educational and social development, our senior citizens spending their final years alone, lonely, and inactive. It's little wonder these protesters gathered such a following across Canada in their challenge to a clear government overreach. Rather than have anyone in government meet with these protesters, our Prime Minister, the divider-in-chief, ignored them and, to fuel the flame, described them as undesirables. Working Canadians who had been our heroes shortly before were now undesirables. This is hardly a step in resolving a dispute that arose through a gross government overreach. Unfortunately, legal protests led to illegal blockades, and we cannot abide blockades just as we cannot abide any blockades. This Prime Minister thinks he can decide to whom the law applies, but the rule of law needs to be clear. The blockades had to end, and the fact that they lasted as long as they have is another black eye for Canada's standing in the world. It could have been so easily averted. But this Prime Minister never took one step toward a constructive outcome. Such is his way. The effects of the last month will have lasting impacts on Canada. One matter that needs to be addressed is the limits of peaceful protest in this country, because if this latest blockade is an example of the escalation of acceptable protest in this country, then I think we are becoming largely ungovernable. How quickly we've fallen. I often wonder if it is the aim of this Prime Minister and the cabal around him to make this country less democratic, more divisive, less law-abiding, or is it just incompetence of the highest order? Let's recall the slide away from the rule of law regarding protests. Over the past 6.5 years, this government has sat on its hands while protests have largely shut down huge swaths of the Canadian economy. Indeed, the government has delivered funding to organizations whose only intent is to protest and hold back Canadian economic development. Foreign funding of blockades has been a part of Canada's protest industry since this government arrived. It is this government's model. It is this government's agenda to have their policies bolstered by opaque foreign funding. Here's the results. People have been hurt. Property has been destroyed. Projects have been delayed and cancelled. Indigenous economic reconciliation has stalled. Foreign investment capital has fled Canada. Canadian investment capital looks for opportunities elsewhere. Let me take this moment to offer my gratitude to Canada's law enforcement officials who intervened in the latest illegal action on Thursday night at the site where the Coastal GasLink pipeline is under construction. I understand one officer was injured, and workers were threatened with serious harm. This cannot continue, and I hope the assailants are pursued to the full extent of the law. Do we now understand why Canadians are unclear about the laws around protest? This government has made it intentionally unclear in order to ensure those supporting its post-nation-state agenda are able to thrive with public money and foreign funding. Now, this brings me to the most egregious portion of the orders associated with the Emergencies Act, to require any financial service provider to determine whether they have in their possession or control property that belongs to a person who participates in the blockade. I don't think the Minister of Finance has any notion of the financial implications of what this is proposing. She is asking Canadian banks to freeze accounts of Canadians who have committed no crime without judicial order. So as an example, a retiree who may have donated $50 to help her son's appeal to support his right to protest will have her account frozen. No way to pay for food or her retirement residence. There are human implications here, but there are also huge implications for Canada's financial system. When Canadians lose trust in Canadian banks, when your retirement savings are no longer considered safe for withdrawal, when government can unilaterally freeze your bank accounts, Canada's financial system will encounter a crisis. I ask this government to look ahead and consider these implications. I've also presented a motion at the House of Commons Finance Committee that will address this matter, and the committee will start meeting urgently to address this beginning Tuesday. And I thank my colleagues in the other parties that have helped this motion get passed on Thursday. These implications cannot be addressed through the rearview mirror, as has been this government's practices. I take heart that there is at least one Liberal, the member from Louis-Hébert, who voted with our motion to get the government on a path to lessening mandates in this country. There is hope. The
motion that we introduced last week, which was defeated in Parliament, but I was very pleased that the Bloc Québécois supported the motion.
Member from Louis-Hébert, where he clearly enunciated the Prime Minister's team had chosen to divide and stigmatize Canadians around the pandemic. This is not leadership. This divisiveness is no way to govern. I say to the Prime Minister, you reap what you sow, and there's much division in this country, largely due to your choice to divide Canadians. The world is watching Canada like never before, and not in a good way. I implore my colleagues and friends in both the Liberal Party and the New Democratic Party, defy your party leadership. There is more at stake here than politics, and Canadian democracy is at risk. Vote against this bill, I implore you.
Yeah, and I'd remind the member at the end there, he kind of weighed off a little bit and went directly to speaking to the government as opposed to through the chair, so just a reminder. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member from Calgary Centre for his remarks. By way of rebuttal, I would simply say that the powers under the emergency declaration were used most recently as February 16th in Windsor by the police to thwart a resurrected attempt at...
Order, I believe maybe the honourable member, and I'll double check, but I think it's got the fact that maybe his mic's not plugged in properly or chosen, but I'll, because we don't have translation, je vais juste vérifier, l'honorable...
I'm just going to check the honourable member for Lac Saint-Jean. That was my point of order, Madam Speaker. Perfect. That's what I thought, because I just said it to the clerk and asked if it was a problem.
Wondering if you could try again so we can see that it's working now, because it wasn't coming through for interpretation.
Can you hear me now?
No.
No.
And I know the honourable member has been waiting for some time to ask a question, so we've stopped the clock. If it can't be fixed right away, then we'll go to the next person, and then I will come back to you. Questions and comments? Do you want to try it again? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary?
Can you hear me now, Madam Speaker?
I think it might be better. Wait, ça fonctionne. Yeah, there we go.
Ça fonctionne. So I want to say thank you to the member from Calgary Centre, and by way of brief rebuttal, just simply say that the powers used under the Emergencies Act declaration were used most recently as February 16th in Windsor to thwart an attempted resurrection of the blockade. And if his concern is with investment in this country, I would say the blockades actually threaten the investment climate in this country. But my point is in response to something he raised to the member from the Parliamentary Secretary of Foreign Affairs. He said we shouldn't be stigmatizing, and I agree with him. But when far-right elements, including a group called Diagolon, is actively involved with arming themselves, carrying ammunition and body armor to blockade the border at Coutts, and that results in 4 arrests for conspiracy to commit murder. And the investigations are ongoing as to whether that group has links to groups raising swastikas and Confederate flags here in Ottawa, and the blockade in Ottawa continues. I think we do have an ongoing threat that needs to be resolved. Could the member comment on that response? Thank you.
For Calgary Centre.
I thank my colleague for the question. And yes, I'm very thankful that the peace officers at Coutts border crossing in Alberta were able to intercept what was obviously a very, very destructive element that embedded themselves within the actual protest organization there. And actually, once that was discovered, the whole blockade disbanded because they did not want to be associated with that. This is a problem. This is a problem wherever we are in the world, and it's not right nor left, but there are going to be elements that break the law no matter what. We've said all along that these blockades were illegal on their own, but when you throw in a mix of actual violence that's going to incur potentially injury to our peace officers, you've raised the bar, and this has to be addressed very quickly. It doesn't matter which side of the spectrum that comes from. Any type of legal activity that leads to violence will be detrimental to all of us. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. Earlier today, there were comments that made me jump out of my seat. There are 2 government members from the Liberal caucus who made us believe. It's the member for Hull-Aylmer and the member for Don Valley West. And they said, word for word, and you can look at it in the Hansard, they said they weren't 100% certain that it was the right decision. That is to apply the Emergencies Act. So my question will be very simple to my honourable colleague. Does he not believe, such as I do, that when we get to a point where they want to invoke the Emergencies Act, does he not believe that you have to be 100% sure when you come to that decision? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Je remercie mon collègue.
I want to thank my Bloc Québécois colleague for that question. I fully agree with him. I fully concur. Because this kind of bill or legislation is not, the government has not shown proof that it's in this interest now.
Comments? The member for Edmonton Strathcona, a brief question.
Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Alberta for his comments. You know, we have heard about the Coutts blockade many, many times in this House. The member before me had asked about the legal implications, the people who have been charged with attempted murder, the violence, the white racism that's there. But in addition to that, there is an economic impact. That 18 days that blockade was in place cost $864 million to the Alberta economy. And I would just ask this member, what do we do when the government in place, when the Alberta government, who has the legislation, they put in Bill 1, the legislation to actually stop these blockades, doesn't do it? When the provincial government fails to protect the people and economy of Alberta, does the federal government not have an obligation to step in?
A brief answer from the member for Calgary Centre.
Well, I thank my colleague for the very good question. I should point out that the Coutts blockade that was minorly disbanded, there was one lane open shortly thereafter. Nevertheless, there was an element there that actually was a problem. We know that. We know that was slowed down. I hadn't heard the number that you referred to, the $861 million of commerce that was interrupted, but I did note in my speech how important it was to make sure those borders were open in Canada all the way across the country. I'll also point out to her that the government of Alberta has not asked the Canadian government to intervene, because I don't know how the Canadian government does intervene. It's already got police forces. It's going to sequester its police forces from across the country. The government of Alberta has all kinds of police forces, and it acted in the benefit of the people of Alberta to make sure that the flow of goods was coming across that border. Are they asking for the federal government?
That time is up. I'm sorry. I'm trying to stay on time so that nobody gets cut off from their speeches. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, I'd like to inform you that I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, first and foremost, I would like to tell you that I will be doing something that is not my usual practice. My speech today, I won't be speaking off the cuff, which is what I prefer to do during parliamentary debates because it makes our debates a lot more lively. Today, I will be reading my speech from start to finish. This is my way of trying to help out the House support personnel because they are working extra hard to keep things running, and I'd like to thank them from the bottom of my heart. Madam Speaker, today we are debating something exceptional. The situation is not what's exceptional, but the act is. The Emergencies Act itself is exceptional. It is an ex post facto law. That means an act or law which is applied after the fact, which is a total departure from the usual democratic principle that there should not be arbitrary laws or detentions, especially not retroactively. This is against usual democratic principles, according to which citizens should be protected from searches and arrests which are arbitrary. And in fact, when this act was drafted in 1988, it very clearly defined the criteria for triggering the act. That is exactly what we are debating today. The only question that matters is, are we meeting the criteria for implementing the act? Because these criteria were designed to protect the very foundation of justice and democracy. The government's own briefing note it sets out the criteria for triggering the act. I will quote from it. The act has a very specific definition of what is a national emergency. It clearly indicates just how urgent a situation has to be before we can invoke the act. A national emergency is an urgent situation. It is temporary and critical. It seriously endangers the health and safety of Canadians or threatens the capacity of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, safety, and territorial integrity of Canada. It has to be an emergency situation that cannot be effectively resolved by provinces and territories or by any other law in Canada. In a nutshell, it's necessary to prove not just that the act is useful, but that using it is necessary. We cannot look only at how serious the situation is. We have to come to the conclusion that we cannot deal with an emergency situation any other way than with the act. The problem is that, I've been listening to the speeches of the members thus far, members who are in support of the act, and I've listened to them in good faith because I'm always open to questioning my own position, but nothing has convinced me or swayed me yet. In fact, I'd like to tell you about some arguments that I've heard since the beginning of the debate and tell you my thoughts on them. We've heard entire speeches during which members have tried to justify using the act because, for example, the people haven't been able to enjoy the beauty of Ottawa, or because they haven't been able to visit museums, or because businesses have had to close. And that is a bit ridiculous that these arguments were used during this debate. And it might sound ridiculous that I'm bringing this up, but it's not anecdotal. In fact, many members have made these arguments saying that this makes it a national emergency situation. But you know what? I feel that this is indicative of how weak and flimsy the arguments are in support of applying the act. We also heard as an argument that 72% of Canadians agree with using the act. I think it's really scary that we're justifying using this exceptional act with a poll. Apparently, it's obvious that in the criteria, which I just read out, there's nothing that says as soon as X or Y % of the population agrees, then we can trigger the act. And thank goodness that's not a criteria. That said, I will say that I'm fully convinced that this 72% support is not just support for the act. I think rather it reflects Canadians' desire to see this situation resolved by any means. I think that the 72% is the public's reaction to the flagrant, blatant lack of leadership by the government in managing the crisis. And the government has used the act now, which I feel is a very sad attempt to hide its own incompetence and cover it up. There have been other arguments which haven't convinced or swayed me, but they do warrant some further consideration. For example, the member for Windsor West, in questions and comments a few times today, mentioned that the situation at Ambassador Bridge wasn't fully resolved. He said that while some traffic had restarted, there were still challenges. He mentioned families who had been blocked from accessing health care, and he asked Bloc colleagues what we had to say to those families. Of course, I have all the compassion in the world for those families, but I don't think using this act is the solution. The proof is that authorities have been able to use the act since Monday, but the member himself said that the situation has not been resolved. Moreover, most of the dismantling of barricades was done before enacting the act through existing legal channels. And in fact, enacting the act is not the problem here. The problem is, in fact, misuse or inadequate use of resources, which are existing resources that we had, and we shouldn't be suggesting to these families that the Emergencies Act will solve their issue. The NDP leader and many of his colleagues also said that the situation is urgent because occupants have been calling for the overthrow of the government and that this is basically outright sedition. Well, you know, I did most of my studies at the University of Quebec in Montreal, UQAM. There were basically manifestations, protests every week calling for the overthrow of the government. And thank goodness nobody asked that the Emergencies Act be triggered, because if that was the case, Montreal would fully always be in a state of emergency. Honestly, I don't think that there is any serious concern for the sovereignty of the state here. With Max Weber's definition, the government has not lost monopoly in being able to handle legitimate violence. We're not in a situation of insurrection. And as for territorial integrity, well, I know that the people of Ottawa can be chauvinistic, but taking the 3 square kilometer perimeter, even though Ottawa is the national capital, well, Canada is a country with a 10 million square kilometer territory. And police officers have said that the law is useful, but they haven't really explained why invoking it was necessary. My Bloc colleagues very cleverly pointed out that existing laws would have allowed us to take concrete action without recourse to the Emergencies Act. In fact, before Monday, nothing prevented various police bodies from working together to achieve what's been achieved in the last 24 hours. And moreover, it's not up to police officers, it's not their role to justify recourse to the Emergencies Act. In fact, that is the role of parliamentarians. And I think that quoting police officers as a justification shows that there are, in fact, gaps in that the Emergencies Act should fill. But in this type of act, we need to be 100% certain. A colleague said today that he wasn't 100% certain that it was the right thing to do, to invoke the act. And another argument that has been made is that the act has deterred people who were going to join the protesters from joining them. I think that's a really dangerous, slippery slope argument that we would consider triggering this act as a deterrent or even as a preventative measure. And in fact, from Monday through Friday, while the law was in effect, nothing deterred protesters from partying, having barbecues, using a hot tub right in the middle of the road. The act shouldn't have a deterrent effect. What did deter them was finally police taking action. Allow me to quote what Jim Watson said this morning. He said that these police operations that are ongoing right now should have taken place as of day 2. Not only should they have taken place, but they could have taken place, even without the Emergency Measures Act. Speaker, provinces must approve the act. That is a safeguard which sets limits on the application of the act, not a justification. We can't invoke the act unless a province has an emergency situation and demonstrates that there are no resources and that all other solutions have been tried. In short, I'm still not satisfied. I'm still waiting to hear a convincing argument that would change my mind between now and Monday, but I have to tell you that I am losing faith. The government has not met the burden of convincing us that we have no choice but to resort to the Act, as the Act otherwise provides, and in the context, I find it difficult to see how I could end up supporting this.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I found the member raised a very interesting point. She said, as of Monday, there was nothing that stopped different police from working together. As a matter of fact, that's not entirely true. Unless you are a sworn officer in Ontario, you can't enforce the law in Ontario. So, and I mean, I'm sure Ottawa is extremely grateful for the resources that came from Quebec, from the SQ, but until the Emergency Act put in place the fact that they can enforce the law in Ontario, those police officers wouldn't have been allowed to do that. I'm wondering if the member can comment on that.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Let me remind my colleague that the Emergencies Act sets out that everything possible must have been tried first. But at the time that the Act was invoked, there was not really any type of teamwork among police bodies. So this very drastic solution was brought out without it being justified. The only part of the rules of application that are different from what we can do with existing laws is what's been done with the tractors. The Emergency Measures Act seems to just really be a tactic for the government to reverse its lack of leadership. Question to comment.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And today, throughout the day, we've seen at different times Liberals kind of self-congratulatory attitude as they talk about the measures today being effective. This might be partly because effectiveness is a new concept to them. They're not used to that in their caucus. But I would argue that effectiveness isn't the measure by which we should be looking at the situation today, but rather whether the actions are justified. And the question I would ask the honourable member is, with the precedent we're setting today, in what other situations might she be concerned that this act may be used?
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Well, in fact, when legislators created the War Measures Act, they had several scenarios as ideas, but nothing specific. This act can't be invoked for specific situations. It has to be general in nature to protect it from being overreach or excessively used. There are criteria which must be met in order to invoke the act. So how could we come up with a very, very, very specific situation in which the act should be invoked because it was intended to be general and to have safeguards in order to protect justice and democracy? There was no need to think of potential applications. The act is already built to support us.
Member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her remarks. I want to come back to the failure of local police and provincial police to address the situation, because I've heard it said several times that the police had the tools and the resources that they needed to address the situation. And yet what we heard from law enforcement was that due to errors that were made early on in the crisis, they did not feel that they had the tools and resources necessary to restore social order. And it was only until the federal government stepped in that we started to see social order restored. So my question, I agree that it is up to local police to enforce the law and up to provincial police to have their backs. When those two levels fail and cry out for help, should not the buck stop somewhere? Should not someone step in and say to the people of Ottawa and the people across the country who are asking for protection that we will be there for them? That is my question to my colleague.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. 1 minute to reply. This is an interesting question. I answered it in my speech, but I thank my colleague for the question. In my speech, I said that I was very concerned that a province or city start asking for this because they fail to address a situation on their territory. Failure is not one of the criteria in the Act. In fact, there were problems with police operations. We know that, and the chief of police resigned. But inability to deal with a situation or not dealing with a situation shouldn't be used to invoke this act.
Reprise le débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois never approved or supported what's going on in the streets of Ottawa. It is wrongdoing. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, we would like to commend the police for their excellent work. Today, they have finally been given the resources they need in order to fully meet the challenges that they need to deal with. But this has been going on for a while. The problem, Madam Speaker, is that the current government and the current Prime Minister are very nonchalant. That is, they're very laissez-faire. They don't make any decisions. Chantal Hébert said on the radio yesterday that she's been covering many governments for many years. She's saying that with each passing government, the federal government is becoming increasingly centralizing, and she says that this government really clinches that in, makes it permanent, and says that this government is having trouble making decisions. Now, we understand that the Prime Minister had to isolate with COVID, but when it comes to taking action, well, it's as if he has long COVID, long isolation. The problem that we're dealing with is the creation of a very dangerous precedent. The seal has been broken. I fear, my party fears, that in the future, another government will be able to use this situation as a justification for having to invoke the Emergencies Act for partisan reasons when it suits the government of the day's purposes. We feel that this tarnishes the reputation of the Government of Canada. Madam Speaker, precedents are important. Now, the Bloc Québécois, we have some examples. I'd like to talk to you about the Summit of the Americas in 2001. There was a 3-meter fence for 4 kilometers in a densely populated neighborhood. The Sûreté du Québec, the Police Quebec, the SCRS, the Canadian Armed Forces all participated. The protesters were funded, they were organized, they questioned the authority of the state in the context of a free trade agreement. But even then, the Emergencies Act was not triggered. Why? Because the government was ready to deal with the situation. Currently, the government doesn't govern. This government is incapable of making decisions. This government can't even name an ambassador in Paris. This government doesn't even do things on time for the rail sector in Quebec. This government hasn't made a decision about Huawei, even though all of its trading partners have already decided on Huawei. Is this government even capable of anything? What's happened on the streets has shown us that these fears I'm expressing are very justified. The Bloc Québécois has many questions. We have asked for many things. We asked for a crisis cell, teamwork, and people have accused the government of trying to control the police. On February 7th, the Ottawa Police Chief asked for 1,800 additional police officers. What did the government send them? 275, only 20 of whom were actually assigned to the protests. In percentage, that means that 1% of the police officers requested by the City of Ottawa was granted. 1%. That is a 99% failure rate, Madam Speaker. It's a measurable failure, measurable based on what the City of Ottawa police asked for when we still had time, when it was the right time to take action. Yes, it is possible to collaborate, to work as a team. It was possible to act with existing legislation. It was possible to punish wrongdoing and mischief. That's why there was a unanimous motion by the National Assembly of Quebec asking that the Emergencies Act not be applied in Quebec and asking that the federal government work together with provinces more. This teamwork is sorely lacking. Here's an example. All of Quebec's parties, the Liberal Party of Quebec, the CAQ, Québec Solidaire, even the one member of Quebec's Conservative Party, have supported this unanimous motion. But Quebec's unanimous motion will be ignored, thanks to the new coalition, NDP and Liberal coalition. We're being told that this act was necessary, for instance, to freeze bank accounts and funding. Well, allow me to express some concern, Madam Speaker, that the government feels entitled to invoke the Emergencies Act in order to block funding for truckers, Madam Speaker. We hope that more serious things don't occur, but much more serious things could occur.
It has already been pointed out that FinTrack, which deals with financial crimes, they said it didn't have enough employees, enough money, that it couldn't do the follow-up in order to prevent financial crime. And Canada has a reputation, an international reputation for being incapable of prosecuting these people. The government has confirmed that it didn't have a 21st century instrument to deal with 21st century issues. And now they bring in the Emergencies Act. Well, Madam Speaker, we needed the Emergencies Act in order to requisition tow trucks. What kind of leadership do we have when they need this to get tow trucks to help? Madam Speaker, it's clear that the legislation exists for certain reasons. There are circumstances in which this act can be used. The crisis might be international, but it would be the last recourse, not one of the first. I am persuaded, Madam Speaker, that we could have done more, could have done better. Now the police chief of Ottawa, who had his work to do, said that the extraordinary measures already in place would have been helpful to him. The police chief said that there were ways of dealing with emergencies, be they municipal or provincial, because other orders of government had done their work before the government did its work. Now, I'm waiting for the questions. I know I'll get questions from the government. Well, they needed additional help. The police forces needed additional help. Well, yes, they needed increased manpower, but if there is a parliament, if there is a lawmaker, if there is legislation that could help with this, it's because we don't want to give the government everything it asks for. That's democracy. That is the legislative power dealing with the executive power. What we do not want to do is give them this power, because in a democracy you don't allow this power unless the situation truly justifies it. Madam Speaker, throughout this crisis, I've been looking for leadership in this government. I've been waiting for decisions to be made. I'm trying to see who's in charge of this government. And after careful research, really, what's going on? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, oh yes, it's a long one, so let me just make sure I get it right. Secretary to the Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I hope the line, you can hear me clearly. I'm just going to point out a bit of the logical inconsistency of the member's suggestions when he's saying that we're incapable of taking decisions on the government benches.
No, excuse, je vais juste voir, yeah, your boom is down. We're having the same problem that we had a while ago where there's no interpretation. Let's try again.
Okay, can you hear me, Madam Chair?
No, can you unplug and replug again? I'm not sure. Sorry. Not sure what's going on with your computer at this point, but.
Okay, Madam Chair, can you hear me now? Madam.
It's the same.
Madam Speaker, can you hear me now?
No,
Madam
still
Speaker?
not working. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the next party, and then I'll come back to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops, Thompson Caribou. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, and this really builds on the question that was asked from the member for Kingston and the Islands. The member for Kingston and the Islands asked this honourable colleague's colleague about the Emergencies Act, and I really hope that this gets through. And that is this. The member for Kingston and the Islands said that the Emergency Act was necessary to bring in other police officers. Now, if we look at the Ontario Comprehensive Police Services Act, which I was able to research in about 45 seconds, it says under Section 21, Sub 1, in an emergency, the minister may make an agreement with the Crown in the right of Canada or of any other province or with any of its agencies for the provision of policing. Now, this would seem to fly directly in the face of the statement from the member from Kingston and the Islands. So, I wonder if this honourable member could please comment on that.
The honourable member for Mirabel, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to have had this honourable member as mayor. When I was a student at Queen's, there was a homecoming where there were, here's a case where there's something going on, they're calling in the cavalry, they're calling in everyone. Now, from what I remember in my 5 wonderful years in the honourable member's city,
I'm going to go to questions and comments to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary again. We're going to try to see if he was able to resolve that, and if not, we're having someone from IT reach out to him. So the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope you can hear me now, and my kids are off of Netflix. Madam Speaker, I thank the member opposite, but I'll just point out the logical inconsistency of the point that he was attempting to make vis-a-vis we are a government incapable of taking decisions when we've taken a decision that no government has ever taken in Canadian history. But let's find some common ground. The Bloc is against the blockades. The Bloc has said that the blockades are illegal. We all agree with that. We also agree in listening to the police and cutting off the funding that is supplying those blockades. And one of the tools to do so is by tracking that money to things such as credit unions, banks, cryptocurrency sites, or online sites. When those sites or donations are being made from the province of Quebec, that would necessitate the application of these emergency measures in the province of Quebec. Does the member opposite agree with that aspect of this law applying in his province?
The honourable member, Madam Speaker, please allow me to perhaps not pay too much attention to this course in logic by the honourable member. This, for 2 to 3 weeks, we asked for action on the part of the Prime Minister. We asked him to take a decision, but nothing. The Chief of Police of Ottawa said yesterday if we'd had more manpower, then there wouldn't be as much a chance of violence. He made the decision he did, and here's where we are. Perhaps the honourable member forgot this in the in the lobby.
Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My question to the member from Mirabel has to do with the discussion he opened his speech with about precedent. And I wonder whether he really believes that letting groups that want to use violence, intimidation, hate to try and overturn elected government's decisions is a precedent we could have allowed to go on much longer without in itself that becoming the dangerous precedent here.
Une brève réponse, l'honorable député.
A brief answer, the honourable member. Well, Madam Speaker, my colleague has a rather twisted logic, because when there is a demonstration where someone doesn't like the government, that whatever the action of the government, the solution doesn't have to be the nuclear option. We have never condoned what people were doing on the street in Ottawa. We've never minimized its significance, but for 3 weeks, we have been putting forward proposals.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Churchill, Kiwananook-Askey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to split my time with my colleague, the MP for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke. Madam Speaker, what has happened over the last few days in Canada is unprecedented. An internationally funded, politically organized, far-right attack on our democracy, threats and intimidation directed at our citizens, Parliament shut down because of security concerns. Ce qui s'est passé dans les derniers jours au Canada.
What happened over recent days in Canada is extraordinary. We have these actions financed abroad of radical groups meant to intimidate us.
Canada, but not in North America or around the world. That is why this debate is so important. The fact is, we have a choice as a country between a path of a far-right driven agenda that uses destabilization, provocation, and intimidation as its tactics, that aims at rolling back so much of the social and economic progress we have made in Canada, and aims to undermine our very democracy itself. Let's start with what this debate is not about. It's not about truckers or the trucking industry. Yes, some truckers have been involved, but the vast majority of truckers are going about their business, doing their jobs, providing essential services to Canadians during the pandemic. This also goes far beyond the pandemic. There are many people across the country that haven't been vaccinated, that don't agree with vaccine mandates, that don't agree with mask mandates, but they're not threatening or intimidating anyone. And not everyone who is part of what is happening is a right-wing extremist, but far too many are. Let's be clear, what is happening is being driven by the same far-right agenda that led to the attack on the Capitol building in the US that was fomented by Donald Trump. The same far-right agenda that has been raising its ugly head in Europe, Brazil, and many other countries. The same agenda that we have seen here in Canada. Let's be clear, as someone who is the descendant of those who fought against fascism in Europe, a descendant of those who know what dictatorships are really all about and were part of the struggle to bring back democracy in their home country. We, as Canadians, cannot be complacent about the threat of this far-right agenda to Canada. Let's also be clear, when you ignore or even condone what we have seen, you are part of the problem. So how did we get here? It starts with the fact that governments and police have for far too long had a view of what is legitimate protest and what isn't. As someone that is influenced by Gandhian principles of nonviolence, the principles practiced by Martin Luther King, the spirit of reconciliation of Nelson Mandela, as someone who's been inspired by the nonviolent actions of Indigenous peoples defending their rights and lands, I believe in the right of citizens to engage in nonviolent protest. These actions, this occupation has been fundamentally different. It has targeted not only our institutions, but our citizens as well, with racist, misogynist, homophobic, and transphobic abuse. Abuse aimed at people following health orders for wearing masks. And the response? Does anyone believe that we would be dealing with what we are seeing today if the protesters were Indigenous, Black, racialized, climate justice activists, or students like at the G20 or in Quebec, or workers on strike? What we are seeing is a failure of governments and the police driven by the view of what is a legitimate protest. This is not accidental. It is a part of the strategy. It's like Donald Trump, a billionaire, talking about being a friend of workers. So how do we deal with what is happening and the bigger threat to our values and our democracy? The response from the police has been deeply flawed here in Ottawa and across the country. This is an occupation led by white supremacists. We saw swastikas, Confederate flags, and other symbols of hate and the far right. This occupation has been aimed at abusing and harassing citizens for days, engaging in racist, homophobic, transphobic, and misogynistic attacks on residents, people afraid to leave their homes, the shutting down of businesses, workplaces, people losing their jobs, clogging up 911 phone lines so that legitimate calls can't get through, endangering residents and residential neighborhoods. This occupation has also had as its target our democracy. Leaders have called for the overthrow of our democratic institutions. They have assaulted members of the press. They have threatened violence and unleashed hate against leaders and elected representatives. Yesterday, the occupiers' actions led to the shutting down of Parliament, a shocking and unprecedented move. And yet governments and the police refused to take this situation seriously until the last minute. It should have never gotten to this point. We saw failed local leadership that refused to take action. But I want to acknowledge the heroic work of councillors Catherine McKenney and Sean Menard, who along with other leaders, residents, and labor activists organized and pushed back against fascism in their community by organizing the Battle of Billings Bridge. We've seen right-wing provincial governments in Ontario and elsewhere legitimize these occupations and refuse to take action otherwise. And we've seen a federal government lead us to a place where we should never have been. The Liberal government failed to see this occupation for what it was early on. The Prime Minister focused far more on the rhetoric than the reality. He called out the symbols of the far right, which was the right thing to do, but waited far too long to call out the reality of the agenda itself. But what is really disturbing as we have this debate is the actions and incendiary rhetoric of the Conservatives. Speaker after speaker has exposed the true face of the Conservative Party. This is not the party of peace, order, and good government. Law and order, not anymore, and definitely not progressive conservative. What we have seen is Trump-style far-right rhetoric, condoning, even supporting what is happening. Disturbing references reminiscent of Trump's good people on both sides rhetoric. Incendiary rhetoric aimed at liberals and conservatives. Even some good old red baiting rhetoric thrown in for good measure. But what do you expect from an acting leader of the opposition who saw no problems wearing a MAGA hat, something that has been seen as
because somebody is participating virtually doesn't mean that the mics aren't picking up what's going on here in the House. And so again, I would just ask members, instead of chatting back and forth or thinking aloud, that they'd be best to write their questions down or their thoughts down and deal with it during questions and comments. The honourable member for Churchill, Kiwatanuk Askey has 3 minutes and 10 seconds left.
But what do you expect from an acting leader of the opposition who saw no problem wearing a MAGA hat, something that has been seen as a symbol of white supremacy and Trump's far-right rhetoric? A party whose heir apparent to the leadership openly supports what is happening. What is really appalling is how the Conservatives are ignoring what is happening just outside Parliament. The racist, homophobic, transphobic, misogynist abuse we've all heard about. When I stay in Ottawa, I'm in the downtown, and so many people I know have been deeply affected. Conservative MPs have gone out of their way to encourage this occupation. A Conservative MP did an interview in front of a flag with swastikas on it. They've taken pictures, shaken hands, thumbs up, and in this House gaslit the country, telling us these were peaceful gatherings. Conservative MPs that have fueled this occupation rooted in white supremacy, targeting citizens, the press, and pursuing the overthrow of our institutions must be held to account. There must be an inquiry into how we arrived at this place, how this occupation came to pass. Who funded it? Who fomented it? Who failed to act? Who passed the buck? What was the role of the police? We cannot ignore this internationally funded, politically organized, far-right attack on our democracy. We cannot allow this to happen again. It comes down to privilege. This protest is being driven by an agenda, an ideology, and supporters that believe they are entitled to target our population and our democratic system. The abuse is no accident. The agenda is racist, homophobic, and misogynist to begin with. Freedom is rooted in our democracy. It starts with respect. It's not about the freedom to be racist, homophobic, and misogynist. The very idea of freedom has been hijacked and distorted. It's been used by many to support privilege, particularly white privilege. The privilege to endanger and harass others, the privilege to impose an all-right, foreign-funded attack on our democracy. But this cannot be a moment in time where we sit idly by as the far right becomes emboldened. This cannot be a moment where we sit idly by and allow fascism to be normalized and legitimized. This cannot be a moment where we sit idly by and allow for the police and other institutions to belatedly respond and then carry on to crack down on people peacefully defending their rights, including workers on strike, Indigenous peoples defending their lands, Black and racialized communities rising up, climate activists fighting for our survival. This cannot be a moment where we sit idly by and allow for the status quo to carry on. This is not the Canada we can be. We can be, and we must be, a country that practices respect, denounces bigotry, strengthens our democracy, and acts on the racial, social, economic, and environmental justice we all deserve. Thank you.
And comments, the Honourable Minister of Northern Affairs, Minister responsible for Prairies Economic Development Canada, and Minister responsible for the Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is a mouthful. I thank the member from Churchill-Kiwatanokaski for her mostly very accurate speech and passionate speech. The Conservative Party generally and the interim leader very specifically have compared the faux trucker occupations over the last 3 weeks to Indigenous protesters across Canada, in Manitoba, in British Columbia. And I'm wondering if the member could offer her comments on that analysis.
Member for Churchill-Kiwatanokaski.
Well, absolutely. And those of us from Manitoba know well the kinds of politics, unfortunately, practiced by many Conservatives, including the acting leader from Manitoba. And there is no comparison to be made. In fact, once again, we're seeing Conservatives gaslight the country that this foreign-funded, far-right occupation in Ottawa is the same as the kinds of demonstrations we've seen, nonviolent demonstrations we've seen from Indigenous peoples defending their rights, defending their land, and standing up for what they believe in. It is not just deeply insulting, but it is downright wrong to compare these two things. And what we must be very clear is that this acting leader has been open, both in terms of wearing a MAGA hat and through her statements, that she and her colleagues are fine with coddling white supremacy and certainly actions that very much support it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much. And I have listened to this speaker, and many times we may not agree. And the thing is that she talked about was with respect. And I've listened to her as she sat there and to a party that I belong, misogynists, white supremacists, all of these great names. We're supposed to be in a place where we're not gaslighting because we know outside that is what's happening. And I'm listening to this member right now talking about my party, which I belong to, where she has sat there and degraded each and every one of us. Hear, hear. We have the right to have difference of thoughts. I do not agree with the occupation out there, but like her, I do agree in the right to protest. So I would like to ask, is this member going to keep this Prime Minister responsible, or is she going to just continue blaming the Conservatives when it's the Liberals who are in government? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Churchill-Kiwatanokaski.
Well, Madam Speaker, here in this parliamentary debate, we are talking about who's at fault. And as I clearly indicated, the Liberals very much are. We should never have been in this place. But let's be clear on who's encouraged this occupation. The Conservative acting leader, the heir apparent, numerous Conservative MPs have legitimized, encouraged, supported this occupation. It's clearly documented in social media, in pictures they have shared, including by coverage of the mainstream media. And, Canadians see through much of this. What we need is principled leadership. We don't need leaders in our parliament supporting foreign-funded alt-right movements that seek to overthrow our democracy and target citizens. And I would hope that she and all of her colleagues change course and condemn that kind of activity and take appropriate action.
There's heckling going on, and I would just ask members that when someone else has the floor, whether it's virtually or not, that they be respectful about it. They've had their opportunity to ask questions, and if they want to ask questions and comments, they can do so again when I ask for questions and comments if their time is up, is acknowledged.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, well, I will try, but it's never easy for me. We cannot invoke an act before of us in a preventive manner that's already in it. We know that already. The honourable colleague, or my colleague, the honourable member for Rosemont Petite Patrie said this week to the media in Quebec that there were, given the demonstrations and blockades on Wellington in front of Parliament on Monday, we could reconsider our decision. It's over, Madam Speaker. It's over. They've gone. There are no more trucks in front of Parliament. Can my colleague think that the NDP will not support the government there?
The honourable member Churchill Kiwanis-Aski.
First of all, I would say that unfortunately we know that there remains to be activity amongst those who were leaders and supported the occupation. What I clearly said in my speech was that we have to take this effort seriously. It was funded and organized by the extreme right. The goal was to attack democracy, our democracy, and the goal was to intimidate and attack Canadians. This is something that we have to take seriously now.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am not surprisingly, I suppose, both happy and sad to have the chance to speak in this debate on the confirmation of the use of the Emergencies Act to break the border blockades and lift the siege of the capital. I'm happy to speak because I do think the situation had reached a crisis point, and the use of the Emergencies Act was necessary to counter a real threat to democracy and the rule of law in Canada. Yet I'm sad that it has come to this. Sad because the Liberals let the situation go on for so long that we reached this crisis point. And it is important to consider how we got to this point. There's enough blame to go around when it comes to the widespread failure to understand that the blockades and the siege of downtown Ottawa and the parliamentary precincts are not protests or exercises in free speech. Instead, the self-described freedom fighters who organized this came prepared to use intimidation, harassment, and coercion to get the policy changes they want. That's not how democracy works. It's not how peaceful protest works, and these tactics have nothing to do with the right to free speech. We have a rich history of protest in this country, and at times many of us have been participants in those protests. But the goal of those protests has always been to change minds, and thus to bring about change in policy by political means. Their goals have always been to convince governments to change course by making it clear that the political price of failing to do so would be too high. Blockades and occupations are another thing altogether. Neither is what's been going on outside Parliament for 3 weeks a part of any rich tradition of civil disobedience. Those engaging in civil disobedience do so with a clear understanding that they are taking on any harm to themselves. They accept that it is they themselves who will face harm from the arrests and penalties that result from their law breaking. They accept that harm to themselves in order to make a strong moral argument. Instead, those involved in the blockades and the siege seek to inflict harm on others until we all give in to their demands. Legitimate protests never aim to extort change by intimidation or by deliberately causing harm to others. And as the judge in the case resulting in an injunction against round-the-clock sounding of high-decibel air horns in Ottawa said, he wasn't aware that honking was an expression of any great ideas. So I am critical of the Liberals for failing to recognize the nature of the threat these blockades in Windsor, Coutts, and the siege of downtown Ottawa represented. It's hard to understand how this could have been missed when the organizers clearly stated their intention to force change and even to replace the elected government, or when they set up base camps outside downtown Ottawa to ferry supplies to the occupiers downtown, or when they organized an attack on 9/11 services in Ottawa to deny emergency services to residents. This is intimidation. This is extortion. It is hard to understand how it could have been go on so long when the evidence of harassment and intimidation of residents and local businesses went on right on the steps of Parliament. We ended up with a situation where, according to most reports, over 50% of businesses in downtown were forced to close altogether, and more than 85% had to curtail their activities in order to keep their workers safe. It is bitterly ironic for those businesses that the result of the tactics adopted by those who were arguing we should open up actually resulted in further closures and heavy losses for local businesses and local workers. It's hard to understand how the fact was missed that blockades of border crossings at Coutts and Windsor were designed to inflict economic damage severe enough to force change. Workers in factories, including those at GM plants, at a time when we're fighting hard to keep the auto industry alive in Canada, lost shifts as the border blockade interrupted the supply chain. And of course, the ultimate irony is that the Coutts and Ambassador Bridge blockades cost thousands of truckers, for whom the organizers falsely claimed to speak, hours and even days stuck in the resulting jams. And once removed, those organizers tried to block the bridge in Windsor once again. So while I do hold the government responsible for letting the situation get out of hand, I, at the same time, reject the idea that somehow the government or vaccine mandates created division and that the division explains the blockades and siege. Yes, of course, there are some truckers involved in these disruptions, but never forget over 90% of truckers are vaccinated, and never forget how they continued to work through the pandemic before vaccinations were available at considerable risk to themselves and the health of their families to protect the rest of us and our economy. They know, like the overwhelming majority of Canadians, that masks, vaccinations, and social distancing are what have brought us as close to escaping this pandemic as we've come so far. They know that social solidarity and standing united behind our health workers saved literally thousands of lives and gave us a death rate from COVID less than half that of the United States. They know that only continuing to pull together society will get us to the other side. Yes, people are free to reject science and the unequivocal advice of medical experts. They can choose to do so, but freedom means accepting the consequences of the choices you make. It does not mean you have the right to inflict the consequences of your choices on others. Those who reject the mandates should not be surprised to find restrictions on what they can do due to the risk they pose to others and to our ability as a nation to survive the pandemic. No doubt, as the pandemic drags on, we all want to see restrictions lifted. But for the vast majority of Canadians, this should happen only when it's safe to do so. 5 new deaths from COVID were recorded yesterday in British Columbia, including yet another on Vancouver Island, where we are still continuing to lose an average of more than 1 person per day to COVID. Those are families that lose a loved one each and every day. As of yesterday, the number in critical care in BC dropped below 1,000, a number that is still far too high, though thankfully down considerably. Yet even with numbers dropping, our hospitals and healthcare workers are near the breaking point. It is this tension resulting from the ongoing pandemic that the organizers of the blockades and siege have exploited for their own ends. And make no mistake, the organizers are extremists and anti-democratic in their goals. It is their clear intention to use force, intimidation, and for some, as we have seen at the Coutts border crossing, violence to achieve their ends. In downtown Ottawa, we have seen the open display of hate symbols, racism, and homophobia. We have seen the intimidation of residents demanding that they remove their masks. This happened to me personally more than once, but it has been most often directed at those that the occupiers perceived to be weak and vulnerable to such pressure: women, racialized Canadians, and members of the 2S LGBTQI community. Before some say that every protest has its bad apples or that it's only an extremist minority among the protesters, let me point out that the organizers never once condemned things like the display of Nazi flags, nor did they condemn intimidating local residents by demanding they remove their masks. And supporters have argued that anyway, there were only a few swastikas flying in the Ottawa occupation. Though I personally counted 6 in 3 blocks in a single day, let me repeat the obvious question. How many swastikas are okay? And the obvious answer is none. Or that Confederate flags are just symbols of rebellion. And those who argue that may want to stop and think for just a moment about making that argument in this current context. Confederate flags are clearly symbols of racism and the violence associated with anti-Black racism. And that's why I support my colleague, the member for New Westminster Burnaby's private member's bill to ban the public display of these ugly symbols of hate, which discourage full participation in Canadian society by some of our citizens. We have seen invasions of businesses who are enforcing mandates to keep their employees and all of us safe. And now, with more than half the businesses in downtown Ottawa forced to close, there are literally thousands out of work because of those closures. More than 1,500 people who work at the Rideau Mall alone have been out of work for 3 weeks now. We have seen the physical intimidation of journalists and the use of children as shields. There have been open threats of violence against the Prime Minister, Cabinet, and us as members of Parliament, both on the streets and online. And perhaps most relevant to our debate here about the invocation of emergency powers, we have seen repeated statements from the organizers that they wouldn't leave until the mandates are lifted. This is why New Democrats are supporting using emergency powers to put an end to what are in fact organized attacks on democracy. As we've done for the past 3 weeks now, do Democrats continue to reject the narrative that Canadians are more divided than ever? The evidence is frankly just the opposite. When I stand to vote on this motion to confirm the invocation of the Emergencies Act, I will be standing with healthcare workers, with first responders, with grocery workers, all frontline workers, and yes, the vast majority of truckers. But I'll be also standing to pledge vigilance to ensure that these necessary but extraordinary powers are used only to remove these serious threats to democracy and never to infringe on our rights to protest and dissent. And again, let me say I'm sad it has come to this, but I am proud to stand firmly against the use of intimidation, hatred, and violence to overturn our democracy. Thank you.
And comments? Yeah, member for Guelph. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member, excuse me, from Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke, and all the work he has done over many years on human rights. And his speech today really highlighted some of the things around human rights. The honourable member mentioned using children as human shields. And frankly, Madam Speaker, that's one of the aspects of this protest that has offended me more than almost anything else that's been going on, is putting children in harm's way, children sometimes who aren't able to get vaccinated. One of the reasons for us to get vaccinated is to protect our children. And now we're seeing children being put in situations of danger. Could the honourable member maybe expand on how that's an affront to the human rights of some of our most vulnerable Canadians?
The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
I thank the honourable member for his question. And while I don't want to focus extensively on the use of children as shields, I did see it personally as I walked on the streets in Ottawa, and I was horrified to see parents putting their kids in danger for some distorted view of what freedom means. And I think it shows that the organizers have little respect for basic rights and freedoms, little respect for what it actually means to be Canadian.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleague has talked about the consequences of the blockades, and in the world that I live in, the normal world, there is a criminal code, there are municipal bylaws, the road safety code, the possibility of using other police forces. I would like to know if the colleague is aware of the fact that all these acts applied before the invocation of the Emergencies Act, and I'd like to know if a member in this House that would vote against the Emergencies Act is against democracy and for violence.
Well, Well, I'm not sure I can actually thank the member for that question, but I will say what's very clear here is that some people, and I'm not accusing members in the chamber, but some people who helped organize these demonstrations intended to use force and intimidation to change public policy. That is not what democracy is about. That is not what Canada is about. And that's not what I'm about here as a member of Parliament.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his speech. I know the member referred to being in favor of peaceful protest, but under these regulations, the Emergency Act order require financial institutions to cease dealing with designated persons. Designated persons is defined as anyone associated with a protest. So, keeping in mind that peaceful protest is we both support that, could the member explain what a designated person means in this act? Is it a protest organizer? Is it a protest attendee? Is it a donor? Is it someone that tweets in support? How far does this act go?
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question, and I want to go back to the Emergencies Act, which builds in parliamentary oversight to this process, and which allows at any time for 20 members of Parliament to request a vote to revoke these provisions. And so, just as the previous member had asked me about, well, what about laws that were already in effect? What I think is really true here is the Emergencies Act gives us the power as a government, as a society, to enforce existing laws and regulations to prevent those who would use force, violence, and intimidation to get around those laws. And so if anyone is using their resources to prolong these demonstrations, blockades, and occupations, then they will fall under the provisions of the Emergencies Act.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. Madam Speaker, I rise today with a very heavy heart to speak in support of the invocation of the Emergencies Act by our government and the motion in this House to affirm the government's decision. I want to acknowledge that I'm speaking to you from the traditional unceded lands of the Algonquin people, and I want to thank the many truckers in my riding of Scarborough Rouge Park and the hundreds and thousands of truckers around the world who've helped us throughout the pandemic. Ever since I can remember, Madam Speaker, I have gone to protest. We were protesting the rights of Tamils on the island of Sri Lanka from the time I was maybe 4 or 5. After the anti-Tamil pogrom in 1983, I demonstrated for weeks on end at the Indian consulate in Dublin, Ireland. Later in the 80s, I protested apartheid in Canada. Apartheid of South Africa in Canada. In the 1990s, I protested the cuts to education in Ontario under then Premier Bob Rae. In 1995, I organized a vigil and protest right here in Parliament Hill as Tamils were displaced in the north and east of the island. In the 2000s, I extended legal supports to protest at Queen's Park, a number of them throughout the decade. In 2009, I was right here in Ottawa and provided legal support for those who were protesting against the Tamil genocide in Sri Lanka. This has been referred in the last several days as the Tamil protest, and it started in early February and ended in May of 2009. This included similar protests on University Avenue in front of the U.S. consulate, and I worked with then Chief of Police for the City of Toronto and now the Minister of Emergency Preparedness towards ensuring those protests were peaceful. I can recall my nephew, who was 10 years old at that time, who went to many of these protests with my late father-in-law. And my partner and I took our 4-month-old in frigid temperatures to protest on Dundas Square in the winter of 2009. During this time, I attended protests in Washington, New York, and Geneva. I'm therefore an ardent believer in the right to protest as a tool of dissent and political advocacy. And I believe the right to protest, and I also believe that children should never be part of protest, but not be used as a shield in an illegal occupation. Since January 29, 2022, Canada has been gripped by what started off as protesters turned into illegal blockaders turned occupiers. Many colleagues across the aisle have talked about their interactions with the illegal blockaders. And I have a great deal of respect for many of my colleagues across the aisle. They've spoken about their interaction with some truckers and other protesters, and their ability to walk through the illegal blockades and understand and empathize. Sadly, Madam Speaker, I don't have that privilege. Many in this House do not have that privilege. Even though, as parliamentarians, we're supposed to enjoy the same level of privilege, I do not share that privilege. They have called for the overthrow of a government and de facto all of us serving in this House. They brought symbols of hate, the Confederate flag, Nazi symbols, and others to the protest. They have destroyed the pride flag. They have threatened media. They have taken food from a homeless shelter. So please forgive my colleagues opposite if I don't feel the same level of confidence in engaging with these so-called protesters. I would never cast dispersions over a group based on the facts of a few, based on the acts of a few. But after 23 days, many who may feel strongly about the type of hate and vitriol we see on the streets should distance themselves, condemn them, including the Conservative Party of Canada. The impact of these illegal blockades on Ottawa and in Coutts, in Emerson, Surrey, and Windsor are profound. These illegal blockades are different in form and substance to the hundreds of protests we see here in Ottawa annually. That is why, after considerable consultation and engagement, our government invoked the Emergencies Act on February 14, 2022. We did so after the City of Ottawa and Windsor and others invoked emergencies in their municipalities and after the Province of Ontario did so. Ultimately, Madam Speaker, Canada is a rule of law country. By declaring a public order emergency under the Emergencies Act, we followed the law and are acting within it. There are clear conditions set out in the Emergencies Act in order for a public order emergency to be declared. Our government believes those conditions have been met. But I want to just highlight the preamble of the Emergencies Act. And it says, whereas the Governor and Council, in taking such special temporary measures, would be subject to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Canadian Bill of Rights and must have regard to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, particularly with respect to those fundamental rights that are not to be limited or abridged even in a national emergency. Any and all action our government takes will be subject to the Charter, and it is the solemn responsibility of the Attorney General to ensure this. The Emergencies Act can only be invoked in specific, serious circumstances that amount to a national emergency. In order to meet the threshold for a national emergency, 3 conditions must be met. First, we must be in a situation that either 1, seriously endangers the lives, health, or safety of Canadians and exceeds the capacity of authority of a province to deal with it, or 2, seriously threaten the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada. Second, the provinces and territories' capacity to handle the situation must be considered insufficient or show gaps. And third, we must conclude that the situation cannot be handled adequately under any other Canadian law, including provincial and territorial laws. Our government believes these conditions were met, and we tabled an explanation of the reasons for issuing this declaration as required by this Act. We also tabled, as required, a report on any consultation with the provinces with respect to the declaration. And I would especially like to highlight and thank the support of the province of British Columbia, Ontario, Newfoundland, and Labrador, as noted in the document of invoking the Act to respond to this national emergency. As you've seen, our government has introduced targeted orders under the Act. While the Act technically applies to all of Canada, we have been very careful to tailor orders to be focused as possible, and only those places affected by blockades and illegal occupations will see any change at all. We've introduced the following 6 temporary measures to bring the situation under control. 1, regulation and prohibition of public assemblies that lead to a breach of peace and go beyond lawful protest. 2, designating and securing places where blockades are to be prohibited. 3, directing persons to render essential services to relieve impacts of blockades on Canada's economy. 4, authorizing the direct financial institutions to render essential services to relieve impact of blockades. Enabling the RCMP to enforce municipal laws and provincial offences. And finally, imposition of fines or imprisonment for contravention of any order or regulation made under Section 19 of the Emergencies Act. Madam Speaker, there are a number of safeguards that are built in this Act, and as required by the Act, the Prime Minister met with the Cabinet as well as Premiers prior to invoking the Act. Having now declared the Act, we tabled the declaration within 2 days and for Parliament to be able to debate this within 7 days. In the coming days, a parliamentary committee will be struck and also an inquiry will be called. The declaration lasts for 30 days and can be revoked at any time the will of the Parliament. The situation, Madam Speaker, is urgent, and as Acting Chief of the Ottawa Police, Steve Bell, cited yesterday, they could not have been able to start the or undertake the enormous operation currently taking place in Ottawa without the temporary measures extended to it by the Emergencies Act. We're invoking the Emergencies Act and to end illegal blockades and occupations. We're invoking it to restore the rights of those who cannot safely walk the streets of downtown Ottawa and other places. I look forward to the questions, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And especially when we talk about his personal experience through his life, we are first and foremost all human, and we have lived in some situation, and I appreciate the fact that this member raised those issues. My question, Madam Speaker, is quite simple. During 17 days, nothing has been done by this government, even if on this February 11th, the Prime Minister said all the law can be applied to solve this problem. And then 3 days later, bang, he tabled that bill, which is very special. What did happen in 3 days to have that bill?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend opposite for that question, and it gives me an opportunity to respond to this question that's come up a number of times. And I want to specifically direct him to the report to the House of Parliament on the Emergencies Act consultations, and through it, it outlines all the measures taken by the government in respect to addressing the situation that we've seen. First and foremost, I think starting on January 31st, there was direct conversations with the Mayor of Ottawa. There was numerous conversations with the premiers, including our Premier Ford in Ontario. There is consultation with the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and I can go on. This is a 8-page document, and I hope my honourable member can go through it and look at the work that we did prior to invoking the Emergencies Act.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been following the debate since it began. I've been listening to what people are saying about the protest, and now I have a question that relates to what my colleagues have been saying since this morning. Are we to conclude that from now on, whenever law enforcement need to coordinate, work together, and join forces, the federal government will be able to invoke the Emergencies Act? Because that's what's happening here. Law enforcement bodies are finally working together, and the Act has been invoked for that.
Candidly, Madam Speaker, no, that is not what this entails. We have a specific set of situations right now in a number of different areas, including Ottawa, Windsor, Coutts, Emerson, Surrey, that does pose a national emergency, and that this is a direct response to the situation at hand, and it does not mean that this should be invoked. I hope the government never has to invoke this again, but we are in a situation where it does have to be, and that's what we've done right now.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know my honourable colleague is a trained lawyer, as am I, and we've all heard some concerns raised by the general public that the invocation of the Emergencies Act may set a precedent. So I'm curious about his thoughts on that, and would particularly be interested in his views on the converse of that, which is, if we didn't act in these circumstances, what kind of precedent he thinks might be set by people using economic hostage taking to try to force a change of policy by a democratically elected government. Is he concerned about that also setting a bad precedent in this nation?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question posed by my friend opposite. This certainly does set a precedent in terms of protest. We cannot have blockades of this nature that literally brings our economy to a halt. We've gone through the pandemic. We have serious challenges with transport right now across Canada, and we need to make sure that all of our systems are working properly. So if the government does not get involved in a situation where there's such economic loss and job losses, then we would be irresponsible, and I believe we're doing the right thing right now.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and fellow members. It's an honor to be here today representing the constituents of Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, to speak in this historic debate on the motion to confirm the government's declaration of emergency. Thank you to everyone participating in and listening to this important debate. It is critical for our country that we, as a Parliament, work together to ensure that this debate is robust and addresses the motion at hand. In the spirit of unity, I would like to begin today by talking about those things that I believe we can all agree on. First, I believe we are all grateful to Canadians for their efforts over the past 2 years, for stepping up and following public health measures to protect the health and welfare of themselves and their fellow Canadians, for working hard on our front lines and in our essential services to keep our economy moving and Canadians safe and cared for, and indeed to the truckers who have provided these services as well. And especially today, to our men and women in uniform from across our province and country who are professionally and peacefully working to end this illegal occupation. Additionally, I believe we agree on our basic rights and responsibilities. The rights of all Canadians to free speech and the right to lawful and peaceful protest. The responsibility of our government to maintain peace, order, and good government in Canada. And on a more personal level, the responsibility of all of us as members of Parliament to listen to our constituents and to weigh carefully the measures that we are enacting. Likewise, the responsibility of Canadians to refrain from hate speech and other violent and harassing behaviour towards all their fellow citizens, but especially at this time our police officers, our frontline public servants, medical officers, and even our own staff as members of Parliament. I think we can also agree on some facts that have been established during the disruptions to public order over the past several weeks. There has been an illegal occupation of the downtown core of Ottawa for over 3 weeks now, an occupation that has not only impeded the operations of businesses and the lives and livelihoods of many thousands of Canadians, but also, and perhaps more importantly in terms of the invocation of the Emergencies Act, that threatened and disrupted the operation of all 3 branches of our government, impeding its proper functioning. The inability of the municipal, regional, and provincial governments to disperse this illegal occupation of our nation's capital has further added to this situation. Now let's look at some other facts. The publication of a memorandum of understanding by the organizers of these blockades, calling for the overthrow of the government if the demands they set out were not met. We should be outraged by the involvement of extremist white nationalist organizations in the operation of this self-titled Freedom Convoy movement, some even demonstrating with swastikas and Confederate flags. In fact, in CBC coverage only a few hours ago, one of the flags of a far-right organization is clearly being waved. We should be outraged by the discovery of lethal and illegal weapons and the arrest of individuals associated with the organizing groups at the Coutts border blockade in Alberta. We should be outraged by the threats to the life of our Prime Minister and to the men and women in uniform who are on the front lines trying to peacefully contain and quell these illegal blockades. And we should be outraged by the significant economic damage that these blockades have done at border crossings critical to vital trade between Canada and the United States. And what Canadians are not outraged by the inflow of foreign money funding this political movement? Money from the US and the Cayman Islands, including money identified as coming from over 1,000 donors that also donated to the illegal attempt to overthrow the government of the United States on January 6th. How can the Conservatives not be equally outraged by these acts? The question before us right now is whether the situation we are currently facing warrants the invocation of the Emergencies Act. This act has been invoked under Part 2, a public order emergency, which describes public order emergency as resulting from serious threats to the Government of Canada. When defining threats to the security of Canada, the Act references the definition provided in the Canadian Security Intelligence Services Act. This includes espionage, sabotage, detrimental foreign influences, activities which support the threat or use of violence for a political, religious, or ideological objective, or those activities which threaten to undermine or otherwise destroy or overthrow the Government of Canada. I hope that after hearing the facts I have just enumerated, and given the definition of when we are facing a public order emergency under the Act, you will agree that the motion before us should be supported. Let us remember that we are debating the declaration of an emergency under an Act that was introduced, debated, and amended in 1987 and 1988 by the then Conservative government under Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, a progressive Conservative government, very unlike the leadership of the Conservative Party opposite. This is a well-written and thoughtful Act that was introduced to address concerns that many Canadians had with the only Act available to our government at that time, the War Measures Act. As former Prime Minister Mulroney pointed out, one of the major things the Emergencies Act did was to require the concurrence of Parliament in the declaration of an emergency. This is an important feature of the Act and the reason we're here today. Perrin Beattie, CEO of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, who was the Minister of Defence at the time that this Act was introduced, said that the government's use of this Act is an indication of how serious a threat the blockades are to public safety and the economy. To quote a primary source, Mr. Beattie's Twitter account, of course, where he said, "When I brought in the Emergencies Act 35 years ago, I wished that it would never need to be used. But I knew there would inevitably be future crises and that it was essential to protect the basic rights of Canadians, even in an emergency." And this is what the Act does. Let me once again review the measures in this Act that ensure the protection of our basic rights. The Act ensures that government's actions are subject to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Canadian Bill of Rights. The Act is time-limited, targeted, and measures introduced will be reasonable and proportional. The Act lapses after 30 days and may be ended prior to that. There's many checks and balances. We're here today, and I've been here since 7 a.m. this morning to fully debate the invocation of this Act as is required by it. A committee must be established to monitor the measures implemented, and additionally, the implementation of the Act will be reviewed by the courts. I trust that given the many current threats to the safety and security of our country that I outlined earlier, in combination with the safeguards that were so wisely incorporated in this legislation, members will concur that this is a judicious and warranted declaration of emergency by our Prime Minister and will support this motion. This is a time for action. Canadians are counting on us. The world is watching us. Let's not be afraid to enact tough, bold measures to protect our country, our border, our economy, and our civil society. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I begin, I just want to say that yesterday night, because of the police presence here, I missed a very important dinner with two very dear friends of mine, Kurdish friends of mine. Joanna, there's a Kurdish way of spelling this, I'm sure the Hansard people will ask me afterwards, and her husband Shaheen. So just want to mention that off the start. I listened to the member's speech. I just want to put a couple of actual facts on the table in the lead up to the declaration on this emergency order and the information the government provided to our opposition benches. They did not provide the evidence on how the act should be used. They did not provide briefing material to our caucus before our caucus meeting. In fact, our opposition House leader, and I'm his deputy, said so to the media that we did not receive any of this information. If this was a public emergency and the government actually wanted our support and actually meant to get it, they would have provided this information up front, both the evidence that extremist groups were involved, the evidence of which donors were being involved, and the actual public safety concerns involved. They provided no documentation. I don't have a question, Madam Speaker. That's just to put it on the record.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, this is the first time that this is being used, that this law is being used since it came into force.
L'honorable député, yeah.
I'd like to interrupt the member.
Forgive me, Madam Speaker, but with all due respect to my colleague from the bloc, I believe this is a question and comments, and therefore the member opposite has an opportunity to respond if she wishes to.
Absolutely, you're correct. The Honourable Member is correct. The Honourable Member for Aurora, Richmond Hills, Aurora, Oakville, Richmond Hills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But as there was no question, I didn't feel a need to reply. But thank you for the opportunity.
L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Well, Madam Speaker, I will give my colleague a chance to answer. This is the first time that this act has been used since 1988. And thanks to the little friends in the NDP, earlier, the parliamentary secretary to the minister said that this is not a precedent. So my question is the following. How is it possible that this is not creating a precedent when we will be the first ones to use such a drastic piece of legislation? And let me say that if this government gives an answer to this, Quebecers and Canadians should be concerned, because this is clearly a precedent.
Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you for that question. I am not a lawyer, but I do believe there will be a precedent set by enacting this legislation, and I think it is an appropriate precedent. Just because an act has not been enacted since its inception in 1988 does not mean that it shouldn't be enacted now. And I think that we have clearly made the case for why this legislation is needed, and I am quite confident that the precedent is set will ensure that it will only be used judiciously in the future.
Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her remarks. A number of constituents have contacted me to note the contrast between the way local police responded to the occupation of Ottawa, what they saw as a kid glove approach, the contrast between that, Madam Speaker, and the way in which so many Indigenous people in our country are policed. Is my honourable colleague also concerned by that contrast, and would she support an independent public inquiry into the way that police have handled this situation and the way in which policing in our country is carried out?
Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
I thank the honourable member for that question, and yes, I am concerned. In fact, I think the inability of the police to bring this under control earlier is part of the reason why it was necessary to enact this legislation. And I do think there is a marked difference between the way these different protests are being treated. So I would fully support that inquiry.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, and my honourable colleague from Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. I was impressed that she also has followed the line of the legislation from the Emergencies Act over to the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act for the definition of threats to the security of Canada. I think that in some places in these debates, we haven't identified what it is that required the public order emergency if it's required. And I'm very drawn to the fact that what we're looking at here is foreign influence that's affecting Canadian democracy in a negative way, and that's threats to the security of Canada, sub B, foreign influenced activities within Canada that are detrimental to the interests of Canada, clandestine or deceptive, and involve a threat to any person. And it specifically does not include normal legal protest. I want to ask her to expand on it. Are we actually bringing in a public order emergency because of the specific protest in Ottawa, or are we wanting to look at a network that is across Canada and even global that chooses to rely on disinformation and fear-mongering to create divisions and undermine democracy?
A short answer from the honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know it's a long riding to say. And thank you very much to the honourable member for that question. My answer would be both. I think we need to look at what has happened here in Ottawa, why it's happened and the threats that are here, but the broader question of foreign influence and how that is affecting political movements in Canada, I think should be looked at in a broader context as well. Thank you.
In debate, the honourable member for Hallam and Norfolk.
Thank you. I rise today in this House asking the same questions that so many of my fellow Canadians are asking. How did we end up here? Across the world, our allies are in shock. I've had friends call me from all over the world asking me what is going on in your country. They know that we Canadians are a quiet and polite people. Something must be very wrong for peace-loving people to rise up, take to the streets, fighting for freedom from government mandates and restrictions. We're here because the Liberal government slowly encroached upon the freedoms of Canadians, and because the Prime Minister chose to use hate and fear and division as a part of his COVID strategy. The Liberals want to create a false narrative. They want to convince you that the protesters are terrorists. They need you to believe this so that they can justify the heavy-handed approach that they have taken by invoking the Emergency Measures Act. Hard-working Canadians are seeking empathy and understanding, listening from the elected officials for whom they pay their salaries. And yet, this Prime Minister clearly refuses to listen to any opinion that is not exactly like his. He has said that those who disagree with him have wrong opinions. That is not leadership. And this failed leadership is responsible for the situation with which we are now faced. This protest could have been over at least a week ago without the police intervention that we see now, if the Liberals had accepted our motion for them to provide a timetable outlining when Canadians could have their lives back. Even prominent leaders around the world are condemning this Prime Minister's authoritarian move, from British MPs to US senators to Brazilian lawmakers to international authors and journalists. The free world is looking at Canada in shock and using words such as authoritarian and totalitarian dictatorship to describe our government. Let me remind this House that it was less than 2 years ago when the Prime Minister celebrated our truckers as heroes and mobilized a social media campaign thanking a trucker. Madam Speaker, I repeat it again. This isn't about who's right or who's wrong. It is about who gets to be a part of this conversation. And the only acceptable answer to that question is everybody, every Canadian. The Emergencies Act is a declaration of a state of national emergency. It is a blunt force tool that should only be used when there is a national crisis at hand, when all the legislative and legal powers have been exhausted. Canadians know very well that this Prime Minister did not exhaust all of the options before he implemented this act. And our criminal laws have provisions that will allow for seizure of crime proceeds, the towing of vehicles, freezing of bank accounts, and these measures should have been used first. Conservatives do believe in the rule of law. We believe in peaceful protests and do not support protests that interfere with critical infrastructure. So when the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, the Coutts border in Alberta, the Emerson border in Manitoba were blocked, protesters were asked to leave. And the authorities attended, asked them to leave, and they did. The RCMP dealt with those issues efficiently without a declaration of national emergency. All critical infrastructures were cleared, and what was left was a protest in front of Parliament and downtown Ottawa. To halt further protests, the Prime Minister threatened to take away driver's license, seize trucks, freeze bank accounts, and outright intimidate lawful protesters. These are the actions of a dictator, and this is exactly what happens in totalitarian regimes. I have received thousands of emails from people all over the country terrified. One lady who bought just a simple t-shirt and is afraid that her bank account is going to be frozen. Madam Speaker, invoking the Emergencies Act, where conditions have not been met, undermines the confidence in our democracy. This is not the first large protest in this country. We have resolved many other protests without invoking the Emergencies Act, such as Oka, pipeline protests, and in my riding of Haldimand Norfolk, Caledonia protests. The Canadian legal system has sufficient laws to deal with protests. Our FinTrack system allows for the tracing of funds and the freezing of accounts. Continuation of the Emergencies Act without clear evidence of a national emergency is a threat to our democracy. I remind this House that when the War Measures Act was first enacted, the predecessor to this act, many innocent people's lives were implicated and lives were destroyed as a result. Even Defence Minister Perrin Beatty, in introducing the Act, expressed the generally held view that the War Measures Act was an extremely effective tool as a political device. But as a criminal device, it was extremely ineffective. Madam Speaker, I'm a trained lawyer, and I've practiced law for over 20 years. I've taught law at law school, and as such, I believe in the rule of law, and its application is very important to me. I am now a legislator, so it is also imperative that I'm convinced that the laws are properly applied. If we examine the appropriate section of the Emergencies Act, we will see that the reasons for invoking this act are lacking. The Liberals cite 3 reasons. 1, we are told that it is necessary to deal with continuing blockades. This is factually incorrect, since all blockades at the border crossings were removed peacefully with existing laws in place. There is nothing in the Emergencies Act that gives law enforcement powers that they didn't have when they removed the blockades at the Ambassador Bridge, at Coutts, and at Manitoba border. As all bridges have been cleared and the protest was relegated to downtown Ottawa, primarily on Wellington Street in front of Parliament, that certainly does not constitute a national emergency. 2, they used the act to prevent adverse effect on protests on the Canadian economy. Well, again, this is factually incorrect. Canada was experiencing economic insecurity as a result of the adverse effects of the lockdowns and the mandates, and this occurred long before the protests and the blockades. The 3rd reason was to reduce the impact of blockades on Canada's relationship with the trading partners. It is unbelievable and incredulous that this Prime Minister needs to invoke the Emergencies Act to secure our relationship with our trading partners. And frankly, the United States is our biggest trading partner, and many U.S. governors and countries around the world have condemned this Prime Minister's heavy-handed approach. It is very likely that his actions alone will negatively impact on our relationship with our trading partners. It is clear that the Prime Minister, in using the Emergencies Act as a political tool to terrorize and punish dissenters by ruining their lives of people who disagree with him. The preponderance of the evidence clearly does not support invoking the Emergencies Act. Canadians are desperate for hope and are calling for unity. People on all sides of the debate need compassion and understanding. Like it or not, the Prime Minister needs to take responsibility for his failed leadership. Guarding our freedoms and upholding our democracy means that we need to have compassionate hearts and listening ears. The Prime Minister's actions likely will bring this government and our democracy into disrepute. Thankfully, there is a simple solution to this problem. Let's entertain a nonpartisan resolution to end mandates, just like many countries around the world, including Ireland, Sweden, Norway, Tanzania, Nicaragua, and the Dominican Republic. And together, we can begin to restore our democracy.
We have come to the end of the time allowed. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was caught by some surprise to know that if the House had only passed the Conservative resolution from last week, this would all be finished. Well, I suppose we can believe in fairies, but that is one of the more preposterous statements made by any member here. Now, is the honourable member prepared to substitute her views and decision-making on Chief Bell's view that the legislation and resources provided by this legislation for the regulation and prohibition of public assemblies is welcome, that the designating and securing places where blockades are to be prohibited is welcome, that directing persons to render essential service to relieve impacts on Canada's economy is welcome, authorizing and directing financial institutions to render essential service is welcome, that measures enabling the RCMP to enforce municipal laws is welcome. Is she prepared to substitute her judgment for Chief Bell?
The Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
I thank the Honourable Member for his question. My response to that question is we have sufficient legal provisions and mechanisms and laws that will enable law enforcement officers to deal with all aspects of criminality, all aspects of law enforcement in this country without the imposition of such a heavy-handed act, which should only be used for national emergencies. This situation is not a national emergency.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And my question to the Honourable Member is that does she not see a problem when millions and millions of dollars of foreign funds are flowing in to support organizers who openly call for the replacement, for the overthrow of the democratically elected government in Canada? Does she not see this foreign inflow of dollars to those who don't respect our democratic processes as a problem that actually is a national crisis?
Haldimand Norfolk.
I thank the Honourable Member for his question. Again, I say to you that I have full confidence in our law enforcement system that we have in place. And if there is a problem, as my friend as the Honourable Member has outlined, our law enforcement mechanism is sufficient to deal with that. And what should have been done is that all laws should have been exhausted. Our criminal code has the sufficient sections in it to address these issues, and it was not done in this case.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've talked about foreign funding, and we've talked a lot about FinTrack. There are two cases. The first is that FinTrack is able to do the work and that we didn't need the Emergencies Act. The second case is that FinTrack is underfunded, doesn't have enough staff, and that the government hasn't taken seriously crime funded like the one we're seeing today. Would the member be able to tell us if the government has been negligent in preparing for such crimes?
Halliman Norfolk.
I thank the honourable member for his question. Essentially, our law enforcement, the Director of Public Prosecutions has sections that he could tap into to address these issues. Section 10 of the Director of Public Prosecutions Act allows the power to be directed and for these types of investigations to be done. So we have the FinTrack system. We have other mechanisms that were not used and that were not utilized before the Emergencies Act was negligently invoked.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, a very short question.
Okay, Madam Speaker, I'll make it as short as I can. To the member for Haldimand Norfolk, a lot of laws could have been used, weren't used. We got to a place of an occupation that had gone on for 3 weeks. What laws could have been invoked to get tow truck drivers to pull trucks away when they were refusing?
The Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
I believe, thank you for that question. I believe Section 129 of the Criminal Code could have been utilized to get tow truck drivers to remove vehicles from the streets. And so we did have sufficient mechanisms in our criminal laws to deal with that issue, and therefore the Emergencies Act was unnecessarily invoked.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm always grateful to have the opportunity to address the House of Commons, and especially in this perhaps seminal moment in Canadian history. I didn't want to do it this way, but I did come back to my riding. I thought it important to understand very clearly what the national emergency was, and I'll come to that more in the rest of my intervention. There are many difficulties, my friends, with the invocation of the Emergencies Act, and indeed debating something which has already happened is somewhat counterproductive. However, that will be an important part of the mandatory review of the entire process as we go forward. And the two main issues, as I see them, Madam Speaker, are really boiling down to number one, how did we get here? And number two, what is the justification for the Emergencies Act? There are those of you who wish to muddy the waters as to the legal justification for using the Emergencies Act. And I do believe that there are people out there who have that very important skill set. And again, that will form part of the review as well. So the question that I think we need to start with is, how did we get here? And this is, in my mind, has been the most dismal display of leadership I have ever seen. And as many in this House have been, I've been a part of sporting teams and committees and other leadership positions in my medical community. I've served in the Royal Canadian Air Force. And one thing that is very crystal clear is that when we encounter those who do not fully agree with our position or support what we think is important, then that moment in time represents a significant opportunity for dialogue. Also, as a physician, I think the opportunity to discuss options and negotiate with patients presented itself for me, Madam Speaker, on a daily basis. And if I could be so crass as to say, this is Communications 101. Since the beginning of this pandemic, I've been shocked and appalled with respect to the language used by this Prime Minister when commenting upon those who've been vaccine hesitant. I've been concerned about vaccine hesitancy since the beginning of the pandemic, and certainly I took the opportunity to review the literature, the scientific literature on the topic of vaccine hesitancy. And there are innumerable papers, and I've had the opportunity to review them, and there was absolutely no mention of division or stigmatization or name calling. The language used in these scientific papers would more be along the lines of building relationships, building trust, and understanding the other person's position. Chris Voss, who's a famous FBI negotiator, during one particularly difficult case, he spoke through an apartment door for 6 hours with no response. 6 hours. In the end, the fugitives and the hostages emerged suddenly. The fugitives commented, and I quote, "You calmed us down. We finally believed you wouldn't go away, so we just came out." I think it's important that people know that I've been in Ottawa for the last 3 weeks since the protests began. And every day I walk to work, I realize, has been brought forward by others, I am a white man. I understand that. I've never been accosted or accused or threatened. I wear a mask. But sadly, Canadians who don't agree with the Prime Minister have been vilified, stigmatized, and name-called. So let's keep that in mind, my colleagues. Even on Wednesday evening, just past, I left my office at the corner bank in Wellington and I walked all the way up to the Byward Market during the protest. And indeed, I didn't feel unsafe. Nobody even spoke to me. And my fellow Canadians, is this or was a public order emergency? Certainly, I do believe there are other avenues to deal with this situation. And certainly, as I mentioned previously, I've returned here to Nova Scotia. There is absolutely no public order emergency here. The life is going on as normal. And I think parliamentarians portraying what's going on in Ottawa as a public order emergency are a little misguided. So that this isolated issue here in Ottawa does not a national emergency make. I've heard many of Liberal colleagues talking about how dangerous or scary this
there's absolutely no obligation of anyone to be seated and not just making noise.
You're talking so loud you can't hear.
Well, the honourable member is calling a point of order on noise. I was speaking with the clerk and I didn't hear any noise. Well, I do invite the members, if they want to have conversations, to be going into the lobbies or behind the curtains, and we will allow the honourable member to proceed. It is on... Yes, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes. Madam Speaker, I'm not 100% sure. All I was doing was with my colleague and made reference that the official opposition feels that all they have to do is kind of click their heels and wave a wand and poof, the protesters would disappear. And I said it at a very, very low voice. I didn't think anyone could even hear it. It was more of a whisper. But if I offended people in terms of their magic...
It seems that it was loud enough to bother the colleagues that were trying to listen to the speech. So I do request that members keep as quiet as possible and respect when other people are speaking. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And lots of words come to mind about that negative interruption and how the member actually put his own words into his interruption, for the record, is disturbing. And you know what? It's interesting how the Liberal colleagues often talk about how dangerous or scary the protest is. I don't think any of them even walked into the protest. And indeed, when I was at Health Committee one day, Health Committee ended early because my colleagues were scared to go out in the dark. Further failures of leadership are clear. Documents have been made available to us in which the Prime Minister convened a First Minister's meeting. Its proposed agenda was to consult premiers on whether to declare this public order emergency under the Emergencies Act. The documents reveal, however, that the premier's opinions were given in confidence. However, since then, their position had been made clear. The Premier of Quebec didn't think it was beneficial. Alberta was opposed. Saskatchewan opposed. Manitoba opposed. New Brunswick opposed. Nova Scotia opposed, Prince Edward Island opposed. I could find no comments for the Yukon, the Northwest Territories, or Nunavut. 7 out of 10 premiers, Madam Speaker. If that's a consultation that's ignored, why bother have it? And as has been pointed out repeatedly, there never has been nor will there be any consultation from this Prime Minister or any of his government officials with the protesters. I need to repeat that to this House and to all Canadians. This Prime Minister has never spoken to any of the protesters who were there previously, and now he has decided to use and employ and access the Emergencies Act. Wow. Besides the Prime Minister's dismal approval rating, what is the emergency? And what steps have been taken before the government could have enacted the Emergencies Act that would have made this right so that Canadians could believe that some suspension of their rights and freedoms would be appropriate? Indeed, Madam Speaker, a public order emergency is described, and I quote, as a threat to Canada's security, including acts of espionage and sabotage, foreign-influenced activities which are detrimental to Canadian interests, terrorist activities, and efforts to covertly or by violence overthrow the constitutional structure of the country. Though a lawful advocacy, protest, demonstrations, and similar activities are not included. And I think I made it clear that walking through the protest, I did not feel unsafe. This public order emergency has given the federal government significant overreach with respect to potentially accessing bank accounts of not only those involved in the civil disobedience, but those who may have donated to the cause. As we've heard before, does that mean if you donated $5 or $10, your assets will be frozen? What about if, say, a relative of a leader of a party in this House donated to the cause? Would their assets be frozen? I wonder. Bloomberg News described it that banks would be required to report relationships with people involved in blockades and would be given the authority to freeze accounts without a court order, among other measures. I spoke to Daniel the other day, who's now afraid to donate to any charity, and he's now afraid his bank account may be frozen and he will not be able to pay his mortgage. He wonders if these new powers will continue to be used for other causes raising funds if the government does not agree with their values. And Madam Speaker, he's a proud Canadian with 3 flags in his yard, all Canadian flags. From this government, Madam Speaker, we've seen travel restricted, cell phone data collected, military propaganda used domestically, bank accounts frozen, and now the Emergencies Act invoked. My colleagues, if this is not multiple infringements upon civil liberties and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms of Canadians, what is? Canada is now at a crossroads with its democracy. We have a prime minister who chooses to vilify, stigmatize, and traumatize Canadians with differing opinions. They have declared a public order emergency with the disagreement of 7 of 10 premiers, and indeed the vast majority of our country outside of Ottawa has no evidence of a public order emergency. We have seen law enforcement agencies successfully deal with the frustrations that have boiled over at the Ambassador Bridge and a multitude of other border crossings without the Emergencies Act. We've also heard about the massive disruptions these blockades and border crossings have caused and damaged our economy. However, I can't fathom that the finance minister tells us how great the economy is at the current time, despite our 5.1% inflation rate and Canadians being priced out of their own lives, all of which were in existence before the last 3 weeks. There is absolutely no reason the Emergencies Act cannot be rescinded post-haste and the madness stopped. And it is sad that an ideological coalition has the potential to allow the act to continue for up to another 30 days. Madam Speaker, the left wing thinks that their position is perfectly fine, and there's no issue with that. These people who wanted to protest were ignored. That is the sad reality of how we ended up here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I've found it interesting all day long. I've been hearing Conservatives talk about the need for the Prime Minister to have engaged in dialogue and discussion with the occupiers outside. But yet I find it interesting. Jason Kenney, the Premier of Alberta, didn't engage with the protesters at Coots. Premier Doug Ford didn't engage with the protesters or those that were blocking the bridge at Windsor, in Windsor. And the Premier Stevenson of Manitoba didn't engage with those that were blocking in Manitoba. So my question to the member is quite simple. Does he think that all leadership should engage with the protesters, or just Liberal leadership should engage with protesters?
It's a good member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for that question. You know, I think it's fascinating that even the Liberals obviously recognize that the Prime Minister has not spoken or created any dialogue with the protesters. I have to say that I think that is shameful, and it's quite honestly, it's ridiculous. So how that member opposite could possibly say that because somebody else has done something wrong, that continuing to do wrong things make it right? Wow, my mom taught me that when I was a kid.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to my honourable colleague's speech, and he's demonstrated that the government hadn't done anything before invoking the Emergencies Act. And it gives the impression that the Emergencies Act invocation was to save the face of this government, of this Prime Minister, who hadn't been doing anything during 20 days. I'd like to have my colleague's impression on that, please.
Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my
Madam Speaker. On for 3 weeks. What laws could have been invoked to get tow truck drivers to pull trucks away when they were refusing?
The Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
I believe, thank you for that question. I believe Section 129 of the Criminal Code could have been utilized to get tow truck drivers to remove vehicles from the streets. And so we did have sufficient mechanisms in our criminal laws to deal with that issue, and therefore the Emergencies Act was unnecessarily invoked.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm always grateful to have the opportunity to address the House of Commons, and especially in this perhaps seminal moment in Canadian history. I didn't want to do it this way, but I did come back to my writing. I thought it important to understand very clearly what the national emergency was, and I'll come to that more in the rest of my intervention. There are many difficulties, my friends, with the invocation of the Emergencies Act, and indeed debating something which has already happened is somewhat counterproductive. However, that will be an important part of the mandatory review of the entire process as we go forward. And the two main issues, as I see them, Madam Speaker, are really boiling down to number one, how did we get here? And number two, what is the justification for the Emergencies Act? There are those of you who wish to muddy the waters as to the legal justification for using the Emergencies Act. And I do believe that there are people out there who have that very important skill set. And again, that will form part of the review as well. So the question that I think we need to start with is, how did we get here? And this is, in my mind, has been the most dismal display of leadership I have ever seen. And as many in this House have been, I've been a part of sporting teams and committees and other leadership positions in my medical community. I've served in the Royal Canadian Air Force. And one thing that is very crystal clear is that when we encounter those who do not fully agree with our position or support what we think is important, then that moment in time represents a significant opportunity for dialogue. Also, as a physician, I think the opportunity to discuss options and negotiate with patients presented itself for me, Madam Speaker, on a daily basis. And if I could be so crass as to say, this is Communications 101. Since the beginning of this pandemic, I've been shocked and appalled with respect to the language used by this Prime Minister when commenting upon those who've been vaccine hesitant. I've been concerned about vaccine hesitancy since the beginning of the pandemic, and certainly I took the opportunity to review the literature, the scientific literature on the topic of vaccine hesitancy. And there are innumerable papers, and I've had the opportunity to review them, and there was absolutely no mention of division or stigmatization or name calling. The language used in these scientific papers would more be along the lines of building relationships, building trust, and understanding the other person's position. Chris Voss, who's a famous FBI negotiator, during one particularly difficult case, he spoke through an apartment door for 6 hours with no response. 6 hours. In the end, the fugitives and the hostages emerged suddenly. The fugitives commented, and I quote, "You calmed us down. We finally believed you wouldn't go away, so we just came out." I think it's important that people know that I've been in Ottawa for the last 3 weeks since the protests began. And every day I walk to work, I realize, has been brought forward by others, I am a white man. I understand that. I've never been accosted or accused or threatened. I wear a mask. But sadly, Canadians who don't agree with the Prime Minister have been vilified, stigmatized, and name called. So let's keep that in mind, my colleagues. Even on Wednesday evening, just past, I left my office at the corner bank in Wellington and I walked all the way up to the Byward Market during the protest. And indeed, I didn't feel unsafe. Nobody even spoke to me. And my fellow Canadians, is this or was a public order emergency? Certainly, I do believe there are other avenues to deal with this situation. And certainly, as I mentioned previously, I've returned here to Nova Scotia. There is absolutely no public order emergency here. The life is going on as normal. And I think parliamentarians portraying what's going on in Ottawa as a public order emergency are a little misguided. So that this isolated issue here in Ottawa does not a national emergency make. I've heard many of Liberal colleagues talking about how dangerous or scary this
there's absolutely no obligation of anyone to be seated and not just making noise.
You're talking so loud we can't hear.
Well, the honourable member is calling a point of order on noise. I was speaking with the clerk and I didn't hear any noise. Well, I do invite the members, if they want to have conversations, to be going into the lobbies or behind the curtains, and we will allow the honourable member to proceed. It is on. Yes, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes. Madam Speaker, I'm not 100% sure. All I was doing was with my colleague and made reference that the official opposition feels that all they have to do is kind of click their heels and wave a wand and poof, the protesters would disappear. And I said it at a very, very low voice. I didn't think anyone could even hear it. It was more of a whisper. But if I offended people in terms of their magic...
It seems that it was loud enough to bother the colleagues that were trying to listen to the speech. So I do request that members keep as quiet as possible and respect when other people are speaking. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And lots of words come to mind about that negative interruption and how the member actually put his own words into his interruption, for the record, is disturbing. And you know what? It's interesting how the Liberal colleagues often talk about how dangerous or scary the protest is. I don't think any of them even walked into the protest. And indeed, when I was at Health Committee one day, Health Committee ended early because my colleagues were scared to go out in the dark. Further failures of leadership are clear. Documents have been made available to us in which the Prime Minister convened a First Minister's meeting. Its proposed agenda was to consult premiers on whether to declare this public order emergency under the Emergencies Act. The documents reveal, however, that the Premier's opinions were given in confidence. However, since then, their position had been made clear. The Premier of Quebec didn't think it was beneficial. Alberta was opposed. Saskatchewan opposed. Manitoba opposed. New Brunswick opposed. Nova Scotia opposed. Prince Edward Island opposed. I could find no comments for the Yukon, the Northwest Territories, or Nunavut. 7 out of 10 premiers, Madam Speaker. If that's a consultation that's ignored, why bother have it? And as has been pointed out repeatedly, there never has been nor will there be any consultation from this Prime Minister or any of his government officials with the protesters. I need to repeat that to this House and to all Canadians. This Prime Minister has never spoken to any of the protesters who were there previously, and now he has decided to use and employ and access the Emergencies Act. Wow. Besides the Prime Minister's dismal approval rating, what is the emergency? And what steps have been taken before the government could have enacted the Emergencies Act that would have made this right so that Canadians could believe that some suspension of their rights and freedoms would be appropriate? Indeed, Madam Speaker, a public order emergency is described, and I quote, as a threat to Canada's security, including acts of espionage and sabotage, foreign-influenced activities which are detrimental to Canadian interests, terrorist activities, and efforts to covertly or by violence overthrow the constitutional structure of the country. Though a lawful advocacy, protest,